Chapter 81. Let's challenge each other. Of course, not to waste time. It's just a hard attack. The collective retreat of the rabble behind was just temporarily deceived. It is difficult to say whether they will gather together and march towards my Xiangling again, although the probability is indeed not high. And White Deer Castle may not be able to hold on for long. Those who attack White Deer Fort are definitely not a ragtag group, but the army of the Empire. Xiangling and White Deer Fort were attacked at the same time, apparently because the Bacchus Empire did not want White Deer Fort to receive any reinforcements. And now is the time when White Deer Castle's combat effectiveness is at its weakest. Godric took away 300 elites to fight 2 months ago. Now that he has been dragged to the Crow Village and has not returned, White Deer Castle can only rely on Amy to lead the troops to protect it. There are about 500 defenders at White Deer Castle, and it's hard to say how long they can hold out. And my Xiangling also has a large army here, and there is no place in Bailu Castle to ask for help. Therefore, if this battle can be resolved as soon as possible, it must be resolved as soon as possible. If White Deer Castle is captured first, it will be even more impossible for my Xiangling to defend it. Don't get me wrong. Liang is not so arrogant as to think that he can rescue White Deer Castle with dozens of people. In fact, he was thinking about which way he should run with his belongings after taking care of the enemy in front of him. When I first saw the smoke at White Deer Castle, I didn't plan to run away. It was entirely because the enemy was too close, and there were many belongings that needed time to be packed away. So there was no time. However, the enemy in front of him is also worried. They had run hundreds of miles, and were terribly exhausted. Attack? If you are not sure, you will be attacked from both sides. Wait. If the people from behind really can't come, then why wait to be surrounded? If they don't capture Xiangling quickly, they will have no choice but to wait to die in the wilderness at the entrance of the village. Opposite. Do you understand? You have no reinforcements. However, I can give you a chance to solve the problem. After looking at the sky, Liang started shouting again. I'm hungry. You guys are stuck here, and I can't go home to eat. I guess you're hungry too. So let's fight. Close nodded fiercely. He felt that the Lord's reason was very good. It'll be time to have dinner soon. If you defeat me, you will get the wheat collar. You can have a feast in my territory. Look, isn't this good? Leon shouted loudly. In fact, the enemy on the opposite side was hungry. They had traveled hundreds of miles in one day, which was longer than a marathon. Many people were left behind along the way. Otherwise it would have been more than these 800 or 900. In fact, they rested by the river just to wait for the people behind to catch up. Unfortunately, they were harassed by Liang and others without even having a meal. Come on! Come to a duel. If you win, you can eat steak, eat roast chicken, and ham-roast pig-bacon. Liang began to tell the names of the dishes, and also specially selected the dishes from Pandey continent to prevent the enemy from understanding that my Xiangling's dishes were much richer than this. I don't know if it was an illusion, but even from 100 meters away, Liang seemed to hear the gurgling sound from the enemy's stomach, which represented hunger. Asshole! Go to H.L. Charge the whole army! The knight on the opposite side finally couldn't bear it anymore. And if he continued like this, his morale would be lost. This group of gangsters exercised too much today, and they were constantly harassed and raided without being able to repair themselves. They happened to be tired and weak. In addition, they felt that the rear army would really not come, and the morale of the gangsters was already very low. But now, hunger has been triggered by Liang, and morale is even lower. If we don't fight, who knows what moths will be on the other side? Liang was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Rainier! Huh! It's you? The other party finally spoke, and Liang immediately recognized this person's voice. This was Lord Rainier, who was in the throne room of Lion City a few days ago. It seems that when this guy was in Lion City, he planned to add a reasonable footnote to this attack. If the legality of his territory is in doubt, and he has not obtained the title of Baron, then Rainier's leadership in conquering the Maixiang territory is not even considered an act of treason, but can only be described as a territory dispute. In this way, Rainier's collusion with the Bacchus Empire would not have to be exposed. Moreover, if he was allowed to take over and kill himself, no one would support a failed pioneer lord. Fortunately, I didn't follow his lead at that time, but directly provoked a duel and blocked his mouth. However, this guy is capable of colluding with the Bacchus Empire and building such a large team. Liang was worried about how to kill this thick-faced Rainier, but he didn't expect that he would have the opportunity so soon. Guys on the other side, Kill Rainier! I can forgive your sins! The Lord took 2 steps forward and began to provoke, intending to kill Rainier. Kill him and you will win! Charge the whole army! Rainier was also giving orders. Obviously, he didn't want to let Leon speak anymore, and planned to kill Leon directly when he could still command these gangsters. A group of rabble-rousers on the opposite side rushed over, but the gangsters were not very fast. This is the aftermath of the brief confrontation just now. You must know that after long-distance running, you are most afraid of intermittent rest. If you keep walking slowly without stopping, you will be fine. But if you stop and rest for 2 rounds and fail to get supplies, you will basically have no strength, and it will be difficult to walk. Brothers, shoot an arrow! A wave of projectiles passed by, and 2 or 3 people fell on the opposite side. They were a bit far apart, but it didn't matter, as long as there were results. Leon got on Alice and started walking the horse slowly. The opposite side is full of infantry, and they are all tired and hungry infantry. Although there are many people, Leon is not weak. He has horses. The little mare Alice usually exercises very diligently and has to run dozens of miles every day. Today, her basic amount of exercise has not yet reached the standard. The archers behind them fired another round of arrows, then turned and ran back. Several enemies fell, and the pace quickened a little. Leon rode his horse and stared at the dozens of infantrymen on the other side. Seeing that they were about to raise their crossbows, he turned around, took out his bow, and shot an arrow at the few who were raising the crossbows. The power of the eagle's bow is very powerful. The infantry are standing close together, and even Liang's level can shoot casually. 1 infantryman fell to the ground, and the others put down their crossbows and raised their shields. They had to protect Rainier. So Leon continued to walk his horse, and the enemy's speed was only enough for Alice to pace and jog. After only walking 200 to 300 meters, the enemy slowed down again. They were indeed tired and hungry. Leon took out an apple from his saddlebag, took a bite, chewed it twice, and spit it on the ground. It's so astringent. Apples these days have not been optimized, and most of them don't taste very good. Of course, the Lord is not here to eat fruit. Seeing that his enemies were looking at him, he leaned down and fed the apple. He took a bite into Alice's mouth. Alice chewed them happily, juice splashing, and it seemed that she liked these fruits very much. The eyes of the gangsters on the opposite side were almost green. They had been running for a long day, and they were tired and hungry without eating anything. But now their horses have eaten fruits. This battle is unwinnable. Close, and the archers saw the gangsters slowing down, turned around and waved, and fired another round of arrows. Deserters finally appeared in the enemy team, and several gangsters ran to the side. These 30 or 40 enemies were so difficult to deal with. My Xiangling had more elite soldiers waiting for work. If there is one desertion, there will be many, and more gangsters began to run to the side. Rainier immediately killed several deserters, but the effect of killing deserters at this time was not good. The escape of these gangsters was not just due to cowardice. Rainier's approach actually caused more people to flee. It's quite rare that both sides suffered little damage in the battle, but the side with more troops began to flee in large numbers. Leon stopped his horse and waited for half a minute, until the opposite side was already in chaos, and then gave the order, "Brothers, charge! Kill them!" Then he took the lead and rushed straight towards Rainier. The gangsters in the middle had no intention of blocking them, but instead avoided them one after another. The team of several hundred people was actually split into 2, and Leon rushed into the crowd, like a sharp knife cutting through butter. Only the dozens of infantrymen barely maintained the battle formation, but Leon quickly rushed into the middle of the chaotic team, and the crossbows of the infantrymen lost their effect. However, it was impossible for Leon to directly kill Rainier with bows and arrows. The infantry formed a shield array to protect Rainier. "Rainier, I'm here to fight with you!" Chapter 82. Stay out of the way. Leon directly broke through the weak infantry line with only 1 charge. Without spears and horses, a row of shields alone could not stop the horses galloping at full speed. Not to mention that Leon had equipped Alice with horse armor. At the entrance to the village of Meixiangling, Anson saw the chaotic retreat of the enemy and the charging Leon on the roof of a carriage. He shouted, "Attack!" and chased out with some of the recruits Danzi. Rainier glanced back, then made a decisive decision, leaving the infantry behind and starting to run away. The Lord saw it clearly, and he started sprinting at full speed. The several infantrymen who were holding their shields in front of them were howling like ghosts, and were knocked away by Alice. Leon rushed towards Rainier with his sword. Rainier was quite skilled, But seeing that he couldn't fight head-on, he rolled sideways to avoid the sword in Liang's hand. Then he pushed an infantryman to his previous position. Liang cut off half of the infantry's head with a sword, and then pulled the horse's reins to ask Alice to turn around and pursue. But Alice was stuck in position by the corpse of the infantryman, and she took 2 steps forward before successfully turning around. At this moment, several infantrymen surrounded him again. The horse failed to speed up and charge forward, so Liang had to kill the infantry next to him first. At this time, Rainier had already taken the opportunity to get in among the fleeing gangsters, and dragged the 2 gangsters behind him to use as a backing, and then began to run while taking off his shoulder and arm armor to reduce the weight. He also shouted to the defeated soldiers beside him, "Go over there! That's the way!" He meant the way they had come, the road that led to the banks of the River Air. At the critical moment, Rainier showed an extremely agile reaction, and a large group of gangsters shouted and rushed towards the intersection. The potential that a person can unleash when fleeing for his life is unpredictable. These gangsters ran away much faster than when they charged just now. Close quickly led the stormtroopers to intercept. But after all, they were small in number and unprepared mentally, so they could not stop hundreds of people at once. Liang had already dealt with the infantry around him, and was speeding up the pursuit. When he saw Close trying to block the intersection, he shouted, "Don't stop them! Give way! They must make way. 200 to 300 people will rush here. There are too few people in Close's group. They will be scattered by the fleeing enemies blocking the road. Once they are scattered, these enemies will immediately realize that there is no way. Escape is necessary. The reason why these rabble-rousers will flee is due to psychological warfare. The good thing about Close is that even if he doesn't understand it in his heart, he will faithfully carry out the Lord's orders." Hearing Liang's cry, he led the archers to get halfway through the intersection. And then the great swordsman began to kill one after another. Human potential is indeed unlimited. Rainier, who threw away his shoulder armor and arm armor, ran very fast. As long as he ran faster than others, he had a greater chance of survival. But it was impossible for a 2-legged man to outrun a 4-legged horse, and Liang was already chasing him from behind. However, there were many gangsters blocking the way. The Lord slashed and bumped, and finally closed the distance. Rainier's figure was running dozens of meters ahead. Liang took off the bow on his back, and planned to execute him remotely as long as he could kill the enemy. The Lord didn't care what method he used, and he would not waste any opportunity. But just as he was taking aim with his bow, Rainier glanced back, then dived sideways, and threw himself into the nearby woods. This is indeed a difficult guy. Liang rode his horse directly into the woods, but the visibility in the woods was not good, and he could not see anyone for a while. He had to search, but there was no way to ride a horse in the woods. So Liang had to dismount and search. He didn't want Rainier to leave alive. Not long after, Close hurried over with his stormtroopers, and they had already dispersed the mob. "Ha! Stop hiding! I know you are here!" Liang bluffed loudly. Of course, bluffing was not the purpose. It was to convey his position to his subordinates. After the last experience, Close was already experienced with this habit of Lord. He quietly asked the great swordsman to disperse and surround the position where Liang made the sound. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves was heard outside the woods. Da-da-da. Beep! Beep beep! Along with the sound of horse hooves getting closer and closer, there was also the sound of bugles. But this is not the long trumpet call calling the rangers, but the loud bugle, blowing a rapid rhythm. "Lion Knight! Charge! Honor is my life!" On the road outside the woods, the order to charge and the shouts of uniformity sounded. And then the sound of horse hooves became loud. Is this the Knights of the Lion? What happened? Liang took a few steps back and looked back at the road outside. A group of knights were flying past with lances, harvesting the lives of the bandits along the way. Screams and collisions occurred one after another. At this moment, Liang caught a glimpse of a figure emerging from behind the tree and dashing out onto the road outside. That's Rainier. Just a few dozen meters away from Liang, Rainier rolled and crawled onto the road. Liang followed and rushed out, only to see Rainier take off his helmet, raise his hands in the air and shout, "Deputy Captain, help me!" In front of him was a knight in heavy plate armor with a long red tassel on his helmet. He held a Mad Lion steel shield in one hand, and a heavy lance in the other hand. The silver-plated giant broadsword on his back revealed its long hilt. The golden lion on the heavily armored horse armor is extremely eye-catching. Liang recognized this outfit as his opponent in the final of that arena, the Wild Lion Knight Raymond. "Rainier! Why are you here? Lehman apparently knew Rainier. Leon rushed over with his sword in hand. He is here to collaborate with the enemy and betray the country. Without stopping for a single step, he headed straight for Rainier. Lehman stretched out his lance to stop him. Your Excellency Leon? What's going on? Rainier is a member of my Lion Knights. The Lord knocked Raymond's lance aside, but Rainier slipped behind Raymond's horse. Leon sighed. Lehman, get out of the way. He colluded with the Bacchus Empire to seize White Deer Castle and makes angling. I must kill him. Lehman looked at the smoke from Xiangling and White Deer Castle, then looked at the corpses on the ground, and lifted the visor of his helmet. Your Excellency Leon, are you saying that these gangsters were brought by Rainier? Rainier shouted from behind the horse. It's not me. These are all his people. I'm here to rescue White Deer Castle. Amazing. Are all the skill points confusing right and wrong? Leon laughed in anger, and was too lazy to talk nonsense. So he rushed over and chopped. The Lord doesn't want to leave a terrible enemy for himself. If he doesn't kill Rainier now, who knows what else he will do? Raymond blocked it with his shield. Your Excellency Leon. Wait! Get out of the way! Leon hit Lehman's horse on the butt with his backhand. The horse suffered pain and took Lehman a few steps forward, letting out Rainier, who was hiding behind the horse. Now there was no place for Rainier to hide. So he turned around and tried to run away again. Your Excellency Leon! You can't! Lehman's horrified voice sounded from behind. But Leon didn't care. He didn't want Rainier to run away. So he rushed forward with a few arrows and chopped off Rainier's head with a sword. The body fell down with splattering blood, and the head rolled several times on the ground. The stock head happened to be facing Lehman, and there seemed to still be fear and a hint of hope in his eyes. Leon! Lehman seemed angry. Rainier is a Lion Knight. Even if he is guilty, he should be handed over to the court for arbitration. How can you execute a nobleman without authorization? Seeing Rainier running away and looking at the head on the ground, Lehman probably understood that what Leon said was the truth. But he was still angry. Probably more out of face issues. Lehman didn't know the cause and effect. Leon killed a nobleman under his obstruction. And he was also a Lion Knight in his regiment, which made him feel ashamed. Leon leaned over and picked up Rainier's head, then sneered and threw the head at Lehman. Lion Knight? Lehman! In your eyes, do traitors also count as Lion Knights? You should have understood it when you first saw him. If he came to rescue White Deer Castle, how could he not wear Lion Knights? Armor? Chapter 83, How to Save. Lehman was a little confused, as if he didn't know whether to catch the head or not. After hesitation, Rainier's head hit his shield and fell to the ground again and rolled around a few times. There is a traitor in your Lion Knights, and you didn't even notice the lie in front of you. You almost let him go. Don't you think you should reflect on yourself? Deputy Captain Lehman. Liang's tone was not very good. This mad Lion Knight almost let Rainier run away, and also asked the knights to kill the fleeing gangsters. He doesn't kill those who should be killed, and kills those who shouldn't be killed. He doesn't like this kind of double standard that only depends on whether he is a noble. Raymond, I haven't asked you yet. What do you want to do when you lead the Lion Knights into my territory without permission? The Lord's eyes were a bit evil. Lehman gritted his teeth, looked at the head on the ground, then looked at Leon, frowned and sighed. He is actually a reasonable person. Leon used the sword hilt to drive away his horse, and pointed out the problem that he should have seen earlier. He also mentioned his father-in-law, Earl Odin. Although his tone was very rude, there was obviously no hostility. Therefore, Lehman honestly accepted Leon's accusation that the members of the Knights had committed treason. And he was indeed negligent. I was originally leading a team to Trublin to exterminate the heretics. I came to the rescue after seeing the beacon fire. Baron Leon, what happened? Why are there so many bandits? Who attacked White Deer Castle? According to the laws of the kingdom, no knights can freely enter the territory of other nobles without permission, unless it is the residence of the knights. Although the Knights of the Lion are a national knighthood, and are also known as the royal knights among the people, they are not an exception. However, if it was for military reasons, that would be a different matter. Seeing that Lehman didn't look like he was faking it, Leon let out a long breath. In that case, it seems to be a misunderstanding. I thought you were with Rainier. I'm sorry, Sir Lehman. That's what happened. Leon whistled to call Alice, mounted his horse, and walked to Lehman's side, and began to tell what happened. Lord Leon, you used dozens of people to defeat thousands of people. This is incredible. While talking, the car formation at the entrance of the village had been removed, and Liang and Lehman entered Meixiangling side by side. Lehman was indeed exterminating heretics before. And what triggered this action of the Lion Knights was the cicada-like human skin that Liang had seen in Lion City before. The Knights of the Lion have been tracking down and have received information that this kind of human skin has also been found near Serennes and Trubrin. But then the Lion Knights followed King Ulrich to fight and didn't have time to deal with it. After the king retreated, Lehman took some Lion Knights to continue the pursuit, searching villages one by one. For the sake of search efficiency, he brought a total of 60 Lion Knights, plus the Knights' retinue. The team had almost 200 people. When he arrived at Trubrin, he found that almost everyone in the village had been killed, and the village had been wiped out by bandits. In this case, it was natural to search everywhere. Lehman soon found the traces of the gangsters on the west side of Trubulin. So he searched all the way west. It was because he was injured in the process of chasing Risa Dillon, a straggler. Later, Lehman met the ragtag group of people who had been fooled by Liang into retreating. The Lion Knights were naturally not polite, and killed them with a single charge. The gangsters were already retreating, and had no fighting spirit. After defeating them, Lehman saw the beacon fire over Meixiangling. As the deputy leader of the Lion Knights, Lehman naturally had a sense of responsibility. He immediately rushed over with nearly 200 Lion Knights under his command. Then, on the way to Meixiangling, Lehman saw a beacon fire over White Deer Castle. Now Lehman naturally understood that both Meixiangling and Bailubo had encountered enemies. So he sent people to notify the garrison in Chenghe Town and Chicha Fortress, and then rushed to Meixiangling as quickly as possible to rescue them. On the way, he happened to run into the fleeing bandits. In fact, Lehman did not mean to kill all these gangsters. When he first saw these broken troops, he thought they were charging towards the Lion Knights. So he launched a counterattack. But I didn't expect that it was Liang who used a small amount of troops to achieve such results. After listening to Liang's story, Lehman was no longer angry, replaced by shock and worry. Shocked by Liang's strange tactics. Anxious about the crisis in White Deer Castle. There are thousands of people attacking Meixiangling. So the White Deer Castle is obviously the Bacchus Empire's army group. Although the gangsters who attacked my Xiangling were defeated, it would be difficult to save Bailu Castle with my Xiangling's small force. If White Deer Castle is captured, it is absolutely impossible for my Xiangling to stop the Bacchus Empire army. And it is even possible that the entire Chenghe town will fall. So, Rainier's attack on your Maixiang collar should be to block reinforcements and ensure that the Bacchus Empire can capture White Deer Castle. Looking at the map, Lehman also understood the current situation. If the enemy controlled my Xiangling, then other parts of the kingdom would not be able to detect the attack on White Deer Castle and intercept the messengers from White Deer Fort asking for help. Only near Meixiangling can you see the beacon fire of Bailu Castle. So I must kill him. Sir Lehman, if your knights don't kill those fleeing bandits, we can still use them to lure the Bacchus Empire into a trap. Of course, I'm not blaming you. I'm very grateful that you came to rescue my Xiangling. But now, we have to find another way. Leon also looked at the map and frowned. Before I came, I had sent people to various places to ask for help. But this time, even if the nearest Chenghe town garrison marched at full speed, it would take at least 3 days to arrive. I don't know if White Deer Castle can hold on. Perhaps out of a sense of responsibility, Raymond seems to be quite active in rescuing Godric's White Deer Castle. More active than Leon. Anson, are there any refugees coming to White Deer Castle? Leon took the map and walked to the west of the village, asking as he walked. Anson shook his head. No one has ever come over there. The Lord began to tell Anson. You have also heard that it will take at least 3 days for the reinforcements to arrive. Then, during these 2 days, extinguish the beacon of my Xiangling, and light it again in the morning of the 3rd day. Understood, my lord. Anson is an honest guy most of the time. Precisely because he is honest, he will firmly carry out such matters that require time and control, and will not make his own decisions. Liang turned to look at Lehman. White Deer Castle is probably tightly surrounded by Bacchus' army, but the enemy hasn't had time to come here to spy on us yet, and they probably don't know the situation on our side yet. So, we may be able to buy time for White Deer Castle. Lehman scratched his head. As long as White Deer Castle can hold on for more than 3 days, reinforcements will continue to come. But with our small strength, how can we buy time? You have 200 elite cavalry in your hands, which is enough to at least clear out the scouts. Sir Lehman, you don't mind leading the knights to intercept the enemy squad coming from White Deer Castle? Right. Liang stood at the entrance of the village west of Meixiangling and pointed to the road leading to Bailu Castle. Of course that's no problem. Looking at your arrangement, you don't want the enemy to know the situation here? But this won't solve the crisis at White Deer Castle. Lehman looked at the road leading to White Deer Castle in confusion. In this section near Meixiangling, the road surface has been repaired by Eric and John, and has become flat and wide, which is very suitable for cavalry operations. Liang shook his head. No. On the contrary, I want the enemy to know clearly that Meixiangling has been captured by Rainier. Ah? Liang stared at Lehman with sharp eyes. Lend me some of the most skilled followers, and I can delay the time. Chapter 84 Goddess's Kiss. Of course Liang is going to rescue White Deer Fort. To save White Deer Fort is to save my Xiangling. The Lord does not want to lose his territory. Originally, Liang's manpower could not play a big role in the war at White Deer Castle. He had indeed packed up his belongings and prepared to run away at any time. But now that Raymond has arrived here with the Lion Knight, Liang feels that there may be a chance. In fact, after knowing that the leading knight was Rainier, the Lord almost guessed the cause and effect, in order to confirm his guess, and to prevent the unconscious dead face from suddenly waking up. Again, Liang directly broke the dead face's leg bones. In this case, the dead face was still unconscious, but his breathing was still steady, and his muscles did not even contract, as if nothing had happened. This is so abnormal. In view of what Lisa Dillon said, Deadface is very good at disguising himself as a fool. And there are many men in black around him who look like killers. And they successfully lured Godric to the Crow village. In addition, the insider is Rainier. So the Lord clarified the matter again. Liang didn't think those men in black were killers. Otherwise Deadface wouldn't have hired Lisa Dillon to kill him. The greater possibility is that the identity of the men in black is somewhat similar to that of killers. They are more like professional spies, specializing in peeping, eavesdropping, tracking, and poisoning. There is some overlap with the nature of the job of a killer. But he is not good at killing people. The Noldor elves have always looked down upon humans. Rasadalin probably couldn't distinguish between these subdivided types of work in human society. He could only judge those people as killers based on their temperament. Liang felt that this dead face was probably the spy chief of the Bacchus Empire, and had received professional training. Judging from Lisa Dillon's experience, and the fact that no amount of torture could wake him up, this dead face would probably take the initiative to hypnotize himself, to avoid leaking confidential information after being tortured. This is a special skill that only professional spies can master. And they are very advanced spies. This dead face probably started planning to seize White Deer Castle when Archduke Alma introduced the Jata people into the country. At the beginning, he may have been trying to convince Rainier, the Lord of Eledegor, to be a spy. Eledegor is the only place where the beacon of White Hart Castle can be transmitted. Once Eledeg pretends that nothing happened, White Deer Castle will become an isolated city. It will be difficult to be discovered even if it is attacked. People who ask for help will also be intercepted by Eledeg, and reinforcements can also be blocked or deceived from going. Reinforce White Hart Castle. I don't know if Rainier agreed at the time, but it didn't matter because the Jata people came first. As a result, Rainier burned Eledegor, and it is estimated that Dead Face also took the credit for deceiving him, because turning Eledegor into a no-man's land actually had some effect. At least the beacon fire at White Deer Castle was very effective. Hard to be seen. Even later, the Jata people chased Rainier, and maybe some of them had this dead-faced handiwork. Rainier, who had lost his territory, was useless and could be silenced by the Jata people. But Ralph saved Rainier, so Deadface should have sent a spy to follow Ralph. He was worried that Rainier would make a mistake and reveal his existence. And he was also worried that Ralph or Count Odin would find out about this plan. Probably his spies followed him all the way to the border camp, and probably eavesdropped on the conversation between Ralph and himself, so Deadface could know his whereabouts even in Long River Town. Ralph asked the Lord to go to Eledeg to establish a territory. Deadface's spies will definitely repay him as quickly as possible. He then bought Rasadalin to assassinate him, because he did not want any lords to rebuild Eledegor. This is why he ordered the attack on Rasadalin when he saw Liang's noble emblem. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay the balance, but because Eledeg had been rebuilt into my Xiangling at that time. And it didn't matter whether the assassination was successful or not. And he wanted to kill Rasadalin and silence him. As for Rasadalin's escape, this is not important to Deadface. The life and death of a third-party elf killer has no impact on his plan. Maybe Deadface planned to bribe Liang at that time. But the Lord was away fighting and doing business at that time, and was never in Meixiangling. Deadface's mission of isolating White Deer Castle still had to be completed. So he had no choice but to find Rainier again. This time, he put forward various more tempting conditions to persuade Rainier, who had lost his territory, to act as an internal agent, intending to take advantage of the empty period when Leon led his troops to leave during the war to seize my Xiangling. But for the first time, they did not expect that Amy would send a large number of archers. So they had to ask Rainier to recruit more people during this month, waiting for the last opportunity just after the war. As for how Rainier recruited thousands of gangsters in a month, it is unknown. But perhaps it is precisely because of his ability and great confidence in seizing the Maixiang collar that the Bacchus Empire will attack him. Promised governorship. All of this was probably because the spy leader planned to cooperate with the Bacchus Empire to capture White Deer Castle. The mission of this dead-faced spy leader may be to find a way to destroy or occupy the original Elidic, in order to temporarily isolate White Deer Castle and lure away Godric, the Lord of White Deer Castle, who has the most defensive experience. Walk. In this way, the Bacchus Empire has the possibility to quickly capture White Deer Castle. White Deer Castle is the strongest barrier in the eastern part of the Lion Kingdom. It is a fortified city that the Bacchus Empire has been trying to conquer for decades. By occupying White Deer Castle, the Bacchus Empire can march straight in. In the previous war, when Count Odin was besieging the Sava River fort for reinforcements, the reinforcements from the Bacchus Empire came so slowly. This was probably related to this plan. At that time, part of the army of the Bacchus Empire was probably assembled in the east, possibly in Shieldwind. The fortress is relatively far from the Sava fortress. So far, most of the Dead Face's mission has been completed, and the secret agent has tried his best. The only problem is that there is a variable like myself. Now that such an analysis has been made, the Lord naturally plans to take advantage of the situation. He planned to use Rainier's identity as the village burning knight. He also planned to use the unconscious spy with a dead face. Risa Dillon. How is your injury? Sir, Anson helped me deal with it. Now I can move. But I'm afraid I can't fight at full strength yet. What do you need me to do? There is no need to fight. You take this horn, hide in the forest near White Deer Castle, and blow the horn when White Deer Castle is most dangerous. The most dangerous time? If you see people from the Bacchus Empire breaking through the walls of White Deer Castle, blow the trumpet and keep blowing. You'd better hide deep and don't get killed. Understood. Sir, I'll go right away. The siege of White Deer Castle has lasted all day. Amy was very anxious now, and her originally clear eyes were filled with melancholy and a lot of bloodshot eyes. She didn't know how many troops there were outside the city, but she saw 5 or 6 general flags alone, as well as 2 governor flags. According to the system of the Bacchus Empire, the governor was equivalent to a regional boss like Alma. The general was equivalent to a county administrator like Odin or Godric, and the other lords were probably village cadres like Leon. 2 governor's flags and 5 or 6 general flags can be seen, which means that there may be half the military strength of the Bacchus Empire under the city. Anyway, at first glance, it is densely packed with people. There were only about 500 soldiers in the castle, of which nearly 400 were good archers, and the other 100 or so were heavy infantry and cavalry, all of whom had been taken to fight by Godric. There are many skilled archers, which is very beneficial for defending the city. The wall of White Deer Castle is extremely strong due to the high mountains and dangerous terrain, and the city defense has been continuously expanded into a layered and multi-level defense system, which is very suitable for archers to defend. But the problem is that when the enemy besieges the city, archers can't rush out. So far, Amy can't even send a messenger out. Moreover, there are beacons rising over Meixiangling. It seems that reinforcements will not be found for a while. In view of Meixiangling's weak military strength, I am afraid that the enemy may have reinforcements soon. Due to too many enemies, the defenders were unable to leave the city. The observation towers and arrow towers outside the castle were occupied in just a few hours. Now White Deer Castle is an isolated city. The enemy's offensive on this day was not too strong. They were just using crossbowmen to shoot at each other from a long distance. The losses on both sides were not large, but that's because they were building siege ladders. Now, multiple siege ladders have appeared in the enemy's formation, and the crossbowmen have all dispersed around the castle, hiding in the darkness. Even at night, the enemy's camp was still brightly lit, and braziers were lit everywhere. It seemed that there was no way to attack by surprise. Maybe tomorrow morning, the enemy will launch a full-scale attack. Under this situation, there were not many solutions that Amy could think of. She could only hope that the craftsmen in the castle could make more arrows overnight, hoping that they could hold on longer, and that they might be saved until her father came back. What would his father do if he were here? Young Amy racked her brains to recall the defensive battles commanded by Godric a few years ago, but it seemed difficult to remember any useful tactics. Godric seemed to say in an understatement every time, "Hey, Amy, give it to me quickly." My kiss from a goddess? Whenever this happens, Amy will kiss her father's helmet and send her father out. Then, by the time Godric returned, the city was celebrating yet another victory. Amy thought for a moment and put on a stag knight's armor over her swordsman uniform. Then she picked up a tasseled knight's helmet, kissed it reverently, and put it on her head. Picking up a women's crossbow, Amy stood on the wall of White Deer Castle and looked at the enemy camp outside the city. "Goddess Eunomia, please allow me to kiss myself on your behalf this time. The goddess's kiss will definitely bring victory." Chapter 85 Dangerous Plan. Late at night, Leong and Lehman marched towards White Deer Castle with more than 200 people covered with stars. The composition of these 200 people is 60 Lion Knights, 150 Knight Retinues, and 10 Mettenheim Great Swordsmen. They are all truly elite. They did not go directly to the foot of Bailu Castle, but stopped on a relatively gentle hillside between Bailu Castle and Meixiangling. Beyond that, there is no smooth road. In fact, Leong and Lehman visited the area near White Deer Castle first. There were densely packed troops everywhere around White Deer Fort, and the surrounding areas were all mountainous. The terrain was really not suitable for cavalry. In addition, there were only more than 200 people in hand, so Leong decided to let Lehman's Lion Knights intercept the enemy's scouts or small groups at this place. There is a hilly grassland with a relatively small slope nearby, which is relatively spacious, and there are not many woods around it. More than 200 people are standing on the top of the gentle slope. If an enemy appears, they can be seen at a glance. In fact, this place is still 30 miles away from White Deer Fort. In other words, they are now about 30 miles away from the enemy. On the way here, they also met a few spies from the Bacchus Empire. They were probably sent by the Bacchus Empire to check the situation in Meixiangling, but they were all quickly killed by the Lion Knights. Probably the people of the Bacchus Empire thought that this area belonged to mountain warfare, and most of the people they sent did not ride horses. But Eric and John had already paved the road near Meixiangling relatively flat, so none of the spies who walked on two legs ran away after being discovered by the Lion Knights. "Sir Lehman, this place is best for cavalry. Your men should clean up the scouts here. You must ensure that the Bacchus Empire cannot detect the true identity of the Meixiang caller, and you must ensure our retreat." "Understood. However, Lord Leong, your plan is very risky." Very adventurous indeed. Leong planned to have someone pretend to be Rainier, go to the central camp of Bacchus' army to claim credit, and then look for an opportunity to kidnap a big shot to delay more time. For this crude plan, he brought along the dead face, who was still unconscious. As for deliberately finding the gentle slope of this grassland, on the one hand, it was so that if the plan failed, it would be easier for the Lion Knights to protect him and escape. On the other hand, it is necessary to use this spacious flat land so that the Lion Knights can kill all the scouts, so as to prevent Meixiangling's situation from being discovered by the enemy and leading to the deception. In Liang's view, the top brass of the Bacchus Empire should know that Rainier exists, and the dead face must have reported the information about the insider to the Bacchus Empire. After all, he told Rainier that, "You will become the governor of the empire." To be able to offer such a temptation, even if it means writing a bad check, at least you must get permission from the upper echelons of the Bacchus Empire. However, it is estimated that most of the senior officials of the Bacchus Empire did not know what Rainier looked like, and there were no photos or videos in this era. Then, find a warrior, bring a few elite knights and retinues, and then bring a group of miscellaneous troops, such as great swordsmen, who have never appeared in front of the Bacchus Empire. This fits the idea of Rennie in the minds of the top brass of the Bacchus Empire. Your situation. It should be reasonable for such an elite team to put on that dead man's face, and pretend to be Rainier to get credit for successfully capturing Eladeg, by sneaking around the commander of the central army of the Bacchus Empire. Then, there is a good chance of approaching the leader of the Bacchus Empire, suddenly launching an attack, and taking one or two high-level hostages. At least, in Sir Lehman's opinion, this plan does have some possibility of success. But it is actually quite dangerous. This test not only requires martial arts, but also eloquence and acting skills. Which brother wants to be a hero? Now is a good opportunity to make great achievements. I guarantee it will not be difficult or dangerous. Leon looked around at the Lion Knights, his eyes scanning Lehman. The tin cans looked around, but no one responded. The Lion Knights are not stupid. How can it be so easy to deceive someone by entering the enemy's army alone? Lord Leon, there are many people who know me in the Bacchus Empire, so don't try to trick me. It's better to do it yourself. You are the best. Besides, my people are not good at deception. Lehman was a little embarrassed and quickly expressed his position. How can this be a fraud? This is a great deed that will be passed down through the ages. Forget it. I'll just go let the 10 brothers with the best skills serve as my followers as Rainier. Leon originally didn't plan to pretend to be Rainier himself. He wanted to pretend to be an inconspicuous follower, which was safe and easy to succeed. Moreover, it is only reasonable for the servant to support the dead-faced spy to follow Rainier. Rainier is a noble after all, so he should have a few followers. But after looking at the reactions of these tin cans, Leon could only do it himself. There are quite a few people who are willing to pretend to be followers. There are still many brave men among the Lion Knights under Lehman, but they generally have little confidence in their ability to deceive. The Lion Knights often competed in martial arts, and they knew who was the best. And soon 10 people stood up. Well, I'm going to do the kidnapping job. Lehman, remember to keep the road. Please rest assured. Master Liang, I wish you good luck. Lehman somewhat admired him. He felt that Liang's behavior of sacrificing his own life and being loyal to his country could serve as an example for knights. But in fact, Liang is not very confident about the integrity of the Lion Knight. He took away 10 knights because of Lehman's protective attitude towards the Lion Knights, so as to ensure that Lehman would defend his retreat. Early morning. The Bacchus Empire Army Camp. On the top of the huge military tent, there was a black, purple, and gold eagle flag. Report, Lord Governor. There is a team coming outside with a white flag. The leader calls himself Rainier. He says he is a friendly force coming from Eladeg and wants to see you. Rainier? Governor Justice stood up and asked. Has the beacon of Eladego been extinguished? You can no longer see the beacon fire over there. Lord Governor. It seems they succeeded. Let them in. Not long after, a knight was brought into Governor Justice camp, followed by 2 followers driving an unconscious bard. This is Leon and the 2 Lion Knights. The Mettenheimers are too stout and rude in their manners. They are not followers at first glance, and can easily be ganged up on. So he wanted to borrow people from the Lion Knights. Most of the Lord's own men were uneducated. The great swordsman and several other servants were waiting outside the camp, being monitored by the enemy. There were many Imperial crossbowmen near Governor Justice military tent, and Leon also saw many Knights of the Shining Cross, all looking at them coldly. Almost all of the Knights of the Shining Cross showed contempt, and they obviously had no good impressions of traitors like Rainier. Your Majesty the Governor, the people have been brought. A knight stood at the door of the military tent and reported. Governor Justice walked out of the military tent, looked at the dead-faced bard being driven, and greeted him. Seeing that he was unconscious with his head hanging down, he turned to look at Leon with some doubts in his eyes. What happened? You must be Lord Governor Justice. Right. Rainier. He was injured while attacking with me, and it has been like this ever since. I had to bring him here first. Seeing that Governor Justice seemed to be looking at this dead man's face, Leon explained. Justice was surrounded by many guards and could not get close. The 2 Radiant Cross Knights next to him seemed to be muttering, These venomous snakes! As soon as they are injured. The voice was very low, but Leon was observing carefully and heard a little bit. Lord Rainier, you should be holding back the reinforcements at Eladeg. What are you doing here? Governor Justice frowned. His attitude seemed not very polite. However, probably because he met the spy, he did not seem to doubt Liang's identity. Just have no doubts. If Rainier does capture McSentland, that is, Eladegor, then what he must do is to try his best to create the illusion that nothing happened at White Deer Castle. If reinforcements come, he will also have to deceive them. Walk. After all, if he occupied Meixiangling, other nobles in the kingdom would not find out that he was treasonous. In fact, even if Rainier was discovered by others during the attack, they would at best think that it was due to a territorial dispute between him and Liang. Your Majesty the Governor, I have done everything I should do. I even left all my subordinates in Eladeg. They will naturally pretend that everything is normal and nothing happened. Don't worry. Even if the kingdom's reinforcements come, They will be defeated by my subordinates. Set away. Chapter 86 The Hostage, Who Knows Current Affairs. Leon approached Justice as he spoke. As for me, of course I'm here to see the battle situation and see when the Empire can fulfill its promise. In case the battle situation here is unfavorable. Justice smiled sarcastically. If the battle goes unfavorably and White Deer Castle is not captured, you can follow our army back to the Empire. Right. Lord Rainier? The Knight of Radiant Cross next to him became even more contemptuous. Moreover, many knights and crossbowmen approached Justice, and they seemed to be uneasy about this. Rainier. Leon raised his eyebrows. Of course. After I've finished my work, I have to find a safer place first. I don't want to face Godric. Nor do I want to be surrounded by the kingdom. Besides, the Empire promised me it's time to fulfill your status now. Leon pretended to be like that. This is also in line with Rainier's way of thinking. For his own safety, he first hid in the Bacchus Empire army. If White Deer Castle fails to be captured, the matter will be exposed. By hiding here, he will not be surrounded by the kingdom and can run away with the army. But regardless of whether White Deer Castle was defeated or not, the Empire should fulfill its promise. After all, his capture of Elideg was done. Justice laughed even harder. There is still a war going on right now. Only His Majesty the Emperor can fulfill the promise I made to you. I can't do it. Leon shook his head and approached Justice, seeming a little unhappy. So, will His Majesty the Emperor come here? The Empire must keep its promise. Otherwise, I still have thousands of people in Elideg, and they don't know about us. Transaction. This means Justice understands. The Bacchus Empire should not even think about burning down the bridge to kill Rainier. Otherwise, Elideg's thousands of subordinates would not know that Rainier is treason. They are fierce people of the Lion Kingdom. This was to protect my Xiongling and himself. In this way, if the spies and scouts sent by the Bacchus Empire did not come back, it can be considered as a misunderstanding. Rainier was not there, and the thousands of people, defenders, unknowingly killed the scouts. This statement should allay Justice suspicion. Governor Justice's smile disappeared and he grinned. What are you thinking? How could your Majesty come here? When the war is over, I will naturally take you to see you in city to meet with your Majesty. Don't worry, Lord Rainier. As long as with the Ledigor in your hands, the Empire's promise will surely be fulfilled. Attitudes changed pretty quickly. Then I'll wait here. I don't want to be betrayed. Mr. Governor, we will be colleagues soon. Do you mind if I take a rest in your tent? Leon stretched out his hand towards Governor Justice, seeming to regard himself as the governor who is about to fulfill his promise. Do not regard yourself as an outsider at all. Governor Justice frowned, but he still dismissed the guards with a professional smile. Stepped forward and held Liang's hand. Please. Huh? Okay. Governor General, you are too polite. Ha ha ha. Leon laughed heartily, put his arm around Governor Justice's shoulders, and entered the military tent. Hidden in his hand was a small knife less than the size of a palm. The tip of the knife was stuck on the side of Justice's neck, and the side of the guards, who had just been dispersed, was already blocked by Justice's body. The two subordinates behind him looked at each other and quickly followed in with the dead-faced spy. As soon as they entered the military tent, the Knights of the Radiant Cross, who had been protecting Justice, began to whisper again. Hey, the traitor is still so proud. The only people those poisonous snakes can deceive are this kind of rubbish nobles, who have no sense of honor. Well, these poisonous snakes can be regarded as heroes of the Empire. It's always good if we can kill fewer soldiers. The sound of their whispering was very quiet, but it still reached Liang's ears. This is not because the Lord has any special abilities such as wind ears, mainly because after Leon entered the military tent, he immediately laid down in a corner of the tent and observed the knights, who were whispering through the gaps. And he put his hands over his ears and listened intently to their conversation. In fact, Leon was just observing the guards, assessing how to take the hostages away, and eavesdropping was just incidental. Governor Justice had his mouth covered by two servants, and there was a curved knife on his neck. This was the knife hidden in Leon's hand when he held Justice's shoulders just now. Sir Justice, send your people away first. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to chat. Leon leaned close to the governor's ear and spoke very softly. He didn't add any threats. The person who can become the governor should at least have the advantage of knowing current affairs. Knights, go and help Sir Rainier set up a tent. Justice was obviously not only aware of the current affairs, but also responded quickly. And in the blink of an eye he came up with a reasonable way to spend his time. Leon looked around again, and saw that the knights were indeed far away. And then he sat down in front of Justice with confidence. Justice raised his head, and looked at Leon carefully. "Young man, you are not Rainier." Leon smiled, and shook the dagger in his hand. "I ask, you answer. Don't talk nonsense." Justice wisely kept his mouth shut. "You are probably the marshal of this war. Let your subordinates suspend the attack first." "I'm not. The marshal is Governor Kairos." Leon and the two lion knights looked at each other. "You're lying to me. You have the biggest tent here." "Sir, I just like a bigger tent. Isn't this also okay?" Justice was a little aggrieved. But the tent was just a little more luxurious. And he was kidnapped because of it. Leon shook his head, and still didn't believe it. "Then why didn't I see the flag of Kairos? There are only 2 governor flags here. You and Livius." "Really? The troops were just divided into 2 groups. After Governor Kairos arranged the siege troops yesterday, he led the cavalry to Serennes. In fact, even for this group, the current commander is Livius, isn't it?" Justice seemed cooperative and emotionally stable. Leon was indeed a little surprised when he heard the news. Is the Empire dispatching its entire army? Leon somewhat understands the overall plan of the Bacchus Empire. This was an all-out attack, leaving the infantry and crossbowmen to capture White Deer Fort. The cavalry, which had little effect in the mountainous area, detoured to Serennes first, probably because they wanted to attack Changha town from both sides immediately after capturing White Deer Fort. Compared to King Ulrich, the Bacchus Empire had obviously more tricks. It sent spies to deceive the traitors, reduced the kingdom's reinforcements, and lured away famous generals who were good at fighting. It seemed that they were bound to win. Their lowest goal should be to capture White Deer Castle, and the highest, probably unlimited. After all, Governor Kairos took the other half of the army to Serennes, which means that the Bacchus Empire is likely to intend to swallow up the entire eastern region of the Lion Kingdom in one fell swoop. "You are so generous, but you still go to so much trouble for White Deer Castle?" Leon felt that the planning of the Bacchus Empire was too complicated. "Trouble? We just sent a few spies to give it a try. What's the trouble, besides? If we don't capture White Deer Castle, no matter how big our efforts are, there is no point." Justice was a little confused. This is true, as far as the Bacchus Empire is concerned. It is just sending out a few intelligence officers. It was mainly Rainier who made this matter very troublesome. By the way, Rainier will be traitorous. But what about his father, Baron Eldred of Chicha Fortress? Did you also use the same plan? Justice shook his head. Governor Kairos may be in contact with him, but I don't know the details. So there is a problem? Okay. It looks like there are not many loyal ministers in the Lion Kingdom. Young man, your blackmailing me is of little use. I'm just here to cooperate in the battle. The large army is commanded by Livius, and they will still attack the city. If you want a ransom, that's no problem, Justice said suddenly. Leon smiled. Huh? Is it possible that your governor Livius has a grudge against you? Justice smiled bitterly. Every governor hopes that other governors will die quickly. Isn't it the same with your kingdom of lions? You kidnapped me just to rescue White Deer Castle. Right. But this will make Levi worse. UC attacks harder. Leon knew that he might be telling the truth. This simple and convenient method of killing political opponents was not something he often encountered. So the Lord sighed. This matter is easy to solve. Don't you just feel unbalanced? Don't worry. I am a bowl of water. You just introduce me to Governor Livius. 2 governors, it's all on my hands. I don't believe anyone dares to attack the city. Chapter 87. You have to cooperate. Justice's eyes widened, and he was speechless for a moment. The eyes of the 2 lion knights also widened, and they probably wanted to say something bad, but they held back in the end. Master Governor, don't look at me like that. Look, you are in my hands. If Governor Livius continues to attack the city, then I will definitely have to kill you. Right. The knight began to draw in front of Justice's eyes again. But if you cooperate with me and find a way to let Livius fall into my hands, then everyone can continue to live. How wonderful! The Lord's tone really sounded a little bit compassionate. Justice closed his eyes and frowned, seemingly undecided. My Lord Governor, think about it. If you die, but Livius is still alive and has made great achievements, then what will he do? Do you think he will occupy your luxurious villa and spend your money on it? NAR. Sleep with your woman and beat your baby. The Lord took a pear from Justice's desk, peeled it slowly with a knife, then poked a piece with the tip of the knife and handed it to Justice's mouth. Glancing at the sharp knife, Justice shuddered. Okay. I'll cooperate with you, but you have to promise to let me go when the war is over. Justice gritted his teeth and agreed. But just when Leon hid the knife back in his sleeve and was about to let Justice take him to find a meeting with Livius, the war drum sounded, and the full-scale attack of the Bacchus Empire had begun. Lord Governor, commander of the Livius army, please launch an attack. There was a sound outside the military tent. Justice looked at Leon, sighed and said loudly, Everyone, please form your team outside the camp and wait for my order. Leon nodded, satisfied with Justice's reaction. Justice wasn't lying. He was indeed not the coach. Because, except for his men, the entire army of the Bacchus Empire has been mobilized. The offensive was very fierce, and the shouts of killing were loud. Surrounding the castle were countless crossbowmen, scattered around White Deer Castle, trying to suppress the defenders with crossbow bolts. Although the archers on the city had a geographical advantage, the Bacchus Empire had a large number of crossbowmen, and the shooting between the two sides turned into a war of attrition. This was actually very detrimental to White Deer Castle, even if they created a battle-loss ratio of 1 to 3. After all, the military strength of the Bacchus Empire was more than 10 times that of White Deer Castle. A dozen siege ladders have been set up on the outer wall of White Deer Fort, and the heavy infantry has begun to attach the wall to attack the city. These siege ladders were only made in one day. They are not real siege ladders. They have no base and no advanced lifting pulleys. The terrain of White Deer Castle is dangerous. It is surrounded by hillsides and forests. It is difficult to install large-scale equipment shipped here. However, although there are only a dozen crude ladders with hooks, they can still be effective. The heavy siege ladder could actually be hooked to the city wall and could not be pushed down by manpower. The defenders on the city could only send people to block the ladder and hold spears to stab it, and rely on the arrow stands on the sides for defense. White Deer Castle's defensive equipment seemed to be quite sufficient. From time to time, rolling logs were thrown down, knocking down the enemies on the ladders one after another. But even so, due to the large gap in numbers, it is difficult to take care of all places. The successive offensives of the Bacchus Empire did not stop at all. Soon, heavily armored warriors scaled the first city wall, and the soldiers of White Deer Castle, who defended the city, began to suffer a large number of casualties. If this continues, it will only take one day for White Deer Castle to fall. Livius must be kidnapped quickly. But the problem is that although Justice was indeed willing to cooperate, they failed to find Livius in time, because Governor Livius went to the city to supervise the battle. Leon had already taken back his weapons and equipment, and took his 20 or so men to stand on the hillside on the side of White Deer Castle, surrounding Justice in the middle. It looked like Governor Justice had brought a group of bodyguards, and no one noticed that the governor was being held hostage. Justice pointed to the blue and yellow Pegasus flag under the White Deer Castle. That's Livius. But in this situation, Livius was directing the siege, wearing black plate and chain mail, standing in the middle of a large group of Imperial infantry. Forcible kidnapping was impossible. Leon only wanted to hold hostages, and did not intend to rush into battle and die. Justice had to introduce Rainier to Livius, so that he could approach Livius in a reasonable way. But the problem is, Justice can't go to the battlefield and tell people, I'll introduce you to a good brother. Right. It's out of season. Unless the fighting is temporarily stopped, it will be difficult to carry out the kidnapping. Moreover, the battlefield is not suitable for wandering around. If he is shot to death by the defenders of White Deer Castle, it will be very uneconomical. But the troops of the Bacchus Empire, under the command of Livius, attacked more and more fiercely, from morning to afternoon. The fighting never stopped for a moment. The first city wall has been captured, and the defenders of White Deer Castle have retreated to the second inner wall. The number of defenders was still too small, and many elite warriors were taken away by Godric. Ever since the Bacchus Empire sent its elite to forcibly gain a foothold at a corner of the city wall, they had to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Naturally, White Deer Castle couldn't afford it, so they abandoned the first wall and went up to the second wall on the mountainside. The archers on the city wall are shooting arrows desperately, but without an outer wall, the defensive space is reduced, which means that the archers' defense will have a certain blind spot. At this time, the imperial gladiators of the Bacchus Empire were dispatched, which was sent by Governor Livius. Those were real thugs. They had been criminals, slaves, or bankrupt civilians, But after going through the life and death process in the arena, those who survived were all very fierce warriors. The Empire organized them into an army, but did not give them good defensive equipment. They were easily shot to death by long-range troops under the city walls. Fighting in formation on the plains, it would be difficult for them to fight against the neatly mixed formations. However, once they are allowed to go up the city wall and enter into hand-to-hand melee combat, these lightly armed thugs who are highly skilled and fearless of death will become very terrifying. Lightly armed gladiators could even climb city walls with their bare hands. And the small space on top of the city where there was no place to hide was where these gladiators could best demonstrate their combat effectiveness. Taking advantage of the blind spot where the archers of White Deer Castle were shooting, the gladiators climbed up the second wall of White Deer Fort, and the defenders of White Deer Fort began to retreat steadily. In hand-to-hand melee combat where there is no retreat, the Imperial gladiators are much stronger than ordinary infantry, and can even rival the great swordsmen of Mettenheim. White Deer Castle looks to be in danger. Leon frowned. At the critical moment, a long horn sounded from the forest behind White Deer Castle. It seemed that Risa Dillon was still reliable, and the Lord was relieved. Justice looked at Leon. The horn summons the Rangers? Can they pass through the Noldor forest? Leon smiled cheekily. These days, anything can happen. Yes, anything can happen on the battlefield. The moment they heard the sound of the horn, the defenders of White Deer Castle began to counterattack as if they were on fire, while the troops of the Bacchus Empire hurriedly retreated from the city. Both sides thought that there were reinforcements from White Deer Castle in the forest. This horn sound is the symbol of the horn summoning the Rangers, and the sound of the horn came from the forest behind White Deer Castle. The reinforcements that could pass through the Noldor forest and appear behind White Deer Castle would be terrifying. Either this is a powerful army that even the Noldor elves dare not provoke, or this reinforcement has formed an alliance with the Noldor elves. No matter which one it was, the Bacchus Empire had to retreat its troops to prepare for war. The Imperial army retreated down the city wall while fighting, and the White Deer Castle defenders regained control of the outer city wall within a few minutes. The war seemed to have returned to the state it had just started in the morning. Only the corpses and blood on the ground could prove that an extremely fierce battle had taken place on this day. The Bacchus Empire formed a neat military formation under the city and sent a large number of manpower to search the nearby forests to prepare for the reinforcements from White Deer Castle. A quarter of an hour passed, and the battlefield gradually calmed down. The horn kept sounding, but no troops came out of the forest. This is the job that the Lord arranged for Rasadalin before, to deal with this crisis situation. But this kind of deception can only be deceived once, and it can only be done by Rasadalin, a Noldor elf, because the person who blew the trumpet would definitely be tracked by the scouts of Bacchus' army. He could only escape deep into the forest. Only Rasadalin dared to hide deep in the forest. At this time, the lords of the Bacchus Empire had already sent out manpower to increase the scope of the scouts, and they had realized that they had probably been deceived. However, they did not dare to enter the depths of the Noldor forest. If the Noldor elves were really provoked to mobilize in large numbers, they would not be able to attack the city with peace of mind. After this, it was getting late, and it was no longer suitable to launch another large-scale attack. The lords withdrew their troops and returned to the camp. In the camp a mile away, they cursed the liar hiding in the forest. Leon also took Justice back to the governor's luxurious camp. Why, Your Excellency, don't you need me to help you introduce Levius? Justice was puzzled. I think Levius will be here soon to punish the enemy. Just wait. Your troops haven't participated in the battle all day today. They didn't even send a single scout. If I were the commander, I would definitely come and beat him to death. You? Chapter 88 Just Retreat. Leon sat calmly in the corner of the military tent, looking at Justice, who was sandwiched between the two tough men from Mettenheim, and expressed that he still planned to attack at the entrance of the military tent. Indeed, Justice did not let his men participate in the attack all day, and his men were actually very uneasy. It's not that I'm doubting anything. It's mainly that I feel uncomfortable. The whole army is attacking the city, and they are just standing in formation to watch a show. It's very embarrassing. Even if you go out paddling and catching fish, it's better than standing still. After Justice came back, they originally wanted to express their opinions, but they were ordered not to go near the military tent, so as not to disturb the governor and Lord Rainier's discussion of national affairs. So they were probably supportive of another governor who came to scold people. When they saw Levius coming here angrily, they didn't even come to report the news. This was not because they wanted to change jobs, but mainly because they wanted to avoid being beaten. When Livius came over, not only was his face livid, but he also had a whip in his hand. Governor Livius originally had some accompanying guards behind him, but these people winked at each other at the knights on Justice side. And then the men of the two governors got together, without even approaching the military tent. The guards on both sides were obviously very sensible, and no one wanted to get involved in the quarrel between the two governors. Justice! You bastard! You don't want to join the battle? That's not how you preserve your strength. Right. Before entering the military tent, the curses had already arrived. It seems that Governor Livius has a rather bad temper. We are about to be captured today. Livius' knuckles broke into the military tent and saw Justice sitting in the middle. His accusation stopped suddenly, as soon as he started. The whip in his hand clattered to the ground. Because two big swords have clamped his neck. Well, clip. Because the word, struggle, in this scene is not enough to express that the Lord brought clothes and the others into the military tent. The huge luxury tent is now filled with tough men, all of whom are staring at Livius eagerly. Sri Lanka. The strong men carried him with their hands and feet, lifting him off the ground. Two large swords clamped his bald head like scissors. Livius is a lean middle-aged man in his 40s. I don't know if it's because his married life is not harmonious. Anyway, at this age, the top of his head is completely bald, and only a few traces of his temples are left. Messy hair. This makes him look fierce and vicissitudes of life. After being clamped between two big swords, he didn't dare to move at all. Only his eyes were rolling. Now! You probably don't plan to attack the city. Don't tell me that you two together can't command those little lords. Liang sat next to him, shaving his nails with a knife in his hand, glancing at the two governors, who could only communicate with their eyes. Liang grinned and showed his white teeth. Don't worry. I have to go back alive, so I won't hurt you as long as you retreat. White Deer Castle finally survived the day. But tomorrow, will there be such good luck again? Amy thought. Just this afternoon, she shot a living enemy for the first time. It was the first time she killed anyone with her own hands. She watched as the crossbow bolt shot out of her hand and hit an imperial gladiator in the neck. The enemy fell to the city on his back. Amy didn't feel uncomfortable. She was just doing her duty, or saving herself. Even now her heart is still beating like a drum. In fact, when the imperial gladiators climbed onto the city wall, Amy was ready to set fire to the city. She did not want to fall into the hands of the enemy. Although Amy is young, she knows what will happen to a young and beautiful girl after becoming a prisoner of war, even the daughter of a nobleman. In other words, just because she is the daughter of a noble, the outcome may be more difficult to accept than death. But at the moment when the second city wall was about to fall, a horn sound came from the forest. The trumpet calls the rangers. The moment she heard the horn sound, Amy almost trembled and ordered, "Counterattack! Drive them all down!" But after the enemy retreated, no reinforcements appeared in the forest. Amy was not disappointed. She knew that the horn sound that lasted for more than 10 minutes was a kind of reinforcement. This kind of deception reminded her of the young lord who had his father serve as the executive director and used gold mines as bait to defraud all the nobles in the entire eastern region of a large sum of money. Last time, not long after his father claimed to be executive director, he transported 2 large boxes of dinars back to White Deer Castle. He was as happy as a child. He said that he had finally saved a dowry for Amy, and that he could also provide a dowry for Amy. The men have changed into better equipment. Later, that person founded My Xiang International Group and led the businessmen to the battlefield. That was the first time Amy saw this kind of operation, and it simply opened the door to a new world for her. It turned out that after having the first startup capital, business activities can be so fancy. Even war can be a means of doing business. Then, after sending someone to Maxiangling to research, Amy understood. The Lord of Maxiangling actually deceived everyone. His business and his group company were all means to control people's hearts. He used his interests to tightly tie his subordinates, subjects, allies, and businessmen to his hands. The newly built My Xiang collar, those Eladeg leaders brought over from White Deer Castle, or those refugees recovered from the wild, became extremely loyal because of their shares in just 2 or 3 months. And he is proud to be a citizen of Maxiangling. This is something that most nobles in the Lion Kingdom cannot do in their lifetime. Therefore, Amy also learned a lesson, opened a grain and oil company, and even tried to force My Xiangling to buy grain at a high price. She thought that the Lord would have some counterattack methods, so that she could learn more. But she didn't expect that he not only accepted it calmly, but also paid the money happily. This made Amy a little uneasy. She felt that she should apologize. He was her father's ally and partner, and she should not use such little tricks on her allies. In today's war, the trumpet sound was probably caused by that lord. Most people would definitely not use this seemingly ridiculous little trick on the battlefield. It was only the people he sent from my Xiangling who could reach White Deer Castle so quickly. This is how deception should be used. Everyone in White Deer Castle knew that the moment they heard the sound of the horn, their morale became almost instantaneous. The enemy immediately retreated to the city. If I can hold White Deer Castle, I must thank him. Also apologize. But his my Xiang collar had disappeared yesterday. Judging from my Xiang collar's military strength, I'm just afraid of bad luck. In today's battle alone, White Deer Castle lost 152 brave soldiers. Amy counted clearly. The losses of the Bacchus Empire were at least 3 times this amount. This is war. His father, Godric, never allowed himself to participate in war. He always said, "Girls do need to practice martial arts for self-defense. But war is always a man's business." But as the daughter of the Lord of White Deer Castle, Amy knew many young knights. And those knights often described wars to her. But the real war is completely different from the romantic stories that knights usually tell. There is no duel between warriors, no heroic dialogue, and no sympathy between knights. There was only killing, blood, sword flashes, arrow rain, and countless corpses. The brave man who blew the trumpet in the afternoon may have been too. Amy once again walked up to the tower in the night, overlooking the enemy camp a mile away, etc. Amy rubbed her eyes and looked carefully again. The enemy seems to be retreating? What happened? The enemy seemed to be really retreating overnight. The Bacchus Empire troops that originally surrounded White Deer Castle were slowly retreating into the distance. They even started to tear down the tents. "Come here! Everyone on standby! Prepare for counterattack!" Amy's whole body was shaking. She didn't know what was happening, but it was obvious that the enemy did not intend to besiege the city. Chapter 89 General and Governor. Early morning. Most of the troops of the Bacchus Empire had withdrawn overnight. This was the order issued by Governor Livius, the commander of the legion. The 2 governors were held hostage by the strong men of Mettenheim and stayed in place. And they behaved quite cooperatively. But the 2 governors' personal guards, a group of Imperial Mortal Guards and Shadow Infantry soldiers, were currently surrounding Justice military tent. The first to notice something was wrong were naturally the guards, who went to give the order to withdraw. After all, this kind of order was obviously unreasonable. Justice troops had actually felt that something was wrong for a long time. It was just that Justice usually had strict military orders, so they did not dare to question their governor during the day. Although the personal guards still went to pass the order for the safety of the 2 governors. Not all the lords of the Bacchus Empire obeyed the retreat order under such a huge advantage. Most of the troops did evacuate. But in addition to the 2 governors' personal guards, there were still a few troops left in the Bacchus Empire that refused to retreat. And there were still more than 1,000 troops. The lords of the Bacchus Empire, who refused to retreat, have now surrounded Justice military tent. They probably wanted to solve the kidnapping case. But they still cared about the safety of the 2 governors, and did not launch a forceful attack. "What? You can't control them, can you?" Leon glared at the 2 governors. "Sir, we really can't command those lords," Justice said helplessly. "The Empire's military system is different from that of your Lion Kingdom. They are not our subordinates, and they can question unreasonable orders." Livius also nodded crazily beside him. "Our troops have left now." The Lord opened the curtain of the military tent and looked around. The remaining more than 1,000 troops are still very troublesome, although the number is not too large. They seem to be elite soldiers. In a sense, the guards of the 2 governors were arrayed outside the military tent. Perhaps they were guarding against the lords of the Bacchus Empire. Their refusal to retreat was tantamount to wanting to kill the 2 governors. "Who are those 2 general flags?" Leon couldn't remember the flags of each general. He only remembered the coat of arms of the 2 governors. This was because Anson described it to him before coming here. "Those are the 2 generals Agathan and Creon. They are His Majesty's cronies," Justice explained. General Agathan has at least 400 elite soldiers under his command, and even dozens of Iron Ring centurions. It seems that he has brought all the elite soldiers with him. He is also the only lord here with a cavalry. The Iron Ring centurion is actually a cavalry, but now he does not ride a horse. But their combat effectiveness was not reduced at all after dismounting. General Creon's troops are about the same. And he also brings more than 100 Radiant Cross Dispellers. Creon himself is a Radiant Cross Dispeller. And he is the Sergeant Major of the Knights of the Radiant Cross. Liang had heard before that Agathon and Creon, two famous Imperial generals, had conquered a lot of territory in the Lion Kingdom in recent years. These two generals were quite famous. The two generals had nearly 1,000 elite soldiers in their hands. And they were also the main force in the previous siege. There are also a dozen small lords with dozens of soldiers each, as well as Knights of the Radiant Cross, who are scattered among various units to serve as medical officers. There is no doubt that these more than 1,000 people are elites. And they can still capture the White Deer Ford with only more than 300 defenders left. "Hey! Guys outside!" asked Generals Agathon and Creon to come over for a meeting. Liang shouted loudly in the military tent, as if he was the army commander of the Bacchus Empire. After a commotion, the two generals slowly came over. But they didn't get close to the tent at all. It was obvious that this kidnapper would dare to kidnap anyone. If he entered the tent, he might not be able to get out. General Agathon was dressed in the same attire as the Iron Ring Centurion, and Creon was also equipped with the same equipment as the other Radiant Cross Dispellers. Liang really couldn't tell it if he didn't stand in line. This shows that these two generals are extremely cautious and do not seem to be easy to deceive. The people inside listen and release them quickly. Standing more than 10 meters away from the military tent, Agathon began to shout, "Stop it, General Agathon. Right? Don't talk nonsense. You know this is impossible." The Lord directly interrupted Agathon's half-sentence of the police movie lines. "You guys retreat to Shieldwind Fortress, and I will release the two governors." Agathon shook his head. "You know this is impossible. You'd better release him immediately and surrender. I promise not to kill you, and will introduce you to His Majesty the Emperor. Warriors like you will be reused in the Empire." Agathon's eloquence seems to be quite good, and he can actually return what the Lord said. But after Governor Justice heard the words, "Introduced to His Majesty the Emperor," he rolled his eyes and introduced this guy to Emperor Marius. Then maybe His Majesty the Emperor will be kidnapped by him. If that's the case, it seems that we can't reach an agreement. Two governors. I think these two generals don't seem to take you seriously. The Lord felt that Agathon was obviously not easy to deal with, so he started the mode of sowing discord. But General Agathon outside showed no reaction and seemed not to be affected by this provocation. "There are quite a few factions in your empire. Could it be that they are planning to kill you and then take your place?" Liang frowned and mocked, raising his voice. Agathon was still unaffected, but the two governors' guards were obviously worried. They turned around, turned their backs to the military tent, and began to stare at the two generals' troops with vigilance. These 100 Imperial Mortal Guards and Shadow Infantry soldiers seem to have become the protectors of the kidnappers. "We don't mean it. We just don't believe you will let them go. Moreover, we cannot retreat without the order of His Majesty the Emperor or Lord Kairos." It was General Creon who spoke. In fact, he was as calm as Agathon and had not said a word before. But now that he saw that the two governors' personal guards seemed to have been fooled, he finally couldn't help but explain. Liang poked his head out and took a look, and saw that the two generals were not standing together, and their troops seemed to be clearly separated on both sides. The Lord asked Governor Justice thoughtfully, "The two generals don't seem to have a very good relationship?" Justice closed his eyes and did not answer. But Liang already understood that the governor did not dare to talk to him, so there was a high probability that he had guessed correctly. "So, the two generals don't trust me. How about this? I'll give you a chance. The two generals can discuss it and see which one of you comes in and takes away one of my hostages. Look, this is a good deal. Right. The general is replaced by the governor. Moreover, this proves that I will indeed release people. I always keep my word." The business was quite cost-effective, and it also came with gifts to sow discord. Agathon and Creon looked at each other, but neither said a word. But both of them took a step back and retreated to their own troops. It seems that Liang's provocation is useful after all. Agathon and Creon both realized that if the negotiations continued like this, the kidnappers might turn the matter into a political struggle. So they didn't plan to talk to each other, lest they start doing it later. "General Agathon, General Creon, you really don't plan to retreat? Do you think if I release the two governors, will you be retaliated against in the future?" "Ha ha!" Liang laughed crazily in the tent. "Point two generals. Get out of the way. I don't care whether you retreat or not. I will now take the two governors into White Deer Castle to entertain them." It is estimated that these two generals do have some intention of sitting back and watching the two governors die. But obviously they do not dare to admit this in public. No one can be 100% sure of the other person's thoughts. This is to call them together. The meaning of meeting. And Leon directly stated, "Will he be retaliated?" The two generals will be more hesitant to save the governor, which may be equivalent to harming themselves. And forcing the governor to death may cause another general to use this as an excuse to attack him. War has never been the goal. Politics is. Anyone who can become a general understands that political struggle is the most severe war. And no one will trust any friendly forces easily. Since Leon didn't care whether they retreated or not, then staying put was the best choice. At least without any merit or demerit. The military tent was opened, and Leon slowly moved out with his men. The strong men held two governors in the inner circle with big swords, and 10 lion knights were on the outside as retinues. They were all very nervous. They were surrounded by an army of more than 1,000 people. Only Leon looked normal, and said low to the two famous generals of the empire. "Generals, hurry up and make way!" No one moved or spoke. After the two sides faced off for half a minute, Leon sighed. "Okay, I think it may be more effective to kill one governor. 2 governors and 1 governor. Leaving only one may be more valuable." Close asked angrily. "Sir, which one do you want to kill?" The Lord didn't even turn around. "Whatever." Seeing Close's big sword really raised, Agathan and Creon almost shouted at the same time. "Stop!" The two generals finally gave way. It seems that they really don't have a good relationship. Governor-level consuls were involved in life and death too much. Even if they were close associates of Emperor Marius, they could not bear such a responsibility. If they had a good relationship, they might take the risk and swarm them. Kill Liang's team. Kill the 2 governors. And then capture White Deer Castle. After that, it would be okay to report to Emperor Marius that the 2 governors fought bravely and took the lead and died heroically. Emperor Marius might even let them become governors. But if their relationship is not good, then it is different. Both people will worry that the other will use the excuse of killing 2 governors to engage in political struggle and harm themselves. So, as if being sent off along the way, Leon slowly moved towards White Deer Castle with about 20 trembling men. Just a few hundred meters? It seems like a century has passed. Chapter 90. Retreat from the enemy. Amy, who had been observing on the White Deer Fort, naturally saw this situation. Most of the enemy troops had evacuated. Only a small half of the enemies outside were left. And the remaining enemy troops seemed to be having internal strife. Thousands of people gathered in a group, and their swords seemed to be pointing towards the dozens of people in the middle, while the small team in the middle was slowly approaching White Deer Castle. This situation is obviously not for siege. Approaching to a place about 200 meters away from White Deer Fort, one person in the small team picked up a spear left on the battlefield, took out a flag from his body, and threaded it on the spear. White griffin flag on black background. That was Lord Leon of my Xiangling. Amy felt great joy in her heart, and the goddess actually responded to her. However, just when the flag was revealed, the gap that the Bacchus Empire army had originally made was blocked again. The one blocking the road was General Agathan. "Let's go! Let's go! Everyone, stop crowding around. If you go over again, Bailu Castle will shoot arrows." The Lord reminded Agathan and his men very kindly, with a caring tone and a gentle attitude, and even smiled. "Your Excellency went into our army camp alone to take risks. Your courage is admirable. Who are you?" General Agathan asked seriously, and looked at Liang's face carefully, as if intending to keep this man's appearance in mind. "General Agathan, my name is not important. What is important is, what are you going to do? Continue the siege?" Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he pulled out his sword. He thought the general was going to take a desperate risk. "No, you will definitely become the great enemy of the empire. I just want to remember your name. And..." Agathan spread his hands to show that he meant no harm, and looked at the 2 governors, who were a little embarrassed as they were driven off the ground by the strong men. "Just remember, my name is Leon. When you all retreat, I will naturally release the 2 governors." The Lord took back his sword and said seriously. Agathan looked at the griffin flag carefully. "I hope you are true to your word. Everyone, stay back." He led his troops back to Justice Camp. The other imperial troops retreated with him. Leon waited for them all to retreat to the camp a few hundred meters away before continuing to approach White Deer Castle. A soldier on the city wall put down 2 hanging baskets. "Sir, the city gate has been blocked. Come up in the hanging basket." This is Amy's voice. "Lord Leon, I don't know how to thank you. Amy's voice was cheerful. Her face flushed with excitement, and she hurriedly pulled Liang out of the hanging basket. Just stop asking me to buy food at high prices. Leon smiled, and his casual words made Amy blush even more. Sir, they still haven't left. Close was the last one to be hoisted up. He looked back at the camp of the Bacchus Empire, feeling a little uneasy. Those who wanted to leave had already withdrawn early. These two generals would only obey the orders of Emperor Marius. They would definitely not leave before their emperor or marshal ordered the withdrawal. These are two smart and principled men. Humans are also the most troublesome enemies. They may be plotting against my Xiangling. Liang didn't expect Close to understand. He was telling Amy. Amy, send someone out of the city. Raise Godric's flag. And send them 2 barrels of wine, specifying that it should be given to General Agathon. Why? Close didn't understand. Why did he still give wine to the enemy? Amy tilted her head and thought for a moment, then laughed. Lord Liang, it's really special to repel the enemy in this way. Liang looked at Amy carefully with some surprise. He didn't expect that this little girl really has both beauty and wisdom. She can truly be called the darling of God. No wonder Godric dared to leave White Deer Castle to her after he left. Not long after, a few brave archers, holding Godric's 3 lions flag, delivered 2 large barrels of ale to Agathon's camp. And just a few minutes later, General Agathon ordered to break camp and retreat. Before retreating, he took a deep look at White Deer Castle, gritted his teeth, and smashed the wine barrel outside White Deer Castle in full view of everyone. Your Excellency Liang! Such a conspiracy cannot be called a hero! Agathon's shouts could be heard even from the walls of White Deer Castle. Liang shook his head. When he saw the enemy retreating, there was no joy on his face. This Agatha is indeed a big trouble. He asked Amy to deliver wine to Agathon, which was actually providing a handle for General Creon or other Bacchus lords. The White Deer Castle failed to be captured, and 2 governors were kidnapped. Someone must be responsible for this. In fact, all the lords present in the Bacchus Empire will bear some responsibility. Those who could be commanded by the 2 governors had already evacuated obediently. Those who remained were naturally political opponents of the 2 governors, or at least not from the same faction. Agathon and Liang had a lot of conversations, so the lord created a suspicion that Agathon might be collaborating with the enemy, giving other lords a chance to be exempted from liability, and also giving the 2 governors a chance, because Agathon, both in terms of status and political inclination, is very suitable to take the blame. Sooner or later, the 2 governors will have to put it back. And after they go back, will they use these 2 barrels of wine to take the blame? What about Agatha? In order to reduce their responsibilities, they would do this even if everyone knew that Agathon could not collaborate with the enemy. This is the norm in political struggles. There is nothing right or wrong, only benefits. Therefore, Agathon must express his position by smashing the barrels and retreat immediately. Otherwise more gifts will be sent to his camp. And now he does not dare to attack the city alone. Soon, the city was deserted. The enemy will probably not retreat too far. They will probably camp dozens of miles away and wait. But at least they will not attack until their marshal, Governor Kairos, receives the news and sends back military orders. And if Kairos went to Serennes, even if Kairos, a conservative in the old empire, was ruthless and ignored his colleagues, once the news spread and the military orders came back, it would probably be a week. By that time, reinforcements from White Deer Castle had also arrived, just to prevent the enemy from looting Maxiangling during this period. This is another intention for Lehman to guard the road to Maxiangling before the kidnapping is successful. The enemy must not discover the situation of my Xiangling. Otherwise justice will not be able to be trusted and the kidnapping will not be successful. After the kidnapping is successful, the enemy will know that my Xiangling is in Liang's hands. So be prepared for the enemy to quickly attack my Xiangling with a small force, because this may cause the enemy to exchange my Xiangling for the 2 governors. In fact, this was the reason why Agathon asked Liang's name in the end. He must have thought of it. So he stayed in the camp and did not leave. However, Liang once again exchanged 2 barrels of wine for a little time and space. Amy, the war is not over yet. We still need to be prepared every day. Especially keep an eye on the governor. Don't let anyone escape. There are many spies in the Bacchus Empire. Don't let anyone enter the city. Liang gave instructions seriously. Amy nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Yeah, I will keep a close eye on him. Well, I have to go back to Maxiangling. Don't worry. Reinforcements will come soon. There is no way they can capture White Deer Castle. Leon also nodded, stood up and left. Wait, Lord Leon, are you willing to be my teacher? After Leon stood in the gondola, Amy leaned her head out while holding on to the city wall. Her eyes seemed to be filled with anticipation. Chapter 91 Swordsmanship. Deception. Teacher? Amy, what do you want to learn? Leon was a little confused. Swordsmanship. Father said you are a master of swordsmanship. Amy's big eyes rolled. Her face was still a little red, and she didn't seem to want to learn any swordsmanship. You don't want to learn how to cheat, do you? The Lord saw through this little girl's thoughts at a glance. Yes. I just want to learn how to cheat. Are you willing to teach me? Amy's face turned redder, but she admitted it frankly. That's no problem. School can start after the war, but my tuition here is not cheap. Of course Leon is willing to accept this apprentice. There are not many people who are smart, eye-catching, and very talented in wool-pulling techniques. Moreover, the Lord will have to cut leaks in the future, which also requires more suitable people to take charge. Leslie is a qualified quartermaster and a good executor, but she is not a qualified capitalist. After leaving Governor Levius in the prison of White Deer Castle, Leon quickly returned to make the angling with Governor Justice. Keeping a hostage on one side is more secure. Lehman's Lion Knights were still patrolling near the spacious Gentle Slope. Dozens of corpses were already placed under the Gentle Slope. It seemed that Lehman was quite busy that day. Lord Leon, you succeeded? Lehman was a little surprised to see Leon back with all his hair and tail. Here, let me introduce you. This is Governor Justice of the Bacchus Empire. Leon pointed to his hostage. Justice opened his eyes and looked at Raymond. You are Raymond, the Wild Lion Knight. I never expected that the famous deputy leader of the Lion Knights would actually take orders from a small lord. I don't know what your king will do. Think. Lehman looked at Justice, then shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly without saying anything. Leon frowned and warned. Mr. Governor, I have never abused you. Stop sowing discord. Otherwise I cannot guarantee that you can go home in good health. Justice stared at Leon. You promised to let me go when the war is over. Leon raised his eyebrows. Of course. I always keep my promises. But, although I promised to let you go, I didn't say that I would let you go completely. Justice's face twitched, and he closed his mouth, making up his mind not to talk to Leon anymore. Lehman, can you still stay here for a while? We cannot cut off contact with White Deer Castle until the end of the war. I'm worried that Emperor Marius might not care much about the life of this governor. Leon planned to let Lehman guard for a while, and also gave Governor Justice some eye drops. Of course, Lord Leon, White Deer Castle cannot make any mistakes. I will do my best. Lehman agreed readily. You seem to be very interested in White Deer Castle. Why? Is it because of the honor of the knight? Leon was suddenly curious. He felt that Lehman was really enthusiastic about rescuing White Deer Castle. Lehman looked at Leon and was a little surprised. Lord Leon, are you doing business in partnership with Lord Godric? You don't even know. Lord Godric is my teacher, and he can actually be regarded as the #1 of the Lion Knights. A Generation Sergeant Major. Oh, Leon really didn't know this happened. But after thinking about the 3 lions emblem on the Lion Guard smock, it seems that it is indeed almost identical to Godric's emblem, except that the color of the emblem is reversed, and the direction of the lion's head is also reversed. The coat of arms of the Lion Guard is a gold lion on a red background, with the lion's head to the left, while Godric's banner is a red and gold background. A black lion, with the lion's head to the right. It feels like everything is going backwards. More than 20 years ago, when Godric was still serving in the palace, he was the captain of the Royal Guard. Almost all of his former subordinates, or the children of his subordinates, are now Lion Knights or Lion followers. Even Raymond himself once served as a follower to Godric. Lehman followed Godric as a page boy when he was 7 years old, until Godric was sent to the frontier more than 20 years ago. When Lehman was 12 years old, his knowledge and martial arts skills as a boy were actually taught by Godric. This is the tradition of knights. The descendants of knights often serve as servants to higher-level knights or other nobles. They usually start as page boys. This is also a conventional way to learn to grow or pursue a higher status. Therefore, Godric can indeed be regarded as the first-generation Sergeant Major of the Lion Knights. But he probably wouldn't admit it himself. After all, after being sent to the frontier, he changed all his coats of arms to the opposite, which was obviously an expression of dissatisfaction. Although the former Knights of the Lion supported the thief who became king, it was always a highly chivalrous group among the people. In fact, from the perspective of civilians, the original decision of the Knights of the Lion actually quickly stabilized the chaotic country. But now that the rebuilt Lion Knights have become thugs of the king and high-ranking nobles, they have never helped civilians or business travelers again. Leon could naturally understand Godric's thoughts. Judging from the Baron's behavior back then, he was obviously a loyal man. He and King Ulrich probably had ideological differences. No wonder Godric has always been just a baron. Lehman did not conceal the history of the Knights of the Lion. In fact, he was very proud of his identity as a royal knight and had great respect for Baron Godric, who had taught him. Lord Leon, you may not know that many Lion Knights have thoughts about Miss Amy. Most of their fathers are Lord Godric's old subordinates. The conversation between men is always like this. As they chat, they tend to focus on women. 2 days later, the flame of war in Maxiangling has been rekindled. Sarah has also returned to Maxiangling, and with her are hundreds of rangers led by Ralph. This was just the vanguard with the strongest mobility. But Ralph was still very interesting, marching in a hurry all the way. Behind him were more Lunghut town sentries, led by Sergeant Major Baron Hereward. On their way over, Hereward is not a subordinate of Earl Odin. His fiefdom is actually far away in the mysterious Moor Castle in the northwest of the kingdom. But he was a sentinel from Changha town and also belonged to the Horncall Rangers. Moreover, he is still the leader of the sentinels in Changha town. At the end of the war, he sent the sentinels back to the Changha town garrison, and happened to meet the messenger sent by Lehman to ask for help. So Baron Hereward came over with sentries. He was Godric's cousin. If something happened to White Deer Castle, he would naturally come to the rescue. Although they are separated at two ends of the kingdom, and cannot communicate with each other all year round, Hereward obviously still cares about his brothers. The Horncall Rangers is really interesting. Their knight commander is a commoner, but the sergeant major is a noble, and a high-ranking noble. However, Ralph is no longer a commoner. Auden has promoted Ralph to a knight, and opened a back door for him before leaving the House of Nobles, and designated a large area of no man's land north of the border camp as a Golf's Knight Collar. In addition, Earl Odin himself is the consul of the county. Maybe Ralph will be promoted to a baron by Odin because of his outstanding contribution to the expansion of the territory. This is obviously Odin's attempt to build greater power for himself. But his methods are obviously much better than those of the Justice of Alma. Ralph rebuilt the bridge, and a large number of rangers were now stationed in the camp. He planned to build another castle on the border before the Jatta people went south in the autumn. With the arrival of the rangers, the probability of the Bacchus Empire continuing to attack White Deer Castle is slim. Ralph took the rangers to visit White Deer Castle and cleared out the surrounding scouts. By the way, he replaced the Lion Knights who had persisted in the wild for several days. And the Lion Knights simply entered directly, stationed at Bailu Fort for rest and recuperation. Rangers are the best at dealing with scouts. After discovering the arrival of the Horncall Rangers, the troops of the Bacchus Empire continued to retreat south for dozens of miles. This war had actually come to an end. But just as Baron Hereward led the sentries from Long River Town to Maxiangling, a retinue brought shocking news. Chapter 92 Bad News. Count Odin is dead. Auden Fletcher, the famous general who guarded the northeastern part of the kingdom for decades and expanded hundreds of miles of territory, is dead. The person who brought this bad news was Count Odin's retinue in the House of Lords. In fact, he was the son or illegitimate son of Count Auden, Charles. This was the request Odin made to Leon on the King's Road in Lion City on the day after Leon became a baron. It was also the last time Leon and Earl Odin saw each other. I won't hide it from you. I have an illegitimate son. Actually, you have met him. I want to go back to Brave Shield Keep, but I can't bring him into Brave Shield Keep openly. I think you can understand that this will cause a lot of trouble. So, I plan to make him a knight under my command. You can appoint him to be responsible for the liaison between us, so that I can see him often. The illegitimate son of Charles was only half a year younger than Auden's daughter Joanna. Count Auden probably found another woman to relieve his loneliness while his wife was pregnant. This was not a rare thing among the nobles of this era. But Count Odin was somewhat reluctant to let go of the fact that he had an affair and kept it secret from everyone, including his wife and daughter, because his wife was a high-ranking aristocrat, a countess. When Odin was just a small reserve aristocrat, he fell in love with a countess, which was somewhat of a marriage in-law. In fact, it was precisely because of the countess's strong support that Odin was able to successfully build Fort Brave Shield. Therefore, you can imagine what status this famous general, who is famous outside, has at home. Ponde Continent is not a celestial dynasty. Here, daughters can inherit the family business. And their children will also have complete legal inheritance rights, and can inherit the inheritance of both parents. But the illegitimate child cannot inherit anything from Auden, including his name, property, status, or anything else. Auden obviously cared about his only son, and he always kept him with him as a retinue. Of course, this was mainly because he couldn't leave his bastard child in Brave Shield Keep. Otherwise, it will inevitably cause many unnecessary disputes. He also couldn't make Charles a knight, because when the knighthood was divided, his wife would be involved in the management of the territory, and it was the Countess who took care of it. What Auden asked Leon before was to ask Leon to help his illegitimate son, and let Charles become a sworn knight under Leon. Then, Auden will sell part of the fiefdom to Leon, such as Fletcher Village. Auden's 8% dividend was negotiated on the battlefield. Unbeknownst to the Countess, Leon could use the dividend to buy Fletcher. Finally, Leon transferred the fief to Charles as a knight leader. In this way, Charles can legitimately become a landed noble. Let Charles be loyal to Leon and be responsible for liaison between the two parties, so that he can often come in and out of Brave Shield Castle. Auden was able to avoid the unrest at home and see his son frequently, which was the best of both worlds. The Lord is naturally willing to help. Auden transfers the fiefdom to the knights under Leon, which is equivalent to strengthening Liang's strength. After agreeing to Auden, Leon also asked, by the way, "Do you have an illegitimate daughter named Riva?" Auden's face turned red at that time. It was after he successfully built Fort Brave Shield, and before he moved away from Fletcher. At the celebration banquet in Fletcher Village, Auden was drunk by his men, and then probably had a night with a village girl. But he moved to Brave Shield Castle the next day, and rarely returned to Fletcher after that. Gradually, he forgot about this matter. For the nobles of this era, this was really not a big deal. It wasn't until a few years ago, when Riva found Auden as an adult, that Auden didn't know he had such a daughter. But the village girl was already dead, and Riva came to insult Auden after her mother died. Riva was quite hostile to this cheap father, who never fulfilled his responsibilities for even a minute, and was unwilling to accept any help from him. Later Riva disappeared and Auden could not find her. When Leon mentioned that he had met Riva, Auden breathed a sigh of relief and said that as long as she was alive, he would find her. He also teased Leon, saying that the money you, a shameless little thief, took from me was taken away by my daughter. This is retaliation. These were also the last words Auden said to Leon. Seeing Charles, the image of that broad-waisted woman appeared in front of Leon's eyes again. She followed the behavior of aristocratic women at that time and said, "My family used to be famous in the arms trade. I am very familiar with bandits in this area." The activities of the robbers. At that time, Leon thought that Riva was Lehman's mother-in-law. It was not until Auden mentioned it that he knew Lehman's wife was named Joanna. Charles and Riva look almost identical, and Auden's big nose and small eyes gene is very strong. Charles, what's going on? Tell me everything. Don't leave out any details. Leon felt very disappointed. Earl Auden had actually been quite good to him before, although it was more out of interest exchange and win-win. At least Auden's maintenance of the throne room in Lion City had proven that he was a reliable person. Ally. Moreover, if Auden dies, it will definitely cause a lot of chain reactions. A few days ago, after Leon officially became a baron, Charles accompanied his father, Count Auden, to handle his final official duties. Earl Auden is going to Chichaw Fortress to completely hand over the military affairs of the previous war, and then lead the troops back to Brave Shield Castle. The person who took over the military affairs was the father of Lord Rainier, Baron Eldred of Chichaw Fortress. This was mainly because the biggest result of the previous war was to occupy a large area of land south of Chichaw Fortress and across the Sava River, and to build some fortifications. In a sense, this is actually the result achieved by Leon with his caravan. Moreover, when Auden went to Lion City, the troops he brought from Fort Brave Shield were also temporarily stationed in Chichaw Fortress. There was nothing wrong with the delivery of military affairs, but when they completed the business and planned to lead the team back to Brave Shield Castle, they encountered the enemy halfway. To be precise, halfway to Serennes. It was a huge Bacchus Empire army, almost all cavalry. Earl Auden asked Charles to take a detour and go directly to Meixiangling, so that Charles could find a job under Leon without having to participate in the war. This is of course a father's love for his son. Besides, Odin has been dealing with enemies, who are all cavalry for 30 years, and has plenty of experience. He also brought the troops he brought out when he attacked Sava River Fort. He had almost 700 people in his hands. His current position was not far from Chicha Fortress, so Odin was not afraid. After ordering Charles to leave, Odin turned around with his troops, intending to lure the enemy to Chicha Fortress. The Bacchus army did begin to pursue Count Odin, but Charles successfully escaped the enemy's sight on his fast horse. But after all, Charles was the one who had always been with Odin. Under the influence of his father, he did not lack the courage to fight and was unwilling to just run away. So he turned back to Leicester City, planning to ask for help. There were a large number of cavalry in Leicester City, and it was close to Chicha Fortress, so the rescue speed would be faster. Perhaps due to luck. As soon as Charles arrived at Yarrigal, a village near Lion City, he met a patrolling force, led by Lord Andrew. Andrew is Godric's eldest son and lord of the Crow Village. His name is the same as that of a certain arena boss. This is because this kind of name is too common in Pender Continent, such as Wei and Ming from the Celestial Dynasty. Although he has a very popular name, Andrew's identity is unusual. He led the Royal City Guards, a group of armed servants from the Lion Realm, all of whom were young nobles. This force is the king's direct bodyguard. It will be responsible for the security in and around the Lion City on weekdays. It will follow King Ulrich himself during battle. Like ordinary knights, kings also have followers, but there are more of them. The reason why Andrew is qualified to lead the king's bodyguard is mainly because his mother has a high status. Godric's wife, Miss Felina, is the niece of the previous generation of King Lion. That is, King Ulrich's cousin. A princess. This is also the reason why Godric was able to serve as the commander of the royal guard before. He was Princess Felina's guardian knight and consort. Therefore, although he is not popular, and although he is only a baron, Godric is actually King Ulrich's brother-in-law, and his status is quite high. Lord Andrew's flag is a pure red background with 3 golden fleur-de-lis. Authentic royal guard flag. The armed retinue of the Lion Realm is a very powerful cavalry unit, which can quickly rescue Earl Odin. Andrew was not vague. He set off immediately after hearing about the situation. It was his job to ensure the safety around Lion City. But when they arrived at the Chicha Fortress, they didn't see anything unusual. The Chicha Fortress didn't even light a beacon. Chapter 93: A Different Two-Headed Snake. Charles thought that Count Odin had lured the enemy to take a detour, and had not yet arrived at Chicha Fortress. So he asked Lord Andrew to divide his troops and search. After sending someone to send a warning to Chicha Fortress, and asking it to light the beacon fire to summon reinforcements, Andrew divided the Royal City Guards into several teams, and sent the troops in multiple directions towards Serennes. Andrew behaved quite generously. He asked Charles to follow one of the armed retinues, and lead the way to the place where he and Earl Odin met the enemy. But regardless of whether Count Odin or the enemy's army is found, all troops must meet at Chicha Fortress the next day. In fact, this is not because of righteousness, but because of responsibility. When encountering such a major military situation, it is necessary to send more scouts and try to find the whereabouts of the Bacchus Empire army. To the north from Chicha Fortress is a vast wilderness of hundreds of miles. This is the terrible no-man's land that Leon and Sarah passed through. Because it is sandwiched between 2 large rivers, and the nearby mountains form a basin. This wilderness is filled with fog all year round. Even if the target is a large army, it is not that easy to find. Charles led dozens of armed followers from the Lion Realm, and wandered around for a whole day without finding anyone. The royal guards had to return to Chicha Fortress in accordance with military orders. So Charles had no choice but to go back with them. At this time, 3 days had passed since Earl Odin encountered the enemy. When Charles followed the retinue back to Chicha Fortress, he saw from a distance that the flag of Eldred, the lord of Chicha Fortress, was lowered by half. Charles naturally knew what this meant. Only when a respected and world-famous person dies, the flag will be flown at half-mast. At present, the only person who can meet this condition near Chicha Fortress is probably the famous, brave Shield, who has protected the northeastern part of the kingdom for 30 years with almost the power of a city. Count Odin. He rushed into the Chicha Fortress crazily, but was surrounded by the garrison as soon as he entered the city, and was disarmed along with the Lion Realm retinue, who belonged to the Royal City Guards. Charles shouted loudly, "I am Count Odin's retinue! Let me go!" Although no one knew that Charles was Odin's son, many people had seen him in the House of Lords, and he often traveled to various places to deliver orders. So many people knew him, and knew that he was indeed Odin's confidant. So he was indeed released quickly. But those fierce Lion Realm followers were still detained. Charles rushed directly into Baron Eldred's castle hall, just in time to catch up with Baron Eldred paying his last respects to the body of Earl Odin. Charles collapsed immediately. He has been with Odin since he was a boy. Although he was an illegitimate son, Odin was very kind to him, and the relationship between father and son has always been deep. However, despite the grief that felt like his heart was being torn out, even though he was so distracted that he couldn't even walk, Charles could still sense that something was wrong. He didn't see Count Odin's men, and none of the troops from Brave Shield Castle were there. His whole body was shaking, and he asked Eldred in tears, "How could this happen? He brought the elites of Fort Brave Shield with him. There is no way he could die in the hands of the Bacchus Empire. Where are the troops of Fort Brave Shield?" In the kingdom of fierce lions, if a civilian servant dared to talk to a high-ranking nobleman in this way, the usual outcome would be to beat him half to death and then throw him into the river. But Eldred also met Charles in the House of Lords. Seeing that Charles was so sad, he probably thought that he was too loyal to Earl Odin. Such a loyal retainer can be forgiven for being rude and offensive after losing his mind. Therefore, Eldred showed great tolerance and even patiently explained a few words. "Earl Odin returned to Chichaw Fortress last night with hundreds of royal guards. I saw his and Lord Andrew's flags on the city wall, but I don't know why. They seem to have a conflict outside the city. I was too far away, and I couldn't see the specific situation. I only knew that they were fighting. By the time I left the city to respond, the Earl had already died in the battle, and the royal guards had also fled away. If I wasn't blind, it was Lord Andrew's team that attacked him. I have too few cavalry to pursue Andrew, so I had to bring back the Earl's body first. You are the Earl's trusted servant. What you should do now is not cry, but rush to Lion City and Brave Shield Castle to report the news." Subsequently, Charles was driven out of Chichaw Fortress, because he didn't believe Eldred's words that Andrew was found by him, and he met him halfway. How could he kill Earl Odin for no reason? But as soon as Charles said, "You lied," out of his mouth, Eldred ordered him to be thrown out of Chichaw Fortress. Charles was pained and angry, but he could do nothing about it. He was the attendant of the House of Lords, who knew the most etiquette. He knew that he was so rude to senior nobles continuously, and Eldred did not beat him, or even kill him. Earl Dane gained face. But Baron Eldred's words are obviously not credible. Charles was now suspicious of everyone. But the problem is that he is just a civilian guard. No one knows that he is the son of Count Odin. After Odin dies, no one will take him seriously. This is the tragedy of illegitimate children. Charles had no choice but to rush to Maxiangling as quickly as possible. This was Earl Odin's last instruction to him, asking him to find Leon. Only Leon knew that he was Odin's son and would listen to him carefully. "Lord Leon, I don't know what happened specifically, but Baron Eldred definitely didn't tell the truth. He captured Lord Andrew's royal guards, but easily released me who went back with the guards. I'm not a fool." After 2 days of running around, Charles has calmed down a lot and sorted out the biggest problem. He is really unscrupulous. Even if he is not the mastermind, he must be the #1 accomplice. The Lord was already gnashing his teeth at this time. Rainier and Eldred, the father and son, are indeed like father, like son. "But what should I do now? I can't even take my father's body with me." Charles held his hands tightly in his hair, feeling helpless and frustrated, probably confused. He hadn't eaten for 3 days, and his face looked as withered as an old man. Leon handed him a bowl of water, motioned for him to drink it, and then said slowly, "Charles, it's best for you not to do anything now. Take a good rest here and let me think." The first thing the Lord thought about was the starting point of this matter. Why was Count Odin killed? This was after he resigned from his position in the House of Lords and handed over the leadership affairs. He was already old and decided to return to Brave Shield Castle to guard the border. Why was he still killed under such circumstances? Considering Eldred is Rainier's father, is this also the plan of the Bacchus Empire? Was Odin killed in a chain reaction because he accidentally ran into the cavalry army led by Governor Kairos? No. The time doesn't match. It is January 12th, 355 in the calendar year of Pandar. On January 1st, the two countries withdrew from the Sava fort. On the 3rd, Leon completed the knighting ceremony and met Count Odin for the last time at King's Avenue in Lion City. On the 6th, Leon returned to Maxiangling. On the same day, Odin met the Bacchus Empire cavalry. Charles went to ask for help. On the 8th, Maxiangling was attacked by Rainier, and White Deer Castle was besieged by Bacchus' army. On the evening of the same day, Odin died outside Chicha Fortress. On the 9th, Leon kidnapped 2 governors and solved the siege of White Deer Castle. On the same day, Charles learned of Odin's death and was driven out of Chicha Fortress. On the 11th, Ralph's Rangers cleared the area around White Hart Castle. Lehman's Lion Knights entered White Hart Castle, and the Bacchus Empire retreated. On the 12th, the Changha town sentry arrived at Maxiangling, and Charles also came to Maxiangling. As early as January 6th, Odin encountered the cavalry regiment of the Bacchus Empire, but White Deer Castle had not yet been attacked at that time. Leon immediately found Governor Justice, who was still a hostage. "Justice, when did your Marshal Kairos lead the cavalry to the direction of Serenmes? You better tell me the truth now." This was the first time that Leon called Governor Justice by his first name without adding any honorifics. "A week ago, he went directly after defeating the Archduke Alma at the gates of Kalen Deer Castle." Justice didn't know what happened, but looking at Leon with an unkind expression and the change of title, he could naturally realize that the Lord was probably in a bad mood. So he didn't mince words and gave the real answer directly. Justice said before that Kairos went to the White Hart Castle and made arrangements for the siege before taking all the cavalry to Serenmes. The governor was obviously passing on false news at the time, because judging from this pace, Kairos would not be able to arrive near Serenmes until at least January 10th, and then Earl Odin would not be able to meet him. The governor seemed extremely cooperative after being kidnapped, but he still did not tell the truth. He was still considering the military situation of the empire and covering up Kairos's movements. Since it was a week ago, it was January 5th, which makes sense. Kairos led all the cavalry, and he could indeed reach the distance between Chicha Fortress and Serenmes from Karen Deer Castle in one day. So, is Kairos trying to attack Serenmes? Or is he trying to stop Count Odin? Or so, for something else? What is the purpose of Kairos? Is the offensive at White Deer Castle a feint attack or a main attack? Leon suddenly became shocked. He realized that the Bacchus Empire also used the double-headed snake tactic. It's just more hidden and more dangerous, and the plot is probably not limited to one city or one place. But this time, Justice just looked at Leon quietly and shook his head. "I really don't know. I was just ordered to attack White Deer Castle." He may really not know, or he may be hiding it. But, "I don't know," is actually a useful answer for Leon. Chapter 94: The Only Way. If you can make Justice say something you don't know, then you should think big. Thousands of cavalry from the Bacchus Empire entered the country, and no other villages or towns have reported attacks so far, which means that they are not attacking Changha town. They were there to hide in the foggy wilderness. Eldred must not have told a word of truth to Charles, and his territory is Chicha Fortress. This is the gateway to Lion City, the capital of the kingdom, and the central fortress between the two countries. If Eldred is regarded as an internal agent, is it possible that the thousands of cavalrymen in the Bacchus Empire could suddenly launch a large-scale raid under some kind of opportunity, and achieve unimaginable results in one fell swoop? This opportunity. Is it possible that this was the death of Count Odin? Because Eldred of Chicha Fortress knows the movements of Earl Odin and his soldiers best. It is certainly not an accident that Odin will bump into the army of the Bacchus Empire halfway. You know, Charles spent a whole day looking around and didn't run into this army. In the foggy wilderness, it's hard to spot someone from a few hundred meters away. It's not that easy to hit someone. He killed Count Odin, a very influential figure, and framed the royal guards, who were most loyal to the king. Then the Chicha Fortress garrison was sent to escort Odin's coffin into the Lion City. The king may come out of the city to greet the deceased hero, so this will be the first opportunity. In addition, large-scale mourning ceremonies are inevitable. During the ceremony, he suddenly launched an attack and opened the city gate to welcome the cavalry of the Bacchus Empire into the city. He cooperated internally and externally to seize the Lion City. This was his second chance. As for the unjust accusation of Andrew, it was probably to reduce the number of troops loyal to the king. The armed retinues in the royal guards were all professional warriors skilled in martial arts and had strong combat effectiveness. Eldred did not kill Charles, but just expelled him. This was thanks to the fact that no one knew that he was Odin's son. Charles had served in the House of Lords for so long and many people knew him. No one would believe that he, a retainer who relied on Odin for survival, would murder Odin on the battlefield. Besides, Charles didn't see the truth with his own eyes. So Eldred insisted that Lord Andrew killed Odin and captured Andrew's men. but did not say that Charles was an accomplice. He just expelled Charles, but also deliberately asked him to go to Lion City and brave Shield Castle to report the news. If Charles is really just Odin's trusted attendant, then the only thing he can do is to spread the news of Odin's death to go to Lion City and brave Shield Keep, since he's just a squire who doesn't know the truth. No one listens to him seriously, and his only function is to let everyone know that Odin is dead and to deliver what Eldred said. That's why Charles came to Maxiangling. But the problem is that even if the Lord can deduce these things, how can he solve them? The enemy at White Deer Castle has not retreated yet. Maxiangling and Lion City are thousands of miles apart, and there is no evidence. Just relying on cleverness to see through the conspiracy cannot subvert everything. In fact, even if there is evidence, there is probably nothing that can be done against Eldred now. Odin is dead. Andrew has been accused of being the murderer, and Eldred has detained so many Lion Realm guards. If nothing unexpected happens, someone among those guards will soon come forward to act as an eyewitness and make perjury accusations. Andrew must be blamed for this, and he may have been caught by now. Chicha Fortress is the most important frontline fortress between the kingdom and the Bacchus Empire, and is also the barrier of the capital Lion City. Currently at war with the Bacchus Empire, Eldred's existence is particularly important, even if it is known that he killed Earl Odin. I am afraid that no noble will be willing to stand up for a dead man, even if the king himself knows the inside story. He may have no choice but to endure this tone unless it is confirmed that the Bacchus Empire has completely withdrawn its troops and Eldred can be killed in one fell swoop. Between a dead Earl of Odin and the safety of the kingdom, what would the king choose? Therefore, this is an unjustifiable murder. The Lord was actually very angry. The reason for anger was not just that Odin was killed, but also his own safety and future. Losing Odin, the most powerful ally in the East, was a big loss. If Andrew is blamed for murdering a famous general in the kingdom, then Godric will also be implicated. Just because of this, the Lord may lose two allies at the same time. He has no backer. The key is that just a few days ago, the Lord personally killed Rainier Alma's nephew, Eldred's son, and the eldest son. There are no more two backers. Facing the enemies in Shirhu City, Chungha Town, Chicha Fortress, and the Bacchus Empire that was offended by kidnapping the governor. How can we deal with it with a small Maixiang collar? The Lord feels a headache. After thinking about it, there seems to be only one solution. Charles, do you want revenge or status? You can only choose one of the two. Charles looked at the ground steadily, was silent for a while, then looked up at Leon. I want revenge. After saying these two words, he seemed to have finally been relieved of some invisible restraint and began to eat. Seeing that Charles had eaten something and his face looked better, Leon began to explain the task. In that case, from now on, you will be a knight under my command. This is what I promised the Earl, although he is no longer here, but it still counts. The situation is urgent now, and the rituals will be dealt with later. Let me tell you what to do first. Charles nodded. He could only rely on this little new baron now. Charles, I will take you to Brave Shield Castle and confess your identity to the Countess as a witness. But this also means that you have to give up your inheritance rights in exchange for the Countess' recognition of you. See if you can I obtain the Earl's surname for you? This must be done before the Earl's funeral is held. Charles swallowed and nodded sharply again. The Countess would probably accept the disclosure of her illegitimate child's identity at this time, as long as she publicly announced that she was not interested in any inheritance. After all, illegitimate children have no inheritance rights, and no fool would pretend to be an illegitimate child after the death of the Earl and attract a powerful enemy like Eldred to himself. A knight cannot have a surname. Leon wanted to take his men to ask for a surname in the name of his master. As for making Charles a knight, it is actually very easy, as long as Leon approves it, and then file a case with the county. It will be okay. Amy can do this. This little girl is now in charge of all Godric's seals. Charles, how are your martial arts skills? Leon looked at Charles, and he looked quite strong, but he didn't look like a master. Very average. Lord Leon, my father himself is not a martial arts master. Leon closed his eyes forcefully and sighed. Then you'll probably have to fight tooth and nail. Are you afraid of death? Charles shook his head and nodded. I'm afraid. But my father said that just because you are afraid of death, you should fight to the end. Only by killing the enemy will you not die. Leon patted Charles on the shoulder and grinned ugly. Your father is right. He is worthy of being the first general in the kingdom in 30 years. Come on. Guess what the only way is? Tip: why is Auden's surname needed? Chapter 95: The Meticulous Old Man. Leon settled down with Charles and asked him to rest for a while. Just as he was about to go out, Baron Hereward found Leon. He heard about Auden's death and came to know the details. Hereward was 60 years old, about the same age as Earl Oden. But he looked younger, probably because his beard covered his wrinkles. He had a deep relationship with Count Auden, even more so than Ralph. It was Hereward who first supported Earl Oden in becoming the Grand Master of the Horncall Rangers. He also helped Auden build Fletcher Village 20 years ago, after Oden made his fortune at Fort Brave Shield. He helped Hereward make great contributions in fighting in the West. Hereward thus obtained the territory of Mystery Castle. These are two close friends. Probably because of this, their fiefdoms were deliberately divided at both ends of the kingdom. After entering Leon's room, Hereward closed the door directly. Your Excellency Leon, Charles told me about Oden's death. I also saw you and Charles chatting alone for a long time. I think Oden should have mentioned Charles's matter to you. Older people are indeed more composed. Hereward did not show any sadness, but his voice was very low. Perhaps because he didn't want anyone to hear. Leon was a little confused about Hereward's intention and pretended to be confused. Lord Hereward, please sit down. What are you referring to about Charles? Oden told me that he has an illegitimate son. Your Excellency Leon. Hereward shook his head and walked to Leon instead of sitting down. In fact, he originally wanted me to help get a knight's territory for Charles. But my territory was too far away from Brave Shield Castle. So I asked him to find a lord closer so that he could meet with Charles more often. Leon breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Hereward gave Oden the idea. Based on this, it can be judged that Hereward must be Earl Oden's most trusted comrade in arms. A few days ago at Sava River Fort, he told me that you should be able to help, and asked me to help you and Charles. So as soon as I heard that there was a war on your side, I hurried over. But I didn't expect to encounter such bad news as soon as I arrived. Although Hereward controlled his expression very well, he still had a lump in his throat when he said this. Leon poured Hereward a glass of wine. Earl Oden did ask me to find Charles a knighthood. Hereward drank all the wine in the glass, finally took a breath, and continued. I saw Charles put on your heraldic robe this afternoon, and I know you are a man of your word. So I come to find you. Since you gave Charles the status of knight, you must want him to go to Brave Shield Castle to get the Fletcher name back. Right. Leon nodded. This old man was smarter than he imagined. Baron Hereward, I will ask Charles to renounce all inheritance rights in exchange for his surname. Is there anything wrong with doing this? Leon began to ask for advice sincerely. This old baron seemed to have considered things very carefully. Of course, this is the best thing to do. The Countess will definitely agree. But you have to be fast and finish it before Lehman and his family know about it. Hereward looked at Leon seriously. Lehman is at White Deer Castle. Right. You'd better block the news, and don't let Lehman know about Oden's death first. Leon was stunned. Then, he also poured a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Baron Hereward, are you saying that Sir Lehman is unreliable? Hereward shook his head and walked over to pour himself a glass of wine. This is not a question of reliability. Joanna lives in Ibian, the territory of the Lehman family. It is very close to my mysterious Moor Castle. I know her and the Lehman family. Joanna is the first heir of Oden. She is just an ordinary and gentle girl. And she and Lehman don't have children yet. Lord Leon, you can't bet on Lehman's character with this kind of thing. Hiss. The Lord took a breath of cold air. He understood what Hereward meant. Lehman's family would not be willing to see Oden have a son, even if it was an illegitimate son. With Oden dead, both Joanna and the Countess would be in danger. Joanna herself is an ordinary and gentle woman who lives in the territory of the Lehman family, which means that she has no ability to protect herself. If Joanna dies, then Lehman himself will inherit everything from Count Oden. Maybe Lehman won't do that. But as Hereward said, you can't gamble on your character with this kind of thing. Facing an entire county's fiefdom and the strongest military force in the entire eastern region, who can guarantee that Lehman will not be tempted? Even if Lehman is not moved. What if Lehman's family kills Joanna behind Lehman's back? But if Charles took the Auden surname? If his sister Joanna died and Joanna had no children? Then as a blood relative, Charles would be Joanna's first in line to inherit. In this way, Lehman's family will no longer have any evil intentions. This is pinned. Blood inheritance is greater than marriage. The order of inheritance here is as follows. Children, parents, brothers, sisters, husband or wife. Other officially adopted cousins shall be nationalized. To put it simply, blood relatives come first, and in-law relatives come last. Therefore, the existence of Charles, a biological brother, can be said to be a short-term security guarantee for Joanna, at least until the birth of her child. By giving up his inheritance, Charles was simply giving up his father Auden's inheritance. But when the inheritance goes to sister Joanna, it's a different story. I understand. I will take Charles to leave after he has a little rest. Will you go to Brave Shield Keep with us? Leon looked at Hereward and marveled at the old man's careful thinking. I have to go to Lion City, where my nephew Andrew is accused of being a murderer. Hereward shook his head and curled his lips. Eldred is a madman. Andrew is also King Ulrich's nephew. He dares to talk so casually, just to avoid the king's suspicion. He wants to use this reduces the number of troops directly under the king. It seems that there are still people with clear minds. But it is a pity that there may not be many nobles like Hereward in the Lion Kingdom. Leon quickly pulled Hereward and told the sober old man his judgment. Your nephew's affairs will be easier to deal with. You can do this, Lord Hereward. Now I have Governor Justice of the Bacchus Empire in my hands. I think it will be useful. Leon planned to use everything he could use. Use false accusations to counter false accusations. What a strategy. No wonder Odin said you are a cunning guy. Leave this matter to me. Hereward frowned, twirling his beard and nodding. Count Odin probably calls me a shameless guy. Right. The Lord shook his head and sighed deeply. Shamelessness and cunning are virtues for the Lord. Lord Hereward. Chapter 96 Blood Revenge. The next day, the castle hall of Fort Braveshield. Countess, that's the whole thing. Charles just wants you to agree to his using the surname Fletcher. Leon and Charles ran as fast as possible for a whole day and arrived at Braveshield Castle. The Countess was a rather kindly old woman, with an ordinary appearance, probably because she was used to life and death on the border. The Countess was not too sad after learning the bad news. In fact, she acted very much like Hereward, who had a controlled expression but choked up when he spoke. This is probably a common problem among high-ranking nobles in this era. They are used to hiding their emotions, and do not want anyone to see all their feelings. The Countess did not show much disgust with the existence of the illegitimate child. She even observed Charles carefully, and calmly handed him a glass of water. Well, Charles, can you give me a proof? Prove that you are Auden's child. After calming down, the Countess asked Charles calmly. I want blood revenge on Eldred. Therefore I need my father's surname. Otherwise I cannot provoke a public duel. Madam, I think this proof should be enough. Charles knelt down on one knee towards the Countess and looked up at the Countess, his eyes bloodshot but firm. Carrying out blood revenge and provoking a duel in the name of his son may be the only way to avenge Earl Odin at present, in the continent of Pendor, including in medieval Europe. The dual method of avenging blood relatives will definitely be supported by the vast majority of nobles. And avenging one's father is exempt from guilt. Once an enemy is identified and qualified to initiate a duel, the challenged party must accept the challenge. Of course, high-ranking nobles can ask their sworn knights to fight. But as long as the enemy is not dead, the challenge can continue until one of them dies. Even if the king kills someone, you can still take revenge on the king. But the chance of winning is slim, because the king has many knights. In fact, this is an important reason why nobles do not kill easily, even if the two countries are at war. As long as the defeated party does not seek death, the leading nobles will rarely be killed. Of course, this is different from the Celestial dynasty, which since the Han dynasty has been a unified political system with Confucianism as the main body and law as the basis. A unified country will not have the logic of blood revenge, because the emperor ordered the death penalty to be killed the most. If avenging his father is innocent, then the emperor will be in great danger. But in Europe, where principalities are everywhere, kings and nobles are essentially the same. And the core idea of this, chivalry, is to prevent people from easily killing nobles and to consolidate class rule. Charles wanted to publicly avenge his father in the name of Auden's son. So he needed Auden's surname and the status of a knight or above. Only nobles can challenge nobles to a duel. At the same time, this can also prove that he is indeed Auden's son. Otherwise, who would do this? Without inheritance rights, and risking their lives. The Countess nodded. Okay, child. I promise you. You can use Odin's flag and surname. I hope you can come back alive. After saying this, she still had no expression. But the first tear finally fell from her eyes. The old woman did not embarrass Charles. She may be more generous than Auden imagined. Of course, this is mainly because Auden is no longer around. A countess would naturally not be so stupid as to refuse mercy in such a situation. In fact, the countess was probably quite smart. Like Hereward, she realized immediately that the existence of Charles Fletcher could actually protect her daughter. Lord Leon, why are you here? Just to help your knights get their surnames back? After the countess calmed down for a while, she asked about Leon. I am doing it for my own safety. Charles and I have a common enemy, and I have more enemies than him. When Count Odin was alive, he promised to help me keep an eye on the Archduke Alma. But now, Leon was very honest. He would not deceive a lonely old man. But I'm just an old woman. I can't help you deal with a duke. The countess shook her head slowly. Then let me tell you straight. I plan to buy the jurisdiction of Ralph's knight territory. I know that you are managing the Earl's territory. Leon pointed towards the west of Brave Shield Fort. The Lord's intention is obvious. He wants Ralph and his rangers to completely separate themselves from the jurisdiction of Brave Shield Castle and accept their own funding. Leon was too familiar with that camp, and it was impossible to feed the army there. Although the Horncall Rangers are a self-contained system, their own expenses also need to be supported by nearby towns. Ralph was able to garrison there because of the support of Count Odin's Brave Shield Castle. And now that Odin is gone, the Countess may hand over the management of Brave Shield Castle to others such as her son-in-law Lehman. But it is obviously impossible for the Horncall Rangers to accept the management of the deputy leader of the Lion Knights. So the Rangers may have no choice but to return to Changha Town to garrison. That's basically giving Alma a strong army. There's no way someone like Alma can't control the Rangers in this situation. Therefore, Leon wanted to buy the jurisdiction of that territory and turn himself into the superior manager of that knight territory, so that the Rangers would be willing to serve him. Of course, the main reason why such a transaction was possible was because Earl Odin died and Ralph had no one to be loyal to. That piece of land was originally sold by Leon himself. But now, what he wants to buy is not an empty territory, but a ranger station. Baron Hereward's sentries were originally stationed in Changha Town, taking advantage of Hereward's opportunity to bring them to White Deer Castle. Leon also planned to keep the sentries in White Deer Castle for a long time. Only by retaining the powerful force of the Horn Summoning Rangers can he ensure his own safety. The best opportunity to retain this force is to avenge Count Odin, the leader of the Horncall Rangers. Lord Leon, I promise you, that was the land you conquered. I know this. But I also hope you can promise me one thing. The Countess sighed. She did have the final say in this matter. But she also made another request. I hope you can guarantee that the murderer of Odin will definitely die, no matter who he is. Odin said that you are the only master he has ever seen in his life. I know you can do it. The Countess finally couldn't control her sad expression, and a line of tears fell from her eyes. She is actually far less calm than she appears. Please promise me. There is no need for any secret deals. I just want the murderer to die in front of me. If you can do it, I can give that territory to you. I am even willing to give it along with the Brave Shield Castle. For you? Leon closed his eyes tightly and opened them again. His throat was a little dry. Madam, I promise you. But the murderer's life is actually not that valuable. If I really do it, you can give me Fletcher Village. This is not a magnanimous lord. There is a big difference between even willing and willing. On the contrary, if he takes the initiative and only wants a village, there may be hope. Charles will set out for Lion City with the Countess, and the Lord returned to Maxiangling alone. As soon as he returned to Maxiangling, he received the good news that the Bacchus Empire's eastern troops attacking White Deer Castle had officially withdrawn. This may be the only good news in the first half of the new year. After the Changha Town sentry arrived at White Deer Castle, General Agathon led the troops of the Bacchus Empire in a comprehensive retreat. Ralph's Rangers watched all the way to confirm that the enemy had retreated 200 miles away and that it was indeed a complete retreat. It was Amy herself who brought the news. After confirming that the enemy had retreated, she originally came to the Lord to study. Lehman and Ralph escorted her over. Charles's identity has been confirmed, and now there is no need to hide it from anyone. Leon told them about the death of Earl Odin, but when they learned about the situation, they immediately had differences. I have to go to Brave Shield Castle. Baron Leon, take your leave. Lehman thought for a while, and decided to leave with some hesitation. Lehman, stop! You are the son-in-law of Count Odin, and you have an obligation to avenge him. The place you should go is Chicha Fortress. Ralph was extremely dissatisfied with Lehman's reaction. There was no trace of sadness on Lehman's face. Leon also frowned. Lehman's behavior really showed that Count Odin was always thinking about his future. Odin was even unwilling to conflict with Alma because of this. Sir Ralph, of course I know I want revenge. But the question now is that the Earl has passed away. How will the Jada people react when they know the news? Lehman frowned. It seemed that he valued the safety of Brave Shield Castle more. In other words, it is the army of Fort Brave Shield. But Lehman was right. Count Odin's death will bring about a series of chain reactions. When Odin was still alive, the Jada people did not dare to take the idea of Brave Shield Castle. But now that Odin is dead, who will guard the border? Go to the Jada people. You are? Ralph became visibly angry and flushed. Ralph, you go and take over the defense of Fort Brave Shield. This is what you should do. It is your duty to protect Longmont Town. Leon interrupted Ralph's clueless words and simply started making arrangements. Lehman, you must return to Lion City immediately. You must attend your father-in-law's funeral early. As for the Chicha Fortress, I will go there to take a look and ask your Lion Knight to go with me, so that you can know all the results. Although these two people were not his subordinates at all, Liang's arrangement was obviously reasonable, and the two stopped arguing and led their teams away. After they were far away, Leon began to arrange his men. Anson, Leslie, you are responsible for staying in the territory. If the crossbowmen or merchants come back, you will pay the price agreed upon before. Sarah, go and ask Governor Justice to write a letter. Have him copy what I wrote without changing a word, and then send it to Baron Hereward. Leon gave Sarah a piece of parchment. Well? Sarah glanced at the content on the paper. Sir, if he doesn't write, if you don't write it, you'll castrate him. Leon handed Sarah a small curved knife, the same one he used when kidnapping Justice. Sarah nodded and went. Amy, come with me to Chicha Fortress. I guess your brother's troubles will have to be solved by you. Leon. Teacher, my brother should not be in big trouble. My mother can definitely save him. Amy didn't look nervous and seemed very sure that Lord Andrew would be safe. Chapter 97. Return to Chicha Fortress. Lion City. Palace Garden. This is the former Pinder House Square. A lady was sitting on a wicker chair in the garden. Her face didn't seem to be very good. She coughed twice from time to time, and she seemed to be ill. In front of her stood King Ulrich. Ulrich was wearing casual clothes, a golden brocade robe, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, and his face was not very good. Sister, of course I can't really make Andrew confess. In fact, he is just staying in my secret room right now. Ulrika frowned deeply. He didn't like dealing with relatives, but the cousin was ill, so he had to explain patiently. Your Majesty. Ahem. Then why do you want to issue a wanted warrant? This will ruin Andrew's future. You clearly know that Andrew will not do that kind of thing. This noble lady is of course Godric's wife, Lady Felina, King Ulrich's cousin. This is a conspiracy of the Bacchus Empire. I can't let the conspiracy succeed. This is the only way. Where is Godric? Why didn't he come with you? Ulrich was a little helpless, but now he hoped that the brother-in-law, who had always disliked him, would show up quickly. It was really tiring to chat with a woman who didn't want to see her son being wronged. What conspiracy? Now that we know it's a conspiracy, we shouldn't want Andrew. My poor son. You have to make it clear. Felina looked even more anxious. King Ulrich didn't even want to answer. He said this was an enemy's conspiracy. How could he tell a woman about national affairs? But he couldn't say harsh words. He was a patient, so he had no choice but to ignore her and drink alone. However, the other hand quietly gestured to the nearby attendant. Your Majesty, there is important military information on the front line. The attendant was obviously very smart. When he saw the gesture, he immediately circled around and then came back with a fake report. Oh, I'll go right away. Sorry. Sister, I can't stay with you anymore. King Ulrich put down his glass and planned to leave. Stop, Ulrich. I taught you this little trick. If you don't explain it clearly, I will die here. Do you think Godric will bring White with him? Dear Castle Rebellion. Miss Felina's threats seemed to be effective, and the king immediately stood still. Stand back. All of us. Ulrich sighed, waved his hand to repel all the guards, turned around to see that no one was around, and then started talking again. Felina, the troops of the Bacchus Empire are still in the Lion territory. Now is not the time to investigate the case. Eldred publicly accused Andrew of murdering Earl Odin, so I can only issue a wanted order first. Of course Felina was not satisfied. But this is not the truth. Andrew didn't do anything. The truth is not important. What is important is that Chicha Fortress has handed over all the evidence to me. The witnesses and physical evidence are all there. If I don't issue a wanted warrant, wouldn't it mean that I don't trust Eldred at all? Unless it is confirmed that the Bacchus Empire has completely withdrawn its troops. This is the only way it can be done now. Ulrika was no fool. He knew what was important, and what was more important. But Philina was unwilling to give in. But we can't keep Andrew in the darkroom forever. It's okay to let him go back to the fief to hide. Humph. If he returns to Crow Village, what will happen to the Royal City Guards? My dear sister, your son has done a good job. Now most of the Royal City Guards only obey his orders. King Ulrich turned his head, with a faint glimmer of coldness in his eyes. If I don't want him, that means I think Eldred is making a false accusation. Then what will the Chicha Fortress think? The Bacchus Empire's army is near the Chicha Fortress. I don't know the truth. And I don't want to know the truth. Dear sister, I need the royal guards to obey the command. And I can't lose Chicha Fortress. I can only let Andrew stay in my secret room. There is no better way. Ulrich lowered his voice and said through gritted teeth, I will take good care of your son. When the Bacchus Empire withdraws, everything will naturally come to light. Philina started to cry. But in that case, Andrew's future will be over. The king scowled and paid no more attention. Your Majesty, Lord Hereward is here to see you. There is an urgent military situation. The guard just now hurried over again. Leave me alone. Your Majesty, it's true this time. Lord Hereward is in the castle hall. He has brought back the military information from White Deer Castle. The attendant lowered his voice. I'll go right away. At the same time, the Lord has arrived at Chicha Fortress. As the main logo of Pandey's famous listed company, Maixiang International, Liang's black and white griffin flag is very famous in this neighborhood. After all, a large-scale commercial event was held here not long ago. The garrison of Chicha Fortress basically recognized this flag. So Leon entered the city smoothly. In fact, the garrison's emotions towards this flag are very complicated. Not long ago, most of their military pay was wiped out by this profiteer. But the services provided by this profiteer really made them have endless aftertaste. The delicious food, the nostalgic gambling, and the manuscript memoirs that spread throughout the military camps. But this time, there was no caravan under Griffin. Only about a dozen strong men. And the big boss didn't look very good. Is Baron Eldred here? I am Baron Leon of the Wheat Collar. The lord came to the outside of the main castle in the fortress and shouted to the guards at the door. The guard looked at the Griffin flag, then at Leon, who had a sullen face as if he was here to collect a debt, and then ran off to report the news. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s came out. When he saw the Griffin flag, he grinned, looking very heroic. But the gloom in Sanjiang's eyes couldn't be hidden. Ha ha ha. What brought Mr. Leon here? The movement of the Bacchus Empire's army is unknown at the moment. Your Excellency only brings a few people here, so please pay attention to safety. Leon narrowed his eyes. The last time he did business near Chicha Fortress, Eldred had never left the city and had never dealt with him. How could this guy look so familiar? Baron Eldred, this is the first time we have met. Do you recognize me? The lord looked around and found nothing wrong. Baron Leon has seized my son's Eladeg, but he doesn't know me. This is unreasonable. Why do you want to come to me? Eldred narrowed his triangular eyes and still smiled brightly. But the words in his mouth did not match his expression at all. It turned out that he was still thinking about Eladeg. There is nothing to say. This guy must be the murderer and has not escaped. No wonder Rainier was able to find so many gangsters. It was probably Eldred who was arranging them. I don't know if this guy can still laugh when he hears the news of Rainier's death. Leon curled his lips. I'm here to tell you that your son Rainier is dead. He was killed by the Bacchus Empire. He died in front of Raymond, the deputy leader of the Lion Knights. The lord didn't tell a single lie. In the final analysis, Rainier was indeed killed by a spy from the Bacchus Empire, and Leon just happened to be the one who did it. Eldred's smile gradually stiffened, and his face quickly changed from white to red, from red to purple, and finally from purple to green, and finally he could only say one sentence. You are seeking death. Eldred's face looked extremely ferocious, and he reached out and took off the bow from his back. The Bacchus Empire has withdrawn its troops. Liang's gentle words made Eldred stop his movements. Eldred, you have no backup. And it doesn't matter whether you can kill me or not. Look outside the city. How dare you stand in front of a lion? Are you going to kill me in front of the knights? Just a few hundred meters away from the fortress, the banner of the Knights of the Lion was marching towards the city gate. The garrison on the city wall also promptly began to report. Lord Eldred, people from the Knights of the Lion are here. At least 200 people. Eldred's face turned even darker. This is the confidence that the Lord dared to enter the Chicha fortress with only a dozen people. He deliberately asked Leomund's Lion Knights to act with him in order to bluff into Chicha fortress to bluff people. Originally, it would have been better to let Leomund come, but Odin's death would be of great benefit to Leomund. The Lord could not bet on his character, and his performance was not trustworthy. Although those Lion Knights would not listen to Liang's command. The problem was that Amy came with the Lord. So the Lion Knights protected Amy all the way here. However, in Eldred's eyes, the meaning of the Royal Knight's presence here is completely different. Only after it was confirmed that the Bacchus Empire had completely withdrawn its troops could King Ulrich send a large number of Lion Knights to investigate the truth. Did you see it? I'm here to tell you that your son died because of the Bacchus Empire. Do you think the Empire can still trust you? The White Deer Castle captured 2 governors of the Empire, and they sold you. The Empire has also completely withdrawn its troops. Now, you either have to find a way to go to Lion City to explain things clearly, or you run away quickly. Liang's voice became very low. After speaking, he waved his hand and asked Close and the others to put down a large package, then turned and left. The guard at the city gate looked at Eldred and then at Leon, wondering whether he should stop him. Eldred rushed forward and opened the big package left by Leon. His whole body trembled and he kept cursing. Asshole. Bastard. That was Rainier's body. The Lord slipped away very quickly, and the Lion Knights were about to enter the city. No one stopped Leon from leaving. Eldred doesn't know that Rainier was killed by Leon himself. It was impossible for him to kill Leon at this juncture when the Lion Knight came over. He was asking for trouble. But the arrival of the Lion Knight is indeed enough to prove that the Bacchus Empire has withdrawn its troops. Otherwise, the king would not have sent people to Chicha Fortress for excitement. So, at the same time that Leon withdrew from Chicha Fortress, Eldred also took some of his cronies to Lion City through the back door. Chapter 98 Two-Faced Barrier. Amy, on the other hand, led the Lion Knights directly into the Chicha Fortress and hung the red gold lion flag high. The Lord of Chicha Fortress is not here, and the garrison dare not stop them. This is the Royal Knights after all. In fact, Leon wanted to use this method to make the Bacchus Empire really retreat. The key to solving the problem originally lies in whether Bacchus withdraws his troops. The Lord said this to the people of the Lion Knights. There are enemies peeping in secret right now, and the situation is unknown. Are you willing to protect Miss Amy here for a few days? Of course I am willing. Don't worry, Mr. Leon. The Lion Knights agreed happily. With their previous experience of fighting side by side, the Lion Knights still respected Leon. They went deep into the enemy's camp and captured 2 governors. This was something they could brag about for a lifetime. Of course, the main reason is that most of the young people in the Lion Knights, who Leomund had inadvertently confided, do have thoughts about Amy. It is of course the Lion Knights' duty to protect Miss Amy. They would even be grateful to the Lord for creating opportunities for them. This is the reason why Leon asked Leomund to leave first, and let the Lion Knight come to Chicha Fortress with him. With the Lion Knight, we can force Eldred away and make the Bacchus Empire retreat. This is actually the two-sided barrier in the art of vertical and horizontal movements. Eldred and the Bacchus Empire cannot be monolithic, and they will also be suspicious of each other, especially since Rainier died. No matter who killed Rainier, he died for the conspiracy of the Bacchus Empire. Then the Bacchus Empire will doubt Eldred, and there is a high probability that he will not be able to act according to the original plan. The pain of losing a son. Who can be sure what bad things a father who just lost his son will do? Eldred may be able to control the pain of losing his son, but he will definitely doubt whether the Bacchus Empire will give up on him and abandon its original plan because of this. The appearance of the Lion Knights would make Eldred think that the king already knew about the Bacchus Empire's withdrawal. So he boldly sent the Lion Knights to investigate him without fear of forcing him to rebel. Therefore, it doesn't matter what kind of abnormality occurs to Eldred, as long as he leaves Chicha Fortress. And once he made any changes, he would be completely untrustworthy in the eyes of the Bacchus Empire. This is a two-faced obstacle. As long as the 2 parties are not close blood relatives, there is a high probability that they will part ways due to mutual suspicion. The smarter a person is, the more likely they will fall into this mental barrier. Teacher, what if the Bacchus Empire really launches an attack? Amy is still a little worried. Of course, the Bacchus Empire has not retreated yet. The current situation of Chicha Fortress is not suitable for fighting. These garrisons are unreliable, and there are not many people in the Lion Knights. The people of the Bacchus Empire are not stupid. If you were Governor Kairos and saw the flag of the Lion Knights planted in Chicha Fortress, what would you think? The Lord began the class. You might think that Nansha Fortress was taken over by the Lion Knights. Amy was a little hesitant. She had not yet adapted to this way of thinking that fully replaced everyone. That's right. Now that Kairos sees this situation, do you think he dares to attack? Teacher, if it were you, would you attack? I will retreat immediately. Kairos has only cavalry in his hands and cannot forcefully attack the city. The conspiracy with Eldred is probably to find an opportunity to sneak attack the Lion City. Otherwise, Chicha Fortress can rebel directly. Amy nodded thoughtfully. But if the Lion City is safe, then Eldred will definitely not be willing to rebel directly. Otherwise, as soon as the Imperial army retreats, he will face the encirclement and suppression of the kingdom's army. So he has always been just we will cooperate with the Empire to provide intelligence and help create opportunities for the Empire. But we will not reveal any objections. The Lord is very pleased. Students with this kind of understanding are rare. So, as long as Bacchus' intelligence source is disrupted and Kairos cannot determine the specific situation, he can neither attack the city nor get the opportunity to sneak attack on Lion City. So he can only retreat. It is obvious that the source of intelligence for the Bacchus Empire is Eldred. If there was no evil in his heart, he would never leave Chicha Fortress. He would be safe if he stayed here. In fact, since there is no evidence, empty accusations alone cannot bring down Eldred. But since the Lion Knight came to investigate, it meant that Ulrich didn't trust him. So Eldred couldn't just sit there. As Leon said, he could either go to Lion City to explain the situation, rebel directly, or run away. The rebels could only defend the isolated city and wait for the king to attack. With the Bacchus Empire already retreating, Eldred knew that he had no backup. Running away will most likely lead to a dead end, and the family will be implicated. So Eldred left Chicha Fortress and went to Lion City, allowing the Lion Knights to enter the fortress to investigate. He was not worried about killing Earl Odin. No one could do anything to him, due to the testimonials of some servants who could not bear the torture. Andrew's charges were almost confirmed. Even if he was the king's nephew, it was possible that the case could be overturned. But Eldred's hands and feet were very clean, and no one could accuse him without evidence. And the specific actions of treason have not yet begun. As long as the plan is suspended, no one has evidence against Eldred. So going to Lion City to explain is feasible, and the king will most likely let him go. After all, there was no evidence, and the king could not conclude that Eldred had also committed treason just because Rainier attacked my Xianglan. The king actually needs more evidence when doing things. Moreover, in order to exonerate his nephew Andrew, and to regain control of the royal guards, the king also needed the armed guards held by Eldred to overturn the verdict, so he would not do anything to him. But what Eldred didn't expect was that as soon as he arrived at Lion City, he would encounter Baron Hereward and accuse him of blackmail. Your Majesty, I want to accuse Eldred of treason. Your Majesty, please read this letter. The content of that letter is this. Marshal Kairos, our army suffered a disastrous battle at White Deer Castle, and our leader Rainier was killed. Eldred lost his son in middle age because of the Empire's plan. He will no longer be loyal to the Empire. Your plan may be blocked. Eldred took advantage and ended up ambushing you. To avoid losses, please abandon your plan to withdraw. Sincerely, Justice. King Ulrich asked Grand Maester Igor to verify that the letter was indeed written by Justice, and that the seal on the ring was also authentic. In fact, this letter cannot be used as evidence of Eldred's treason. The enemy's letter cannot be used as testimony. It may be a divorce plan. The letter didn't mention what Kairos' plan was because the Lord himself didn't know it. But in any case, this letter was enough for the old man Hereward to complain about. This will definitely get Eldred into a lawsuit. Ulrich cannot turn a blind eye to this. Eldred will be unable to leave the Lion City for a while. Moreover, this letter can also remind the king to step up his precautions, and not to take any risky actions to ensure the safety of Lion City. In fact, after Ulrich saw this letter, he immediately asked Eldred to stay in Lion City to defend himself, and did not plan to let him return to Chicha Fortress. Eldred may have regretted it very much. If he had not left Chicha Fortress, King Ulrich probably would not have taken this letter seriously, and would not have summoned him to file a lawsuit. The plans of the Bacchus Empire were no longer possible. Chicha Fortress was taken over by the Lion Knights. Eldred was locked in a lawsuit, and Lion City was on defense again. No matter what plans the Bacchus Empire had, it was useless. As long as Kairos hadn't been stupid, he would have started to retreat by now. Even if the enemy's plan cannot be accurately judged, as long as the enemy is not given any chance, it is enough to retreat. This was the Lord's preparation. Baron Hereward thought that this was to counter false accusations with false accusations. But in fact, this was not a false accusation by Leon. This is to fulfill the Countess' request. There should be no secret power deals. I just want the murderer to die in front of me. The main purpose of this letter was to prevent Eldred from returning to Chicha Fortress, and to delay him in Lion City for a lawsuit until the day of Odin's funeral. Chapter 99 The cause of death of the Earl. The Lord himself did not delay at Chicha Fortress. The purpose of entering Chicha Fortress was not to find evidence, and the garrison at Chicha Fortress would not let him wander around. He wanted to see Eldred's reaction in order to confirm his analysis. Now, seeing Eldred go to Lion City, Leon has been able to confirm that Eldred is the real murderer of Odin. This is not because of Rainier's hatred. Rainier's incident can only be regarded as a reminder to the Lord. The key is to analyze based on Eldred's performance. Baron Eldred is actually very powerful, and his situation is very special. His fiefdom is Chicha Fortress, which is the gateway to guard Lion City. It can even be said to be the military hub of the entire continent. Its geographical location is very important. There are thousands of troops garrisoned in the fortress. All of them are Eldred's subordinates. In terms of military strength alone, he is on par with Earl Odin. However, due to frequent wars between the two countries over the past few decades, residents near Chicha Fortress fled one after another, and it gradually became a purely military fortress. Not many people live there, making it impossible for Eldred to generate income from this territory. He might not even be able to support the castle where he lives based on the income from the territory alone. He can feed thousands of troops, but he actually relies on the supply of Lion City. It is obvious that Chicha Fortress needs to have enough garrison to resist the attack of Bacchus Empire. Therefore, Lion City has been providing food and wages for Eldred's Chicha Fortress to ensure that there are enough garrison troops to ensure the safety of Lion City. This is why King Ulrich will not easily think that Eldred will rebel. Money and food are in the king's hands. After he rebels, he will not be able to feed the troops. But similarly, no one, including the king, would easily provoke Eldred. After all, he had thousands of troops in his hands. This situation is very common. It is like this in the frontline areas of many countries. Until modern times, this situation was normal. But there are some things to think about if the Lion City is taken by Eldred. Even if he didn't get the Lion City, but just got the wealthy villages and towns around the Lion City, Eldred would be able to be self-sufficient. In Liang's eyes, this is the motive. It was enough motivation for Eldred to do anything, coupled with the fact that the Bacchus Empire hid a large number of cavalry regiments in the mist. This was naturally for the greater strategic purpose of the Bacchus Empire, which was to capture the Lion City. Count Odin is a famous general who is best at dealing with cavalry. In this strategic intention, Odin will be the biggest opponent of the Bacchus Empire, and it is best to get rid of him first. At the same time, Odin's death just created the conditions for this strategic goal. Moreover, Odin will pass through here just at this time. With so many conditions put together, it must not be a coincidence. If Eldred wants to cooperate with the Bacchus Empire, he must also submit a certificate of surrender. It just so happens that Odin is going to Chicha Fortress to hand over military affairs, and his troops are also stationed in Chicha Fortress. Then, send Odin's whereabouts to the Bacchus Empire army, and use a rescue method to stab Odin in the back and murder him. This is probably Eldred's pledge. Only Eldred of Chicha Fortress could kill Odin in a surprise attack. No one else had the conditions or ability to do so. If he was simply defeated by the Bacchus Empire's army, Odin could have surrendered to save his life and be captured. But he could be redeemed later. Only a traitor will definitely take Odin's life. This is not a war to destroy the country. If Odin is only captured and redeemed by the Lion Kingdom, Eldred will face Odin's revenge. And Eldred's reaction of immediately rushing to Lion City has confirmed all the analysis. If it was not him, then he would not explain it at all. However, even though he knew all this, it was still a problem to kill Eldred. In fact, even if Eldred did not treason, the Lord would not let him live. Since he killed his son, how could he let his father live? To cut weeds, we must remove the roots. However, even if everyone agrees with Liang's reasoning and judgment, there is really nothing you can do against him without any evidence. In fact, even if there is evidence, he may not die. In Pendor, and even in medieval Europe, those found guilty of heresy would most likely be burned at the stake. But traitorous nobles would not necessarily be sentenced to death. Therefore, Leon was not in a hurry to go to Lion City to interfere with the accusation against Eldred. Baron Hereward and Sarah were enough to fight this kind of lawsuit. Leon never likes to argue with others. Things in this world don't make much sense at all. The Lord temporarily left Amy in Chicha Fortress, and asked Amy to arrange for the Lion followers to act as scouts, to continuously expand the scope of the scouts. This is actually equivalent to telling the Bacchus Empire that the Lion Knights have taken over the Chicha Fortress, and you'd better retreat quickly. Of course, the Lion Knights are willing to let their followers help Amy explore the surrounding situation. This is to protect Miss Amy's safety. It wasn't until he was sure that the scouting range covered hundreds of miles around that Leon slowly left the Chicha Fortress. However, although everything was expected, the Lord still encountered a small accident. He had just left the west gate of Chicha Fortress for about 10 miles when he encountered a group of guys in ragged clothes and carrying all kinds of ragged equipment. There were not many people. Only 60 or 70. They seemed to be heading towards Chicha Fortress. But after seeing Liang's flag, they immediately rushed towards him. This is a group of bandits. But the problem is, this is next to the frontline fortress. There is no one living within dozens of miles nearby. And there are thousands of defenders in the fortress, with scouts constantly coming and going. There are actually bandits in a place like this? It was probably because those Lion followers expanded the scope of their scouting, which resulted in alerting some people who were originally ambushed here. However, although he faced 60 or 70 bandits, the Lord was accompanied by more than a dozen strong men who were armed to the gums. It was obvious that those bandits were not rich at all. They did not even have a complete armor on their bodies. But just as the two sides were getting closer to each other, and Leon was about to give the order to charge, his raised hand suddenly froze. The leader of the group of bandits opposite was a woman. A strong woman. Not tall. With a big nose and small eyes. Wearing leather armor and holding an iron sword. With a big body and a round waist. This is an acquaintance. After taking another serious look at the bandits coming from the opposite side, Leon put his hands to his mouth and started shouting loudly. "Riva! Stop!" That was Riva. Riva Fletcher, the illegitimate daughter of Earl Odin, who once looted all the lords in Holden Village under the jurisdiction of Lion Lake City. The bandit on the opposite side obviously heard his voice and slowed down in confusion, seeming to hesitate for a moment. But then, the woman began to charge firmly. "Catch him! If you catch him, you can rush in!" The woman's voice was quite loud, but it seemed to have a crying tone. "Damn it! Close! Don't move yet! I know that woman!" Seeing the bandits rushing over, the Lord had no choice but to confess, and then took the lead and rushed straight towards Riva. Riva also rushed over with her sword brandished. This woman still had some skills. It seemed that she could become the bandit leader not through deception and deception, although the sword in his hand was swung haphazardly, probably because he was self-taught. His pace and strength were good, and he could hit at least 3 Ansons. However, Leon still failed to make a move. Leon only used one sword, and the weapon in her hand was chopped away, and she fell to the ground. It was an iron drill, cut into 2 pieces by the griffin sword. "Riva, tell your people to stop! I am a friend of Count Odin." The Lord put away his sword, looked at the sharp iron bit on the ground, and shouted loudly. Riva looked at Leon suspiciously, then at the heavy-armored Mettenheim men behind Leon, and raised her hand. "Stop!" The bandits stopped obediently, but the hostility in Riva's eyes did not disappear. "Riva, Count Odin told me about you, and you should know me." Leon spoke directly, and showed his relationship with Odin. Odin's ability to tell Leon about this was enough to prove that Leon was indeed Odin's friend. He could vaguely guess Riva's purpose, but he didn't expect that Riva would plan to catch him. Sure enough, Riva no longer showed hostility, but knelt down directly. "Lord Leon, I remember you. I know we are no match for you, but you are a noble. Only by catching you can I enter the Chicha Fortress." Riva lost her vicious look and shed tears. "Please help me. I want to see Eldred. I want to kill him." This time, she no longer pretended to be an aristocratic woman. Her behavior and speech were completely like a bandit. "Eldred is not in Chicha Fortress right now. Please tell me the specifics first." The Lord exhaled. Fortunately, Eldred was frightened away. Otherwise, Riva would have basically died if she did this. "I really didn't expect that this matter would be related to Liva. And Leon also wanted to know what was going on. Eldred lied to me. Lord Leon, I have always hated Odin. He is an irresponsible man. He forgot about my mother and caused my mother to die in poverty. I didn't know about him until my mother died, but he rose up the ranks step by step, becoming a baron, a count, a hero in people's mouth, and a world-famous shield of the kingdom. But the more this happens, the more I hate him. I want him to fail. I want him to be defeated. Eldred asked me to go to the valley to attract his attention, saying that this would lead to him being captured by the Bacchus Empire. I really want him to be captured. He saw me and probably wanted to bring troops to protect me. The Bacchus Empire's army used this to block his troops. But I didn't want to be caught by the Bacchus people, so I ran away in the chaos. But I didn't expect him to die. I didn't want to kill him. Eldred lied to me. Reva's face was already filled with tears, and she knelt on the ground and cried into a ball. I see. I see. Perhaps, without Reva, with Odin's ability, he might have been able to escape smoothly. The Lord sighed. Perhaps. This world does have a destiny. How do you know Eldred? I did business with Eldred. He asked me to help his son Rainier find some people. He said that letting them serve as soldiers would give those brothers in the mountains a legitimate identity. Later he found out about me. She is the daughter of an earl, and she wants to help me take revenge on that irresponsible man. Lord Leon, please help me. I want to kill him. Of course. Reva, I also want to kill Eldred. I wasn't completely sure at first, but now that I have met you, I will definitely be able to kill him. From now on, writing won't be so complicated anymore. Chapter 100 Funeral and Duel. 3 days later in the morning, the Count's funeral begins. The funeral was not a large one, but the letter did make King Ulrich aware of the need to be cautious and not take any risky actions. Ulrich did not welcome the coffin into the city a week ago. He was busy restraining the royal guards, who were accused of murdering Odin. But when the coffin leaves the city, he will be the first to take Count Odin on his final journey. This is the courtesy a king should pay to his deceased general. Handfuls of petals were sprinkled on Count Odin's coffin and coffin. The king, fully armored and riding a horse, led the way. The Countess and Joanna supported each other as they walked. The guards followed behind them carrying the coffin, which was covered with Odin's double lion shield banner. The royal orchestra played in mourning behind. On both sides of the road, lion knights put on black uniforms and held up their lances in knightly salutes. Although simple, everything can be called solemn and solemn. Earl Odin will not be buried in Lion City. According to the Countess's wishes, the Earl's grave will be placed in Kerwin village near Lungna town, which is the hometown of the Countess, and the place where she first met Odin. Therefore, the ceremony in Lion City is actually a memorial and farewell, not a complete burial. The Lord followed the team, walking together with a thoughtful old man, Baron Hereward. Baron Eldred was naturally among the crowd. He couldn't get rid of the verbal fights for the past 3 days. Hereward, an old man with a sharp tongue, was exhausted from going back and forth in the throne room to litigate. The long procession went north along the King's Avenue and gradually reached the city gate. This was also the end of the ceremony. When the coffin left the city, the funeral ceremony was over. And just then, King Ulrich stopped. And so did the procession. In front of the city gate, in the middle of the road, a young man was kneeling on one knee, his head lowered, and his hands holding a sword. He wears aristocratic dress, but has a heraldic robe, and the coat of arms is Odin's double lion shield. This is Charles. Seeing the team stop, Charles raised his head, looked at King Ulrich, and said loudly, "I am Charles Fletcher, son of Odin Fletcher. I want to testify. Baron Eldred killed my father. As the son of Odin Fletcher, I will challenge Eldred to a revenge duel under the witness of Eunomia and his majesty. I swear on my blood that I will let the murderer Eldred take revenge. I repent under my sword. Please let the gods judge my oath." After saying that, he gently cut his face with the sword blade, and a stream of blood flowed down. King Ulrich looked at Charles in surprise and looked back at the Countess. The Countess nodded. "Charles Fletcher is my second son." Ulrich raised his eyebrows and led his horse out of the way. Blood revenge requires no reasoning or evidence. No one can stop it. The winner has the final say. "Eldred, draw your sword." "Wait. There is a funeral going on right now. Can the duel be arranged in the arena after the funeral?" It was Lehman who spoke. He frowned and looked at Charles, but there was no hostility in his eyes. In fact, this is a reasonable request, logically speaking. The duel should not affect the normal conduct of the funeral. Leon touched Baron Hereward with his elbow without leaving a trace. Sir Lehman, if you wait until the funeral is completed before avenging Count Odin, will your lordship be able to rest in peace? I think it should be done in front of Odin. Your Majesty, what do you think? The old man Hereward walked up with understanding. King Ulrich didn't know what he was thinking. He looked at the crowd behind him, then at Charles, and finally fixed his gaze on Baron Eldred. Then Ulrica paced on his horse, walked out of the city gate for a few glances, and then came back. I have finished my funeral journey. Close the city gate and reopen it after the duel is over. As expected, King Ulrich still had the same temperament. For fear of chaos in the world, his funeral schedule would only end at the city gate. Eldred, it's time for you to accept the challenge. Do you want to fight on your own or find someone to do it for you? The king's intention is obvious. He wants to see this duel. For a king who has been implementing the laws of chivalry in the country, this is too normal. But more importantly, because of the previous letter, Ulrica had also realized that the city gate was kept open for the funeral. So he rode on horseback to see that everything was safe and there were no enemies. So what are you worried about? Eldred did have a lot of doubts. The old man Hereward had been fighting a lawsuit with him for 3 days. King Ulrich had long been fed up with it. And he also had to overturn the case for his nephew Andrew. If Charles wanted to duel him, that would be perfect. If Eldred died due to a duel, this might be a result that everyone was satisfied with. After all, it was the judgment of the gods. This was also the only way that would not lead to a rebellion among the Chicha fortress garrison. This is blood revenge. And Eldred must fight it. He didn't have an honorary knight by his side, so he had to fight on his own. But he was very skilled and actually wasn't afraid to fight in person. It's just that he was unprepared for this matter. He didn't expect that Count Odin actually had a son, so he felt a little panicked. After drawing out his sword, Eldred stepped forward to meet him, and the two stood looking at each other under the city gate. A large group of nobles formed a circle nearby. The Countess stood at the front, looking at Eldred coldly. In an inconspicuous corner under the wall, Reva was dressed like an ordinary maid, holding a flower basket in her hand. The Lord looked at his team panel. It says, Charles, tax collector, 99%. I can't see the specific attributes, but the current health status or body status is 99%. This percentage can be considered as a combination of physical strength and vitality, so it is probably more appropriate to understand it as body status. Only subordinates with specific positions will be listed separately, and their vitality status will be displayed. The position given by Leon to Charles is the tax officer of Meixiangling. But in fact, his territory currently does not collect taxes at all. After all, Meixiangling's business tax is completely exempted, and the agricultural tax will have to wait for several months. There is actually no way to do this. The Lord has tried it, and only the regular territorial positions will appear separately in the list, such as quartermaster, doctor, stormtrooper captain, etc. If he did not have a normal position, Charles would be judged as a Knight of the Lion Realm, and his name would not even be listed. However, the fact that he was judged as a knight by the system just by wearing a light aristocratic dress without wearing heavy armor also shows that Charles's ability is quite good. Much better than the very average, he claimed. After all, he was brought up by Earl Odin since he was a child, so he is not much worse than average. After becoming a formal member of Liang's team, he has some advantages in some aspects, and can get bonuses in treatment and healing. The Lord can also intuitively see his physical condition. After the crowd of onlookers dispersed in a circle, Charles took action directly. He pointed his sword directly at the opponent's vital points, and struck hard. Charles's swordsmanship is actually quite good, at least at the upper middle level among the knights of the Lion Realm. But Eldred was obviously a real master. He blocked Charles's thrust with one sword, and the second sword caught Charles's eye and hit him on the left shoulder. The current status is 91%. King Ulrich frowned. Leon also sighed. The level difference between the two sides was still too big. It seemed impossible to fight without some dirty tricks. After looking at the bright sun in the sky, the Lord quietly began to move and choose an angle. Charles can now be called a desperado. He already knew that he was no match for Eldred. So since he lost the prize, he began to attack with his life, with every move costing his life. This is what he told Liang before because he was afraid of death. So he had to work harder and kill his opponent in order to survive. Chapter 101 Revenge. Eldred didn't want to die together, so he could only block and dodge for a while, making it difficult to fight back. But this situation cannot last long. Eldred is very skilled, and Charles's style of play will consume his physical energy very quickly. The percentage next to Charles's name represents his physical condition, which is declining rapidly. 80%. 70%. Charles had begun to pant, and he kept attacking, completely ignoring Eldred's sword. Each sword was opened and closed, and they were slashing across a large area, using up all the strength of the body. In a normal game, this style of play would result in a loss in about 2 rounds. But this is a life and death duel. Eldred might be able to strike first with every sword, but if he stabbed Charles, he would be hacked to death by Charles at the same time. If he was unwilling to trade his life for his life, he would have to parry and dodge. This style of fighting was naturally taught by the Lord. In the arena of Mist Cage City, the swordsman who was good at exchanging injuries for injuries was how he won the real sword fighting championship. Of course, the main reason was that the Lord didn't want to be famous at that time and even bet on his opponent to win. When Charles's condition dropped to 61%, the Lord finally found a suitable angle. He calmly lifted the black cloak on his body slightly, as if he was worried that the cloak would be stepped on, and turned sideways. The Lord is now standing diagonally opposite Eldred, and the bright half-armor follows this side, accurately reflecting the dazzling sunlight into Eldred's eyes. Charles was desperately attacking at this time. Eldred didn't see clearly, and was slashed with a sword across the waist, causing blood to flow out all of a sudden. However, the injury does not appear to be fatal. Eldred turned around and fought back, forcing the panting Charles back. Just as he was about to switch from defense to attack, another bright light shot into his eyes. At this moment, Eldred's still unrecovered eyesight was completely dazzled. He covered his eyes, and swung his sword wildly twice. Unsurprisingly, he was hit by another sword, which stabbed him in the waist again. Eldred understood now. It was obvious that someone was hurting him, and deliberately dazzling his eyes. He shouted angrily, "Who is this? Shameless! Is such a duel fair?" Then he quickly retreated while waving his sword, seemingly planning to avoid it first. But as soon as he took a few steps back, he heard a female voice screaming, "Ah!" Then a flower basket was thrown up. The petals in the sky covered Eldred, and then he screamed, "Uh-huh!" Eldred clutched his lower back in pain, stumbled a step forward, then turned around and swung his sword, but hit nothing, and then fell to the ground in pain. That was Reva, who had been standing in the corner inconspicuously. She had been sneaking around to find a position, and after fighting for so long, she finally waited until Eldred approached her. Taking advantage of Eldred's quick retreat, she screamed and threw the flower basket, letting the petals block everyone's view, then secretly poked a short iron stick at Eldred's waist, and then turned around. Just run. Like a normal frightened maid. The sharp short iron stick was the half of the iron bit chopped off by Liang's sword. Eldred's waist was already injured, and the thin and sharp iron stick was completely inserted into the already bloody lower back, so it was not visible at all. The Lord was relieved, as both Charles and Reva executed his plan properly. If the waist is pierced, he will not have much fighting power anyway. If Eldred is not dead under this situation, it would be really unscientific. It's a pity that it didn't pierce his kidney. If it had pierced his waist, the effect would have been better. Now, it depends on whether Charles can be more perfect. At this time, Charles was already breathing heavily and rushed forward. He held the sword in both hands and struck hard. Eldred was lucky. He lay on the ground and waved his sword to parry with all his strength. In this state, he actually blocked the sword's edge. But the iron stick at his waist did make him lose most of his strength. He blocked it in a hurry, but was struck by the heavy hands and knocked down the sword in his hand. Eldred rolled around, barely escaping, then stumbled away like a headless fly, and actually ran in front of King Ulrich's horse. Eldred had already realized the situation he was in. He didn't say anything about fairness or unfairness, but hid behind the king's horse. This scene feels strangely familiar. The Lord shook his head. Like father, like son, Rainier did the same thing. King Ulrich certainly didn't want to be a shield, but Eldred grabbed his saddle. "Eldred, did you kill Count Odin? If you tell me the truth, maybe I can let the court judge you." The king didn't make any moves, and the duel wasn't over yet. He didn't want to affect the duel, so he simply asked, "No, it's not me." Eldred was probably still a little lucky, and didn't dare to admit it. Ulrich's face darkened. This answer was too ignorant. The king wanted to quickly overturn the verdict of his nephew Andrew. "Since you don't admit it, then you should face blood revenge." The king clamped the horse's belly and drove the horse forward. intending to let the man out. Charles also pounced on him again. With no weapon in his hand and being seriously injured, Eldred was naturally unable to fight. He grabbed the saddle and ran for 2 steps to use the horse as a shield, but was knocked to the ground by the king's horse. But this guy was lucky. The sword he had knocked down before was just a few steps in front of him. Eldred swooped across the ground and grabbed the sword, just in time to avoid Charles's full attack. Then, he rolled sideways on the ground and tried to get up. But Leon just happened to be standing in front of the king's horse at this time. Seeing the king riding forward, he stepped aside for a few steps, and then took a big step to the side, as if giving up his position. But when he landed, the metal boots under his feet, coincidentally, hit Eldred's calf ankle that was dragged on the ground after rolling over. Click! Everyone heard the crisp sound, but no one said anything. After all, the Lord's performance of giving way to the king was quite reasonable. Eldred seemed to have rolled to Leon's feet by himself. This was just an unfortunate accident, not intentional in any way. But this heavy kick caused Eldred, who had just obtained the sword, to drop the weapon again. The scene of dropping the sword and holding his ankles crying seemed familiar, and the Lord missed it quite a bit. However, Fauchet's throwing away of the sword on the playing field only counted as surrender and ending the game. But Eldred threw the sword on the dueling field. Blood revenge. A life and death duel doesn't care whether you surrender or not. Ah. Yes. I killed Auden. I plead guilty. Please send me to prison. Seeing that Charles had already rushed over, Eldred curled up on the ground, holding his ankle in pain and shouting desperately. Confession is indeed the only chance now. If the king is willing to intervene, he might not die if he pleads guilty and goes to jail. Unfortunately, it was too late for anyone to interfere. Charles's sword obviously couldn't hold it back. In the middle of Eldred's words, he had already fit and pounced. This was another heavy blow with both hands after a flying dive, and the sword edge fell directly downwards, straight into Eldred's chest. Eldred opened his mouth wide and subconsciously grabbed the sword blade with both hands. But no sound came out of his mouth. Blood flowed out from the blood groove on the sword body and splashed on Charles's face. Charles didn't blink. He held the hilt of the sword with expressionless hands and twisted it in a circle. Eldred tilted his head and stopped moving. His eyes were still open, just looking at Count Odin's coffin. The Countess took 2 steps forward and covered her mouth. On his seemingly calm face, 2 lines of tears fell silently. Eldred is dead. The Lord died in front of the Countess, without any political dealings involved. The murderer died in front of Count Odin's coffin. He was killed by the Count's son himself. Before he died, he personally admitted his crime. There is no more fitting revenge than this. The Lord stepped back and covered his cloak. Seeing the Countess looking at him, he bowed slightly to the Countess. Charles finally let go of the hilt of his sword and stood up, bowing his head towards King Ulrich. Thank you to the gods and your majesty for witnessing my revenge. And thank you all for your justice. Then he knelt down on one knee towards Auden's coffin. Father! I am Charles Fletcher. Your enemy has gone to where he belongs. By the time I finished speaking, tears were streaming down my face. Ulrich raised his eyebrows. Well done. After saying that, he rode away. Before leaving, he glanced at Leon. It was obvious that Liang's dirty trick was seen by the king, who was riding a horse from a higher position and could indeed see it more clearly. Charles, go carry the coffin and send your father back to Kerwin. Leon stepped forward and asked Charles to get up. Charles walked to the coffin, wrapped his sleeve around the injury on his right forearm, then replaced the attendant on the right front and lifted the coffin. But then, there was a painful groan. His left shoulder was also injured, and the heavy coffin caused blood to ooze from his wound. The Lord's teeth ached for a while, and he subconsciously looked at the team panel. This dropped from 50% to 39%. Fortunately, it returned to 40% after more than 10 seconds, which seems to be able to hold on. The coffin was heavy, and blood was oozing from Charles's left shoulder. But he endured it, gritted his teeth, and moved forward step by step with tears in his eyes. The Countess saw this scene, and her eyes turned very soft when she looked at Charles. Miss Joanna next to her also covered her mouth, with tears in her eyes. Lehman, who was next to him, frowned. He probably never thought that he could gain more recognition from the Countess and Joanna in this way. This is indeed not the custom of Pender. This kind of operation can only come from an ancient country. Baron Hereward walked to Leon and watched Charles carrying the coffin out of the city gate intently. Baron Leon, where will Charles's feet be? Leon also watched Count Odin's coffin leave. and then turned around. What do you think of Fletcher Village? Hereward laughed silently, and patted Leon on the shoulder. Ah, very good. You are really the smartest boy I have ever met. But the tax revenue of Fletcher Village cannot afford to support 600 sentries. Of course. That's where Hereward and Odin first started working together. The Lord grinned and showed a row of white teeth. Only 600 sentries? I thought it was several thousand. Lord Hereward, you probably don't know that the money in my hand is enough to buy the entire Chang'e town. It seems that Hereward is planning to retire. His sentries need a new sergeant major. And the Bugle Call Rangers also need a new leader. And this old man will probably look at Charles differently now. This is why Leon wants Charles to take revenge with his own hands. And also asks him to show off by carrying the coffin even though he was injured. He wanted the old guys, who were close to Odin, to see this with their own eyes. Although Ralph is not here. Ralph, who was born as a civilian and has an upright temperament, is naturally the same kind as Charles. And he also needs Leon's support. The son of the former Grand Master. He personally avenged his father. He has the qualities of bravery, determination, and fearlessness of powerful enemies. A simple and honest filial piety. And the support of a big benefactor. A solid candidate for the next leader. Yes, most of these qualities were deliberately designed by the Lord. But at least Charles did achieve them. In the eyes of people like the Countess or Hereward, what could be faulty about such an illegitimate child? Moreover, the system that had not responded for a long time was reminded again on this day. Several in one day. Your coaching skills have improved. Your command skills have improved. Your tax collector, Charles Fletcher, has increased his relationship with you to 100. You have earned the honor. You have gained dominion. Lord Leon, thank you. After the crowd dispersed, Riva came to the Lord and performed a lame noble salute again. After stabbing Eldred with her own hands, she was now calm. Eldred stabbed Odin in the back and killed Odin, and Leon also asked Riva to stab Eldred in the back. This was indeed the best way to get revenge for Riva. Leva, what are you going to do now? Why don't you go to Qin village to get married? The Lord asked calmly. He was looking at the attributes he had just improved, and he was not enthusiastic about it. Moreover, it was not to help Riva in the first place, but to let her participate, just because this bandit leader was very suitable for this plan. What am I going to do to recognize my relative? I have the ability to support myself. To avenge him is just because I harmed him. I want to atone for my sins. Riva looked at her right hand. But this atonement is not enough. So, I am going to protect Charles. But I want to beg you, don't tell anyone about me, including Charles. I didn't expect that this bandit leader still had such a heart. It seemed that she didn't really hate Odin that much, but was just being extreme. Although she was deceived and did the wrong thing, it was still human nature. If you are willing to help the knights under my command, that is of course a good thing. As for your life experience, that is your own business and has nothing to do with me. The Lord nodded and planned to leave. Wait, sir. I'm sorry that I took your things. I will give you back double the amount in the future. Riva stopped Leon, seemingly because of the previous incident of stealing money and swords. No, Riva. Count Odin has already paid it back for you. He once told me that the money you took from me was taken away by my daughter. This is tit for tat. Leon imitated Odin's tone and watched Riva's tears fall again. You should go and see your father buried, Riva, and then protect Fletcher village with Charles. That will be Charles's fiefdom. Thank you, my lord, and I will return the favor. I swear. This is not a game. The Lord did not recruit Riva into the team. It might be a better choice to let her continue to be a bandit and become a secret helper. The matter was resolved. But this incident caused many changes in the situation in the kingdom. In the afternoon of the same day, Amy's brother Lord Andrew was released, and the murderer had been executed. Naturally, the king would not continue to detain his nephew. However, King Ulrich dismissed Andrew from his post on the grounds that it caused the dignity of the royal guards to be damaged. This treatment is appropriate, and there is nothing wrong with the reason. The royal city guards are the king's own troops, and all of them are nobles. However, Andrew allowed Baron Eldred to detain dozens of people, which really undermined the king's majesty. If it were Leon, as soon as the group of armed retinues was detained by the Chicha fortress, he would definitely lead the royal guards directly into the Chicha fortress to seize people and kill anyone who dared to stop them. There is no need to be timid in an army composed entirely of aristocratic children. If they cause trouble, their parents will naturally intervene. and they may even be able to control the Chicha fortress in one fell swoop, and maybe become the master of the Chicha fortress. But now, Andrew can only return to Yaju village to be a small lord and run his knight territory. The Chicha fortress was taken over by King Ulrich as a direct jurisdiction, and became a military garrison directly under the king. The Lion Knights were sent to Chicha fortress to take over the army on the day Eldred was killed. By the next day, King Ulrich announced that Eldred and Rainier had been found guilty of treason, and the Seven Forks fortress was placed under the direct jurisdiction of the king. The evidence of the accusation was the forged letter by the Lord, which could not be used as evidence of accusation. The king should probably thank Leon for killing Rainier and providing the evidence of the father and son's treason, so King Ulrich could take advantage of this. Sir Lehman did not go to Brave Shield Castle. He did not even go to Kerwin village to preside over the burial of his father-in-law. As the deputy leader of the Lion Knights, he temporarily took over the defense of Chicha fortress. The defense of Brave Shield Castle was assigned by King Ulrich to a man no one expected, Baron Leofric. This is the Baron who used the griffin emblem that Godric once mentioned. He was originally the lord of Kerwin village, where Odin was buried, and the Countess's hometown. But Brave Shield Castle was not sealed to him. The current nominal owner of Brave Shield Castle is still Odin's daughter Joanna. The king only assigned Baron Leofric to temporarily manage the military affairs of Brave Shield Castle, just like Archduke Alma temporarily manages the affairs of Lunga town. This is actually a commission from the Countess. She will move back to her hometown of Kerwin village, while Lord Leofric of Kerwin will go to Fort Brave Shield to guard the border. This can probably be regarded as a way for both sides to get what they need. Although Ralph is a friend of Odin, he is obviously not a friend of the Countess. Moreover, his border territory was sold to Leon, and was no longer under the jurisdiction of Brave Shield Castle. At the same time, before leaving Lion City, the Countess did transfer Fletcher village to Leon. To be precise, to Charles. The transfer price is 1 dinar. Today, the actual managers and nominal rulers of these places are as follows. Grand Duke Alma of Longa town, nominally the unfounded child, belonging to Duke Alfwan. Baron Leofric of Brave Shield, nominally owned by Joanna, Earl of Odin's daughter. Sir Lehman of Chicha fortress. Eldred and his son rebelled against the country, and Chicha fortress was placed under the direct jurisdiction of the king. Fletcher village Charles belongs to Leon. Frontier station Ralph belongs to Leon. The current situation in the Lion Kingdom, except for Raymond, Chicha fortress, and Eldred and his sons, is the same as in the game. Chapter 102 Life Experience and Past Events. It seems that the Lord has gained a lot of benefits. But if you think about it carefully, after this series of events, the person who actually benefited the most is actually the king himself. The first is the gateway to Lion City, Chicha fortress. Secondly, Eldred died in a duel, so the king easily controlled the army of Chicha fortress. These are thousands of elite soldiers. In the end, Andrew, the commander of the royal guards, was relieved of his duties. But Ulrich did not appoint anyone else. The guards formed by hundreds of nobles were now led by the king himself. These are hundreds of elite cavalry. King Ulrich was also obviously aware of the role played by the Lord. Therefore, he agreed with the territory transaction between Leon and the Countess, and even turned a blind eye to the price of 1 dinar. Privately trading territory is actually an illegal act. In order to avoid large-scale annexation of land, territory exchanges or sales require the permission of the supreme lords of both parties. This is also an important matter managed by the House of Lords. Therefore, King Ulrich is actually releasing a fair attitude. The funeral was over, but the Lord did not go back immediately. He wants to accompany Amy to visit Miss Philina. Amy's mother, Miss Philina, has been in poor health. She fell seriously ill a few days ago, and her body is already weak. When she heard that her son had been accused of treason and murder, she rushed to Lion City overnight to ask Ulrich about the situation. But she fell ill again in anxiety. King Ulrich obviously still cared about this sister, and sent many palace doctors to diagnose and treat her. But it seemed that the effect was not good. Philina stayed at the king's private residence, the former Pender House Tower. This is Liang's first time entering the tallest building in the Lion Kingdom, although it is only 10 stories high. Contrary to imagination, the interior of this building is extremely simple. King Ulrich, who loved gold, did not seem to have added any gorgeous decorations to this building. It looks like an ordinary private residence of a small nobleman, except that it has more floors and a larger area. However, the garden outside the ground floor is extraordinary. It's mid-January, the coldest time of the year, But this garden is full of irises of various colors, including golden irises and purple irises. The flowering period is usually from April to June, perhaps because of the unique vitality of this garden. The palace doctors advised Miss Felina not to go back yet, and to rest here for a while. Most of the doctors in this era were very talkative and valued mysticism much more than medical skills. Miss Felina is now lying on the soft couch in the garden. Even though her face is haggard, she still looks graceful and graceful. She must have been an outstanding beauty when she was young. "Mother!" Amy shouted softly from the bedside. Felina turned sideways with some difficulty. "Amy, why are you dressed like this? What the H.L. is Godric teaching you again?" Amy was wearing a swordsman's uniform, a light half-body armor, high-cut studded boots, a sword on her waist, and a knight's cape. This was a meeting gift given to him by Leon, a lightweight female knight's uniform that can be used for almost everything. Occasion. Ah. Well, there may be enemies on the road. It's safer to wear this. In fact, she wears this outfit all the time. She likes the light, flexible but combat-effective equipment, which makes her feel like a real heroine. Amy didn't seem to want her mother to know that she was practicing martial arts. Maybe Felina wanted her to become a lady, although this lady had already been on the battlefield and had shot enemies with her own hands. She seemed a little worried about being exposed in front of her mother, and subconsciously winked at Leon behind her. Later, Felina also saw the lord behind Amy. The haggard lady's eyes suddenly widened, as if she had seen something extraordinary, and she looked at Leon carefully several times. "Young man, what is your name?" Felina's voice actually trembled. "I am Leon Griffin. Miss Felina, my fiefdom is next to White Deer Castle." The lord behaved very politely. After all, Miss Felina certainly didn't want her daughter to hang out with gangsters. "Griffin? Huh? Luckily they figured it out." Felina suddenly laughed, with a complex look in her eyes, which seemed to be filled with relief and memories. Leon could probably guess that Miss Felina must know her parents, maybe even better than Godric. Looking around, the attendants were all standing far away. The palace attendants were very sensible. Leon didn't want to guess all day long, so he simply asked directly, "Does Miss Felina know my parents?" Felina also looked around to make sure no one could hear her except Amy, and then said, "You are exactly the same as your father. If I'm not mistaken, you should have come from Buckley. Your parents are still here, okay?" Leon was stunned for a moment. "I told Lord Godric that they passed away." Felina's eyes dimmed in an instant. How could it be? Godric didn't tell me. Did he not believe me? Miss Felina? What exactly happened back then? The lord's curiosity was completely aroused, and Amy stepped forward and hugged her mother's arm. "Looking forward to it. This starts from when we were young. 30 years ago, in the 325th year of Pandeli. Sure, whose city?" "Leonardo, you can't do this. That's the king's will." "The king's will?" "Godric, we are Lion Knights. Lion Knights will only protect the country, believe in chivalry, respect civilians, and abide by the spirit of chivalry, but will not serve any king. Don't be like this, Leonardo. Don't you want to restore the legal status of the Knights of the Lion? Is it the king who has the final say on whether it is legal or illegal? Is the will of the Lion King legal? Why did they massacre that village? Is it legal to kill civilians? Is it legal to snatch women and children? Is rape and robbery legal? These are the crazy king's will, Leonardo. It's really hateful for those nobles to take advantage of the situation. But you finally managed to get the king to acquiesce to the existence of the Lion Knights. If you do this, the Lion Knights will be completely exiled. You will not be able to live in this place. Stay in the mainland. Get out of the way. Godric, you shouldn't be protecting those lunatics. You are my best friend, and I don't want to point a sword at you. But I have my responsibilities. I have a child. Leonardo. As you saw, Felina is pregnant. I can no longer accompany you on your adventures. Princess Felina. Godric, why did you bring her to Lion Lake City? If it weren't for her nonsense and mobilizing the nobles to provide relief, that village would not have been massacred. This is not Felina's fault. She just wanted to help those villagers. But her help killed thousands of people. Godric, that's more than 1,000 lives. I have to kill those bastards. You'd better take Felina and get out of my sight. Immediately. Felina didn't dare to say a word at that time. She was frightened by her angry friend. But she has since learned that if she wants to help others, she must first have the right method. She also knew that those noble knights were not as upright as in knight novels, nor were they as chivalrous as her knight friend. That night, 143 of the total 145 nobles were killed in the banquet hall of Shirhu city. Rivers of blood flowed. They died at the hands of an elite force, which had a bright red lion emblem. Like blood. Alma Horton? I know you weren't involved in any of that shit. Get out of the way. Leonardo. If the king dies, the Lion Kingdom will fall into turmoil. I was also a Lion Knight. You should still remember the first tenet of the Lion Knight's oath. I swore to maintain the stability of the country. But his current behavior has already affected the stability of the country. Alma. Just because of a girl and a rumor. He can order mass arrests and massacre of villages. Let those nobles rape and plunder. Part 1 thousands of lives. Can such a king still protect this country? Alma. Look at what he looks like now. He has been lost in wine and poison. How can he be awake for a minute? Leonardo. The question is, if the king dies suddenly, what will the other nobles do? What will the Bacchus Empire, Field Way, and Crow Kingdom do? This is not a simple matter of light and darkness. And chivalrous spirit cannot be used come and govern the country. Enough people have died today. I will block the news and leave quickly while the king is still awake. Okay. Alma. You better not make me regret it. Alma Horton, the only one who survived because he had not committed any evil, fled back to Lion City with the drunken and unconscious king. A few days later, Alma was named Lord of Lion Lake City. And this tragedy was as if it had never happened. 25 years ago, in the 330th year of Pandeli, the Lion City. Do you regret it? Leonardo. You are the invincible blood lion. Originally you would have become a famous general of the kingdom. A count. Or even a duke. Regret? I regret not killing that mad king. You are now the captain of the guard of this castle? These 3 irises are very beautiful. But, do you still want to stop me? Lord Godric? Are you sure you want to do this? With your skill and reputation, you could have become the leader of the Royal Knights. But now, you will be wanted by the whole country, and will be killed without mercy. A group of robbers broke into my house, and stole my fiancée. Shouldn't I come to rescue her? What would you do, if someone else captured Falina? I will fight my way into ha ha ha. Then why are you stopping here? Leonardo. I just want to tell you that the Mad King died. He died suddenly. Before his death, he cleared all information related to the Lion Knight. King Ulrich who succeeded him was not a madman. And he knew nothing about anything. I don't know. You don't actually need to do that. Godric. What happens to Ulrich is none of my business. The Mad King seemed very wise when he was young. But what happened? I just want to take my fiancée away. This has nothing to do with Ulrich. It doesn't matter. Okay. I didn't expect that the Mad King could catch her before he died. But, where is your knighthood? The Mad King's men can snatch her away from my station. What do you think will happen to my knights? Do you think I am here to reminisce about old times? Leonardo. You have already killed everyone. And now you are injured like this. Are you still planning to kill an entire city by yourself? Come on. Stop talking. Godric. I understand your difficulties. But I have my principles. I am the last Lion Knight. And I cannot let the glory of the Lion Knight fall into my hands. Well, with my skills? Of course, I can't stop the unparalleled blood Lion Knight. Oh! Look! I'm injured. My subordinates can't stop me either. What the hell are you talking about? You've been talking for so long. You should have rested. Right? Take her and get out of here. Godric. Get out. I don't know a brainless idiot like you. Oh! Felina. What are you doing here? I'm here to see off His Highness Griffin. My name is not Griffin. Felina. My name is. Your name is Griffin. Remember? From now on you can only be called Griffin. Take the money and leave. Go to Barclay and don't come back. Now! January 20th. 3:55 in the calendar year of Pendor. In the garden of the House of Lords. Miss Philina was still telling stories calmly, her eyes full of nostalgia. The day after they left, Godric resigned from the Royal Guard and was sent to White Deer Castle to guard the border. The reason was that he could not stop the enemy alone. This is actually an order I asked Ulrich to give. Godric and I both want to stay away from those troublesome things. Ulrich's father, the Mad King, is my uncle. However, if Godric and Ulrich hadn't protected me, I would have almost been killed by him. Humph. He's a madman. This crazy king massacred many people just for an inexplicable rumor. He has completely lost his mind. Instigated by the nobles around him, who only know how to eat, drink, whore and gamble. He will do anything that is not done by humans. Pass. Actually, at that time, everyone, including King Ulrich himself, was looking forward to his early death. But it wasn't until 25 years ago that he died drunk in the palace toilet. After Ulrich succeeded to the throne, he ambitiously wanted to change the country. Therefore, he encountered great resistance. In the first dozen years, he was not even able to establish his real power. It wasn't until 9 years ago that Ulrich re-established the Knights of the Lion that he truly took control of the country. But unfortunately, this was a compromise. The new Lion Knights built with the Royal Guards is different from the previous Lion Knights. There are no more Lion Knights who have served the country and the people. Your father, Leonardo, is the last true Lion Knight. As for Griffin, that's not your mother's name, but the crest on her sword. Miss Violina finally finished telling the long story, looked at the coat of arms on Leon and smiled bitterly. That coat of arms is golden. Probably because she talked too much. Violina was obviously a little tired. She helped Amy stand up and looked at Leon again. How did your parents die? I also want to know. The Lord smiled bitterly. Miss Violina looked at Leon in silence for a while, and finally sighed. It's okay not to know. Leon also nodded seriously. Indeed, it's okay not to know. After saying that, the Lord looked at the tall tower of the noble house, exhaled a long breath, and then bowed respectfully to Violina. Thank you for your help, Miss Felina, but I still want to know a question. What was my mother's original name? Felina was stunned for a moment, then understood, with a melancholy smile on her face. Since they passed away, I really should let you know. Her name is Helen. Helen Pendragon. Amy's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth. Pendragon? This is the surname of the late King Kabbalah, the founder of the Pender Kingdom. Leon didn't show any surprise. He just wanted to know the name. He could guess the surname. Of course, the only one who can be captured by the Mad King and taken into the palace is the last Princess Ponde. Thank you for telling me this. Please don't worry. I don't remember it at all. Please introduce me again as Leon Griffin. Baron McFly. The Lord knew that both Violina and Amy would understand what he meant by introducing himself again. Violina looked at Leon's calm face, smiled and nodded. Very good, Baron Leon Griffin. In fact, you can call me Aunt. I used to be as close as sisters to your mother Griffin. Miss Felina is indeed very clear, because she is talking about Griffin. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Felina, but I can't do this. And Lord Godric doesn't want me to call him uncle. Leon shook his head seriously, saying that he didn't want to involve your family. By the way, where did Lord Godric go? Violina smiled. I asked him to take a detour from Sherhu City back to White Deer Castle. He is probably still on the way. Amy was a little confused. Why did you let your father leave alone? Miss Violina stroked Amy's hair. Andrew was accused of treason at the time. If Godric didn't return to White Deer Castle to lead the army, the whole family is in Lion City. Who knows what would happen? Amy understood and frowned slightly. Are you threatening the king with your father? Is King Ulrich no longer willing to listen to you? Everyone is like this. When you are young, you can have pure feelings without any interest. But everyone will eventually be different from when he was young. The king is also a human being. Felina shook her head gently. Amy frowned deeper. It's not very safe for you to live here. As long as there are people, there is no absolute security. With me here, the king can rest assured about Godric, and Godric can guarantee the safety of me and Andrew at White Deer Castle. The army and the castle are the real protection. When she said the last sentence, Miss Violina looked at Leon. The Lord nodded and bowed again. I understand, Miss Violina. Thank you again. The army and the castle are the real guarantee. The Lord is convinced. Since he was not a relative of Earl Odin, Leon did not go to Kerwin village to attend the funeral. After all, Pander did not hold a table for 10 people. After bidding farewell to Miss Violina, he took Amy directly back to Meixiangling, intending to build an army. Exactly 100 chapters. Next, we are about to enter the farming stage. You can use the background of the game to guess who is the person who killed Leon Griffin's parents. Chapter 103 Special Course. The winter in Meixiangling is still as beautiful as a picture scroll. Scattered snow fell on the blue sky, causing the nearby trees to be covered with light white frost. The snow wasn't heavy, just a thin layer on the ground. And the chill wasn't too deep. This is the first snow in Meixiangling, and it will probably be the last snow in the whole year. This is the coldest time in this place. In some years, it doesn't even snow all year round. Leon and Amy walked outside the territory together, leaving a long string of footprints on the shallow snow. Teacher, are you going to let them go just like that? Don't let them pay some ransom or something? Amy looked back from time to time, and a small snowflake fell on her long eyelashes. In the blink of an eye, the snowflake melted, leaving a drop of crystal clear water at the end of her eyelashes. If you promise to release someone, you must honor it. You can't go back on your promise. The Lord had already reached the edge of the Air River. He looked at Amy, whose nose was slightly red from the cold, and handed her the thermos filled with hot water. He is teaching his students. As soon as Leon returned to make the angling, he released the two governors Justice and Livius as promised without any additional conditions. In fact, not only Amy was confused, but the Lord's subordinates also felt strange. Based on Sarah, Chloe's and others' understanding of their Lord, Leon had always wanted to gain enough benefits. But this time, he suddenly let him go so generously. It made them a little uncomfortable. Amy, being a trustworthy person is the basic condition for being a qualified Lord. The Lord teaches his students very uprightly. Just listening to these words, one would even think that this is a person who has escaped from vulgar taste. But the next sentence immediately lowered the grade. If everyone doesn't believe me, then I will never be able to deceive anyone again. Think about it. How scary this is. Amy held the thermos bottle, covered her hands, and rubbed it gently on her nose twice. Then why don't you send someone to escort them? In case they die on the road. Then it's none of my business. If they don't even have the ability to return to the Bacchus Empire, then there's no use letting them go back. Besides, in doing business, you have to make others willing. Amy. The Lord stood on tiptoe by the river and looked far away, saying strange words. Amy obviously didn't understand why this was related to business again. But after a few minutes, she understood. Because the two governors, who just left this road, came back in a hurry. Your Excellency Leon. Can we borrow 2 horses from you? It was Governor Justice who spoke, and his words were somewhat restrained. It seemed that he had not spoken like this in many years, and Livius seemed even more embarrassed. He was too embarrassed to speak at all. Leon let them go without any conditions in the morning. He really had no shame in asking for this or that. Although Leon graciously let them go and even returned their swords, the two of them immediately turned around and came back less than half a day after leaving my Xiangling. The climate in Meixiangling is good. The temperature is okay, and I don't feel too cold. But after leaving Meixiangling for dozens of miles, the north was no longer sheltered by forests and hillsides, and the biting cold wind was blowing. These two governors are from the south. In addition, after walking for a long time and feeling hungry, the two governors realized these important issues. It was freezing cold, but the two of them had nothing. No helpers, no money, no horses, and no food. There isn't even a map. This is really not because they are stupid, but because of the thinking barriers caused by identity issues. After all, these are two governors who usually cheer each other before going out, and most of the arrangements are made by the servants. How could they usually think about such trivial matters? Lord Governor, this is my fault. I actually forgot to prepare the expenses for you. The Lord began to show off his acting skills and slapped his forehead in annoyance. Then he led the two governors back. But just after turning around and walking a few steps, several people saw Sarah whizzing past with a large group of new soldiers on horseback, exiting the village entrance of Meixiangling and heading in another direction. Oops! Sarah has brought all the horses to train new recruits. I'm afraid there will be no horses in my territory. How about you wait until Sarah comes back? The Lord paused his feet, his expression helpless. The two governors looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. It's not like they've lost all of them. Right. Amy held the thermos in front of her face and pretended to warm her nose, covering her unconcealable smile. Leon looked at the village hesitantly and gritted his teeth. Forget it. I'll just lend you my own carriage. That tone seemed extremely heartbreaking. The two governors did feel a bit sorry. Livius was the first to express his position. Lord Leon is indeed a role model for the nobles. Just treat it like we buy it, and we will buy it at a high price. Justice also nodded. Yes. We have no money right now, so we will write you an IOU. And when we return to Bacchus, we will send you the money. Amy, you should understand. If you create demand for customers, they will willingly give me money and be grateful to me. An hour later, the Lord stood by the small river again, waving to the retreating carriage. The two governors did express their sincere gratitude to Leon, and bought a carriage and a week's rations for 2 people at a high price of 12,000 dinars. The chariot was hitched to 2 Jatta horses that had been injured. It looks good, but it's practical. Anyway, he can no longer be a war horse. Together with a horse and cart, it is worth about 600 dinars. This was really voluntary by the 2 governors. Each of them wrote an IOU for 6,000 dinars. After all, they couldn't get it if they didn't write enough. And when they left, they really said sincerely to the Lord, "Thank you." Amy nodded sincerely. She felt that Teacher Liang's operation was very advanced and much more reliable than being locked in a cell and asking for ransom. I defrauded people of their money, and yet I was able to gain a favorable impression. Sarah was already standing behind the Lord, and it was only then that she realized that the Lord was trying to extort money. However, the Lord arranged for her to take the horses and recruits out. But it was not just for acting. "Sir, do you really want me to continue training cavalry?" Sarah had no confidence in military training. She had never done this before. "Sarah, you have to have confidence in yourself. In the whole Maishan collar. You are the best rider besides me. Just go ahead and do it. You will be fine." The Lord's praise and encouragement are always free of charge. "No, sir. What I mean is that my training methods may cause them to get injured frequently." Sarah was still a little uneasy. Although she was very cruel when beating prisoners of war, she had always been very kind to her own people. "Nothing to worry about getting injured. Anyway, with Anson here, his medical skills have improved greatly recently, and he is especially good at surgical first aid. It would be good to let him practice his medical skills more," the Lord said disapprovingly. Amy reminded from the side, "Teacher, if there are a large number of wounded people in the training, the soldiers may not be able to persist, and they may escape." Liang shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, Amy. You will know soon. This is another lesson for you." The large-scale military training that the Lord had not had time to carry out before can finally be implemented. In the past few days, the crossbowmen have come back one after another, and they have brought back a total of more than 70 mercenaries of different levels. But the Lord does not want to use pure mercenaries now. So he asked these mercenaries a question. "Are you willing to become the subjects of my Xian collar?" Only about 20 mercenaries were willing to keep these people, probably because they had a better relationship with the original crossbowmen. Most of the remaining mercenaries say they are at home everywhere. So the 50 people who planned to be at home all over the world were sent to White Deer Castle to supplement Godric's heavy losses. As for Fletcher Village, Liang is not worried at all. Fletcher Village is a big village, and Riva, the bandit leader, is helping overtly and covertly. If Charles can't pull up a team by himself, then he will die. The more than 20 mercenaries left behind, together with the original crossbowmen, were reorganized into members of the Meixiangling security team. There were 40 people in total, all skilled crossbowmen and infantrymen. The captain and vice-captain are Eric and John Go Sheng and Go Dan respectively. They will also be responsible for road maintenance and business travel safety protection in Meixiangling. With these dozens of skilled soldiers, and the fact that it is now a leisure period for farming, the Lord began to vigorously train the new recruits. There are 62 pure recruits, plus 28 heavy archers who have seen the world and fought in battles. But their actual level is still not good, and they all rely on equipment to support them. Originally there were 30, but 2 were killed when Rainier attacked my Xiangling. There are 90 people in total. After taking off their equipment, they are all new recruits. The 28 archers are actually on the same level as militiamen when they are naked. The new recruits were redivided into 3 parts, and the archers were also changed professions and remade. They began high-intensity special training that was impossible in this era. Every morning, there are 3 hours of basic subject training. 30 young people who can ride horses, or have some talent in riding horses, will be organized into cavalry, and will undergo equestrian training. The instructor will be the cruel Sarah. 30 strong infantrymen will undergo running and fighting training, and the instructors will be the equally brutal Mettenheim stormtroopers. The 30 people with the strongest arms, or some basic skills in archery, will undergo bow and arrow-related training under the leadership of the more brutal Lord Leon. In fact, the best archer in the territory is definitely Rasaderin. But Rasadeland is an older elf, so it is not convenient for him to show up often, and his bow and arrow skills are completely unsuitable for humans. Humans are not as talented as the Nolder Foundation. After Rasadeland returned from White Deer Castle, he was assigned a new task by the Lord to become a shadow. That is, a secret whistle. After all, knowing the name Helen Pendragon, Leon naturally had to step up his guard against assassination. The Lord is very strict in selecting archers. They must have strong strength, good eyesight, flexible reactions, and be calm and collected. Don't be misled by the fragile attributes of archers in various games. In reality, archers are basically all strong soldiers. It is difficult to train an excellent archer. Those who are not strong enough cannot draw a strong bow at all. An excellent archer can often be qualified for most types of arms, and is at least a strong infantryman. Every afternoon, there is 3 hours of offensive and defensive training for all personnel, and the instructors are all combatants. In other words, the standard training time arranged by the Lord for the new recruits is 6 hours a day. In addition, if you practice more, you can get extra late-night snacks from the all-you-can-eat buffet from Food World. So the training time was extended by another 2 hours on the initiative of the recruits. In this day and age, or in any age, that's a terrible amount of training. The Lord dares to practice like this only because he has money. Leslie has been making big purchases. She is spending all the gold coins according to Liang's instructions. But she has not spent them all yet. In fact, if it weren't for Liang's unlimited supply of meat, eggs and pasta, ordinary people in this era would simply not be able to cope with such high-intensity training. And the instructors are all extremely cruel. The reason why they are cruel is mainly reflected in the way they operate. Sarah's equestrian training is simply bloody. Either fall off the horse and die, or walk the horse well. She only spent an hour on the first day explaining basic operations. Then, from day one, she tied the hands of the new recruits so they could only use their legs to control the horses. The horses were teamed up, and Sarah would ride the leader and lead the team in a circle around the collar. It was not until 3 hours later that the horses had completed their optimal amount of exercise for the day that the new recruits were able to escape from their misery. Of course, this training method caused a lot of losses, and half of the people fell off the horse on the first day. Fortunately, Anson followed along and gave first aid, so no one was trampled to death. But the progress gained at the cost of one's life was also huge. From the second day on, fewer and fewer people fell off the horse, and after a week they were basically proficient. All of them have worn out inner thighs, and more people are walking with their legs crossed. However, starting from the second week, Sarah asked them to wear various equipment weighing 40 kilograms, and asked them to train while carrying wood with one hand, and make some contributions to the construction of the village. So non-combat attrition began again. Of course, there is safety guarantee, and Anson will follow him throughout the process. His treatment and first aid abilities improve faster than the recruits' riding skills. Leon looks a little more peaceful here. He will train in various subjects such as bow and arrow, dodge, strength, endurance, and so on at the same time. In addition to basic skills exercises such as holding the bow for 1 minute without moving, firing volleys, projectiles, etc. Other times are confrontation training. The confrontation training is not complicated. It is actually 2 people shooting naked. That is, everyone stands in a circle with a diameter of less than 1 meter and shoots at designated targets one-on-one. They can dodge, but cannot leave the designated circle. The arrows were made of wooden arrowheads, but they still hurt when they hit them. The arrows they hit were just a bag, and they deserved it if they didn't dodge. Every time there is a confrontation, the opponent is different. In each round of training, the distance between circles and the location of the environment are also different. Sometimes it's flat land, sometimes it's mountains, sometimes it's in the woods. There is a bag of arrows in each round. The one who shoots more will win, and the one who loses will practice basic skills. Doesn't look cruel, does it? However, if you are shot by 17 or 18 arrows every day, your head is covered with bruises, your whole body hurts, and your shoulders and wrists hurt as if they are broken. You will not think so. In fact, this kind of training is more difficult than that of the cavalry, because it will definitely be full of headaches. For this reason, the locals even opened a massage service without any teacher. The training of the infantry is also quite difficult. The strong men of Mettenheim are very good at swordsmanship, and Leon has actually been training them intermittently before. The Lord's training methods were taught to the new recruits by the people of Mettenheim. Most of the time they are practicing basic skills such as chopping firewood, felling wood, cutting branches to make arrow shafts, practicing running while carrying wood, etc. This is also providing props for Sarah and Liang's training, and contributing to the construction of the territory. After all, in the winter, wood consumption is quite large. Doesn't sound scary, right? But the problem is that the quantity is large, such as chopping firewood. You must chop 300 pieces of wood within 2 hours. Otherwise you will be beaten. If you have enough firewood and building materials, then practice combat offense and defense, wearing full chain armor. The two sandbag each other, and then practice sparring with wooden weapons. The instructors will designate a target area, and if you miss it, you will be beaten by the instructor. Once hit, the person who took the shot becomes a sandbag, and the original sandbag is replaced by the attacker, and so on. In other words, unless every attack is successful and every defense is successful, you will definitely get beaten. Chain armor can prevent cuts and bleeding, but it can't prevent the impact at all. So after coming out of the stormtrooper training ground of the Mettenheimers, all the infantry will be bruised and out of breath. But their iron bones and strong attacks will definitely increase very quickly. And every afternoon's full-scale attack and defense is completely actual combat. The method is very simple. The recruits face the security team. The wooden weapons are stained with white dust. The recruits organize their own tactics. The only requirement is that they are not allowed to retreat. If you are hit in the vital point, you are out. If you are out, do basic exercises until the end of training. 90 new recruits versus 40 skilled mercenaries may seem like a huge numerical advantage, but it's actually very difficult. When it comes to fighting, there is a huge gap between experienced and inexperienced people. The key is that once the veterans are at a disadvantage, Close's charge will also join the battle and join the ranks of the veterans. Among the new recruits, several captains with some tactical awareness appeared. In fact, the busiest person in the entire Maxiangling is Anson. Anson has also started training helpers. He realized from the second day of training that he would definitely not be able to handle it alone. So he selected a few helpers to form a medical team. They worked overtime every day, and his medical skills improved by leaps and bounds, rising several levels in a month. Heal, 6. Surgery, 5. First aid, 6. High-intensity training will naturally bring about many changes. Liang's coaching level has been improved again. Now level 5. In fact, the coaching levels of Close and Sarah have also been upgraded. And Sarah has even been promoted to level 2. Probably because of the outstanding results. So, just 1 month later, the new recruits had changed drastically. Those with the worst grades can now be considered high-level soldiers after wearing full equipment. But the time is still short after all. And their proficiency is actually not high. Especially the archers. However, during the continuous training, no one escaped. No one resisted. And no one even complained. The most important reason why these lords can grit their teeth and complete such high-intensity training is the lord stock dividends. None of the new recruits want to be eliminated from the army, because every member of the army has at least 2 shares, and the weekly dividends can equal the monthly income of an ordinary family in Pender. And if you train well and get elected as a team leader, you can really make a fortune. In addition, if you can join the army directly under the lord, you can also receive additional combat subsidies, 3 meals for free, and unlimited canteens. The real role of Lord Lor's Maisheng group is not just to make money. Business is never a system that exists alone. This is another lesson the Lord gave Amy. Only when all resources are used can it be considered effective integration. Chapter 104 Panda's College Entrance Examination. The end of March. The beginning of spring. The withered grassland has been repainted with tender green. The morning dew brings the vitality of early spring. And the green buds on the trees are as full of life and vitality as wheat collars. The 2-month training is finally over. Thanks to Anson, none of the new recruits were seriously injured or disabled. Nowadays, the team directly under the Lord has also changed greatly, and it is no longer as shabby as before. Great Swordsman of Mettenheim. October 10th. Pender Armed Cavalry. 30 of 30. Pender Armored Archer. 30 of 30. Pender Armed Infantry. 30 of 30. There are exactly 100 people in total. All of them are real elite soldiers. My Xiangling's 40 security team members have all become high-level soldiers. But they were unable to defeat the new recruits half a month ago. With the addition of Mettenheim's great swordsmen, they can barely beat the Lord when helping them with ideas. This is the day when the new recruits are out of trouble. They graduate, but none of them seemed excited. On the contrary, they all looked extremely nervous, even a little scared. In fact, it was just an ordinary and sunny afternoon. The weather was excellent. There were no foreign enemies, and there was not even a small theft in the territory. But they were still a little trembling, as if what they were about to face was more terrifying than facing a group army on the battlefield. Indeed, this day is quite scary for the guys at my Xiangling. They are experiencing the first college entrance examination in their lives. That's right. It's the college entrance examination. Senior NCO rank examination. Except for a few intellectuals who serve as invigilators. This exam is attended by everyone. The Lord has long felt that there are too many illiterate people under his command. So he deliberately created such a trick. And this exam was a surprise attack. The Lord asked them to gather for training in the morning, announced the end of training, and then started the exam immediately in the afternoon. The brothers performed well in the training, and I am very pleased. But do you still remember that I have always reminded you during your training that it is best to learn to read? I also specially invited Amy to be your teacher. You can also see that we need more officers. Therefore, this afternoon, I plan to use the fairest way to determine the first batch of senior non-commissioned officers candidates. After all, officers must at least be able to understand military orders. The Lord has indeed reminded his subordinates long ago that they must learn to read. But except for Eric, most people didn't seem to take it seriously. You must know that Leon has not been idle in the past 2 months. Since Amy came to Meixi Angling, he was immediately dragged by the Lord to hold a night class. Amy also didn't expect that she came here to be a student, but instead became a Chinese teacher for more than 100 people. There are not many courses. 1 hour every night. Free teaching. No forcing. Just come if you want. 2 beautiful teachers, Sarah and Amy, work together to teach each other. And the classes are not boring. There are quite a few people coming to attend the class. But I don't know whether it's because the teacher Amy is too beautiful, or because the training during the day is too hard. Anyway, the students are basically not interested in attending class. And the teaching results don't seem to be very good. So the Lord decided to teach them a real lesson and suddenly announced the college entrance examination in the afternoon. Only those who passed the examination could obtain the qualification of senior non-commissioned officer. Those with senior non-commissioned officer qualifications will be awarded 10 shares of Meixi International. What Leon calls senior non-commissioned officers is actually the rank he set, which is like a threshold, like a qualification certificate or diploma. This is 2 different things from a job. For example, Close's position is storm captain, and he is a formal officer. But he is not a senior non-commissioned officer. Those with positions will only be listed separately in the Lord's team. Just like Anson and Sarah, there are still many people in the team who are corps commanders. In previous battles, those with military merit have actually been promoted and rewarded. However, those who are promoted to corps commanders due to merit have nothing to do with senior non-commissioned officers. But they only share more spoils. Lord, I want to separate rank and position. Everyone knows that the Lord is a man of his word. There must be rewards for fighting bravely. So there must be benefits to training hard and improving your skills. But no one expected that if they wanted to get promoted and make a fortune, they would have to pass the college entrance examination and get a diploma. This is the result of the Lord's repeated evaluation. On the one hand, it is true that only literate people can be leaders. Illiterate people who cannot even understand military orders may be excellent soldiers, but they are unable to lead troops to implement complex tactics. On the other hand, Leon wants to establish a simple upgrade logic in the army, a new class of non-commissioned officers that has nothing to do with their positions and will not create class conflicts. A non-commissioned officer is not an officer. It is a kind of identity, or a collective term designed by Leon for staff within the establishment, since people need to accept it step by step. Only 3 simple ranks are used for the time being: private, non-commissioned officer, senior non-commissioned officer. First of all, only those who have received more than 4 weeks of rigorous training can become private soldiers. The Lord will not take junior soldiers out to fight in the future. Private soldiers can become non-commissioned officers as long as they pass the Lord's test through hard training, complete more than 1 battle with the Lord, and perform qualified on the battlefield. The Lord's test is actually mainly to determine loyalty through fighting, and it will definitely be quite fair to check whether they have become a high-level soldier through the system. But the soldiers didn't know that. They only thought that the Lord had a sharp eye, was fair and strict. After becoming a non-commissioned officer, even if you join the official establishment, you can still receive salary when you are not fighting, which is very attractive. These 100 men were now eligible to become non-commissioned officers because they had been in combat before. But what is more attractive is the senior sergeant. The Lord said that becoming a senior non-commissioned officer means becoming a full-time warrior, regardless of whether he eventually becomes a knight. He will say goodbye to his farming career. Moreover, being a senior non-commissioned officer is a prerequisite for becoming a knight under the Lord. All basic necessities, food, clothing, housing and transportation are free. And all equipment will be provided by the Lord. Being able to completely quit work, no longer have to work in the fields, and become a professional soldier means having a higher social status. In fact, this is the case for the Knights of Pindar. In other words, this is actually a knight without a fief. But he is not a noble. However, the treatment is better than that of ordinary knights from noble families. Not only is the salary high, the Lord also provides food, accommodation and equipment, and there is no need to work for any nobles. In this day and age, the appeal is huge, but if a non-commissioned officer wants to be promoted to a senior non-commissioned officer, he does not have to be highly skilled. He must first pass the college entrance examination and obtain a qualification certificate. In other words, to be able to become a senior non-commissioned officer, one must first have good skills, have fought in battles, and have some merit, and then he must be educated. After becoming a senior non-commissioned officer, if you study hard and gain some merit, you may become a knight lord. There is also a knight exam waiting for them. Most of them are cultural subjects. After all, becoming a noble requires culture. Of course, for those illiterate strong men with outstanding skills, it is not impossible to become a rich man by relying on military merit alone. The Lord is very trustworthy in distributing the spoils, and one can live a very wealthy life as a corps commander in Maxiangling. But senior non-commissioned officers can get 10 additional shares. Food and accommodation are also included. What a great treatment. But no one thought that the Lord would need to take cultural courses when evaluating the rank of non-commissioned officers. Therefore, during the exam in the afternoon, everyone almost collapsed. They spent all their energy on training, and did not study the cultural courses well at all. Right now, the examination room is filled with gloom and mist. Even Close, the old subordinate, who had been with the Lord for the longest time, actually chewed the tip of the quill pen in the examination room until it was almost bald. But he still couldn't write a few words. This guy stared pitifully at Liang and Amy, who were proctoring the exam, and looked like he was about to cry. And it wasn't just him. Most of the soldiers had sad faces. Most of the wooden boards in front of them that served as papers were blank. Probably for them, writing is much more difficult than killing people, especially the people of Mendenham, who are basically all from poor households. Exams are a rare thing, and these soldiers have not learned to cheat. They all look around and scratch their heads. In fact, they can't cheat at all. Many of them are not even good at holding pens and can't copy. Besides, these questions are all essay questions. For example, write a military report after a detailed investigation. The data can be used as examples. Another example is, please write a letter of request for help to the Lord. Amy's face is quite gloomy now. These uneducated rough guys are all her students. And her teaching itself doesn't have much of a problem. What's the big problem with teaching basic reading and writing? These people are adults, not 6-year-olds. But Amy's teaching quality is not good, mainly because she is too gentle. As a well-educated aristocratic girl, Amy never swears or curses, and corporal punishment is even less likely. Her upbringing also influenced Sarah. After all, it was a cultural class, and Sarah didn't torture anyone. As for my Xiangling, a group of illiterate people, although no one caused trouble because of their status, most of the people who came to attend the class actually came to relax by the fire and pass the time. There was no nightlife in this era, and the Lord strictly prohibited them from participating in gambling. These guys had no choice but to gather in the classroom, where the brazier was always lit to warm up in the evening, and watch the two beautiful ladies. Liang asked businessmen to open entertainment venues everywhere, but he managed his own territory very strictly. Anyone who dared to gather people to gamble would have their crime tools confiscated and whipped until they could not get out of bed. Eric is the only good student in the entire My Xiangling. This guy has been studying hard since he became a political officer. Now, let alone reading, he can even recite several poems with great emotion. The results of this exam were quite disastrous. Out of more than 100 people, only 5 people passed. You know, the passing mark only requires you to write out common military reports according to the topic, and write a simple letter, which is a daily document that a captain-level officer will often use. Eric was the one with the best grades, and he even did well on the extra tactical questions. These 5 people who passed the exam were personally awarded a small bronze griffin badge by Liang. They became the first batch of senior non-commissioned officers in My Xiang color, and also became the captain or deputy captain of each unit. They would have feathers on the top of their helmets. and were granted an additional 10 shares of Maixiang International stock. They were all very happy. And that little badge became Maixiangling's first qualification certificate. From now on, in the Lord's territory, those who hold this badge will not have to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation, and all supplies will be given priority. The dozens of people with the worst grades will be temporarily excluded from the sergeant rank. Their punishment is actually a salary deduction, because, after 2 months of learning, they can't even write the Lord's name. Many people even get their own names wrong. These dozens of illiterate people cry bitterly, hating themselves for not working hard enough, and expressed that they would definitely change their ways and study hard. Fortunately, the Lord had warned him earlier, so everyone in Mendenheim could write their own names and understand simple military orders. But this is probably mainly because the people of Mendenheim know how to forge iron. They are used to engraving their names on the iron tools they make. They are not purely illiterate in the first place. But apart from that, including clothes, they are still semi-literate, since they had followed him for the longest time and had made a lot of contributions. The Lord gave them new jobs and became his bodyguards. But when they see someone wearing a senior sergeant badge, they still have to give a military salute. This is also to encourage their subordinates to become more knowledgeable. And just the day after the college entrance examination, the Lord promulgated his second official night appointment, Eric, because Eric applied for the night exam the next morning and passed it successfully. The night exam designed by the Lord is actually very difficult, including martial arts, noble etiquette, Pender's history and current situation. It also tests basic tactics and management skills. Eric had indeed worked hard. He had even participated in all the cavalry courses with the new recruits and almost broke his leg. But he didn't expect that the Lord's night exam didn't test writing skills. And the Lord does keep his word, no matter what his background is. As long as he meets the requirements of the Lord, he can become a true noble. However, since the territory is only so small, Liang has not assigned a knighthood to Eric at present. This is also an important reason for creating a senior non-commissioned officer to make the transition. The Lord actually has a subtle intention to replace the land enfeoffment with other methods. Eric still serves as McLean's administrator and security captain. That is, the director of the village committee and the director of the police station. With Eric as a role model, the learning atmosphere in the territory suddenly became heated, and everyone's eyes were full of hope and motivation. The semi-literate people finally began to actively learn culture. However, they only took the Chinese class seriously for a few days before they had to temporarily suspend the class. Because during this time, merchants also came to this busy territory one after another. The traders are here to traffic people. The Lord has made an appointment with them before. 50 dinars per person, as long as he is a young and strong man who can talk. This was of course a very high price. And the merchants didn't even carry any other goods in their fleets. Today, there are more than 300 poor people in ragged clothes in Meixiangling. The current total population of the territory is 500. And the number is increasing every day. An increase in population is a good thing. But it also means a big problem. Teacher, you seem to have recruited a lot of people. But you may not know that when the city was besieged by the Bacchus Empire, the fields around White Deer Castle were ruined a lot. This year, White Deer Castle may be short of food. There is no way I'll provide you with food. Amy is the general manager of Bailubo Grain and Oil Company. After seeing the population growing, she was the first to react. There was not enough food in Meixiangling. The new arrivals are basically refugees who have lost their source of livelihood. They will become new farmers, just in time for the spring wheat planting period in late April and early May. The land near Xiangling can produce 2 crops a year, and the winter wheat growth cycle is relatively long, from October to April. Spring wheat is planted in May and harvested in September. But good land cannot support the crowds. The wheat fields planted before were already lush and green. But the winter wheat fields that were sown by 100 people using crude sowing methods were obviously not enough for so many people. Penn continent is vast and sparsely populated, and the people here do not cultivate intensively. The grain yield is quite low. The yield per moo in most areas is only more than 100 pounds. The cold climate of the Crow Kingdom in the north means less harvests. Less than 100 pounds per acre. In other words, there are more people but less land. And the per capita planting area is dozens of acres. Otherwise, there would have been a famine long ago. The climate in Meixiangling is very good. But 1 acre of wheat field can only produce about 150 pounds of wheat, which is considered a very high yield. The Lord doesn't know much about agricultural technology. He doesn't know how to increase production. and he didn't have time to pay attention before. Now that I am settling my accounts, I feel quite stressed. Makes Yangling has more than 800 acres of wheat fields, and it is expected that it can harvest 120,000 pounds of coarse wheat. The reason why there are so many wheat fields is thanks to the seeds provided by Godric at that time. 120,000 pounds. Doesn't it seem like a lot? But the problem is that in order to quickly attract the population, the Lord only collects 30% of the agricultural tax, and only more than 30,000 pounds can be obtained. If more than 30,000 pounds of wheat are just to support the troops, it is completely enough. Currently, there are only a few dozen people who are completely off duty, but when divided among the more than 300 new arrivals, the average weight was 100 pounds per person. Not even enough seeds to plant spring wheat. There are now 500 people, more than 40 war horses, and dozens of draft horses in the territory. At least 2,000 acres of land must be planted next season to support them, and 40,000 pounds of seeds alone are needed. The Lord made a fool of himself. The war had just ended. He did not expect that another war would break out so soon at White Deer Castle. In order to quickly increase the population of the territory, he asked the merchants to find people for him. Originally, White Deer Fort would definitely have a surplus of food. The two sides were allies, and were close to each other. Buying the surplus food from White Deer Fort would be enough to maintain rapid development. But now, due to the previous siege, the fields around White Deer Castle had suffered huge losses, and no support could be given. Amy calculated that not only did White Deer Castle have no spare capacity to sell grain, it also had to purchase it from outside. The Lord is still a human being after all. He only stayed in White Deer Castle for 1 day, and it was for the purpose of carrying out the kidnapping. At that time, he had no time to understand the situation. We are experiencing a food crisis. Note, in fact, the way to measure grain is not weight, but volume. Usually bushels, gallons, or fishers or something like that. It is similar to the shung, dough ensure used by the Celestial Dynasty. But for ease of understanding and calculation, I changed it to pounds. Chapter 105 Food Crisis. Sometimes the problem is like cockroaches. When you find one, it means there are many in your home. It's not just Fletcher Village and Ralph's side that are facing a food crisis. They are also short of food. Ralph would be short of food, which had been considered before. Ralph's Knight territory is now not under the jurisdiction of Brave Shield Castle, but under the jurisdiction of Leon. In other words, Baron Leon is his superior consul, but Ralph is not a knight under Leon. There is no allegiance between him and Leon. They are just allies and superiors. This is like Rainier's Elideg, which geographically should belong to White Deer Castle, but his superior consul is Duke Alfwan, and Rainier himself is a Lion Knight loyal to the king. Ralph is the knight commander of the Horncall Rangers, and he has to manage the lives of the Rangers. There are currently over 300 Rangers at his station. Of course, these are not all the Rangers in the Horncall Rangers, just the ones that have no industry of their own. Originally, Ralph would lead them to farm and graze to be self-sufficient. But his territory was a newly built territory, and there was no time to plant seeds last season. Raising horses is not a big problem, but people's food reserves are running out. Earl Odin is gone, and his territory is no longer managed by Brave Shield Castle. So Brave Shield Castle will naturally not supply him with food. However, it is said that money can always buy food. Brave Shield Castle will definitely have a surplus, and the Lord is indeed not short of money. But Ralph went to ask, and the current manager of Brave Shield Castle, Baron Leofric, did not dare to sell that he was just an acting lord, and he could only control half of the food. Half of the agricultural tax that belongs to him is only enough for him to support the army, and the other half he has to transport to the Countess and Joanna, who live in the village of Kerwin. There is indeed no extra food. This may be the deal that Baron Leofric and the Countess originally negotiated. Baron Leofric led the troops to guard Fort Brave Shield and assumed the responsibility and risk of resisting the Jata people, in order to obtain half of the benefits of Fort Brave Shield. It's like becoming tenants of the Countess and her daughter. But it's true that both parties get what they need. But Leon really didn't expect that they would have such a deal. I originally thought they were exchanging territories. Although Kerwin is a village in name, it has a large population and is very wealthy. The income from the territory should not be lower than that of the border fortress of Brave Shield Castle, and it is also safer. But unexpectedly, the Countess did not give up the right to rule Brave Shield Castle, but used a lease. Considering that the Countess left Joanna in her hometown of Kerwin Village, she did not let Joanna go to Lehman's Fifibian, nor did she go to Chicha Fortress. The Lord realized that Odin's death would probably have more chain reactions. For Brave Shield couldn't buy food. So Ralph had to ask Charles for help. As a result, the gap on Charles's side was even greater. Charles paid back in these days, and Fletcher's farm tax amounted to about 60,000 pounds of grain. Since he had just taken office, in order to win over the people, Charles only collected 40% of taxes. In fact, this is a great philanthropist who can make the villagers praise him. Count Odin originally received 50% of the money. Originally, these grains were surplus grain that could be used to subsidize Ralph. But unexpectedly, after a perfect revenge, Baron Hereward temporarily left most of the sentries to garrison in Fletcher village. This does not mean that the Horn summons the Rangers to be loyal to Leon. Hereward just asked the sergeants to inspect and protect Charles, the son of the former Grand Master. This was an unexpected blessing, but it was also a nuisance. 600 sentries and 60,000 pounds of grain were not of much use. But who told the Lord to show off his wealth and say that he could buy Changha town? Of course, the Lord actually wanted all the Horncall Rangers to eat his food and spend his money. He thought that Brave Shield Castle could sell food, but he never thought that the Countess would rent it out. After all, whose food you eat, you have to work for. As long as it's around Changha town and it's not a civil war between local nobles, the Lord can dispatch sentries. Of course, they would not do it if they were too far away from Changha town. The clarion call for the Rangers was to defend Changha town, not to fight for power. Many sentinels have their own properties, but they are not in Fletcher, but in various places in Longha town. If people are willing to station themselves at the border to protect the village, they have to feed them. Therefore, Charles said that the gap was quite large. For Brave Shield did not sell food, and they had no other place to buy it on the border. After careful calculation, including the seeds that will be used in the next season, Wheatfield needs to add 100,000 pounds of grain, and Fletcher Village and Ralph's side are about the same. That's a shortfall of 300,000 pounds of grain. That is almost half of the agricultural tax of Fort Brave Shield. Where can we make up for such a huge food gap? The merchants have recently exhausted their own reserves for human trafficking, and are no longer able to provide supplies for my Xiangling. Moreover, most businessmen do not want to do the grain business for the time being. After all the food in Pander is in the hands of noble lords, and those big nobles are not as easy to deal with as Lord Leon. However, unprocessed grain has low profits, high risks, requires a lot of manpower, and has high costs and losses. Therefore, businessmen in the food business are basically middlemen. They prefer to deal in processed foods, such as bacon, bread, sausages, etc. But after Maxiangling's Food World is launched, businessmen will definitely not have to go to Maxiangling to humiliate themselves. Besides, merchants are merchants after all. Even if they have a good relationship with the Lord, they cannot completely ignore their own interests. The most obedient businessmen in the past were selected by the Lord to open entertainment venues in various places. If you want merchants to go to the border to provide supplies, you can only launch a large-scale war and ensure the safety of the caravan. Then you can only find nearby towns to purchase. Of course, money is no problem. But can nearby villages and towns buy so much? The largest villages and towns around Fletcher are Changha town and the village of Ermond. But these two places are now under the control of the Archduke Alma, and it is said that his son is still in charge. And Charles is Odin's son, and Leon himself has a conflict with Alma. This relationship will be fine if they don't fight. I'm afraid there's no way to talk about buying grain. As for Changha town, there are indeed many other scattered small villages, but these are small night territories with only 100 or so people living there, and they are not even marked on the map. A small place like this doesn't produce much, and has to pay taxes to the superior lords. So it is estimated that there will rarely be any surplus food. The village of Trubrin near Maxiangling was occupied for a while by Rainier and thousands of bandits at the beginning of the year, but now there are probably only a few people there, etc. The Lord's eyes lit up. Trubrin. Recently, I have been training and taking classes, but I have actually neglected this place. The people in this village must have been harmed by Rainier. But that's not necessarily the case in the wheat field. The grain that Trubrin planted last year should still be there. But with the people gone, there might be a lot of surplus grain. Sarah, who is the current Lord of Trubrin? The Lord is in high spirits. Sarah doesn't know that she has been busy training recently and hasn't traveled far for a long time. Now she feels that she can hardly continue to be a foreign affairs officer. So how can Tian Mao be a foreign affairs officer in the territory? However, she didn't know why. But she enjoyed the feeling of abusing the recruits' balls. But fortunately, Amy, who has been collecting intelligence, knows. Teacher, Trubrin is the territory of Lady Bella's family, the widow of Duke Alfan. I haven't heard of the fiefdom being changed recently. Maybe no one is in charge. No one cares? So that's the case. No wonder Rainier was able to confidently and boldly let a large number of gangsters gather there. Since no one cares about it, this is a feng shui treasure. I originally planned to buy it. But now it seems that I might just buy it for 0 yuan. Come on! Let's go see if Trubrin's grain is ripe! Bringing a large number of his men with him, the Lord rushed to Trubrin, 100 miles away. In addition to the security patrol, he took all the number 100 soldiers with him. The reason why we brought so many people was not because we were worried that bandits would still be entrenched, but because we were stationed in the past to occupy the territory. If Trubrin really had no one to take care of it, it would be the same as the original Eladeg. The village was destroyed by bandits and left uninhabited, and the Lord gave up its protection. It was considered an unclaimed land and could be occupied first. Although Miss Bella, an old pregnant woman, certainly did not intentionally abandon this village, it was obvious that she would not care about it for a while. Even if someone comes to ask for it back in the future, this season's food can be harvested first. Even in modern rural areas, this kind of thing is very common. Everyone in the family has gone out to work, and no one is taking care of the crops in the fields. The neighbors will definitely help harvest them. How can we not take advantage of it? Trubrin was indeed neglected, and not even a dog could be seen at the entrance to the village. There is indeed wheat in the farmland. It has already formed ears, and some of it has even matured in advance. But the growth is not good because the fields are overgrown with weeds and many birds have already stayed here. But after walking into the center of the village, the Lord's mood of taking advantage suddenly collapsed. There were dark brown corpses everywhere in the village, and the sky was filled with mosquitoes and flies that couldn't be driven away. Those bones had no flesh and blood, and were too mutilated to count. They had obviously been eaten by animals. Houses covered with cobwebs formed a silent village, which looked a bit eerie even during the day. No one will definitely live in this kind of environment anymore. Even if there are still people in the village, they will leave, and passers-by will not stay here. Both Leon and Amy frowned. They didn't know the situation 100 miles away, and they didn't expect that it would be such a miserable situation here. The Lord had no cavalry before, and the patrol range was only a few dozen miles around Meixiangling. It would be difficult to change shifts any further away, and it was difficult to detect the specific situation 100 miles away in the territory. This is also the cruelty of this era. 100 miles is already a very far distance for people at this time. If it weren't for deliberate publicity, things happening hundreds of miles away would often go unnoticed for months. But Liang still didn't understand. Lady Bella may be controlled by the Duke of Alma and is incapable of managing this place, which is understandable. But Alma probably didn't know the situation here. Otherwise she wouldn't have sent someone to manage it for so long. This is not a small village. Judging from the number of houses, there were at least several hundred people living in this village. Not to the point of being indifferent. If Alma really doesn't know what's going on here, what is Lehman going to do? Lehman led the Lion Knights through this village. He discovered the traces of the gangsters here, and naturally saw the situation here. But he never mentioned the tragic situation here, as if he didn't care at all about the death of so many people. After he asked the Lion Knights to kill the gangsters, what he told Liang was that he thought the gangsters were charging at him. This is unreasonable. Ordinary people would definitely tell Liang that these gangsters killed civilians in a village, and they must die. But Lehman obviously didn't inform the king or the Duke of Alma about the situation here. So what did he mean? Maybe in his eyes, civilians are not human beings at all? But even so, they always have to talk about the situation. Even if they regard human life as trivial, they will not say it completely. But the current situation is obviously that no one knows that the village was massacred here. Otherwise the bones would not be contained. Why is Lehman keeping silent? This village, wasn't it caused by Rainier's 1,000 bandits? Is Raymond really searching for heretics with the Lion Knights? Forget it. No matter what, think about your own affairs first. Food is important. Cover your mouth and nose. Brothers, clean up these bones first. Leon began to order his men to work, and then gave Amy a face covering. Amy, put my flag at the entrance of the village. Since no one is in charge here, I will take care of it from now on. With hundreds of people, it is actually very fast to clear out a small village. In just one day, the village no longer looked dilapidated and terrifying. Smoke piles were lit throughout the village to drive away mosquitoes and flies. Roads were cleared, and the bones were buried in the wilderness outside the village. With fireworks, there is life, and people will be a lot more excited. However, on this day, after Liang and Amy carefully checked the conditions of the farmland, they found that the results were not optimistic. There has been no one here for too long, and the condition of the wheat fields is very poor. The total amount can only collect 50,000 to 60,000 pounds, which is far from enough. There is still a shortfall of 250,000 pounds. But right now, the only places that are most likely to buy so much grain are Changha Town and Kuan Village. Other places are either too far away or don't have that much surplus grain to buy. However, Changha Town is under the control of Alma, and it would be difficult to negotiate on his own. So he could only let Amy go over and try to see that Bailu Fort itself also needs to buy food. And Amy is the general manager of Bailu Fort Grain and Oil Company. The Lord himself plans to go to Kerwin Village first, hoping that the Countess will be willing to sell half of the agricultural tax from Brave Shield Castle to him. We need to hurry up on this. After all, Brave Shield Castle is the border. In order to prevent the Jada people from going south to grab food, they usually harvest in advance, since the loss during the transportation of food will be very large. The Lord plans to negotiate this matter before Brave Shield Castle sends the food to Kerwin Village, so that Baron Leofric can be sent directly from Brave Shield Castle to Ford Letcher, reduce the loss of road transportation. The Lord is actually very reluctant to travel hundreds of miles to transport food. Food such as grain is heavy and takes up space, making it very troublesome to transport. After all, the carriages of this era did not have shock-absorbing springs, and the maximum load capacity was only about 1,000 pounds. This had to be a good quality carriage. 100,000 pounds of grain would require hundreds of carriages to transport it. But if you purchase 100,000 pounds of grain from hundreds of miles away, it would be good to have 60,000 pounds of grain after you take out the losses along the way. Therefore, the actual amount of food that needs to be purchased is much larger than the original gap. The mud roads these days are very difficult to walk on, and heavy vehicles can easily get stuck in the mud if you are not careful. Small car accidents, such as wheels falling off or vehicles rolling over, are not actually accidents in this era, but are routine. Moreover, food like food is afraid of water, fire and dirt. It must be protected from being soaked by rain or other accidental losses during the journey. And the transportation journey will be very slow. Not only that, people along the way also need to consume horse chews, and they must prepare enough horse feed to prevent the horses from going on strike midway. Does it sound troublesome to you? This is not over yet. Bandits are everywhere in Pandar. Rainier recruited thousands of bandits in 1 month. You can imagine the overall security level of this continent. And things like food are very easy to be robbed. After all, gangsters also need to eat. The harvest season happens to be the time when bandits frequently rob. The bandits will naturally not attack the castles of the big lords. The food transport convoys on the road are their easiest targets. In April and May in Pendor, or between September and October, the danger level of a convoy transporting food near the Long River Forest is probably only lower than that of transporting an older elf girl. Therefore, we should try our best to avoid long-distance transportation, especially the kind of goods that are heavy, take up space, and are difficult to store. At first, Leslie only dared to sell coconut wine and handicrafts with relatively high unit prices, temporarily placing all the infantry in Trubrin. The Lord took away the guards and all the cavalry, which was actually only 40 people. Close took the personal guards to escort Amy to Changha Town. The Lord and his cavalry rushed to Kerwin Village. The main reason for bringing the cavalry is because of the fast pace. When we go to Kerwin, we are just talking about business, and do not need to transport food. There is no need to bring too many people for the time being. If Changha Town is willing to sell grain, it can be transported directly to Maxiangling by water through the Air River. This is also the least expensive transportation method in this era. Along the Tontian River, Leon quickly rushed to Kuan Village. Kuan is a village under Changha Town, located in the upper reaches of Tontian River, more than 300 miles west of Changha Town. This is also the jurisdiction farthest from Changha Town. With the continuous expansion of Changha Town over the years, Kerwin has now become a relatively safe hinterland, and has gradually developed into a large village with a population of no less than 7,000. A village with this kind of population is already considered a big town in Pendor, and it has almost caught up with the population of White Deer Castle. But after walking into Kuan Village, it seemed that it was sparsely populated. because it is not the kind of bustling and lively village where everyone gathers together. There are many farms in Kyun village, but they are sparse and distributed over a wide range. In addition, it is a hilly area. Along the way, you can often see only a few houses at the same location at the same time. In fact, this is what most of the villages in Pindar continent look like. And they are completely different from the villages east of Changha town that were developed less than a century ago. One word can explain the vast land and sparse population. Chapter 106 The Eager Suitor. Kyun village is very large, and the farms are sparsely distributed, making it very difficult for the lord to find the center of the village. In the center of the village, there is actually only one street. This street is composed of shops and markets, and it is responsible for daily transactions and communication within a radius of dozens of miles. The reason why this is the center of the village is because there are many noble manors around this street. The Countess's estate is near here. As a veteran nobleman of the Lion Kingdom, the Countess's family estate has been built for more than 100 years and has a large overall area, covering thousands of acres. But her estate is not about growing food. There are a large number of grapes planted in the manor, but in this season, the grapes have not yet been harvested, and only the green twigs are neatly arranged. Behind the manor is a large oak forest. This is obviously a winery that makes wine, and is probably where the Countess family made its fortune. Thousands of acres of vineyards are rare, and the Lord feels that this is likely to be the largest winery in the entire Pindar continent. Kyun has abundant sunshine, suitable rainfall, and rarely suffers from strong winds and heavy rains. It is indeed very suitable for growing grapes. There are hundreds of people working in the manor, and the weeds in the fields have been cleared away, and the Countess was actually among them, wearing a gauze hat and holding a cane to direct the servants to work. Seeing Liang's flag, the Countess came over. Your Excellency Liang, I really didn't expect you to come to this country place like mine. After not seeing each other for more than 2 months, the Countess' complexion has become much more rosy. Perhaps doing farm work and making wine in this manner is the life she wants. I'm here to ask for help. Madam, I need to buy a batch of food. The Lord expressed his needs straight to the point, and he felt that the Countess would agree. Unexpectedly, after the Countess learned about the situation, she expressed that she was helpless. Brave Shield Castle will indeed give me half of the agricultural tax, but it has been fully booked a few days ago. You would have been better off if you had come a few days earlier. Have they all been sold so early? The Lord couldn't believe it. He thought he had arrived very early and hadn't even harvested yet. So he actually sold everything? The Countess shook the soil off her body and looked back at her vineyard. Your Excellency Leon should also be able to see that I don't need much food now. If someone buys it, I will naturally sell it. The agricultural tax is expected to be there are 300,000 pounds, and I don't want to spend a lot of effort transporting it. So it would be good to change it to dinars as soon as possible. This is true. The Countess does not need to raise troops now. Her manor only has more than 100 people, and the local output is enough for her. Can you tell me who specifically bought it? The Lord has a headache. The Countess pointed to the east. Mrs. Bella from Changha town wrote a letter a few days ago saying she wanted to buy it. The price was quite high. This time, my brain hurt even more. What was Mrs. Bella doing as a pregnant woman, buying so much food? Alma must have bought this. This is troublesome. Alma can buy grain, but naturally she can't sell it. Amy's business will definitely not be negotiated. The Lord was a little unwilling to give in. He looked at other nearby manors and asked, Madam, you should be in charge of the taxation of Kyun village now. There should be a lot of food produced here. Can you help me buy some? The Countess shook her head and laughed. Your Excellency Liang, you probably don't know that Kyun's situation is very complicated and will be quite troublesome. It is indeed very complicated. The village of Kyun is full of nobles, although most of the land in Kerwin belongs to the fiefdom of Baron Leofric. And Leofric is indeed the lord here. In fact, the best land in the center of the village is all in the hands of other nobles. This is not a rare situation. In the Lion Kingdom, this situation is quite normal, especially in villages with a better and more livable environment. Yes, Kerwin is a livable place with a good environment. If you go 200 miles west from Kyun, you will reach the famous Goddess Mountain, which is the highest peak in the Lion Kingdom and the source of the Tontian River. The main peak of this mountain is covered with snow all year round and is surrounded by snow-capped cliffs. It is said that no one has ever climbed to the top. The people of ancient Pandey believed that this mountain was the residence of the goddess Eunomia, so they named it Goddess Mountain. In fact, the absolute height of Goddess Mountain is not particularly high. According to Liang's estimation, the altitude of the main peak of Goddess Mountain should be more than 5,000 meters. In fact, it is not much higher than the Dinger Mountain south of Meixiangling, and is not much higher than the snow-frozen mountains in the Misty Mountains. The plateau snow-capped mountains are simply incomparable. But because Goddess Mountain is a steep mountain rising from the plains, its relative height is much higher than other mountains. So it looks extremely majestic and spectacular. Goddess Mountain blocks the monsoon from the west, making the dozens of miles at the foot of the mountain filled with perennial fog, making it difficult for humans and animals to travel. The fog is connected to the no man's land in the basin to the south. However, 100 miles east of the mountains is another world, because the warm and moist airflow from the west cannot combine with the north wind. Severe weather such as thunderstorms are rarely produced in the eastern part of Goddess Mountain. Therefore, 100 miles east of the Goddess Mountain, this hilly area beside the Tongtian River has a suitable climate and abundant water resources, making it a very livable place. Qian Village is the center of this livable area. As a livable place since ancient times, Kerwin Village has a very long history. The Countess's family is a century-old noble in Kerwin, and her family's fiefdom originally belonged to this area. But by her generation, she could not lead troops to fight alone as a woman. The family's power gradually shrank, and the fiefdom gradually stayed at its original state. Originally, in this situation, one should recruit a son-in-law to carry on the family line. Unexpectedly, the Countess fell in love with Odin, who was just a pioneer lord at the time, and married him. It's not about getting a wife. It's about getting married. After marrying Odin, in order to support Earl Odin in expanding his territory and building Brave Shield Castle, she sold part of the land to other great nobles to build manors. Odin could become a powerful earl in the kingdom, except for himself. In addition to his ability, the Countess's strong support played an important role. The climate in Qian is very good, and the nobles of the kingdom are also willing to come here to build houses for vacation or retirement. As a result, in addition to the Countess's vineyard, there were more than a dozen noble manors in Kerwin, all of which were built by nobles above the Baron for their retirement. When the nobles came to build large-scale construction projects, many free people had to move to the outskirts of the village, and land was occupied or bought so that the nobles could build manors. The freedmen who lost their land would repopulate nearby areas to reclaim wasteland, and the place newly occupied by these people would actually become ownerless land, which was a legal development. These unclaimed lands did not originally belong to Kerwin Village, so they were reconfessed to Baron Leofric 10 years ago. This was for the purpose of collecting taxes, and for lords, who could lead troops to fight to protect the property of the nobles. Since these new territories almost surrounded Qian, for the convenience of management, they were also unified into Qian Village. Therefore, Baron Leofric is now the nominal lord of Kerwin, but his actual territory is only the large slum area in the north of Kerwin near the Tongtian River. And now, probably in order to quickly increase his strength, Baron Leofric has also infested some knights and sold a lot of territory. As a result, the entire village of Kerwin now has one earldom, the Countess's, one barony, Leofric's, a dozen knightly territories, and about 20 noble manors. I really can't tell whose family Qian Village belongs to. Baron Leofric was willing to run to take over Brave Shield Castle and face the risks. And he probably didn't want it to be troublesome. It was very difficult to collect taxes. The estates of the great nobles cannot collect taxes, and in order to evade taxes, the free people may suddenly become tenant farmers of the noble estates at any time, and the boundaries are often unclear. On the contrary, it is the Countess. Since she has sold those manors, she is more familiar and easier to identify, so it is relatively easier for her to handle the taxation of Kerwin Village than Baron Overrick. Sir Liang, even though Qian Village is so big, I estimate that the agricultural tax that can be collected is only about 60,000 to 70,000 pounds of winter wheat, after excluding the daily expenses of my manor and leaving some grain and reserves. There won't be much left. The Countess sighed and shook her head. Noble estates do not pay agricultural taxes. In fact, there are not many farmers who really belong to Kerwin Village. Baron Leofric only collected more than 40,000 pounds last year. Even his subordinates can't even feed him. So he would rather go to Brave Shield Keep without Qian's taxes. The Lord also sighed. This is very troublesome. If the noble manors do not pay agricultural taxes, they will definitely have a surplus of grain. But there are dozens of households, and it is not easy to negotiate for each family to buy grain. From wholesale to retail, you have to find a way to transport it, which is a big headache. Moreover, the harvest of each of the dozens of manors is not too much. After a rough calculation, they will definitely say like the Countess, "There is not much left." But the Countess was indeed willing to help. She sent people to various noble estates to inquire whether they could help Liang purchase it. However, this would not be completed in a short time, and the specific amount was uncertain. "Your Excellency Liang, come with me. This matter will probably take a few days to be settled. You can try the wine from my manor by the way." There is no way. Although it is troublesome, but at least it is reasonable. And there is a local snake to help. So I can only wait here. At least the Countess's wines are really good. On the other side, the Changhe Town Administration Hall. Amy is talking about purchasing business. She originally planned to find the Duke of Alma, but the Duke returned to Lion Lake City, and the person who received her was the Duke of Alma's son, Father Horton. Probably the Archduke Alma was also a bad namer. Take a look at the names of their two sons. The biological son is called Forster, and the illegitimate son is called Fisher. At first glance, it is easy to confuse them. Lord Fothard is now the Lord of Ermine Village, which is a subordinate village of Longha Town and the nearest large village to Longha Town, located between Longha Town and Fletcher Village. Archduke Alma has not been idle these past few months. He asked his own son to take over Ermine, obviously intending to completely control Longha Town. Lord Fawcett is still very kind to Amy. After all, if we really count, Amy can be regarded as the daughter of a princess. In fact, she can also be called a princess. Both are called princess. However, as soon as Amy mentioned food, Fawcett immediately changed the subject. "Sir Fawcett, how much harvest can the wheat fields in Changhe Town have?" "Ah, Miss Amy, the wheat fields in spring are very suitable for traveling. It reminds me of the first time I saw you last spring." It's basically playing the piano to a cow. The conversation between the two was not on the same channel at all. Fawcett didn't respond to a word of official business, just chatting awkwardly. After a few words of conversation, the topic gradually turned to a strange direction. "Miss Amy, you may not know that I am your most eager suitor." Fawcett seemed quite thick-skinned, seeing that the two of them had no common language. He actually said this directly. This is actually not an unexpected situation. Father was also a member of the Knights of the Lion. Many young Lion Knights have thoughts about themselves, and Amy can certainly see it. If we talk about separate conditions, Fawcett's conditions are actually very good. He is the heir to the first Duke of the Kingdom, and has a great family. He has received the strictest education, and is quite talented. He leads the family's elite cavalry troops, and is very skilled. In addition, he is also quite handsome. There are not many young people who have rich and powerful families, are well educated in both civil and military affairs, and have good looks. But the problem is, Amy doesn't like these noble knights. And she is not an ordinary noble girl who can be interested in swordsmanship and deception. How could she be an ordinary girl? Therefore, she simply dismissed Fawcett's intentions as heir. "I'm sorry, Mr. Fawcett. I don't intend to discuss these topics." But at this time, Fawcett brought up Amy's needs again. "Aren't you going to buy food? I can show you my sincerity. I can supply you 300,000 kilograms of food. I just hope you can respond." My pursuit? This is why Amy doesn't like these Lion Knights. They only do mischief based on their family background and treat women as a commodity. So Amy frowned, got up and left, and said a dirty word she just learned from the Lord. "Let your sister respond to you." Amy originally didn't say bad words, but my youngling's college entrance examination made her realize that being too gentle and polite is often not a good thing. So she spoke a lot more freely these days. Unexpectedly, this curse word brought her into big trouble. Fawcett's expression changed drastically. He closed the door and blocked the doorway. "Amy, are you spying on me? Have you arranged spies around me?" Amy was stunned. What happened? Is this such a casual swear word hitting the mark? I knew that the families of these big nobles were relatively chaotic, but I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. The rule of not swearing among nobles seems to come from the painful experiences of their predecessors, rather than out of any etiquette. This is the administrative hall of Changhe Town, an official office. Amy did not bring the people from Mettenheim to the administrative hall. After all, Amy didn't think anything could happen to her here, but who knew that would happen? Amy looked at Father, who was blocking the door with a ferocious expression, and took a step back, placing her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist. "Open the door, Fawcett. I don't know what you're talking about." But Fawcett had already frowned and pulled out his sword, his eyes showing a dangerous light. Amy, you actually know this. I don't want this, but you can't leave here now. Amy also drew her sword. She knew that she was definitely no match for Fawcett. But looking at the situation now, Fawcett probably wanted to detain her. She wasn't going to take it easy. Father, please think carefully about what will happen if something happens to me. Amy bowed slightly, holding the sword in both hands in a defensive posture. Fawcett's eyes were filled with uncertainty. After hesitating for a long time, he changed his face, put away the sword in his hand, and opened the door. Amy ran out quickly, all the way to the outside of the administrative hall, called Close, who was waiting outside, and planned to leave Changha Town quickly. She felt that she might be in danger if she stayed here. But after taking a few steps, she stopped again. She saw Father coming out of the administrative hall door. The Lord had been staring at her, and the retinue beside him was holding a horn. Opposite the administrative hall is the garrison camp. The camp was hoisted with the flag of the Archduke of Alma and probably contained 1,000 troops. One of the cavalry teams, with at least 200 people wearing Fawcett's four-sword heraldic blouse, was just outside the camp and could be seen directly. Amy immediately realized the real danger. If she took Close and the others out of Changha Town and into the uninhabited wilderness, it would be really troublesome. In Changha Town, Fawcett didn't dare to do anything. Fawcett couldn't let anything happen to Amy, and he didn't dare to detain Amy publicly. Otherwise, not only Baron Godric would kill him, but King Ulrich might even kill him, and a large-scale civil war might even break out in the kingdom. Amy's mother is a princess after all. But if you leave Changha Town and go to the plains and wilderness, a dozen or so swordsmen will probably not be able to stop the 200 cavalry, and they will not be able to escape. In a place where no one knows. If he kills Close and the others, and then arrests Amy, no one will know that he did it. Maybe it can be said to be a bandit suppression. Even Father's cavalry may not know exactly who they killed by then. These cavalrymen coming from Lion Lake City definitely don't know Amy. After all, after studying with the Lord for more than 2 months, Amy has been able to consider these situations. Therefore, Amy did not leave the city. She thought of the Lord's way of resolving the siege of White Deer Castle. Close! Follow me and line up the team in an orderly manner, Amy said calmly. Let's kidnap someone. Close nodded. He didn't know what the kidnapping Amy was talking about was. But his advantage was that even if he didn't understand, he would do it. Then, Amy looked back at Father contemptuously, mounted her horse, and lined up towards the main castle in Long River Town, when a dozen Mettenheimers marched in a neat line in the middle of the road. This macho bodyguard with an average height of over 1.9 meters looked quite energetic. There is no such a strong honor guard around the king. It was obvious that this little girl had an unusual identity. So everyone on the road moved to both sides of the road. Some businessmen had already recognized Lord Godric's daughter, and also recognized Close and others, waving to say H, low to them. Fawcett looked at Amy with a livid face. He didn't expect that Amy would not leave the city, and would deliberately walk through the city in such an ostentatious manner. Watching her go towards the main castle, Father gritted his teeth and followed with a dozen followers. Chapter 107 Crazy Woman. The main castle of Changha Town is actually the deepest inner city in the city, close to the gentle lake in the middle reaches of the Tontian River. The inner city has a separate gate and a high inner wall, which is surrounded by a wide square. The innermost part of the square is the main building of the castle. The tall main building is backed by the long river and lake, and the walls of the main building are connected with the inner city wall. Even if the outer city wall of Changha Town is captured, the inner city is still equivalent to a complete fortress. This is also the norm for various pioneering towns in the eastern region of the Lion Kingdom. They are all based on the initial small castle, and are continuously expanded layer by layer. Overall, the inner city of Changha Town looks like a luxurious courtyard house with a large square. The main building has 5 floors, and the flag of Duke Alf I is hung on the top of the building. This is still the residence of Lady Bella, the widow of Duke Elfin. The guards in the inner city did not stop Amy. After all, someone knew the little princess in Godric's family, and they did not dare to use weapons against her. But an old housekeeper and a bunch of attendants, respectfully, stopped at the city gate. It's normal not to let people in. In fact, during this period, probably no indifferent noble would come to visit Miss Bella. Everyone is not a fool, and no one dares to interfere in the matter between the two dukes. But Amy is only an 18-year-old girl. It is normal for her to come to visit a pregnant woman from a noble family. Just treat her as a child who does not understand politics. After all, many young nobles will do whatever they want in the name of not knowing anything. Amy is not sure what is going on with Lady Bella. Is she controlled by the Duke of Alma? Or some other deal? But Amy must go in. She can take refuge here. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. This is what the teacher said. Fawcett would certainly not be stupid enough to use a knife or a gun in the inner castle. Mrs. Bella is about to give birth. Right. I'm here to visit her. Amy motioned to the old housekeeper to give way. My wife is only 7 months pregnant, so it's still early for her to give birth. Moreover, she is currently raising a baby and doesn't see anyone. The old butler smiled brightly and was extremely polite. But he didn't move a step. It is indeed not convenient to entertain guests when you are 7 months pregnant. If you were an ordinary noble, you would have turned around and left by now. But Amy has nowhere to go. And Fawcett is probably following behind. It would be inappropriate for Close and the others to take action directly, as they would follow the truth. I came all the way here to visit, and you actually stopped me from seeing me? Isn't this inappropriate? Amy glanced at the old housekeeper with an unkind look. The old housekeeper had a professional smile and a very firm attitude. Madam said, no one will be seen. Sorry, Miss Amy. After saying that, he put an old face over and said, please leave here. Grand Duke Alma will not allow it. Snapped. Before the old man could finish speaking, he was slapped to the ground. Amy smoked with rounded hands and wore deerskin gloves. She had never slapped anyone in the face, but she had long wanted to. No one will stop me even when I enter the palace. I didn't expect that there are people in this little shabby place who can't open their eyes. Get out of here. Amy has seen this kind of playboy behavior a lot, but this is the first time she has tried it on her own. So she can pretend to be quite similar. But I have to say that this kind of behavior is very effective. The old housekeeper covered his face on the ground and picked up his teeth. Amy walked directly into the square with her head held high and walked to the main building of the castle. The attendants looked at each other and tried to stop him. But Close and the others knocked him away. There were many soldiers inside the square and on the walls of the inner city, but they could not see what was going on inside the city gate. As a result, Amy led people into the square of the inner city with such arrogance. The attendants were a little at a loss. They had never seen any nobleman completely ignore the two duke families of Alma and Althan. The person who dares to break in like this is obviously a naughty princess with a bad temper. And no one wants to get into trouble. The great swordsmen of Mettenheim were originally not allowed to enter the main building, so logically they could only stay in the square and wait. However, after Amy slapped her, Close led a group of tough men to protect Amy and strode towards the gate of the main building of the castle. The attendants were still hesitating, not sure whether they should stop him or not. By this time Fawcett had chased in, but when he saw Amy leading people to the door of the main building from a distance, he suddenly stopped and did not continue to chase, or even ask anyone to stop Amy. He seemed to be hesitating about something. But then, he actually asked all the soldiers in the square to gather, asked everyone to exit the inner city square, retreated outside the castle wall, and closed the gate of the castle. The door to the inner city was closed. Amy glanced back. Is Fawcett planning to lock himself here? That's okay too. Anyway, so many people on the streets of Changha town have seen themselves. Those merchants are very familiar with my Xiangling. If he and the people from Mettenheim never go out, someone will know about it soon. The door to the main building was closed, and there was no one guarding the door. It seems that the main building has been closed since entering the square? Thinking about it carefully, those soldiers seem to be far away from the main building, either on the walls of the inner city or on the outside of the square. In this situation, it doesn't feel like I'm guarding the main building, but rather like I'm guarding this building? That's right. They'd probably have to prevent Lady Bella from escaping, Amy thought. Now that there was no one in the square, Amy had no scruples and just let the Mettenheimers break in. A group of people entered the main building. The hall inside the door is very spacious, and there are many maids inside. Seeing a group of strong men carrying big swords coming in, they wisely did not yell, but shrank aside. They seemed to be very experienced in this kind of thing. Amy shook her head and smiled. Of course, these people have experience. The so-called rebellious before may have come in and killed Alfwin's family in this way. Where is Lady Bella? Amy drew her sword and pointed it at a maid. Madam is upstairs, on the top floor. The maid cooperated very well and squatted down proactively, still holding her head in her hands. Amy was a little surprised that the previous group of people had trained these maids very well. Are they so sensible? But before she could go upstairs, a group of people came down from upstairs. It was a group of female soldiers wearing exquisite leather armor. A dozen of them, carrying spears and axes on their backs, and holding foreign daggers in their hands. They looked like they might be the escort in the main building. This building seems to be full of women. Even the soldiers are women? The strong men of Mendenheim came forward with big swords and stood ready. But the female soldiers did not attack. The leader was a tall woman, wearing a strange lightweight steel helmet, with only her eyes and mouth exposed. The leather armor and boots on her body were very gorgeous. The leather armor only protected his vitals, leaving the fair skin of his neck and arms exposed. She stood on the stairs and looked at Amy condescendingly. "It's so beautiful. TSK. What a perfect virgin." She is laughing. The lips were extremely red, and against the snow-white chin, they even looked eerily beautiful. After speaking, the woman slowly walked down the stairs and walked up to Amy. "Do you want eternal beauty and strength? Little beauty. Hee. This woman is at least 1.9 meters tall, about the same height as Close. She looks like a giantess in front of Amy." Close stepped in front of her and pointed his sword at this weird woman. But this tall woman completely ignored the big sword and the strong man in front of her, and kept staring at Amy behind Close. The corners of her mouth exposed outside the light helmet curved even more, and she even used her tongue to sweeten it gently. A circle of lips. It was obviously a teasing tone. What's the meaning? Amy was a little confused. She originally planned to kidnap Mrs. Bella, but she didn't expect to meet a pervert. Amy took a step back and drew her sword. "Who are you? Where is Lady Bella? Madam is giving birth to the messenger of God. Ha ha ha." As the woman approached, Amy suddenly felt dizzy and her whole body seemed a little weak. "Poisonous!" Close screamed at this time, then took out a handful of grass foam from his body and wiped it on his face. Then attacked the woman with a big sword. All the people of Mendenheim also took action, and 10 great swords flashed under the crystal lamp in the castle hall, creating a huge light curtain. The only one who didn't move was Summer. He stuffed a handful of grass foam into Amy's hand. "This is crossword. Put it in your mouth." Then he held a sword to protect Amy, since the last time Close and others were fascinated by Rasadalin with the snake heartstone. They have been carrying the crossword foam with him. Now that they felt something was a little abnormal, they immediately used it. Crossword itself is a common herb that can detoxify many kinds of toxins, because the smell is very pungent. It can also be used to sober up or induce vomiting. Although I don't know if this weird woman used snake heartstone. Close immediately became energetic after applying a handful of crossword. Anyway, it is indeed effective. "Huh? Did you find it? Fall down!" The woman still smiled and took off a round shield, which looked like the shield of a southern desert tribe, blocking left and right with a shield in one hand. He was able to block the full attack of Close's two-handed sword. However, after a few rounds, Close did not fall down, but became more energetic as he fought. The woman finally stopped laughing. She realized that her poison had no effect at all. So she pulled out a war hammer from behind and dealt with Close seriously. What is unexpected is that the woman's skills are unexpectedly strong. In her hand was a strange one-handed hammer with 2 wings like hammer heads. However, the hammer surface is large and flat. It does not look like the mace commonly used by ordinary knights, but more like a carpenter's hand hammer with an extended handle and carved patterns. It stands to reason that this kind of broad, flat hammer-face blunt instrument is not easy to break armor, and it is also relatively bulky. But in the woman's hands, it was so flexible that it even deformed Close's plate armor with one blow. Although Close also retaliated, relying on the length advantage of his sword to hit the woman's shoulder armor. But after being knocked back by the hammer, without using any strength, the woman's shoulder armor was not even cut. This woman is not only able to match Close in terms of strength, but her skills are no worse than Close. This is also the strongest enemy Close has encountered so far, except for the Lord. The heavy sword was swung again, and Close used all his strength to fight with the woman. But such a powerful woman was just her. Those female soldiers with spears and axes were no match for the other great swordsmen, and several were killed or wounded in a short time. Seeing how powerful these tough men were, the woman blocked Close's attack while looking for traces of Amy. But Amy had already smartly retreated to the corner behind the tough men, still holding a crossbow in her hand. His teacher, who was good at kidnapping, said that if you are not good at it, don't stay in a place where you can be easily caught. And Summer never left Amy's side. The Mendenheimers had quickly killed most of the female soldiers, but those female soldiers seemed to be very crazy. The remaining 4 or 5 were still rushing to kill them, feeling completely unafraid of death. The woman finally realized that she couldn't deal with these tough men. After another successful block, her shield was chopped into pieces. She flexibly rolled out of the battle circle and ran upstairs. What a warrior! You can become servants of God! Her voice came down as she ran to the upper level. Heresy? Amy realized that her so-called God might not be a good thing. Close! Catch up with her! Close was actually chasing after her at the same time as she gave the order. The tough men quickly cleared away the remaining female soldiers and chased Amy upstairs. The female soldiers, who fought with spears and axes, all fought to the death. No one surrendered. No one was afraid. And no one even spoke. The maids downstairs were all trembling. And no one dared to get up. Find her out! Amy assigned the tough men to search layer by layer. And finally found the woman on the top floor. By the way, I also found Mrs. Bella. They are in the same room. A year ago, Amy had met Mrs. Bella and recognized her appearance. In her impression, Mrs. Bella was just a slightly extreme middle-aged woman. But what Amy saw now was a somewhat strange one. Mad woman? She found Lady Bella not in the master's bedroom, but in an indescribably strange room. The room is filled with many sculptures, each one as tall as a person and seeming to be some kind of strange deity. Or demon. These are probably the work of Madame Bella, because she is still carving a piece of wood with a knife in her hand. Every sculpture in the room looks similar. A weird female figure with goat horns on its head. But all the sculptures have no faces. And they all seem to be stained with blood, making them look weird and terrifying. Lady Bella herself didn't look pregnant. At least not pregnant. But she was covered in tiny wounds. The wounds were all shallow and small. But the countless wounds had broken her skin into pieces like fish scales. And Mrs. Bella's next movement let Amy know the source of those small wounds. I swear by my blood that I pray for your coming. The carving knife in Mrs. Nayla's hand that was carving would suddenly pierce her arm. A few drops of blood came out of the carving knife. And she continued carving. The blood followed the movement of the carving knife, leaving streaks of bright red streaks on the wood carving. Amy shuddered, and the hairs all over her body stood up. Even Close clenched the sword in his hand, his nervousness palpable. Such pain is almost equivalent to being cut alive. Or cut yourself with your own hands. This is definitely not something ordinary people can endure. But Miss Bella didn't seem to feel anything. She kept lowering her head and carving the wood, muttering something in her mouth. Seems crazy? Lady Bella? Amy called out, but got no response. The tall woman had been standing in the room saying something. She didn't seem to be panicked when she saw Amy leading people to chase her and blocking her in the room. She ignored Amy at all, but looked at Mrs. Bella seriously, with a smile still on her lips. That is the carrier of the goddess that the prophet said. Did you see it? It is the perfect carrier. Ha ha. The woman laughed more and more crazily. Only a noble and beautiful virgin. Can she bring the goddess to come? Bring the hero of Pender. Mrs. Bella finally reacted and turned to look at Amy, her originally dull eyes gradually gaining radiance. It can even be said that his eyes are gleaming. Amy. Princess. That's right. Princess can definitely do it. Pander's hero. Amy shuddered. Are these two lunatics? Unexpectedly, I originally planned to kidnap Mrs. Bella and escape. But now it seems that these two lunatics are not easy to deal with. Catch them first. Amy waved her hand, and Close led the tough men towards the woman, worrying about the woman's superb skills. They just slowly surrounded her. The tall woman was pushed to the corner of the room step by step. She smiled again, looked at Close and said, Perfect warrior. The goddess Arita will pamper you. Then he threw the hammer in his hand towards Close. Close slashed the hammer aside with a sword, and then charged forward to arrest someone. But there seemed to be a secret door flipped over on the wall behind the woman. That woman just disappeared. Follow her! Naturally, the tough men also saw the overturned wooden board. Close rushed over and smashed the secret door with his sword. But there was no room behind the door. After smashing the door, the river wind came on and blew the wood chips in the room everywhere. It was empty outside the door, and below was the Tantillon River. Close almost fell down. This is the room at the edge of the castle. Outside the wall is the gentle and wide lake behind Changha town. Looking down, there were huge ripples on the water. The woman had obviously jumped directly into the lake from a height of 5 stories. No one was visible now, so she was probably swimming. The Mettenheimers can actually swim, but their heavy armor doesn't allow them to jump into the river. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into a coma before falling into the sea. There was no way to pursue him now, and Close retreated. Mrs. Bella, on the other hand, was still staring straight at Amy, mumbling something. The carving knife in her hand is obviously not a weapon. The woman in her 50s has wounds all over her body. She looks completely harmless except that she is obviously mentally abnormal. When dealing with a madman, it's best not to be forceful. Mrs. Bella, what's wrong with you? Since you still recognize me, why not tell me what's going on first? Maybe I can help you. Amy planned to ask about the situation first. At least for now, it seemed that she should be able to communicate. Mrs. Bella didn't speak, but she smiled and her eyes became more and more weird. At the end, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! I know. After shouting a few times, she stabbed herself in the chest with a knife. What the H.L.? Stop her! Amy almost collapsed and blurted out curse words. Who the H.L. is this person? She can now understand why the Lord occasionally swears involuntarily. There is really no way to deal with lunatics and fools. Chapter 108 Drunkard Group. The strong men hurriedly grabbed Mrs. Bella's hands. But Mrs. Bella kept struggling desperately. Close pinched her arm. But he didn't expect that Mrs. Bella was so powerful. After struggling, all the small wounds on her arm were peeled off, and the whole arm turned into bloody red flesh. But even so, she still laughed. She didn't even respond to the human body's instinctive contraction. She still planned to pierce her chest and pulled at the newly stabbed wound with her hands. How could she have such power? Close and Summer, two strong men, could no longer restrain her when they got together. Those haggard arms with no muscles were actually capable of defeating two muscular men. Bang! Amy stood behind, holding the hammer dropped by the woman, and knocked out the crazy Mrs. Bella with one hammer. Fortunately, this crazy old woman would at least faint after being beaten. But what to do now? The kidnapping can be considered a successful kidnapping. But I really didn't expect this situation. Although Liang and her had analyzed the process of Alma's plot to seize Chang'e town, neither Amy nor Liang had expected Mrs. Bella's situation. This is clearly a believer of the evil god. The female soldiers who died in the battle downstairs were obviously fanatical believers, who worshipped the heresy. But how could Archduke Alma allow these heretics to exist? None of his soldiers came near the main building. Probably because the Duke of Alma did not allow them to approach Madame Nella. Father, who was outside, did not pursue him. He withdrew his troops and closed the inner city gate. He should also be aware of the situation inside. But Fawcett is a Lion Knight. Aren't the Lion Knights looking for heretics? We haven't bought any food, and we are now sealed in the inner city and can't get out. The only goal achieved is that it is indeed safe for the time being. But if nothing happens, it may happen soon, because Mrs. Bella is already dying. But Amy couldn't figure out her thoughts right now. She really wished that the Lord was here. If the teacher were here, he should be able to analyze the results quickly. The Lord has just arrived in Kerwin village. So of course, there is no way to save poor Amy. In fact, the Lord himself is currently facing a lawsuit. Ever since the purchase of grain changed from wholesale to retail, he has been very anxious and has a big head. In order to negotiate business, he directly threw out 5,000 dinars and placed it in the center of the village, saying that no matter who it was, he could just take the money and leave after the negotiation was completed. The Lord purchased the grain and paid first before delivering the goods. At most market prices, 5,000 dinars would be enough to buy 500,000 pounds of unprocessed wheat. The Lord only plans to collect more than 200,000 pounds here, which means that he can buy it at least twice the price. Of course, you can go for a higher price. Money is not an issue. But the problem is that the estates of these big nobles don't buy it at all. It's not that they don't want to make money. They just find it troublesome. Most of the 20 or so manors have a surplus of several thousand to 10 to 20,000 pounds of grain. However, the market price of 10,000 pounds of wheat is only 100 dinars. The purchase price of the Lord is doubled, which is only 200 dinars. The people living in these manor houses are all nobles above the baron level, and they really look down on the money. In the past, they only needed to let the farmers and servants collect the grain directly into the warehouse. And that was it. They didn't have to worry about anything. But if they want to sell grain in advance, they have to calculate the harvest in advance. After harvesting, they have to send people to pack it, transport it after loading, and arrange various trivial matters. 10,000 pounds of grain is only enough for dozens of people to consume for half a year, which is not much. But it would take 10 carriages to load it. Most of these nobles are retiring here. A group of wealthy retired old men and women just want to pass the time and live their lives. They feel that this small business is too troublesome. The lord did not want to offer a higher price. But when he planned to double the price several times, the countess stopped him. Sir Liang, I'm not trying to advise you to save money. If you raise the price of food too high, many people here may starve to death. Liang knows this truth. If he charges twice the price, it won't have much impact if the price is not outrageous. And if the price is raised tenfold, you may be able to receive food soon. But it will also cause an overall surge in nearby food prices within this year. Those who are truly destitute or craftsmen, those who have no land and can only survive by buying food, cannot afford this price. And they will really starve to death. Liang misses his little apprentice very much now. If Amy is here, relying on her parents' face, how can these nobles help? Of course, it wasn't that she didn't receive it at all. The countess still persuaded a few close friends. These people did not intend to let the lord spend any extra money, and only took the dinar corresponding to the market price. But they only negotiated a total of 50,000 pounds, and they would have to send a truck to pull it in half a month. That's okay. It's better than nothing at all. At least there will be grain for next season. 2 days later, the lord planned to bid farewell to the countess, and he had to hurry up and look elsewhere. If that doesn't work, he will go back to make Xiangling to mobilize the masses. The countess also said that she could write a letter for him and ask Miss Bella if she could spare some of the food. The lord knows that this is impossible. There are many fields around Changhe town, and it is not a normal phenomenon to buy food when there is no shortage of food. And since the Duke of Alma purchases grain in the name of Lady Bella, he will definitely not give it to himself. Maybe the grain merchants in Changhe town will run out of grain. However, the countess meant well, and the lord still accepted this sentiment. But while the countess was writing the letter, a knight hurried in and reported the situation to the countess. Madam, a group of random people came from the north of the village. They look like a group of soldiers, but they also look like a group of bandits. There are many people. The knight was probably one of Baron Leofric's men. He was wearing a red griffin robe and looked quite uneasy. Tell me clearly, are they soldiers or robbers? And how many are there? The countess had seen the world, so she didn't panic at all. After all, each family in the village could gather at least 100 troops together, and she was not afraid of small groups of bandits. But the knight was obviously panicked. Madam, I didn't see them all, but what I saw was at least several hundred people. They were all noisy and messy. They might be deserters, but they are not good people anyway. If he was a deserter, he would be a robber. The countess was a little nervous now, and turned to look at the lord. Your Excellency Liang, there is always some unrest every harvest season. If your troops can help, I think the manor owners here will definitely be willing to help you for free. Supply food? The lord suddenly became energetic. It seems that the goddess has not forgotten herself. I originally thought that encountering a large number of gangsters here would be troublesome, but I didn't expect it to be a good thing. That's right. If nothing happened, most of the noble estates in Qian village would be too lazy to pay attention to him. But the problem is, he only brings 30 cavalry. Can he save them? Do those people have flags? Who are they probably? Liang asked the panicked knight that he wanted to know the information before he knew what to do. I saw a bull flag. Most of them were soldiers. A dozen on horseback. And the others seemed to be dressed up from anywhere. So I felt like a bunch of random bandits and deserters. Looking at the calm lord, the knight seemed to have calmed down a little, and walked out with Liang. On the street in the center of Qian village, the clear trumpet sound was already sounded. And then the trumpet sounds were also sounded from various manors. This was the sound of the lord summoning the militia to fight. In fact, the first sound of the trumpet came from the north of the village, which is the territory of Baron Leofric. The knight who reported the news was originally there to arrange taxes. The village is so big that it extends all the way to the Tontian River in the north, which is more than 10 miles away from the center of the village. Now I don't know what the situation is there, and because of the large scope, it also takes a long time for various noble families and knight leaders to recruit troops. The knight who reported the news led the lord and the cavalry team, and arrived near the bridge to the north of the village 20 minutes later. This bridge is the bridge from the north of Qian to the Shirhu city area, and it is also the only bridge in the entire upper reaches of the Tontian River. Moreover, this is a rope bridge connected by iron chains, erected on the narrowest channel of the entire Tontian River. The river here is only about 40 meters wide, with cliffs on both sides of the river bank and a very deep canyon. The bridge was probably built by using a crossbow to shoot a rope to the opposite side, and then using the rope to pull the iron chain. The suspended height of the bridge is very scary. The river under the bridge is at least 100 meters deep. The river water is spraying turbulently. If you fall, you will most likely end up with no body left. Because it is a chain bridge, it is suspended in the air and relatively high. The turbulent water under the bridge will bring strong winds. So the bridge deck has been shaking violently. And animals such as horses may not be willing to walk on it. There was a huge crowd of people on the other side of the bridge. This was probably the reason why they didn't cross the bridge. There are some guys on horseback over there. And they're probably trying to figure out how to get the horses over there. When he saw this group of people, the Lord understood why the knight who reported the news couldn't tell whether they were an army or a bandit. It was a bull flag with a black background and a yellow background. There were at least 800 troops of various types near the flag, with a variety of equipment and various sources. There were militiamen from Fields Way, wearing their signature-studded leather jackets. There are also militiamen from the Crow Kingdom, wearing the iconic northern kilt. There are also many militiamen in the Lion Realm, and the red soft armor is very conspicuous. More of them were Lion Realm infantry, but it looked like they were deserters who were wearing their blouses outside their chainmail backwards, obviously not wanting to reveal their original coat of arms. There were about 20 guys on horseback, leading these chaotic troops. Judging from the appearance of those people, they were probably young rogue nobles. They are also the ones who are currently studying how to get the horses onto the bridge. Under the flag, there is a guy wearing a bull's robe, wearing a light helmet with a feather top, and carrying a huge mace on his back. He seems to be the boss of this troop. This man is quite tall and strong, looking a bit like clothes in terms of figure. His yellow heraldic robe stands out under the flag. But this guy didn't ride a horse. He was probably too big, and an ordinary horse might not be able to carry him. The number of people is indeed large. More than 800 people. But the Lord is not very afraid, because the combat effectiveness of this team does not seem to be very strong. Just looking at the composition of the troops on the opposite side and their current appearance, you can tell that this is a rabble. There were a large number of militiamen and deserters from various places, all noisy and undisciplined, standing staggering, and some even sitting on the ground waiting. From the looks of it, it's not much better than the gangsters that Rainier got in the first place. But soon, the Lord noticed something was wrong. The big guy leading the way on the opposite side stepped onto the bridge and took a few tentative steps before turning around and starting to lead the horse, or called a drag horse. It was obviously not his horse, and it didn't listen to his words, but the horse was stuck on the ground with all four legs. But he still dragged it onto the bridge arrogantly. Then, the horse's leg seemed to get stuck in the gap between the planks of the bridge deck. And then the horse's leg leaked out. Then a terrible scene occurred. This guy actually held the horse's belly with both hands and lifted the horse up. Yes, he lifted a 1,000-pound horse from the gap and placed it firmly on the bridge. This inhuman power made the Lord's eyes twitch. This power is too scary. A proper world weightlifting champion. The knight who reported the news next to him had his legs trembling. Lord Leon. Otherwise, we'd better run. To be honest, the Lord also wants to run away now, regardless of whether this group of people is just a ragtag group of people. The leader is quite powerful anyway. But at this moment, a rough voice came from the opposite side. Uh-huh. Look, it can pass. The winery is right opposite. Brothers, there will be wine to drink soon. Then the other side suddenly shouted with high morale. Uh-huh. Salute to the new king. A large crowd of people shouted in confusion and started to make a fuss. The Lord sighed. He was going to the Countess's winery, so he couldn't just run away without saying hello. The Countess had been helping him these past few days. Let's take a look first. Maybe they didn't care about the more than 30 cavalry. Maybe they didn't notice. But anyway, the other side seemed to turn a blind eye to the Lord's group, and the group of noisy drunkards began to cross the bridge. The legs and teeth of the knight who reported the news were already shaking like the swaying rope bridge opposite. Sir, what should we do? The Lord glanced at him. Just fight. What else can we do? After saying that, he drew his sword. Brothers, prepare to fight. 30 cavalrymen spread out and spontaneously formed 6 groups. Each group of 5 people takes turns to charge, which can avoid falling into chaos. The cavalry must charge to be lethal. This is the experience gained by the new recruits during 2 months of confrontation drills. In fact, if the archers and infantry are also here, then the 2 masters will form a mixed combat unit with the archers as the core, because coordinated operations are much more reliable than an array of the same arms. But currently we only have cavalry with us, so we can only use simpler chokes. In addition, these people have only trained for 2 months, and their tactical awareness has not been developed. So the simpler it is, the more effective it is. The Lord's order is simple. Brothers, charge and block them on the bridge. Ha! A chorus of shouts seemed to cheer up the knight whose legs were shaking. He gritted his teeth and rushed out on horseback. Then he circled around and ran back. Several of his followers also ran away. Lord Leon, I'm going to find reinforcements. The guy's voice came from far behind. The Lord has a black line on his head. If you hold the bridge in this situation, you can definitely fight. This is a rickety rope bridge. The enemy can hardly exert any strength on it. What a waste! How can the cavalry hold the bridge? Of course, along the river bank, at a 90-degree angle to the bridge, and then take turns cruising back and forth along the river bank. Yes, you just need to sweep the river bank sideways. Especially this kind of rope bridge that is not wide and wobbly and not fast. Harvest every one that comes off the bridge. You don't have to kill them. Just throw them into the river. After stabbing a few, the enemy will naturally not be able to cross the bridge easily. Don't be fooled by various games. The cavalry's attack target is not directly in front, but in front of the side. The target directly in front will only be knocked away by the horse. If the target cannot be hit by the horse, then you will be knocked away. The lances and spears are thrust to the side and front, and the sabers and swords are also thrust to the side. Cavalry walking back and forth along the river bank is actually one of the most reliable ways to block the river bank, unless there are very skilled marksmen on the opposite side. But obviously, there is none on the opposite side. This is not the gentle river surface in Fletcher Village. The cliffs and canyons are very windy. It is difficult to shoot accurately from a distance. The arrows will fly randomly, and the technical requirements are very high. And judging from the situation on the other side, they are probably all drunkards. What can an alcoholic shoot accurately? The Lord is now taking the lead to charge with confidence and boldness. The cavalry followed in groups. The first person to cross the bridge was the horse that was lifted up by the big leader. After seeing the cavalry charging, the horse ran away smartly. Behind the horse were a few staggering guys, as if walking across this rickety bridge had consumed all their balance. The Lord rushed over with a lance, and with one shot stabbed the unlucky man in front into the river. Then the rough voice was heard again, which sounded extremely harsh even amidst the sound of horse hooves and the violent rushing of the river under the bridge. Who are you, bastard? Who has wine? I can get by smoothly if I have wine. The big man was still in the middle of the bridge, dangling the most as he slowly moved step by step using the thick iron chains on the side of the bridge. No one responded to him, and it seemed that all these drunkards were out of stock. Across the way! Do you have wine? I won't kill you if you have wine. The big man was still shouting. Is this probably because you haven't sobered up from the last drink? You don't ride a horse when you're drinking, and you don't drink when you're riding a horse. Don't come over here, or else you'll all fall into the river. So don't blame me. The Lord had already rushed for a round and turned around to let Alice take a few steps to rest. Hearing the drunkard shouting again, he responded, but this warning seemed to have no effect on a group of drunken guys who continued to cross the bridge. But now, the Lord on the river bank has actually smelled the bad smell emanating from them. In such a windy environment, the smell of ale, beer, and sour water from the previous night still hit his face and hit his forehead, making the Lord roll his eyes. Leon only realized after sneezing that his side seemed to be downwind. So the Lord rushed again and stabbed the other unlucky guy who had just crossed the bridge into the river. The cavalry behind them followed suit and cleaned up the river bank. Can you please stop coming here? I won't do any good by knocking you into the river. I won't even get the loot. The Lord finally stood upwind and began to shout. Chapter 109 The Noisy Man and the Elixir. Hiccup! Let me pass. Although the leading drunkard was obviously not very sober, he was not stupid either. He stood in the middle of the bridge and looked at both sides, belching wine and shouting for his people to give way. The drunkards on the bridge were obedient and slowly moved out of the way one by one. The Lord simply stood at the end of the bridge and said, Are you their leader? Come and have a chat. You will definitely not be able to cross the bridge anyway. The big man looked at the Lord and slowly moved the chain 2 steps forward. He was a tall, bearded man, and the smell of alcohol could irritate his eyes from a distance of more than 10 meters. There were still some blood stains on the rusty armor, and the loose orange robe on the outside made his body look even larger. I'm Alaric. You should have heard my name. Man, do you have any wine on you? We have no wine. You know, how can you march and fight without bringing ale? The alcoholic leader does not seem to be too sober, but he seems to be able to communicate. Leon has indeed heard of this name, whether in the game in his previous life or in the days when he first arrived in Fields Way. Alaric, the loud one. Some people say that he is a veteran Yuzi who made great achievements but was forced to leave the battlefield, a victim of the power of the nobles. Others say he is just a drunkard who is good at bragging, an old hooligan who loves to play drunk and crazy. Others say that he is the son of prophecy, a legendary hero and the savior of the people. This is what a few drunkards say. But no matter what, the beginning and end of all the rumors about him are basically the same. All rumors say that he brought out a group of drunkards from the tavern in Guangxiu Bay a year ago, and then called himself the new king of Pender, and launched a conquer the continent to the soldiers in the city. Jihad. It stands to reason that this is just a group of drunkards making trouble. What starts like this usually ends with a group of people being hung over and countless people cursing the next morning. But for some reason, Alaric's holy war did not end. They set out from Guangxiu Bay and headed east in a noisy way, launching an epic eastern expedition. This was also what those drunkards said. These drunkards attack villages and farms during the day, drink and party at night, and start their never-ending Bobble Ale Festival. Like locusts, the reputation of the drunkard group quickly spread throughout the western part of the continent, and even strangely formed an almost religious fanaticism. Many ragtag groups left their original bases with weapons and armor to join in the noisy farce. Soon, there were hundreds of drunkards in Alaric's army, and new ones were added continuously. The drunken eastern march continued. The drinking never stopped, and Alaric's prestige grew. It is said that the entire Short Howl village was swallowed up and demolished by this army, and even the wooden boards on the roof were not spared. But the strange thing is that Filswy and the lords of the Lion Kingdom turned a blind eye to this growing threat. Of course, it may also be helpless. And at the end of all the rumors, there is a unified ending. The last lord who tried to defeat Alaric was the leader Bjorn of the Farstrider, from Filswy. At the end of the battle, Chief Bjorn was helplessly holding up half a shield, and was overwhelmed by the massive drunkards. It is said that Alaric at that time was holding a mace in one hand, and a bloody fan-shaped shield in the other, with crazy eyes. But since then, no one seems to have seen Alaric the Loud and his band of drunkards again. The Lord actually didn't expect to meet him in Qin Village. After all, according to rumors, the last place where this alcoholic army appeared was in Short Howl Village on the western border of the Lion Kingdom. Note. And now it seems that this guy's eyes are not crazy, only drunk. Sir Alaric, I am Leon Griffin. Can we talk? The Lord still hopes to resolve the matter as peacefully as possible. After all, in the current situation, even if we guard the bridge until the end of time, we probably won't be able to get much loot. Huh? A noble. Look at this guy's flag. He's a baron. The baron actually said he wanted to talk to me. Ha ha! Alaric smiled sarcastically, ignored Leon, and instead turned back to yell at his troops. The drunkards on the opposite side burst into noisy laughter again. It seems that this noisy one probably has some class conflicts with some nobles. Alaric, when you raised the bull flag, I was just a civilian hanging out in the Mist Cage City arena. Leon jumped off the horse, hung the lance on the hook of the saddle, clapped his hands to show that he had no ill intentions, and planned to close the class distance. Alaric turned his head and looked at the Lord, then looked at the griffin flag, and smiled strangely. Baron Leon, are you the Lord here? Alaric asked and patted his head, seeming to be thinking about something. I'm actually just a passerby, but I've heard about what your troops did to other villages, so don't even think about coming here. The Lord shook his head and put his hand on the hilt of the sword. He saw the danger in Alaric's eyes. His eyes gradually became dull, and his vision was distracted. You can't stop us! Alaric suddenly shouted and rushed over, although his steps were a little shaky on the bridge. His attitude became firm. I'm going to kill you! This guy is obviously not clear-headed, and it seems that a completely peaceful solution is unlikely. Liang Fei mounted his horse and drove the horse out of the way of the bridge. Then he took off his lance and asked Alice to speed up and turn around. Turning back and increasing his speed, Alaric just ran to the bridge. The Lord met him and charged forward with a spear. Alaric also stood on the bank of the river, tilted his shield, and then pushed it against the lance. Boom! Sawdust flew, and the lance broke on Alaric's shield. The drunken man took several steps back to the side because of the blow. But he stood unsteadily on the edge of the cliff. This heavy shot was completely caught by Alaric. Yes, a human being, standing on the ground without a firm footing, could actually use a fan-shaped shield to catch the spear thrust of a knight charging at full speed without even falling. The tilt of the shield can slide the forward force of the lance to the side, but facing the lance charging at full strength. This is not something that can be stabilized with one hand. The shield was also broken, and was thrown casually by Alaric towards the cavalry at the front behind Leon. The cavalry used their shields to block the flying shield, but the spear in their hands failed to hit Alaric, and he rolled and escaped from the edge of the cliff. Then, the guy tightened his grip on the thick mace in his hand, and ran straight towards Leon. His heavy footsteps brought up a cloud of smoke and dust, and he ran very fast. This power is indeed terrifying. You must know that the armor under the bull robe on his body should be double-layered plate and chain armor, which is very heavy. But this guy can actually run like he's not wearing anything. You seal the bridge and leave this guy to me. Seeing that the enemy on the other side was planning to rush across the bridge again, the Lord shouted before facing Alaric. This is probably the strongest enemy the Lord has faced since he came to this continent. This is not to say that Alaric's martial arts skills are so superb. In fact, his technical level may not be as good as Close. However, this guy's power is really too terrifying. Alaric swung the mace, and every time he swung it, he could make a whining sound. The thick mace was almost as big as his head, and it looked like it weighed at least 30 pounds. What is the concept of a 30-pound warhammer? The two-handed swords of the Mettenheimers are already quite large two-handed weapons, but they weigh less than 10 pounds. Weapons over 10 pounds can only be used for fitness in most cases, because most people will exhaust their energy after swinging them a few times. Even a strong man like Close only used a sword weighing more than 8 pounds, and a 30-pound hammer will basically break wherever it hits. No matter what kind of shield or armor, it can't stop it. This heavy weapon is usually used to smash walls or knock on city gates. And Alaric was playing more crazily. He kept waving the huge mace and chased the Lord, seemingly intending to smash the man and the horse together. The Lord must not be forced to do it. However, in fact, there is no need to force it. It is actually very easy to deal with this kind of tough man who does not carry long-range weapons in foot combat. If he was not sure about dealing with him, how could the Lord let him cross the bridge? Leon took off the eagle strike bow on his back, drove his horse forward a few steps, and turned around with an arrow. This arrow was aimed at Alaric's arm. This guy was covered in heavy plate and chain armor, and only his arm was a single layer of chain armor. However, the wind on the river bank cliff was too strong, and the Lord's riding and shooting skills were not good enough. Even though the distance was only 30 meters, the arrow still deviated from the planned trajectory and hit Alaric's chest. The bull armor seemed to be quite defensive, and the arrows pierced it, but it did not affect his actions at all. It seems like this is a hard job. Leon drew out another arrow, and the moment he saw the Lord draw his bow, Alaric kept speeding up to catch up. He probably wasn't very clear-headed yet. Anyway, most people wouldn't chase a horse like this. His speed was not much slower than that of a horse. Moreover, this guy's strength and endurance are so good that the Lord even feels that this guy is no longer a human being. How can a human being carry a load of hundreds of pounds and run so fast? The chase lasted for several minutes. Leon kept turning back to fly the kite and shot a dozen arrows. Finally, one arrow shot through Alaric's right arm. Alaric was actually already pricked up like a hedgehog. The guy finally stopped, looked at the arrow on his arm, dropped the hammer in his hand, wiped the blood that flowed out, and sat down on the ground. I'm actually fighting? Aren't I on the bridge? Do you have any wine? Guys, give me a drink. Well, it seems that he finally sobered up after being hit by an arrow, and there was even a bit of begging in his tone. The Lord looked at Alaric and took out a can of wine from the saddlebag, which was a gift from the Countess. If you just want to have a drink, that's fine. You can wait by the bridge, and you'll have a drink soon. But if you want to go into the village, then I'm sorry. After speaking, Leon threw the bottle of wine over. Alaric grabbed the jar, bit out the cork eagerly, and took a deep sniff. Huh? This wine is really good. Then he raised his head and drank half the can in one gulp. The wine and saliva flowed down his neck and into his armor. Your name is Baron Leon. Right. You only have a few dozen people. So why are you blocking us? Perhaps the high sugar content can indeed soothe people's mood. After drinking wine, Alaric's attitude seemed much kinder. Everyone knows what your troops did in Short Howl Village. I can't just watch you harm the villagers. The Lord said it very directly. He felt that this guy did not seem to be a scheming person. But he seemed to be unconscious most of the time. It seems that you are a good lord. You just said that as long as you wait here, you can have wine. Did you lie to me? As long as there is wine, I will take them out of here. Alaric hammered his head again, looked at the jug of wine, but drank no more. Go and ask the Countess to send over some carts of wine. But you can't drink for free. You have to pay for it. Leon gave the order in front of Alaric, and a cavalryman took the order. Guys! Get back! Get back and wait! Alaric saw that Leon had asked someone to deliver wine. So he took a few steps towards the bridge and shouted loudly for his troops to retreat to the other side. Then he turned his head and saw that the Lord really had no intention of taking action. He sat down against the big wooden stake connecting the iron chain at the end of the bridge, turning his back to his troops. I just want to drink now, and I don't want to harm the village. It was an accident. I didn't want it. But now, except for alcohol, nothing can control myself. Likewise, only alcohol can control them. The guy's voice became very soft, as if he didn't want the troops on the other side of the bridge to hear. This was unexpected. The Lord did not expect that this guy's temperament would change drastically after he regained consciousness. Then why did you make such a big fuss in the first place? Leon was a little curious about him. I once helped the Lion Kingdom fight against the Dexia army. But after repelling the Dexia people, my hometown was destroyed by a group of nobles. My wife and my children are all gone. Oh, I helped those nobles defeat the enemies they feared and protected their hometown. But they destroyed my home. Then I went to Field's Way. At that time, the Lion Kingdom and Field's Way were at war. I helped Field's Way win the war. And I also took the opportunity to kill a few nobles come among them. But I didn't expect that after the war, Field's Way formed an alliance with the Lion Kingdom. I was betrayed by leader Bjorn of the Farstrider to the nobles of the Lion Kingdom. He therefore gained the support of the nobles of the Lion Kingdom. But I was imprisoned in a prison cell. I lost everything. But a cell can't trap a person like me. So I escaped and went to Guangxu Bay. I originally wanted to kill that bastard Bjorn. But when I went there, I found out that he had become a great lord with hundreds of troops, had his own castle, and was no longer in Guangxu Bay. I was so disheartened that I prayed to the gods to give me the strength to kill my enemies. Or maybe the devil too. But I didn't expect that I really got a gift from the gods. Just in the tavern, I met a mysterious man. I don't know if it's God or the devil. Anyway, I got power from him. I think you just saw the real power? I was probably drunk at the time. I just remember saying that Pender needed a new king to lead the people out of the sea of misery. But the next day, I found that there was an army of hundreds of people following me. I led them all the way east to find the enemies who killed my wife. But I didn't expect that from then on. They called me the new king of Pender and said I was the son of the prophecy. My team also grew more and more. The bigger. Ha ha ha. I finally killed Bjorn the Farstrider. But now that I have no enemies, I feel that my life is meaningless. I just want to drink. Only by drinking more can I see my wife and children. You are a good lord. Very few nobles care about the villagers. In fact, my troops will only deal with the nobles' estates now. I don't want to harm the civilians. Alaric sniffed the bottle of wine again and put it to his lips. But in the end, he didn't drink it and instead put the cork back on. I haven't been this sober for a long time. The Lord can generally understand his mentality. Alaric has lost his goal in life, and he just wants to miss the good times in his drunken hallucinations. But judging from his appearance, there may not be many times when he is so sober. Looking at Alaric, the Lord suddenly remembered another person. King Ulric's father. The mad king that Miss Felina had said. The same drunkenness. The same madness. The same unconsciousness most of the time. The same leading a group of drunkards everywhere to cause trouble. However, the two have different identities and powers. And the consequences are quite different. One harms the country, and the other harms the village. Alaric, you said that gods and demons gave you power? What's going on? While this guy was awake now, Leon decided to ask clearly. That was a mysterious man I met in the tavern. I can't remember his appearance. He gave me a bottle of medicine. Huh. That bottle of medicine gave me unrivaled power. Alaric looked at the jar he held in his hands, but gritted his teeth at the mention of power. Leon was a little confused. After gaining such power, why do you look so unwilling? Because, since I drank the bottle of medicine, I have rarely been awake. I don't even know what I did. And I keep having headaches. Headaches. There is always a crazy voice in my head telling me to kill. Alaric knocked his head again. Although I like drinking, I rarely got drunk before. But now, if I don't get drunk, I'm afraid I will do a lot of terrible things. The Lord sighed. The power obtained so easily will naturally have side effects. Alaric smiled bitterly. That person said I drank the elixir. But now that I think about it, I'm afraid it was demon blood. If I wasn't drunk, it would be difficult for me to control myself. I will kill like crazy. Only when I am drunk will I not hurt more people. Chapter 110 Amy's Big Trouble. Alaric looked at the Lord and smiled sadly. I didn't come here to rob. I just heard that there is a big winery here. I want to make a deal with the owner of the winery and provide good wine for a long time. This way I won't go crazy when I run out of wine. The Lord raised his eyebrows. A little doubtful. Then why did you bring so many people here? Alaric sighed. If I don't take them with me, who among these nobles will trade with me? Leon thought about it. He, a baron, wanted to buy some food but few people would take care of him. Let alone Alaric the noisy one. If he came alone, I'm afraid the best outcome would be to use his prestige to fulfill the prestige of a noble knight. Okay. Let your people wait here and don't cross the bridge. I can help you negotiate this deal. The Lord feels that this deal can still be done. With so many drunkards, the Countess will surely make a lot of money in the future. However, after looking at Alaric again, Leon asked uncertainly, wine is not cheap. Do you have that much money? Certainly. Alaric took off the money bag from his waist. But then his expression changed drastically. Asshole. Where's my money? The money bag was very deflated. And there was obviously nothing in it. Alaric held the money bag and shook it. A few copper plates fell out of the money bag, which were small copper coins with a face value of 1 fil. Fire is the auxiliary currency used in daily retail transactions in the Pender continent. It takes 100 fils to exchange for 1 Dilhan silver coin. Alaric took off the arrows stuck in his body, touched his body again, and then sighed. I remember, I have a bag full of dinars. The Lord curled his lips. You were so drunk before, and it's normal for your wallet to be empty. Right? Alaric pulled off his helmet and scratched his head in great annoyance, seemingly at a loss. But then, he seemed to remember something, broke off his huge feathered lightweight helmet twice, and then took out something from the sandwich. I don't know where my money went, but I can't live without wine, maybe. I can trade this with you. He held a sky blue gem in his hand. The Lord subconsciously touched the crosswork powder in his pocket. But this time, it seemed to be a real gem, and the Lord showed no abnormal symptoms. These are dragon tears. Dragon tears. Alaric didn't do any tricks. He still sat without getting up, but threw the gem directly over. The Lord stretched out his hand to catch it and looked at it in surprise. Different from the foggy snake heart stone, the dragon tear gemstone looks extremely warm, and there seems to be stars twinkling inside. Didn't the giant dragon become extinct thousands of years ago? How did you get it? Leon took the dragon tears and looked at it carefully. This thing gave people an inexplicable feeling of sadness. Back then, those nobles destroyed my hometown and killed everyone in my village. Probably just to find it. Alaric leaned his head on the wooden pile beside the bridge and looked at the sky. When I was a mercenary a few years ago, I found it in Longsong Port in the Kingdom of Raven. I only thought it was a piece of stone at that time. Just a very valuable sapphire. It wasn't until I met the mysterious man in the tavern who gave me the elixir that I knew it was dragon's tears. The man originally wanted to exchange the elixir for it, but he probably didn't expect that I would lose control after drinking the elixir. Alaric banged his head against the wooden stake. Anyway, I never saw him again. When I woke up the next day, I was already in the wild, surrounded by drunks. Don't mention it. This deal can be done? The Lord nodded. I will accept the dragon tears, and I will give you a fair deal. But at this moment, a group of motley crew came over. This is the troops from Kuan village. The motley army of less than 100 people was led by 7 or 8 knights, probably cobbled together by various knight leaders in the village. The knight who led the way was still the knight who had escaped before, but his expression was quite bad. It seemed that when he was running back, he bumped into the reinforcements organized by the Countess. In the end, he really ended up looking for reinforcements. Seeing Alaric sitting on the ground and looking at the crowd across the river, the knight came over timidly. Lord Leon, have you defeated him? The Lord shook his head. I promised to sell him some wine, and he also promised to leave after getting the wine. I think this is better. There is no need to fight and lose both sides. The knight looked at Alaric, who was unharmed, and then at Leon, who was calm and composed. He suddenly retreated quickly and hid in the motley army, with a look of suspicion on his face. Your Excellency, Leon, you actually plan to fight with the deserters? Robbers making deals? Alaric, who was sitting on the ground, smiled contemptuously. Lord Leon, these nobles seem to be different from you. Then he stood up and picked up his hammer. The Lord sighed. There will always be some fools in this world. Don't do anything stupid. Alaric, after speaking, he walked towards the knight and waved to the knight who reported the news to come out. There are always such idiots in this world who can do nothing but compare and argue and always think that they are right. The Lord felt that he might have been too polite to them, seeing Leon coming over alone. The motley army naturally had no reaction. The knight didn't understand what Leon was going to do, and was still talking to himself. He should be killed. Only by killing him can those deserters be shocked. Leon grabbed his arm and dragged him off the horse. Then he stared into his eyes and said fiercely, You just became a deserter. Do you understand? He turned to the other knights and asked, What should we do with the deserters? Several knights looked at each other and wisely did not speak. The knight who reported the news didn't say anything anymore, probably because he was afraid that the Lord would beat him. You go to the bridge and keep an eye on the people on the other side and don't let them cross the bridge. This deserter, go to the front. Leon directly ordered these knights to stay here, and then pushed the deserting knight and asked him to lead the way. Alaric, you follow this idiot, and I will lead the cavalry behind you. If he messes around, you will knock him to death. If you mess around, I will chop you to death. This way we can rest assured that we can go find him together. How about the Countess buying some wine? Alaric looked around, nodded and put on his helmet. You are right. This is indeed a good idea. So, the deserter knight once again started his journey back to the center of the village. Alaric followed him 1 meter behind him with a big hammer. The knight seemed to start shaking his legs again. Leon shook his head. How did this guy become a knight with such courage? Alaric walked quite relaxedly, looking back from time to time, and chatting with the Lord. The lords of Field's Way are much braver than the nobles of the Lion Realm. However, they all still harm civilians and go back on their word. There are indeed not many kind and honest lords like you. Your Excellency Leon, you've only known me for less than half an hour. Alaric, this is the first lord to say that Leon is kind, and he is very pleased. But alas, this is just a stinking drunkard. I can see it. Every civilian can see it. You don't have that aloof look. Moreover, you have already defeated me. You didn't kill me to prevent my troops from causing a big mess. I can think of this. From the looks of it, Alaric still has a brain. However, the western part of the kingdom is quite dire, and Alaric seems to have never met any good people. Actually, technically I am a businessman. Have you ever heard of Maixiang Company? Maixiang? I have indeed heard of it. Wait, are you actually in that kind of business? Alaric turned back with a strange look in his eyes. No wonder your flag looks familiar to me. I remembered it. I lost all my money in a casino last night. Bastard. That casino is called Maixiang Branch. Flying the same flag. Uh-huh. It seems that I was tricked by an agent. The Lord smiled awkwardly. Uh-huh. That's a coincidence. I sincerely advise you. Gambling and alcoholism. Just one of them is enough to make you impoverished. You'd better take it easy. Alaric spit hard on the ground. But you are doing both businesses. I actually thought you were a kind person before. I want to take back what I said. You are at best an honest person. People. Oh. It seems that the only person who thinks Leon is kind has also woken up. But at the end of the day, Alaric still has to buy wine. For him, wine is a necessity. When he arrived at the gate of the Countess's manor, he happened to meet the cavalryman who had been sent back to ask the Countess to deliver wine. He was helping the Countess load the car. The Countess originally thought that she was going to give away several carts of wine for free. But she was really surprised to hear that it was a normal transaction. Of course, she didn't mind selling the wine in stock. In fact, she wished she could sell so much wine every year. The Lord gave her 5,000 dinars and bought hundreds of barrels of wine, which were all the Countess' reserves. In fact, the 5,000 dinars were money that Leon placed in the center of the village to buy food. The carriages delivered the wine to the bridge in an endless stream. The vehicles were too wide to cross the bridge. Alaric sent people to push the hundreds of oak barrels across the bridge, which delayed a lot of time. But in any case, Alaric did keep his word and left with the team. As for where Alaric will continue to wander with his group of drunkards, the Lord does not care. Anyway, they are just a group of lazy and drunken drunkards, which are of no help to the construction, and there is no need to waste troops to deal with them. It may be better to send them to harm others. And those noble estates were indeed willing to pool together a large amount of food to provide to Leon to thank him for blocking the bridge in time and forcing back Alaric's drunkard group. They promised that Leon could send a truck to take away all the excess grain after they harvested without paying. According to the estimated output of their manor, all the surplus grain plus 1 grain should be enough to cover the gap of White Deer Castle. Only 5,000 dinars were used to exchange for a dragon tear and enough food. This was certainly a good deal. Although according to Alaric, the elixir exchanged for dragon tears will have terrible side effects. The Lord feels that the elixir may not be the real use of dragon tears. The Lord made the final calculation and left a few cavalrymen on standby in the center of the village. He planned to return to the territory, and then organized a convoy to transport the grain. After one round trip, he would be able to catch up with the harvest time without any delay. In order to save horsepower, Leon planned to go to Changha town first to see if he could take a boat back to Meixiangling from the Air River. This way he might be able to meet Amy, and avoid Amy still discussing business in Changha town. But one day later, the Lord who rushed to Changha town found that the gates of Changha town were closed tightly, and martial law was enforced everywhere. As if they were preparing for war? The confused Lord looked at the flag of Changha town. The flag of Archduke Alma was still flying on the watchtower of the city tower. There is also the heraldic flag of the 4 swords, which should be the flag of Father, the son of the Duke of Alma. But no enemies were found nearby. Right? The drunkard group came from the north of Qin village, so they couldn't come to Changha town. Why was it so chaotic? After a long day's journey and being exhausted, the Lord had no choice but to camp by the Air River. He wanted to see if Changha town would be open the next morning. Camp by the river, feed the horses, and find a dry place to sleep. But don't disarm your equipment, and be ready for battle at any time. He had a hunch that something might have happened to Amy. Amy did have an accident. A big accident. She, clothes, and others had been stuck in the inner fort for 3 days. 3 days ago, shortly after the tall woman jumped into the river and fled, Lord Father led troops to surround the inner fort of Longla town. Father declared that Amy and the Mettenheimers were heretics, and now kidnapped Lady Bella for evil purposes, and ordered Amy to hand over Lady Bella and surrender. Only then did Amy know why Fawcett ordered all the soldiers to withdraw from the inner castle. He obviously knew about Mrs. Bella's belief in evil gods and association with heretics. This was to frame her. In Pendor, once you are labeled as a heretic, it is basically equivalent to having half of your body burned at the stake. When she went to the inner city wall to negotiate with Father, she was directly hit by a burst of crossbow arrows. If Close hadn't seen the opportunity quickly and dragged Amy back, it would have been a tragedy. Hundreds of soldiers surrounded the inner castle, and Fawcett's order was, "Unless Lady Bella comes forward, anyone found will be shot to death." But Mrs. Bella has fallen into a coma and is about to die, and it seems that she may die at any time. There are only maids and no doctors in the main building of the inner castle. Once Mrs. Bella dies, even the last bargaining chip will be gone. Those maids have been banned from going out since the end of last year, and they don't know anything. Amy has nothing to do now. Father seems to have closed the gate of Changha town, and now she can't get out at all. Only Summer, who has the best water ability, said that after taking off all his equipment, he might jump into the river and swim out to seek help. But the problem is that there are now boats cruising on the water behind Changha town, and jumping into the river will only result in being shot to death on the water. Although the troops outside did not launch a strong attack, probably to ensure the safety of Mrs. Bella. If this continues, Amy feels that there will be a big trouble soon. Sure enough, in the early morning of the 4th day, Fawcett disappeared. There were still hundreds of troops surrounding the city, but the flags they carried were all the lion's claw flags of the Grand Duke of Alma. Amy felt panic in her heart. She could think that since Fawcett would frame herself as a heretic, then he must know everything. And the Archduke Alma should also know. Although he knew that Mrs. Bella worshipped the evil god, he did not kill her. Instead, he kept her to engage in sculpture art in the inner city. This was naturally for the control of Changha town. After all, Changha town belonged to Mrs. Bella's posthumous son. According to Fawcett's previous plan, he probably just wanted to kill himself and silence him so that others would not know about his and his sister's scandal. This may have something to do with the inheritance of Alma's Horton family. In addition to Fawcett, Alma has several children, but several others are still underage. But if he forced his way into the inner castle, he could just blame Lady Bella on himself. This is very important to Archduke Alma, who plans to plot in Chungha town. They can't expose the fact that Mrs. Bella is a heretic. Otherwise, the time has not come yet for him to get Mrs. Bella of Chungha town to give birth to a child. Amy really didn't expect that blurting out, "your sister," would lead to such serious consequences. Early morning. A sudden blast of horn woke up Leon. Enemy attack! This is the horn blown by the cavalry on guard. Leon turned over and got up. At a glance, he saw a cavalry troop filing out of Chungha town and heading straight for the Lord's temporary camp by the river. It was a cavalry force of about 200 men, flying Fawcett's flag. Early in the morning is when a team is sleeping the deepest. Fawcett came at this time, and it was obvious that he had no good intentions. The Lord set men to stand guard, and deliberately did not allow the cavalry to disarm and avoid being attacked at night. However, after everyone got on their horses and got ready, Fawcett's cavalry troops were already in front of them. Fawcett came in a semi-encirclement situation. Liang's troops were too few, and no one expected to be surrounded near Chungha town. Could it be that the son of the Duke of Alma planned to rebel? The Lord is a little confused. But no matter what, you have to rush out first. Follow me! Don't fall behind! Liang gave the order, and led the cavalry in the direction of my Xiangling to run away. But just after running a few steps, he encountered Fawcett leading a group of knights blocking the direction leading to my Xiangling. Your Excellency Liang, I really didn't expect you to be here. I advise you not to resist, lest your troops suffer disaster. Fawcett obviously knew Liang, but Liang didn't know his intentions. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, the Lord signaled the cavalry to prepare to break out to the east, and then went forward alone. This should be Lord Fawcett? Why do you want to stop me? Your Excellency Liang, your business partner Godric, and his daughter Amy, they colluded with heretics to plot evil. Are you going to cover them up? Or are you going to testify against them? I'll give you a chance to choose. Fawcett squinted his eyes, stared at Liang closely, and spoke in a sinister tone. The Lord sighed. It seemed that something had happened to Amy. After looking at the distance of Fawcett, the Lord drove his horse forward a few steps with a smile on his face. Knight Fawcett, you seem to have not learned the etiquette of a lion knight. When you see a baron, as a knight, you should salute. Chapter 111. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. The Lord didn't want to be lazy. When Fawcett said that Godric and Amy were heretics, he was already mentally prepared to face the disaster. Although she didn't know how Amy offended Fawcett. This guy obviously had no scruples since he had blocked Chungha town and surrounded him with troops to force him to give false testimony. In this situation, we can only ensure our own safety before making plans later. You must know that Fawcett brought more than 200 cavalry, and there were only more than 20 people beside him. If he forced a breakthrough, he would probably be gone after a wave of charge. Fawcett still squinted his eyes and stared at the Lord with a frown. But he actually performed the knight's salute, although the etiquette is perfunctory and the attitude is arrogant. In any case, this makes the Lord quite uncomfortable. It is difficult to deal with enemies who can bend, stretch, and endure temporary anger. Your Excellency, Leon, I salute you. Let me ask you again. Are you planning to cover up these two heretics, Godric and Amy, or are you planning to testify against them? This guy seems to be pretty smart. But why didn't he attack directly? What is he worried about? Leon glanced at Fawcett and rode a few steps forward, still with a smile on his face. Knight Fawcett, you should be able to tell that I'm just passing by. What happened? Since you want me to choose, I have to know the situation. Right. The distance between him and Fawcett was getting closer and closer. Fawcett looked at the smiling Leon and seemed to hesitate for a moment. Your Excellency Leon, I know you are an excellent businessman. I think businessmen should know the pros and cons. I also heard about your Maixiang company. As I said, I made a lot of money. It seems like this guy wants to use the opportunity to blackmail. But what is he hesitating about? In order to understand Fawcett's intentions, Leon began to play dumb. Of course, the purpose of doing business is to make money. But what does this have to do with heresy? Fawcett smiled conspiratorially again. I think your Maixiang company should be very useful to me. But if you don't plan to testify against those two heretics, then I will think that you are also a heretic. It seems this guy wants it all. He probably found himself outside Chungha town last night, facing his camp with only more than 20 people. He had to launch a sneak attack in the early morning, probably to ensure that he could be trapped. Was this Alma's instruction or his own behavior? Moreover, is it appropriate to discuss these matters in front of so many cavalry? Leon simply asked directly. I am quite honored that the Duke is interested in my small business. I actually do not refuse to cooperate with the Grand Duke. But the problem is that your father, the Duke of Alma, knows what's the situation here. The Lord pointed at the cavalry around him. These cavalrymen all have the emblem of the 4 swords on their bodies. And they are obviously father's own men. Fawcett frowned deeply. I have the final say in Chungha town now. I have no patience anymore. You'd better give the answer quickly. It seemed Alma didn't know. This is just father's personal behavior. So as long as the person who caused the problem is solved, the problem will be solved. The Lord identified the target, and then continued to approach with an innocent face. I have to know what benefits I can get from cooperating with you. Right. Testify that Baron Godric is a heretic? Then what? What can I gain? Fawcett sneered. You can survive. Isn't that enough? Leon stopped smiling and looked at Fawcett seriously. Mr. Fawcett, I am just a small lord. I cannot afford the revenge of Baron Godric. In fact, if I offend Baron Godric or the Duke of Alma, there is no difference to me. Can you understand? Leon looked at the cavalry around him again. Besides, things like heresy are so involved. How do I know if I will be silenced in the future? You can talk about paying for your life, but you have to make sure you can buy my life. Only then can we talk. This attitude is very sincere, and the words are very direct. Fawcett had already frowned, probably because he felt that what Leon said was true. Ordinary little lords would die if they offended anyone. If they didn't give him a bargaining chip to ensure his safety, there was really no need to talk. Fawcett thought for a while with a stern face. But he did make a condition. If you let Godric be burned at the stake and hand over your weak company to me, I can let you get the White Deer Castle. The conditions are enough. Fawcett was actually willing to talk instead of directly attacking his small team? Leon smiled. The Lord is not talking nonsense. He is just using this method to test the current specific situation. It looks like Father has neither caught Amy nor controlled Godric. He probably didn't dare to do anything to anyone in Godric's family. Father just brought a large number of troops to blackmail himself. A small lord with no background. Otherwise, there is no need to negotiate any deal with him. If everything is under Father's control, then just kill his team and force him to do things at the cost of his own life. There is no need to give any conditions at all. Being able to give such a condition as, let you get White Deer Castle, means that White Deer Castle is now safe and sound in Godric's hands. The Lord understood that Father had probably framed Amy. In order to prevent Godric from leading troops to retaliate, he closed the town of Long River to block the news. Then, he had probably been looking for suitable witnesses. After discovering his team last night, he planned to trap himself and scare himself into perjury. In front of so many cavalry. Even if he wants to be vague and prevaricate, and pretend to agree, it will give him enough evidence. Probably only after he, the witness, was frightened into compromising. Could he use himself as a witness to mobilize the Chungha town garrison to arrest Amy and Godric? Otherwise, he could accuse Godric of being a heretic without any basis. It will lead to civil war in the kingdom. Indeed, he is the most suitable witness to prove that his fiefdom is closest to White Deer Castle. And all the lords in the entire kingdom know about his business partnership with Godric. He was Godric's partner, and had issues with the Duke of Alma. If he instead came forward to accuse Godric and testify that Godric was a heretic, everyone would probably believe him. Moreover, he has no background. He is just a pioneer lord, so he does not have to worry about any intricate family forces causing trouble for him. But before he came forward to testify, Fawcett did not dare to do anything to the Godric family. It is estimated that he has done nothing now. In case his rumors and slander were not successful, he could still say that it was a misunderstanding. He could only bully himself, a little lord, and get a forged handle. I have to say that this approach is appropriate. Probably in Father's eyes. He, a little lord, is easy to handle. But, am I, Leon, so easy to bully? You really want to control my Xiong company? Thinking about it, if Fawcett can get the financial source of the wheat company, then he will probably have nothing to worry about. The Duke of Alma asked him to be in charge of Loma town. With the territory, population and money, he can probably be in charge of Loma town. Raise another large army. In other words, for Father, the key to the matter is probably whether he can control his little lord. If he gets a handle on it, he can do whatever he wants, let alone testify against Godric as a heretic. Even if they're family rebels directly, there is still a lot of hope. But until he controls himself, or before he says something wrong, Fawcett probably won't be able to truly command the Chang'e town garrison. Maybe the only troops he can really command are his 200 trusted cavalry. Therefore, he did not attack him directly. It seemed that he wanted to avoid making himself a mortal enemy, lest he would rather die than cooperate with him. But this guy seems to have a standard aristocratic mentality, and he definitely doesn't have much experience in handling this kind of mess. If it were a gangster like Fauché, he would have probably swarmed him and defeated him long ago. No wonder Alma preferred the illegitimate Fauché. Liang took a long breath with a smile and looked at the cavalry beside Father. You were just talking about this kind of deal with me in front of so many people, and you are not worried about someone betraying you. Fawcett's expression was already quite grim. Your Excellency Liang, I gave you a choice. Don't force me to kill you. After speaking, he waved his hand and asked the surrounding cavalry to form a circle, surrounding Liang's small force in the middle. The Lord nodded, sighed, bent down, and spoke softly. In this case, that I can only... It seems like Liang is going to compromise? But then, Liang just leaned down and gently took the reins. And Alice suddenly burst out with astonishing speed. This smart little mare is quite considerate. Only Liang has been riding it all this time. She has become accustomed to Liang's driving method. As long as the Lord leans down on the horse and lowers his center of gravity and gently pulls the reins, Alice will explode with all the strength of the whole body to charge. This is a lone raid. No one expected that Liang would launch an attack when he was surrounded by 200 cavalry. Between Liang and Fawcett, there was only 20 meters, just enough for Alice to speed up. Alice just suddenly accelerated and rushed forward, and she was already in front of Father. Then I can only catch you. The second half of Liang's words was almost said in front of Father. He had already drawn his griffin sword. Father reacted quite quickly. He stopped him with the spear in his hand. But before the spear could reach the direction facing Liang, it was cut off by Liang with his sword. But the shot still had an effect. Liang tightened the reins with one hand, and Alice's body tilted to the side. Then she braked suddenly, and the horse's hooves scratched 4 deep marks on the ground. The elite cavalry beside Father also reacted very quickly. Several spears were thrust diagonally in front of Liang in order to stop them. Their horses had no time to react. However, at the moment Alice braked, Liang had already flown out, and using the inertia of the sudden stop after sprinting, he pounced towards Father from horseback. He jumped over the spears that were blocking him. Father had just thrown down the severed lance, and before he could draw out his sword, he saw Liang rushing towards him, and subconsciously turned the shield in his left hand sideways to block it. But then he regretted it. A shield could block a sword or a gun, but it could block people. As a result, Father was grabbed by Liang and thrown off his horse. Boom! Ah! Father, who was wearing a heavy lion knight armor, was thrown to the ground, making a dull sound and a shrill scream. He was beaten by Liang and used as a backing underneath. Don't even move! The Lord rode on Fawcett and shouted. The sword in his hand was already gesticulating on Fawcett's face. Several elite cavalry, who had just put away their guns and were preparing to besiege Liang, also raised their guns and made famous signs on the Lord's back. But Liang got up without any scruples, dragged Father up, and placed the long sword across the neck of the freshly minted hostage. The spear tips of the cavalry kept moving with Liang's movements, but were then separated by the charging Maixiang collar cavalry. Everyone! Back off! Back off! Don't point your gun at me! My hands will shake when I'm scared. The Lord bared his teeth and shouted to the cavalry nearby. The sword on Father's neck was indeed trembling slightly. That's because the skin on Fawcett's elbow was scratched when he threw him to the ground in pain. Fawcett fell from his horse in heavy armor, and was shaken badly when he landed. He stumbled a bit while walking, but he was still alert. Liang! You will regret it. Sir Fawcett, if I were you, I wouldn't talk casually. Look, the sword is so close to your neck. Didn't you realize that your neck guard has been cut off? The camp was only 1 mile away from Chang'e town. Liang put away his sword, replaced it with a small knife in his hand, and stabbed Father's neck covertly. Then he put his arm around Father's shoulders and headed towards the gate of Chang'e town, arm in arm like 2 good friends. Put your weapons away! Mr. Father, tell your people to put away their weapons. If I guess correctly, the garrison in Chang'e town doesn't know what happened. Right. I don't want the garrison in Chang'e town to what a misunderstanding. Liang, I don't believe you dared to do anything to me. You will regret it. Father gritted his teeth as he spoke, completely ignoring the Lord's request, and was very sure that Leon did not dare to kill him. Leon really didn't dare to kill him now. But he didn't need to kill anyone to get people to cooperate. The Lord just stamped him viciously and solved the problem. Wearing steel boots and stamping on your feet is quite comfortable. Fawcett also wore plate armor boots. But in this case, the plate armor boots could not protect him, and would cause continuous damage. The steel plates of his plate armor boots were deformed by being stamped on. Fawcett's handsome face was almost twisted into a twist, and he was even so painful that he couldn't scream for a while. Leon just stomped on his toe. Fawcett, since I dare to catch you, I will definitely torture you anyway. You will take revenge on me. Right. If you don't want to lose arms and legs, then you'd better cooperate with me and see if we can solve the problem. Of course, I don't want to kill you, but if you leave me with no choice, then you will definitely die in front of me. After stamping his foot, Leon spoke softly into his ear, with a calm tone and a gentle attitude, as if he was chatting with a friend. But Fawcett's hair stood on end. He could tell that the Lord was not trying to scare him. He was a desperado. He could do it. Put away your weapons. After his whole body trembled for a while, Fawcett, who had regained his strength, was subdued. A hero is one who knows the current affairs. Father had not had many opportunities to be a hero before and had little experience. But now, he has obviously learned it by himself. That's right. Where is Amy? In the inner castle. At Lady Bella's place. What order did you give in Changha Town? Fawcett hesitated for a while and sighed. I just asked the garrison to guard against heretics in the inner castle. And nothing else was mentioned. That's right. Fawcett still had some brains, and used the excuse to seize my Xianling's property. Only his own trusted cavalry knew about this, and it was to intimidate him. But if the matter is made known to everyone, then once it fails, he himself will not be able to end it. Leon nodded and took Father to Changha Town. More than 20 cavalrymen nervously surrounded them, while Father's 200 cavalrymen surrounded the outside. It looked like Leon helped Fawcett, who had an injured foot, return to Changha Town. The garrison in Changha Town still surrounded the inner fort, with only 100 soldiers on the watchtowers and arrow towers near the city gate. The garrison didn't seem to know exactly what happened. The city gate defenders looked at Father, who returned, just saluted, and then stepped aside. Leon looked around, and instead of going to the inner castle, he took Fawcett directly to the administrative hall. There seemed to be quite a lot of garrison surrounding the inner fort, and Leon didn't want them to find out that he was holding Father hostage, so as not to cause trouble. With the person caught, temporary safety should be guaranteed. But how will it end? No matter what the reason is for kidnapping the Duke's heir, this high-end declaration of war, Alma will definitely not let it go anyway. She has given him such a good excuse, and Leon does not believe that Alma will let him go. Your Excellency, Father ordered all the garrison in Changha Town to return to the camp. He said that the heresy has been found out. It was a misunderstanding. Bring Amy here first. The Lord stood next to the consul's chair in the administrative hall and ordered Father to do things as if he were giving orders to his subordinates. Let your 200 cavalry camp alone outside the city. Don't let them stay with the garrison. Father sat on the consul's armchair, gritted his teeth and obeyed, and orders were passed out one after another. Fawcett was still very calm, and the hostage's mood was relatively stable, but he seemed a little unwilling. The garrison did not know the inside story. They only knew that a heretic had been discovered. Anything could happen when tracking down the heresy. There would be no problem in letting them withdraw their troops now. The real trouble is Fawcett's 200 cavalry. They know that Leon has hijacked Fawcett, and they also know that Fawcett intends to kill Godric in the name of heresy. Father, why are you negotiating a deal with me in front of so many cavalry? Can you ensure that your cavalry won't talk nonsense? Thinking of this, Leon asked Father. Their wives and children are all in my hands. No one will talk too much. I see. Use hostages to coerce the troops. No wonder Fawcett was not angry about being kidnapped. It turned out that he was also good at kidnapping. However, judging from his style, it is probably more often based on coercion and inducement. Otherwise, the knife should be put to Liang's neck from the beginning, since he likes to use coercion and inducement. It seems that the way to solve the problem is to treat the other person with the same kind of treatment. Chapter 112. I'm coercing you. Soon, Changha Town returned to normal order, and everything seemed to be calm again. 10 minutes later, Amy was taken into the administrative hall by the cavalry. Leon! After seeing the Lord, Amy rushed over directly. Amy was a little excited, And she didn't even use the usual teacher, as she usually called her. I thought I would be stuck there forever. Originally looking at the action, she seemed to be planning a hug. But after running up to the front and seeing clearly the way Leon was holding father, she stopped. Obviously, she realized how Leon rescued her. The knife in the Lord's hand never left Fawcett's neck for a moment. Although outsiders may not be able to tell, Amy is quite familiar with this scene. This was the case at White Deer Castle when her teacher kidnapped the two Governor Bacchus. An action. Amy could naturally imagine that the kidnapping of Fawcett might not end well. And the matter was not over yet. Teacher, you'd better go to the inner castle and have a look. Leon realized that there were still many things he didn't know. Amy, what's going on? Amy looked at Fawcett and said nothing. Leon nodded and took off Fawcett's helmet. Mr. Fawcett, please cooperate. Let's go to the inner castle to have a chat. Chungha Town, the main building of the inner fort. Close has been staying here, and Amy did not let anyone enter the main building. Close the door and find a rope to tie him up. It's quite tiring for the Lord to drag a hostage all the time. There are no outsiders now, so there is no need to cover up. It is more appropriate to tie Father up. But Fawcett was a little unwilling to cooperate now. Leon, if you treat me like this, the Horton family will not let you go. Leon shook his head and came closer to Father. I have no doubt that your family will be able to force me to flee. But as long as I don't die, I guarantee that your whole family will not be able to sleep from now on. I'm helping you solve the problem now. If you don't cooperate, I may not die, but you will definitely. This threat was quite effective. Fawcett took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and nodded. If you can solve the problem, I swear I will not retaliate against you. Close came up and stuffed a torn towel into Fawcett's mouth. Sir, I will keep an eye on him. The Lord nodded approvingly towards Close. Guard this building and don't let anyone in. Amy, tell me what happened. Amy nodded and took Leon directly to the 5th floor. Mrs. Bella's hands and feet were tied. She was still unconscious, and her breathing was very weak. Amy explained the whole story quickly. After more than 10 minutes, the Lord finally figured out the cause and effect. Originally I just bought some food, but I didn't expect that it would cause so many things, and even lead to heresy. Leon shook his head and smiled at Amy. There are so many people pursuing you. You are the most popular girl in the Lion Kingdom. Right. Amy? Teacher, you are still in the mood to joke. You kidnapped Fawcett. The Duke of Alma will definitely not let it go. Amy is still a little nervous. Her trouble has been solved, but Leon is trapped in the kidnapping case. Amy is even more anxious now than when she was trapped. But looking at the unconscious Mrs. Bella, Leon felt much more relaxed. Originally, I thought it was tricky. I didn't know how to deal with this father. I didn't want to become a mortal enemy with an archduke at this time. But since their family is harboring heresy, Leon grinned and shook his head. That's actually an easy solution. Amy frowned. But the Duke of Alma must also know that Lady Bella is a heretic. Amy, it is precisely because Alma must know that we can solve it properly. Doesn't father want me to accuse you of being a heretic? I plan to have him accuse his father of harboring heretics. Huh. But just as he said this, Leon suddenly frowned. Wait a minute. Amy, has she been comatose for 3 days? Amy nodded. Leon walked to the unconscious Mrs. Bella and took a closer look. The wounds on Mrs. Bella's body were very small, and although they were densely packed like scales, they would not have caused her to be unconscious for so long. What caused her to become unconscious was probably the wound on her chest. The wound had turned into a bloody hole and looked quite scary. Leon tried to touch Mrs. Bella's wrist, but there was still a slight pulse. You said before which tall woman could use poison? Did she also mention a prophet? The Lord turned his head and asked Amy. Yes. Teacher. You mean Mrs. Bella. Amy frowned and walked over. We were worried that she would die, so we didn't dare to touch her. Is she unconscious because of the poison? Leon took off the water bag on his body, took out the crossword powder from the pocket on his waist, mixed it with water, and poured it into Mrs. Bella's nostrils. The Lord is not worried about whether a heretic will die. This is the method Anson once mentioned to wake up people who are stunned by the snake heart stone, and he plans to give it a try. Ashi! The crossword did work, and Mrs. Bella actually woke up with a fit of coughing. But this way of awakening is really dangerous for a person who hasn't eaten for several days and is scarred all over. Mrs. Bella's chest spurted out an arrow of blood because of her cough. The way she looks now, she looks like she has returned to her former glory. After opening her eyes weakly, Mrs. Bella looked at her tied hands. then turned her head and looked around. When she saw Liang, she spoke slowly with a hoarse voice. Humph! Foolish people! The goddess Arita will not let you go. The prophet's army will avenge me. Still looks a little crazy. Leon waved his hand to silence Amy and said softly, Mrs. Bella, we are here to help you. Mrs. Bella looked at Leon seriously again, and then turned her head to look at Amy. Amy. Goddess. Is he the hero you summoned? Amy nodded in confusion. She really didn't know how to deal with a madman. The Lord realized that this seemed to be a good opportunity to obtain information. He handed the water bag to Mrs. Bella. Madam, drink some water. It was the prophet who guided me to help you. After hearing the prophet guidance, Mrs. Bella laughed and looked at the Lord as if she were seeing a relative. She pushed away the water bag. I'm about to die. I can feel my life disappearing. Use my blood as a sacrifice, and you will get a response from the goddess. Hero of Pendle, you have occupied Chungha town. Yet? Leon nodded thoughtfully. I have control, Father. How do you plan to deal with him? Mrs. Bella was stunned, and then sneered. Let him die. The Holden family should all die. I will dedicate Changha town to the goddess Arita. The prophet's army will come soon. I want to be here. Welcome the arrival of the goddess. Her eyes gradually became dull, and her hand stretched hard into the air, as if she wanted to grab something. Then, she turned her head and looked at Amy. Amy, the goddess. She is right. Indeed, only a perfect virgin can become the carrier of the goddess and bring the heroes of Pandar. The voice gradually dropped. Leon put his finger on the tip of her nose and tried it. She's not dead yet, but she may not be able to be saved. Amy hasn't come back to her senses yet. Teacher, these nonsense words she said, what do they mean? I don't know, but I feel like she's not talking nonsense. She's probably just been brainwashed by a heretic. After thinking carefully, Leon went downstairs to find Fawcett. Father, now! We have to end this matter together. I don't intend to go to war with the Duke of Alma, but I think you don't want to be hunted down by Lord Godric and I. Right. Leon stared at Father closely, and pulled off the rag that Close had stuffed in his mouth. Fawcett retched twice, his eyes full of anger, but he still nodded slowly. Then, how do you plan to end it? This guy was indeed very calm, but it was a pity that he was not decisive enough. Otherwise, he would not have been hijacked by Leon. I have to figure out the cause of the matter first. Mr. Fawcett, are you worried that the Duke of Alma will find out about your sister? So you caused such a big thing? Leon was a little incredulous. But just such a small thing. Isn't it normal in a wealthy and noble family? Don't go into a big fight. Fawcett shook his head. You don't understand. It's normal in other noble families. But my father won't tolerate this kind of thing. If my father finds out, I will be exiled. Leon was very surprised. The Duke of Alma cares about this? Fawcett was silent for a while, hesitated for a while, and then said, My father doesn't care how we play outside. But within the family, relationships between relatives are not allowed. He shook his head, as if he didn't want to expose his family scandal. Teacher, the Horton family used to uphold pure blood and marry only brothers and sisters within the family. But by the time of the Duke of Alma's generation, more than 1/3 of the people in the Horton family were dwarfs and imbeciles. Amy glanced at Fawcett with contempt and explained the reason. More than 20 years ago, the Duke of Alma personally killed more than a dozen of his brothers. It is said that those were all imbeciles with no humanity. In addition to harming the family territory, he also killed his youngest sister. This incident was a big deal at the time, and Alma even lost his territory because of it. His previous fiefdom was Changha town, and Shirhu city was obtained after he made great contributions. Fawcett gritted his teeth, probably because he didn't expect Amy to know these old events, and his face looked a little ugly. Leon nodded. Alma rescued the Mad King from the last Lion Knight, and thus obtained the territory of Lion Lake City. He heard this from Mrs. Felina in the garden of the Lion City noble house. With such an experience, it is easy to understand why Alma would have such strict requirements for her family. If Alma knew about Fawcett and his sister, then Fawcett would indeed be kicked out of the house, and he would most likely lose his inheritance rights. No wonder he took desperate measures, not only to cover up the matter with his sister, but also to cover up the fact that Lady Bella was a heretic. Father, you know about Lady Bella's situation. Your father, the Duke of Alma, also knows about it, right? Leon patted Father on the shoulder. You concealed that she is a heretic. Maybe you are trying to find a child of the Horton family to take back Changha town in the name of the heir of Alf 1. Yes, Alf 1 has no heir, and my father must give back the territory that originally belonged to the family. Leon, I might as well tell you the truth. Duke Alphonse was originally murdered by Lady Bella. A few years ago, he was being paralyzed in bed is the poison given by Madame Bella. My father took over Chungha town because Alphonse sent a letter asking for help before he died. Fawcett's words shocked Leon, and Amy was also stunned. You didn't lie to me, did you? Lady Bella murdered her husband? Leon felt that there was too much information in the homes of these great nobles. I was the first to receive the letter asking for help. This is absolutely true. Chungha town was the territory of my Horton family 100 years ago. My father lost Chungha town because of his impulse, and he has always wanted to get it back. But my father wouldn't kill Duke Alphonse to regain his territory. They were once close comrades in arms. Fawcett frowned and told the inside story. Used the children of the Horton family to take back Chungha town in the name of Lady Bella's posthumous son. This was Duke Alphonse's suggestion before his death. He had no heirs, so he was murdered. His Lady Bella will inherit, and he would rather let my father take back Chungha town. Leon looked at father carefully and felt that he was not lying. The Lord really didn't expect that Alma's plan to seize Chungha town actually came from Alphonse's own suggestion. This means that Mrs. Bella could have obtained Chungha town naturally. But she was disturbed by Alma midway. She said that she would dedicate Chungha town to the dark goddess Arida. And she indeed had the motive to kill Alphonse. What is going on with Lady Bella and these female soldiers? Don't say you don't know. Leon pointed to the corpses of the female soldiers and asked Father. The corpses had been gathered up, covered with cloth, sprinkled with lime, and placed neatly in the hall. Those are people under Mrs. Bella. I know that Mrs. Bella worships the evil god, but I am not interested in what she is doing. After all, I just need her to live. Fawcett seemed to be aware of these female soldiers. In fact, I have never entered this building. These women never let my people in. In order to keep Mrs. Bella cooperative, I did not force them breaking through. After all, her only request was that no men be allowed into the building. You didn't kill the people around her? Leon thinks this is incredible and wants to control Mrs. Bella to seize Chungha town and leave so many people around her. Is Alma a fool? We tried, but Mrs. Bella is not a person who is afraid of death. In fact, she has never been willing to cooperate with us. My father also asked me not to force her, lest forcing her to death would be no good to anyone. Fawcett explained. We need her cooperation, so we won't force it too much. Anyway, Chungha town will change hands in 3 months. We still need her to show up occasionally during these 3 months. In this way, it is probably the father and son that Mrs. Bella hates the most. But she seems to be playing tricks on them. Leon suddenly thought of what the Countess said about Mrs. Bella of Chungha town, who bought a large amount of food from her. Father, have you ever bought food from the Countess of Brave Shield Castle? Fawcett shook his head in confusion. There is a lot of food in Chungha town, so there is no need to buy it. Amy looked at Fawcett with an angry look on her face and gritted her teeth. She probably thought about Fawcett's plan to use 300,000 pounds of grain to allow herself to respond to his pursuit. Fawcett looked out the window and looked at the window, but Leon let out a long breath. The food was not bought by Alma and Father. Mrs. Bella bought it herself. So, Lady Bella. She was bought for the Prophet Legion. Leon closed his eyes and shook his head, turned around and looked at Father seriously. I think you will be in big trouble. I will give you a solution. It depends on whether you are willing. Fawcett was a little confused. How to solve it? You took Lady Bella to the Lion City to surrender, and made it public that Lady Bella was a heretic, and accused your father, the Duke of Alma, of harboring heretics. There is enough evidence here to prove that the Duke of Alma is indeed for harboring Lady Bella. He will probably not be able to return to Shirhu City for several months. You are his eldest son and the first heir. I think you can understand what I mean. As long as you do this, you and your sister will, it doesn't matter at all. Leon frowned and said, but he knew that this guy probably wouldn't agree immediately. If Lady Bella's heretic identity is made public, her posthumous son will become the son of a heretic. No one will be able to inherit Chungha town, and it will be taken back by King Ulrich. The Horton family would get nothing. Sure enough, Fawcett shook his head. This is impossible. Even if I die, I will not let my father. But the word stopped abruptly mid-sentence, and Fawcett lowered his head and became silent. Leon smiled, his smile full of contempt. Have you figured it out? If you are not happy, then Grand Duke Alma will soon know about you and your sister, and I will hand you over to Lord Godric. As for how Lord Godric will deal with you, I have no control over it. The fact that Lady Bella is a heretic will still be made public by Amy and I. And your family will still not be able to get the town of Long River. And you choose for yourself. Amy was puzzled. Teacher, we can definitely use the second option. Leon shook his head and glanced at Amy. Let him choose. Amy didn't speak anymore. She saw the hint in Liang's eyes. Although she didn't know why Leon let Fawcett go, she chose to believe in her teacher. Father was silent for a long time, then sighed and said quietly, Your Excellency Leon, you are threatening me. The Lord nodded as a matter of course. Yes, I am coercing you. You know, I can even kill you now, and then blame the heretic Mrs. Bella. In fact, I have every reason to do so. But you gave me a chance to choose outside the city, so I will also give you a chance to choose. But in fact, Leon knew that he couldn't kill Fawcett. He couldn't even take Fawcett away. The 200 cavalrymen knew that Fawcett had been looking for them. If Fawcett died here, then they would definitely face the Duke of Alma's revenge army no matter what. He was simply intimidating Fawcett, just as Fawcett had frightened him before. Father finally chose to surrender himself to Lion City. It seems incredible that he chose to accuse his father, Alma, of harboring heretics. Does anyone know why Fawcett made such a choice? And why did Leon force Fawcett to make such a choice? Chapter 113. You can be shameless, but you have to be honest. One day later, it was made public that Lady Bella was a heretic, and the entire town of Changhe was shocked. Those statues and the corpses of the female soldiers were also placed in the square. Someone soon recognized that the statue was the goddess of darkness. At the same time, many citizens and business travelers went to the administrative office to report the incident, saying they had seen a doom-inducing person who was followed by the same female soldiers. There is no doubt that Lady Bella's status as a heretic has been established. Perhaps Fawcett himself was not willing, but in this situation, he was forced to make a difficult decision. He wants to take Lady Bella to Lion City in a prison car and accuse the Duke of Alma of harboring heretics. Why would he do this? This matter needs to be considered through Father's thinking. First of all, Lady Bella's heretical identity was made public, and there was so much evidence that it was impossible to overturn the verdict. Heretics have no inheritance rights. The so-called posthumous son is the son of a heretic and cannot inherit Changhe town. The Duke of Alma was unable to use the children of the Horton family to obtain Long River town. This was obviously Fawcett's responsibility, and he would have lost Alma's trust because of this. And Leon also said that he would definitely not die if he was handed over to Godric Fawcett. But he had slandered Godric as a heretic, so Godric would have enough reason to detain him and imprison him for a year or two. It's normal, coupled with the matter between him and his sister. It is not certain whether Fawcett will be expelled from the family, but the best result is to lose his inheritance rights and become an ordinary little nobleman from then on. In fact, he may not be able to wait for such a result. With Liang's character, once Fawcett is imprisoned in White Deer Castle, it is estimated that it will be difficult to get out alive. Doing this would certainly make Fawcett quite uncomfortable. But if this were done, what would be the benefit to Leon and Amy? Nothing good comes of it. This will only lead to revenge from the Duke of Alma, no matter how ineffective Father's son is. Even if he is hanged and beaten after returning home, Alma will still take revenge on Leon for this. After all, it was Leon and Amy who exposed the heresy, which resulted in Alma not being able to get to Changhe town. Even if the Duke just wanted to vent his anger, Mai Xiangling would be in danger immediately. So Alma must be dragged into the mire too. So what if Fawcett turned himself in and publicly accused his father, Alma, of harboring heretics? Probably no one would have thought that he would do this. Not even Alma. King Ulrich might be so happy that he could even think on his knees that the king would definitely lock Alma in the Lion City as soon as possible. Fawcett captured the leader of the heresy, Lady Bella, and even exterminated her relatives. This was enough to prove that Fawcett himself had nothing to do with the heresy, and he could quickly return to Lion Lake City. And the testimony of his own son leaves little doubt. Alma will be caught off guard and fall into a lawsuit. Even if he is the first duke of the kingdom, he may not be able to escape for a long time. Of course, this matter will not have any fatal impact on Alma. After all, it is just harboring. But Father himself will gain tremendous power within a certain period of time. He is Alma's first heir. When his father cannot escape, he will become the Lord of Lion Lake City and temporarily manage affairs on Alma's behalf. As for Alma's other heirs, all are still minors except for the illegitimate son Fauché, who has no inheritance rights. In this case, It only takes a few months or even less for Fawcett to take the family power into his own hands. Even if the Archduke Alma returns in a few months, Fawcett's position may not be shaken. In doing so, the Archduke Alma would only lose some reputation. But Fawcett would gain greatly as long as he could seize the opportunity. So as long as he understands it, he will definitely accept it. In doing so, Leon can avoid facing revenge from the Duke of Alma in the short term. Fawcett must seize the time to seize power, and Alma must resolve the accusation as soon as possible. No one has time to cause trouble to Leon. And when Alma resolves the accusation of harboring heretics, he will inevitably teach his unfilial son a lesson or regain his power. It is not uncommon for fathers and sons to fight for power. But until one of them completely suppresses the other, no one will come out to cause trouble for the others. As for the future, that will probably be a year and a half later. Leon felt that if he was still so weak by then, he would just accept his fate. In addition, how would other great nobles and King Ulrich himself react to this situation? Ulrich is not a fool. He has fully demonstrated his ability to check and balance. If the situation evolves into a father-son struggle for power, the king will definitely find a way to balance the strengths of Alma and Fawcett, and may even deliberately control and detain the Duke of Alma. Time. Because, after Odin died, there was no one to check and balance Alma. Father could just be a new balancing weight. If King Ulrich could not seize such an opportunity, then he would not be qualified to be king at all. After all, once it is made public that Lady Bella is a heretic, who will benefit the most? There is no doubt that it is King Ulrich. All the heirs of Duke Alfwan no longer have the right to inherit. So Longha town will be taken over by King Ulrich as a direct territory. King Ulrich is probably the one who most hopes that Alma and his son will fight. Alma has temporarily acted as the consul of Chungha town a few years ago. By now, his influence must have penetrated deeply. Even if the king takes back Chungha town, he will not be able to do so for a while. Alma's men must be relied upon to govern. This is actually equivalent to not being able to take it back. It is impossible for the king himself to come to live in Chungha town. But if Alma gets into a lawsuit, and his son is busy fighting for power in Lion Lake City, Ulrich can just take this opportunity to reorganize Chungha town. For example, he first appoints several consuls who are at odds with Alma, so that Chungha town can be reorganized. People from several factions jointly control it. Just like when he appointed Odin to manage the military affairs of Longha town. The Lord also planned to send a gift to King Ulrich at this time. It was the box of dinars that I had been dragging around that I hadn't given him. The box that I had left in the throne room before. It has been delayed for 4 months, which is almost the time it takes for a small lord to raise money normally. Now it is time to give. This 10,000 dinars will definitely make Ulrich think of himself. At the same time, the king should also be able to think that the candidate for the consul of Long River Town needs the participation of a lord like him, who has a bad relationship with Alma. Political struggle is like this. It is a dirty exchange of interests from beginning to end. Only by considering other people's ideas can you protect yourself. Bribery is actually a very sophisticated skill. Mrs. Bella has been put into the prison car, and Fawcett has also used the cavalry to escort her to Lion City. He even left Chungha town before Liang. The lord is currently at the ferry, and has not had time to leave yet. He is waiting for his team to return. 1 day ago, after he had just convinced Fawcett, he sent all his more than 20 cavalrymen out to serve as scouts. The cavalry was also sent separately to Fletcher village and Ralph's camp to convey instructions, all of which were the same, no matter how they were used, to prevent Baron Leofric from transporting food to Long River Town. Leon was not sure whether what Mrs. Bella said was nonsense. But in any case, it was necessary to check whether the area was safe first. Not long after, a cavalry captain reported, "Sir, we found several small groups about 50 miles away in the southwest." The lord suddenly became nervous. "Did you see the flag? There are no flags at all." "Sir, I left 2 brothers to monitor. Those troops are very strange. There are many women in each army." Leon frowned. "It seems there really is a prophet army." Amy was stunned, and obviously remembered. "Is it the prophet's army that Mrs. Bella mentioned? In which direction are they moving? Chungha town? It feels like it's moving north. It doesn't seem like it's heading to Chungha town. There are many teams of dozens of people, and we don't dare to get too close." The lord looked back at the direction and frowned. "Go north. Send someone to Chungha town to warn them and let them be prepared. Go to Fletcher village and tell Charles and Ralph to let them lead the troops. Come to make the angling." Then he turned to Amy and said, We need to rush back to the territory as soon as possible and ask Lord Godric to send troops to Lunga town. This is probably an army of heretics. We need to organize a strong enough coalition army. Amy's eyes widened. An army? Do the heretics dare to openly organize an army? When I was in Kerwin village, the Countess told me that Lady Bella bought 300,000 pounds of grain from Fort Brave Shield, and she purchased it in advance. The Countess had asked Baron Leofric to send it directly to Lunga town, so I will let Ralph and Charles stop Baron Leofric from transporting grain. However, judging from the state of Madame Bella being sealed in that building, even if the food is delivered, it is impossible for Madame Bella to receive it normally. Do you still remember that Madame Bella said that she would dedicate Changha town to the Dark Goddess? There are nearly 1,000 troops stationed in Changha town. If they are confident that they can receive food from Changha town, it means that the military strength of the Prophet Legion is beyond imagination. Amy thought for a while and nodded. The woman who jumped into the river and escaped was probably the messenger of the Prophet Legion. Mrs. Bella said that she sacrificed her own blood to welcome the arrival of the goddess. In that case, the so-called will the Prophet Legion attack Changha town? If they attack Changha town directly, there is no need to worry too much. Changha town can be defended for at least a month. Leon jumped on the boat at the ferry, and his tone was a little uncertain. I'm worried that they will besiege Changha town, and then send out small teams to rob and look for sacrifices. We must go back to prepare for war first. No matter where they go, at least we have to there are enough troops. Amy frowned and followed Leon onto the boat. She thought of what the tall and weird woman said. She can make the goddess come. And Lady Bella's last words. Amy. The goddess. She is right. Only a perfect virgin can become the carrier of the goddess and bring the heroes of Pender. Amy shuddered involuntarily. After confirming that the Prophet Legion was indeed real, the Lord took Amy and quickly left Changha town. They took a boat, sailing down the Air River, and it only took 1 day to reach McFernley. However, the Air River is relatively shallow in many places and can only be passed by boats and rafts. Fortunately, the cavalry was sent out, and the remaining dozen or so people could be taken away by 2 small ferries. On the way back to Maxiangling, Amy finally asked another doubt in her heart. Teacher, don't you worry about Fawcett? Aren't you worried that he will lose control after leaving your control? Fawcett will not lose control. He is a very calm person. After Mrs. Bella's heretical identity was made public, he had only one solution. Unless he no longer wants any power. Leon shook his head and smiled. But how can a person who has caused so many bad things because he is afraid of losing his inheritance rights give up his power? Amy was probably still a little uneasy. But if the Duke is willing to give up his power to fulfill Fawcett, what if there is no power struggle between father and son? Leon raised his eyebrows. Once people have power, they will not tolerate losing it. No one can accept that sense of gap. At least not immediately. Moreover, if the ideas are different, even father and son will not be of the same mind. Amy also shook her head and sighed. Well, I still don't quite understand people like them. Shouldn't father and son be the closest relatives? For power. Sometimes it is not necessarily for power, but for security and a better life. Just like fish in the water. They only feel safe in the river. Even if there are boats on the river, they will still swim nearby. Come and swim. The boat kept going along the river, and the gentle river surface was stirred by the breeze. The water of the Air River was crystal clear, and occasionally fish could be seen cruising on the side of the boat. For people like them, power is like river water. They will only feel safe if they build this water into a big river. What about you? Teacher, do you value power? Amy also stood at the bow of the boat, the wind blowing her long hair. I haven't heard you talk about your ideals. However, the Lord seemed to be overwhelmed by such a simple question. He was silent for a long time and was unable to give an answer. At least 3 minutes later, just when Amy thought he didn't want to answer, Leon spoke, but his tone was unexpectedly low. Originally, I just wanted to live peacefully. I was being hunted all the time. Leon kept looking at the fish in the water. But now, I really want to have power. Otherwise I can't protect myself and the people I want to protect. I want to raise a big army, and even want to unify the continent of Pender. Only in this way will I feel safe. Amy turned her head. Her expression seemed a little surprised. I thought you would say that you wanted to save the suffering people of Pendor, overthrow those cruel and corrupt nobles, or eradicate those evil heretics like those who claim to be the sons of prophecy. Hero. Leon grinned. Amy, if necessary in the future. I will probably say the same thing. But the fact is that I became a lord for my own safety. And in the future, I will probably also do it for my own safety. More security and more power. Amy also laughed. It's unimaginable that such honest words come from the mouth of a master of deception. I rarely lie to people. Amy, haven't you noticed? I may be shameless and cunning, but I will definitely be honest. Leon shook his head seriously. Whether it was doing business or facing enemies, I almost never told a lie. The only lie I told was to the unconscious Mrs. Bella. Amy thought about it seriously for a long time, nodded, and sat in front of the Lord. What you said is true. However, teacher, you didn't tell Father about the Prophet Legion. Your other intention, is it to get him to leave Changha Town immediately? Do you want to settle in Changha Town? Leon also looked at Amy seriously and expressed satisfaction with his apprentice's acumen. He nodded. Yes, I want him to leave as soon as possible so that Changha Town has no one in charge for the time being. I want to use the horn to summon the Rangers. Power, also controlled by the Legion of Prophets. Amy was very pleased that the Lord could completely tell her the truth. But she was also a little puzzled. Then why don't we stay in Longha Town and wait for the Ranger group to arrive? Why should Ralph and the others lead the army to gather in Maxiangling? The Prophet Legion has been nearby for dozens of miles, and they will definitely come faster than the Ranger group hundreds of miles away. If we stay in Changha Town, the garrison in Changha Town will not listen to our arrangements, but will doubt us. We'll just be stuck in the city and won't be able to do anything. Leon shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. Amy, we can only lead a large enough force outside to become the most powerful reinforcements, so that the garrison in Changha Town will cooperate with us. Returning to Maxiangling, the territory is as usual. Only Eric came over to report the situation, saying that some cavalry came 2 days ago to inquire about the Lord's whereabouts. At that time, Eric led the patrol and casually said that the Lord had gone to Changha Town. And then they left without any conflict. Leon knew that it was probably the person sent by Fawcett. Fortunately, Fawcett just wanted to control himself at the time and did not intend to cause a big fuss. The Lord asked Amy to return to White Deer Castle to inform Godric of the situation. Then he took many farmers to Trubrin, intending to bring back the 60 soldiers there and harvest the food directly. However, after arriving at Trubrin, there was a confrontation between two groups in the village. One of the groups is naturally the 60 soldiers staying here. There were about 60 people in the other group, led by several knights. These knights wore black plate armor, black hooded helmets, and black steel leggings, all covered in black. Behind them were about 20 followers, also dressed in black. In addition, there are about 30 infantrymen, all dressed in different styles, but well equipped. However, Leon didn't see any crests on them. Is this a group of adventurers or mercenaries? An archer saw the Lord's flag and came over quickly. Sir, these people insist on seeing our Lord, and they have been stuck here for a long time. We told them that you were not here, and they didn't leave. They didn't know what to do. What? Chapter 114 Owl and the Prophet Legion. The Lord looked at the situation and saw that no one on either side was using a knife or a gun. They seemed to be quite restrained and there was no conflict. Who are you? Seeing the Lord leading hundreds of farmers into the village entrance, the knights came over. Your Excellency, Baron, are you the Lord here? We are the Knights of Owls, and I am Ors von Clancy. Do I have the honor of knowing your name? The leading knight was a middle-aged man who looked polite. His equipment was a bit old. He was obviously not very wealthy, but he was well-groomed. Judging from this name, this Knight of Ors is probably a rundown nobleman. But Leon has never heard of the Clancy family. After he got closer, Leon saw that they all had a finger-sized owl emblem on their left shoulders, which looked like the one on the shoulder of the statue of the goddess Eunomia. I am Leon, Owl Knight. What are you doing here? Leon had heard about this knighthood from Sarah. They were once a regular knighthood established in accordance with the Charter of Valets. However, many years ago, this knighthood was also recognized as an illegal knight by the previous generation of the Lion King group, but I have never heard that the Owl Knights have any bad reputation. On the contrary, they often help business travelers and villagers. Of course, the help isn't free. Ors performed a knight salute to the Lord, and looked at the farmers behind Leon who came from Maxiangtai. Your Excellency Leon, we encountered a force composed of women in the open wilderness to the west. Their number is at least 20 times ours. They seem to be holding some kind of tea party, and they plan to invite us to have a drink. You know, this situation seemed obviously heretical, and my knights believed in the goddess Eunomia. So we left. That army was only more than 100 miles away from Trubran, and I originally came to warn. Or smiled awkwardly. But after I came here, I only saw your flag and troops, but not the villagers or the village chief. I thought something had happened to this village, so I waited here. Didn't leave. Huh? I didn't expect it was because you took the villagers outside. Think something happened here? Something happened here before. But the Lord doesn't want to explain now. What he cares about now is that a troop composed entirely of women is at least 20 times the number of the Owl Knights, plus the small groups of troops seen by the cavalry around Chungha town. This is obviously the Legion of Prophets. Liang jumped off the horse and returned the greeting. Thank you for coming to warn me. It is rare to find upright knights like you in Pender. Since the other party has good intentions, let's praise him first. Anyway, you don't have to spend money to say good things. And maybe you can let them deal with the Prophet Legion together. As a result of this compliment, or seemed to be even more embarrassed. Your Excellency Liang. In fact, we originally planned to ask, as the Lord here, if you need help. It turns out that the Knights of Owls were not simply trying to warn people, but were planning to do some business. The Owl Knights originally wanted to buy some food in the surrounding areas. They had no station, and had to go to various villages to buy food every harvest season. They were coming from Serenmes, but they encountered the Legion of Prophets on the way, so they planned to stop by Trubran to do some business. This kind of business is very common in Pender. Since there are abnormal troops with unknown movements nearby, they will first alert the village, and then station in the village to protect the village, and get a reward for this. This is also an important way for these illegal knights, who have lost their base, to obtain supplies and survive. Of course, this approach is limited to teams like the Knights of Owls that have always maintained good and lawful behavior. More illegal knights have become black-hearted scoundrels in their long dark lives. The only difference from bandits and robbers is that they are more powerful than bandits and robbers. The Owl Knights have been wandering around the Kingdom of Lion for many years, relying on small businesses such as expelling bandits or guarding villages to survive. If the village is occupied by bandits, they will defeat the bandits and get the loot, as well as gifts of gratitude from the villagers. If there is danger near the village, they will warn them and stay in the village for a period of time to receive supplies and rewards from the village lord or villagers. Of course, when they encounter real danger that could destroy them, they will actually run away. The so-called guarding of the village is actually based on having scouts to detect the enemy's situation. They will not risk the life of the entire night order to protect the village. The Knights of Owls are very good at gathering information, and the name of their order is also related to this specialty. The owl on Eunomia's shoulder originally represents the goddess of order, who has clear eyes and ears and can see the world. Ors had waited at the entrance of the village with his people before leaving. In fact, he waited until night when there were no villagers in Trubran village. Only one army. And the Lord did not show up. It looked very abnormal, and it felt like he was being attacked by some illegal force, occupied by armed forces. He only had more than 60 people in his hands, which was equivalent to the number of troops left by Liang in the village. So he blocked the entrance to the village and waited for other members of the Owl Knights to come here. He had previously sent many knights to inquire about the whereabouts of the female army. Ors originally planned to attack the village if the Lord here did not show up by nightfall. The reason why we have to wait until dark is because all the Knights of Owls are night owls, and they are good at moving in the dark. However, most people in Pendor have a lot of night blindness due to lack of sufficient food types. This is also the main reason why the Knights of Owl are good at spying on intelligence. However, seeing the Lord coming with the villagers, Ors realized that this was a misunderstanding. But Leon knew that this was actually a misunderstanding within a misunderstanding. Trubran is not Leon's territory to begin with. The Lord's previous purchase of food for $0 was essentially no different from that of bandits or illegal knights. Seeing that the Owl Knights behaved decently and had a straightforward attitude, the Lord decided to tell Ors the truth. Sir Ors, I must tell you that something happened in this village before. So, Sir Leon, everyone in this village was killed. No one was left alive. After Ors heard about Trubran's situation, he frowned tightly, with some fear in his eyes. Yes, I thought it was caused by gangsters. Looking at Ors's expression, Leon felt that the Owl Knights seemed to know something. It can't be a gangster. Mr. Leon, we are very familiar with the ways of bandits. Ordinary bandits will not kill everyone in the village. but at most steal everything. Ors turned his head and looked at the west, frowning deeper. This kind of killing everyone. Mr. Liang, have you seen the bodies of young women and children in the village? When I came, all the bones were broken into pieces and could not be distinguished. However, it seems that the child's remains were not seen. Leon was reminded by this, and he did realize that at least he didn't see two small remains. Ors's face turned a little pale. This is the work of heretics. I guess the women I met are them. I heard that they would take away girls and children, and use witchcraft to control those girls to kill their own relatives. Those girls will eventually become their soldiers. Soldiers who completely put their lives at risk. The Lord noticed that Ors used the word them, and also mentioned witchcraft. It seems that the Owl Knights do know something about the situation. Who are they? Why did they take the children away? Leon knew that the heretical believers of this era were very strange, but he did not understand the behavior of these heretics. After all, he had never encountered this kind of cult in his previous life. They are three witches. Some people call them the three prophets. It is said that they have unimaginable beauty and power. All those who are not determined will be seduced by them as guards, and those who cannot be seduced will be killed by them. They will use the blood of children as a living sacrifice. And it is said that this will allow them to gain power from the god of darkness. Or shook his head and said, his face even paler under the black hood. They are very dangerous. I originally thought that this village was more than 100 miles away from their army, so it should be relatively safe. I didn't expect that it would be as safe as here. They are related. So it turns out that this guy doesn't just want to come here to discuss business, but he thinks he can get away from here temporarily. You can avoid the heretic troops and earn some money along the way. This Owl Knight's way of finding business is somewhat shameless. The Lord thinks this guy can be a good friend. Ors finished speaking and planned to leave. My knights can't deal with him. I have to leave. I also suggest that you leave here as soon as possible, etc. Leon stretched out his hand to stop him, unfolded the map in his hand, and made famous gestures on the map with his fingers. Look, you met that large heretic army in the west, and I just came back from Changha Town. There are many near Changha Town. Your team doesn't seem to have brought many supplies. Moreover, an illegal armed force is going to the border. If it's inappropriate, where are you going? Ors looked around and saw that except for the border area, he actually had nowhere to hide. It is true that illegal knights cannot appear at the border. It is easy to cause misunderstandings and be regarded as bandits by the garrison and to be exterminated. In fact, the garrison in various places has the obligation to exterminate illegal knights. But most of the time, it is better to do less than to do more. So, Mr. Liang, do you have any good suggestions? The reason why Ors turned pale just now seems to be because it is not safe for his troops to go in any direction now. This is probably the main reason why he waited at the entrance of the village for so long. Let your team act with me. Of course, you must obey the command. I promise not to lead you to a dead end. The Lord smiled. Unexpectedly, he came here to harvest wheat, but he actually picked up an army by the way. However, Leon did not want them to assist in the battle. What he needed was the expertise of the Owl Knights. I only need you to detect the enemy's situation. That is what you are best at. As for whether to participate in the battle, you can decide for yourself. I will take you to station in my territory and provide you with supplies, and you need to keep telling me the trends of the Prophet army. Is it a deal? Make a deal. Ors did not reject the Lord's kindness. It was always safer to cooperate with the local lord, and he really didn't have many supplies. But he only obeyed the command to a certain extent. He said that if he encountered an extremely difficult battle, he would not participate. He wanted to ensure that his knights could survive. Let the farmers harvest wheat here first. And Leon led the troops back to make Xiangling. Godric and Amy had brought 500 troops from White Deer Castle, but only 300 troops were left at White Deer Castle. The Lord pulled Godric into his room and confessed his plan to Godric. There were only him, Godric, and Amy in the room. Leon, do you mean to let the Prophet army surround Changha Town first, and then we attack from behind? Do you want to get the power to govern Changha Town as a rescuer? Godric didn't show too much surprise. Amy had already told him this intention. Yes, I don't want to hide it from you. But it's not me who entered Longha Town as a savior, but you, Lord Godric. Leon looked at Godric with a smile. Godric was shocked at this moment. Me? If you plan to defeat the heretic army to protect the people, or if you want to gain greater power, I am willing to help you. But myself, I don't want to get involved in this. In political struggle, Liang smiled bitterly. My qualifications and military strength are not convincing enough. Lord Godric, only you can control Chang'e Town. Godric still shook his head. I hid in White Deer Castle because I didn't want to get involved in these power struggles. Lord Godric, I'm afraid you have to fight. With Amy's identity, she can encounter Fawcett's situation. And Fawcett actually dares to frame you. This is already a very obvious signal. Change 10 or 20 years ago. Would anyone dare to treat you like this? Leon shook his head and sighed. Godric was stunned for a moment when he heard these words, but still did not change his attitude. Isn't Father's incident just an accident? Leon shook his head and sighed. Lord Godric, no wonder Miss Felina wants to stay in Lion City to protect you. Chang'e Town has been fighting for these years. So the lords of the eastern region, including you, are all pretty good. Get by. But think about it. Why did Earl Odin fight for the military control of Chang'e Town in the first place? Was it just for greater power? In my opinion, he wanted to ensure that there would always be support behind Fort Brave Shield. In the war at White Deer Castle at the beginning of the year, your men suffered heavy losses. But did the kingdom give you any compensation? During the few months that Fawcett was in charge of Long River Town, did he provide even the slightest help to Brave Shield Castle and White Hart Keep? You must know that Brave Shield Castle lost Earl Odin because of Eldred's treason, and 700 elites, and White Deer Castle has insufficient military strength and food. This is a border fortress guarding the kingdom. But when Amy came to him, he used food to force Amy to respond to his pursuit, and then even slandered you as a heretic, without considering the safety of the entire kingdom. And Fawcett is even considered to be one of the nobles with a better reputation. Brave Shield Castle and White Deer Castle, one in the south and one in the north, are each facing the strongest enemy of the Lion Kingdom. If the power to govern the eastern region is in the hands of those who only know how to mess around, then the next time we meet Jatu or how to ensure backup when the Bacchus Empire launches a full-scale attack. I don't want you to become the consul. I just think that the military control of Chang'e Town must be in the hands of trustworthy people. I can't kidnap the enemy leader every time. And Amy shouldn't do it again and again. Stand on the wall and face the enemy. But now, besides you, who else can be trusted? Leon could understand Godric's thinking. A young earl who was once the commander of the Royal Guards and had a promising future was willing to be demoted and go to a border like White Deer Castle, where he stayed for more than 20 years. This was obviously seen through, but didn't fully understand it. On the contrary, his wife, Miss Felina, saw it more clearly. Wherever there are people, there will be battles, and armies and castles are the foundation. The more armies and castles you control, the more capital you have. Amy kept looking at her teacher with wide eyes and nodded frequently. She seemed to think more about it than Godric, probably because she was better at learning. Godric sighed. But can I definitely become the military officer of River Town? King Ulrich must be very clear that military affairs can only be managed by the border lords. Just like when he asked Count Odin to manage the military affairs of Chang'e Town. Even though Count Odin held the position of the House of Lords, he did not replace him. Leon had already brought the ink bottle. Furthermore, as long as we can defeat the Heretic Legion and lead the army into the city, no one in Chang'e Town will dare to say no. King Ulrich will not refuse. You are his brother-in-law. Godric was silent for a long time and nodded. I can be the initiator of the coalition. But where can I find military rations? This is why you must be the leader to launch the coalition army. Baron Leofric of Brave Shield Castle has enough food. Only if you lead the army will he participate. He will definitely not respond to me. A little lord. Call. The lord handed a quill to Godric's hand. Baron Godric no longer hesitated. He sent letters in his own name to various territories in the east, expressing his intention to form a coalition army to defeat the Heretic Legions. 3 days later, the cavalry returned, and they sent back the news that the Heretic Legion had indeed arrived near Chang'e Town. They even carried a flag with a pair of goat horns on it. It was indeed the Legion of Prophets. And a cavalryman with the best eyesight saw 3 extremely beautiful women with his own eyes. Or a witch. Chapter 115. The camping area outside Chang'e Town. Because Liang sent someone to warn in advance, Chang'e Town closed the city gate again. And the city was also under martial law. So no losses were encountered for the time being. The scouts of the Owl Knights are indeed very professional. They constantly relay information back and forth, which allows Liang to even continuously mark the specific location of the Prophet Legion on the map. According to the reports, the current Prophet Legion has moved all the way north to Chang'e Town. receiving many small groups of troops along the way, and its military strength is constantly expanding. After confirming the specific movements of the Prophet Legion, Orr said that he was willing to provide military information, but would not participate in the war. The Owl Knights had less than 100 people, and could not afford to die. The Lord is not prepared to let them participate in frontal battles. In this era, a team that can expand the spying range to 300 miles is extremely rare. The purpose of these night owls should be as eyes and ears. There are enough manpower on the frontal battlefield. Ralph and Charles have arrived at McSent Collar with the Horncall Rangers and brought good news. Sir, when your order came, Baron Leofric was preparing to transport food and leave Fort Brave Shield. He was very cooperative after knowing about Lady Bella. After receiving Lord Godric's letter, he said that he would directly use that batch of food as rations for the Union Army. And now his troops are transporting food from behind. Charles's reports had always been detailed and reliable, and he now seemed like a decent lord. After continuing to wait for a day and a half, Baron Leofric arrived outside the wheat field with a large amount of food. Nearly 300 carriages formed a long queue. Probably only Brave Shield Castle had so many draft horses. After all, facing the Jata nomadic forces for a long time, the army of Brave Shield Castle will also be followed by a large number of horse-drawn carriages during battle to ensure mobility. Leofric is a strong man in his 30s, wearing a simple but practical plate and chain armor. The griffin emblem on the breastplate is very eye-catching, probably because he also used the griffin as a heraldry. Baron Leofric showed a certain degree of goodwill towards Leon, and he even handed the grain directly to Leon. Baron Leon, I know that you are a successful businessman, and I have seen your business near the Sava River Fort. I have also received a letter from the Countess. I will leave these grains to you. I hope we can solve these problems smoothly. Heresy. This seems to be a very heroic man. Of course, the Lord is willing to take on this job. Thank you for your trust, Baron Leofric. If necessary in the future, we can support each other. Leofric laughed and nodded. Of course. With our flags, we should also support each other. The Lord was stunned. Is this guy implying something by mentioning the Griffin flag at this time? However, the Lord did not ask any more questions. The most important thing at hand was this joint battle. The coalition forces completed their rendezvous by the river outside Maxiangling, mainly consisting of 5 groups of troops. The commander, Godric, had 500 soldiers under his command. The rough composition is 30 knights, with more than 100 retinues and a mixed force of 200 people, forming a knight recruitment force of nearly 400 people. His own guard was led by Amy, which was an archer unit of more than 100 people. Baron Leofric, the military officer of Brave Shield Castle, led more than 20 knights. His knights, retinues and levies formed a mixed force of 300 people. Like Godric, it was a traditional knight recruitment way. Leofric's own guard only had about 50 people. Baron Leon of Maxiangling, with his small army of 100 people. Anson's medical team, Sarah and others were also incorporated into the team. Ralph, the knight commander of the Horn Rangers, led 300 rangers, which was essentially composed of more than 30 knights and their rangers. Fletcher Knight Charles brought more than 500 Chungha Town sentries, all of whom were elite archers. But the Chungha Town Sentinels should also be regarded as a dozen teams. They are commanded by a dozen captains, each with some sentries. Charles is probably one of the captains now. The current Horncall Rangers are not actually a unified force. After all, the Horncall Rangers currently have no Grand Leader, and the most prestigious Sergeant Major, Baron Hereward, is not here either. Besides, the sentries have always operated in small teams and have never been in the habit of obeying unified commands. Of course, after discovering large-scale enemies, they will also organize themselves to work together to fight together. Just like now, the total strength of the Alliance army is 1,700 men, if evaluated according to the traditional number of knights. This is roughly equivalent to the strength of 150 knights, each of whom is a captain. In fact, except for Liang's team of about 100 people, all other troops can be regarded as traditional knight squads. Godric didn't hold any mobilization meeting or oath-taking ceremony, because it was completely unnecessary. These troops are either from the surrounding knights or the local knights of Changha Town. They do not need to be mobilized to defend their hometown. After knowing that the heretics formed a large-scale legion and went to Changha Town, no one would think that the so-called Prophet Legion was just organizing a group tour. After all, Changha Town has been a pioneering base for hundreds of years. The people here have faced wars for a long time. and their understanding of armed forces is often simpler and more reliable. As long as a large-scale army appears near their hometown, it will definitely bring disaster to their hometown. People who have faced war for a long time usually do not have any unrealistic illusions about the so-called prophets. They believe in their own swords more. In late April of the 355th year of Pindar's calendar, Lord Godric of White Deer Castle led the combined forces to march towards Changha town. But with the latest military reports coming from the Owl Knights, several barons of the Union Army face difficult problems. The Prophet Legion has camped outside Changha town, but has not launched a direct attack. Their total strength has exceeded 3,000 people, and small groups of troops have continued to come from the west to join the Prophet Legion. Those small troops were not female soldiers, but teams of knights. But in each team, there was a woman with strange equipment. According to the description of the Owl Knights, the women in the Knights team were basically the same as the tall women Amy and Close saw at Madame Bella's. The Owl Knights also professionally sent back the current specific composition of the Prophet Legion. The leaders should be 3 women, riding fast horses, and wearing some kind of gorgeous red armor. They have about 1,000 female soldiers under their command, of which about 200 look strange and are covered in black cloaks. The Owl Knights only had time to see these situations, and they were never seen again after the Prophet Legion set up camp behind them. The other 2,000 people were probably all brought by the knights, who joined in one after another. There are currently at least 200 knights, with 2,000 various troops, probably rogue knights and deserters from all over the continent. The strength of the Prophet Legion was actually not too unexpected. The problem faced by several barons is that the Prophet Legion will continue to have troops joining them. This situation does not sound very good, and they are all knights from all over the world. You know, just those 200 knights are basically the entire strength of a duke. On average, each knight will bring 5 or 6 retinues and several armed soldiers. More than 200 knights usually means more than 2,000 human military power. The Lion Knights, the strongest legion in the Lion Kingdom, actually only has 300 Lion Knights, including the Lion retinue. The total number of members is less than 2,000. A great baron like Godric actually has the strength of a count, but he only has 50 knights under his command. Just the troops brought by the knights, who joined the Prophet Legion, already exceeded the strength of the Union Army. Therefore, the joint forces temporarily camped by the Air River, less than 30 miles away from Changha town, intending to find out what was going on. The location of the camp was chosen with the help of the Owl Knights. There is a bridge nearby leading to Brave Shield Castle in the northeast, and it is also the only bridge on the Air River. Here, Changha town can be quickly rescued, and there is a wide enough view and abundant water resources. It is a very suitable camp, since it will not be ambushed, and it can prevent the enemy from reaching the border villages and towns behind it. The Knights of Owls have been able to survive to this day, probably because they are quite professional in these aspects. In the camp, several barons were discussing countermeasures. The Lord was a little confused. Why do troops continue to join the army of heretics? Do these people all believe in heretics? Does anyone know more about these so-called 3 prophets? It is actually difficult for rational people to understand the thoughts of ignorant and greedy people. And the behavior of some people is indeed unimaginable. People like Leon always have the upper hand in confrontations with smart people. But when facing idiots, they often get into trouble because they cannot understand them. This is why many outstanding people are beaten up by society. So the Lord really doesn't understand why those people would rather be deserters than actively join the heretic army, even when the heretics didn't attack them. Baron Leofric replied, I have heard rumors about the 3 prophets. There are many rumors about them. It is said that they are all diviners with mysterious powers. Many people hope to get their guidance. It seems that there are indeed many people who have achieved success because of their guidance. Does this sound like 3 fortune tellers? Or entrepreneurial mentors or something like that? The Lord did not expect that the Prophet Legion actually had such a function. I also know that many people have accepted their guidance. However, those who succeeded because of the guidance of the 3 prophets have paid a heavy price. Unexpected disasters, wives and children separated, brothers turning against each other, and bloodlines being cut off. It's like a curse. Generally, the more successful people are, the more bad luck they suffer. Almost everyone who cooperates with the 3 prophets will die miserably in both physical and mental pain. The speaker was Baron Godric. He shook his head and sighed. The Mad King. I mean the previous generation of Lion King. He seems to have cooperated with the 3 prophets. Although I don't know why a king would request those witches helped him. But there is no doubt that the rest of his life was not very good. Baron Leofric also sighed and said nothing. Obviously, he also knew the deeds of the Mad King. But he did not dare to casually criticize the previous generation of kings like Godric. But their understanding of the three prophets was limited to this. Heretics in the eastern part of the kingdom rarely appeared, and they had not seen much of them. And Ors can only let his owl knights find out the enemy's military strength and movements. As believers of the goddess of order, they have always stayed away from heretics and lack more understanding. The Lord felt that this was not the way to go. The number of enemies was increasing, and there was no definite number. And no one knew what the enemy's leader was like. If we don't have more information, this battle may be much more difficult than imagined. In view of the fact that his personal guard had fought against heretics, Liang planned to lead a team to conduct a close investigation with the Owl Knights. The reason why he wanted to join the Owl Knights was mainly because the Lord himself felt a little guilty. The prophet, who could lure so many knights around, might really know some witchcraft. The Owl Knights seemed to be very good at saving lives. Their scouts had obtained such detailed information without any losses. In fact, Ors, the leader of the Owl Knights, expressed doubts about the Lord's ability to jointly conduct reconnaissance. He said that the reason why no one among them was injured or killed due to spying on military intelligence was mainly because they could see at night. But the Lord and the muscular men of Mettenheim are not lacking in vitamin A, and their eyesight has always been very good. So, one dark and windy night, a small team of about 20 people took advantage of the darkness and quietly approached the huge camp outside Changha town. In other words, it is a camp group, because it was composed of one large camp and hundreds of small camps. It looked very much like a particularly lively outdoor camping spot. Countless tents were scattered everywhere, and piles of people gathered separately, making them look distinct. The big camp is obviously the camp of the three prophets. It is about 4 miles away from Changha town. It is very large, but the surrounding area is covered by curtains, so you can't see what is going on inside. It is estimated that the situation in the camp cannot be clearly seen from the city wall of Changha town, and the distance is still relatively far. The prophet's army used a curtain to form a wall outside the camp. This was undoubtedly an extremely extravagant act. The king had never done this kind of pomp when he went on an expedition. The curtains blocked the view, and only a few tall tents and goat-horn flags erected high could be seen. Those small camps may be those knights who continue to join. They built hundreds of small camps outside the big camp, surrounding the big camp that was covered by curtains. The Lord watched for a while, and even at night, there were still small teams coming to camp. Moreover, there were actually disputes among the outer campsites competing for positions, causing some noise in the relatively quiet night. It was obviously the first time that Ors came to investigate in person, and he was a little surprised to see this situation. The Lord wrapped his black cloak around his whole body and began to crawl forward. He leaned closer and listened for a while, then crawled back. Ors! I seem to hear them fighting for a position closer to the inside. These people don't seem to know each other, and there is no unified command. Do you have a tent with you? Ors was startled. Lord Liang, what are you going to do? This must not be your plan. The Lord nodded matter-of-factly. They don't know each other, so of course we can set up a tent and sneak in to have a look. This is not a camping trip. This is a camp for the heretic army. If you are discovered, Ors whispered with gritted teeth, looking at the Lord like he was looking at a madman. Shoo! Keep your voice down. I have to know why there are more and more of them. If it keeps going like this, there may be tens of thousands of them in a few days, and that's a big deal. Are there any tents? Hurry! Hurry up! Liang glanced around the camp intently, and it seemed that he was already looking for a pit. Ors shook his head as if to show off and handed the 2 packages to the Lord. There are only 2 portable tents. Liang opened it and looked at it. It doesn't have your owl crest on it. Right. Ors sighed. I'm not stupid. This is just an ordinary marching tent. Mr. Liang, I don't plan to go in with you. I don't plan to let you in. So you can just keep an eye out here and contact me if anything happens. You first send someone to send a message to Lord Godric, asking him to prepare for battle. After saying that, the Lord stood up with a group of strong men from Mettenheim and swaggered towards the camp. As Liang expected, no one stopped them, and these knights didn't seem to know each other at all. Outside Changha town, it looks like it has become a special area for outdoor camping. Liang had just spotted a pretty good location, which was about 100 meters to the side of the Prophet Legion's camp. It was considered the inner circle of hundreds of small camps. It was occupied by a thin-looking knight, and there were only 7 or 8 people in the camp. The reason why I chose this place is because there are many tall trees behind it. Although it is a sparse grove, No one is camping in the woods. The Lord felt that if he climbed the tree, he might be able to see clearly what was going on inside the Prophet Legion camp. In addition, if something happens to a moth, you can escape by relying on this small forest. This small forest forms an escape route without a camp. There were several horses tied under the tree, probably belonging to the knight. There was still a bonfire still burning in the small camp, and the people were sitting around it. Among them was a tall woman, wearing a half-covered helmet, with only her eyes, chin and mouth exposed, and wearing gorgeous and revealing leather armor. She seemed to be closer to the thin knight. The Lord made a gesture towards Close, who nodded and whispered, "This woman is dressed exactly the same as the female warrior I saw at Madame Bella's place. But this one is not as tall." But she was still quite tall. Leon looked at her and saw that the woman was half a head taller than the thin knight, at least 1.8 meters tall. After touching the crosswork powder in his pocket, he checked the equipment on his body again, feeling that nothing would be revealed. The Lord walked in a circle through the woods and walked forward. "Hey, friend, can I camp next to here?" Chapter 116 Painted Skin. The Lord walked straight to the bonfire and asked the knight directly. The thin knight was whispering to the woman with a flushed face. After being interrupted, he became very impatient. "Get out! Don't bother me!" But the woman looked at Leon and closed behind him, then put a finger on the knight's lips to stop him from speaking. Then she stood up and looked at Leon. "Hello, Your Excellency. You are also here to seek guidance and help." "A blessing? But where is your guide?" "Guide probably refers to women like her. Every knight seems to have such a woman beside him." Leon reacted quickly, but did not answer. Instead, he pointed to the camp of the Prophet Legion, intending to see how this woman would react first. But unexpectedly, with this casual finger, the woman immediately laughed. "It seems that you are about to receive guidance from the Prophet. So please come and sit down. This place is indeed closer to the Prophet. Distinguished friend." Those flaming red lips and snow-white chin made her smile really attractive, and Leon almost wanted to lift her helmet to see what she looked like. Maybe she thought her gesture meant that her guide had gone to see the Prophet. The Lord is actually playing magic tricks on this magic stick. This casual finger can represent a lot of meanings, and it can allow the other party to reveal the information themselves. Just like those fortune tellers who always like to point upwards or look underground without saying anything. Leon felt that he was lucky. He didn't say much to avoid being exposed, and started setting up a tent next to the night camp. But the thin knight seemed quite unhappy. "My dear, you are my lucky charmer. You should not leave my side." The woman smiled again, turned around and sat next to the knight. "Of course, Morgan, your wish will definitely come true." But the knight named Morgan shook his head with ecstasy in his eyes. "My wish now is you. As long as I am by your side, I can do anything you want." Hiss. The Lord shuddered. This kind of dog licking was really disgusting. Leon somewhat understood why these knights wanted to join the Prophet's army. But, lucky attractor? That woman should be the bringer of misfortune, right? Well, maybe in the eyes of knights like Morgan, what she brings is indeed some kind of luck. However, the price after being lucky may be difficult to bear. The two marching tents were quickly set up, and the Lord hid directly in them, peeking out from the gaps in the tents. The night slowly fell, and soon the surroundings became extremely quiet, and the nearby fires were completely extinguished. Only many braziers were still burning in the Prophet's camp. During a war, the main camp usually did not extinguish the brazier at night. This was to avoid sneak attacks at night, and to guard against the prying eyes of spies. In the light environment nearly 100 meters away, Liang's location was made even darker. Looking around, the Lord climbed up a tall tree in the woods outside the tent in the dark, and stood on the branch. This location does allow you to see most of the environment in the Prophet's camp. But after just one glance, Leon was almost frightened and fell off the tree. He hurriedly hugged the trunk, but managed to stabilize himself without making a sound. He saw a night patrol team in the camp. A team wearing heavy armor. That's about 10 or so. People? Or something else? Leon wasn't sure if it was a human being, because those people have no skin. Yes, Leon is sure. That is no skin. They were originally supposed to be female, which can be seen from the body shape and armor. They wore heavy blue-gray plate armor. Those plate armors were obviously made for women, with 2 spaces left on the chest for women. But they were not wearing helmets. Tight plate armor covered their entire bodies, but their heads were all reddish-brown flesh, with no trace of skin, scalp or hair. It looked like it had been skinned off. Its teeth and eyes were all exposed. And it looked extremely terrifying. This terrifying team seemed to be about to switch defenses. They completed the handover with a group of people wrapped in black burqas, and then entered a barracks. Then, the team of guys in black robes took off the black robes that covered their bodies. The exposed appearance was exactly the same as that of the previous team. They were heavily armored, and there was no trace of skin on their heads. But the strange thing is that when Liang saw them handing over, they seemed to be talking to each other. If they were not humans, but monsters like the living dead, why could they still talk? Are they still alive? Hiss. That would be even more terrifying. The Lord's heart was beating like a drum. He didn't expect these heretics to be so weird. There are many gorgeous tents in the camp, and some female soldiers seem to be carrying food and grass. Liang calmed down and looked carefully. It seemed that a few knights and their retinues handed some big bags to the female soldiers. And there were a few Doombringers standing next to them. These may be some knights who have just arrived. Are they paying tribute? At this moment, outside the curtain, a small group of female soldiers patrolled over holding torches. Fortunately, Condescending noticed it early, and the Lord slithered down from the tree. Standing on the branch was too conspicuous, and he would be seen if there was even a little light. So he had better hide behind the tree first. This group of female soldiers was obviously normal people. There were about 10 of them, carrying bows, spears and axes, and marching along the outside of the curtain with torches. They seemed to be sentry posts outside the camp. It seemed that they were well aware of the possibility of being spied on near this small forest, and seemed to patrol directly towards the Lord's location. The Lord didn't want to be discovered by them, and planned to return to the camp before they came over. But unexpectedly, at this moment, a man emerged from the camp of the Thin Knight. I couldn't see clearly in the dark, but I could only see a dark figure coming out and going directly to Liang's tent. The Lord had no choice but to sneak behind some big trees again. Close and Summer were originally squatting at the entrance of the tent to look out for the situation. They also noticed someone coming and seemed to be planning to block them at the entrance of the tent. But they probably didn't see the team of female soldiers patrolling behind the tent. But with their stature, they would be discovered if they made even the slightest movement. The Lord stretched out his hand behind the tree to signal them not to move. Close probably saw Liang's actions and dragged Summer into the tent. When the black figure walked near Liang's tent, because it was closer, and with the faint moonlight, the Lord could see her appearance clearly. This is the doom-inducing person beside the Thin Knight before. She observed around the Lord's tent and seemed to find nothing. Then she took out a shiny object from the water bag on her body and quietly shook it outside the tent a few times. This thing looks very familiar to the Lord. It is the snake heartstone. But Liang didn't make any move. Things like the snake heartstone are now unlikely to have any effect on the prepared Mettenheimers. The misfortune inducer was obviously very confident in the snake heartstone. After putting the snake heartstone back into the water bag, she directly opened the door curtain of the tent and swaggered into Liang's tent, taking out a something that glows fluorescently. Close and Summer were in the tent. After looking at the group of female soldiers, who were still slow to come over, the Lord quickly rushed into the tent. Close and Summer had obviously been on guard before, and the unlucky bringer of misfortune had been caught by them in the tent. In order not to make any noise, these two guys arrest people in a more brutal way. The woman is currently sitting on the ground at a right angle. Close was holding the doom bringer around the neck with one hand, pinching one of her arms by the way, covering her mouth with the other hand, and clamping her waist with his legs. And Summer pressed on the woman's legs and grabbed her other hand. The woman looked like she couldn't make a sound, couldn't move at all. Her eyes were rolled back, and she seemed to be about to faint. It was no joke to be strangled by a strong man like Close around the neck from behind. The two Mettenheimers were now very vigilant. As long as they were prepared, any drug would probably be ineffective on them. Crossworms had almost become their daily snack. But this stuff is numb, astringent, and bitter. Ordinary people will cough if they touch a little bit of it. I don't know how these foodies got used to eating it. They can actually make no sound at all. Half crouching in the tent, they still managed to kill this unsuspecting bringer of misfortune. It was obvious that these two muscular men were starting to become wiser, probably because they had learned some cultural lessons. The Lord gave a thumbs up to his subordinate and immediately picked up the fluorescent gadget, which was a luminous pearl the size of a pigeon egg. This woman seemed to be quite wealthy. Leon directly put the night pearl into the package that originally contained the tent, then helped Close twist the woman's hands behind her back, and then observed the movement outside. With the help of the Lord, Close loosened his arms to avoid strangling the person to death and unable to question him. No one made any unusual noises, and the cooperation was quite tacit. A few minutes later, the patrolling female soldier slowly walked away, and then the Lord took out the night pearl and illuminated it again. The two Mettenheimers still maintained their restrained postures, but the woman had already fainted. Close then breathed a sigh of relief and let go. He touched a tent rope and tied her up. His technique was quite skillful. Whether he was following the Lord or Amy recently, he seemed to be doing kidnapping and the like. Son. Sir, this woman is quite powerful. I can only control one of her hands with two. Summer looked at his thick arms, and then at the woman's fair arms, maybe a little doubtful about life. Take her helmet off and take a look. There's something wrong about these women. The Lord thought of the skinless witches he saw just now. Summer took off the woman's half-covered helmet, and the Lord used the night pearl to turn over and shine on the woman's head for a long time. This woman's face is amazing. Her skin is amazing. And she looks really beautiful. Sir, what are you looking for? Don't wake her up. Close saw Leon pulling the doom-inducing head around to check, and he was a little worried that it would cause the woman to wake up. How is it possible for 200 beautiful women over 1.8 meters tall? Leon murmured, still holding his hand until he grabbed the woman's face hard. The skin on the woman's face was pulled long by this, and the woman also opened her eyes under this action. Close quickly covered her mouth again. Leon also let go of Close's actions. The woman's eyes instantly became extremely frightened, because the Lord took out a knife and pointed it at her eyes. Don't scream, or you will die soon, Leon threatened. But then he thought that this threat was probably meaningless to this woman, whether it was based on the experiences of Amy and Close, the skinless woman he just saw in the camp, or the according to all night wars. These women are probably not afraid of death. Even if they are afraid of death, does the Lord think that his threat will not be effective in telling the women not to scream? They can't control it. So the Lord simply grabbed her neck and hit her hard on the back of the head. The effect was very bad. The woman had almost no reaction, but instead there was anger in her eyes. Considering her supernormal strength, Leon felt that this was either due to the use of some kind of medicine to stimulate the human body's potential, or their dark goddess could indeed give them some power. She must not be able to be controlled by conventional methods. There was nothing he could do. Leon simply strangled her until she was suffocated. As for whether he would kill her, he no longer considered it. The woman rolled her eyes again and fainted again. After letting go of his hand, Close looked at the woman's face and understood why the Lord kept looking for something on this woman's face. This woman's face had been deformed by Leon just now, and her skin had obvious wrinkles. Looks quite weird. Sir, her face. Both Close and Summer looked a little panicked. They had never seen plastic surgery before. Yes, not only her, but probably every woman around the night here, including the so-called 3 prophets, who are extremely beautiful. I'm afraid they all have fake faces. Leon now fully understands what the so-called 3 prophets are like. No wonder these women worship the 3 prophets so much. No wonder the 3 prophets, who had so many legends decades ago, are still young and beautiful today. Leon originally thought that they were not human beings, but now it seems that they are human beings. But they are not human either. These are 3 women who know how to perform face transplant surgery. They are considered to have opened the first plastic surgery hospital in Penn Continent. But their plastic surgery methods are quite terrifying. They probably just replaced all the skin on their heads. Judging from the fact that these women are good at using snake heart stone. They are just like Anson once mentioned, using snake heart stone to anesthetize and then perform skin resurfacing surgery. The source of those pink skins is probably what Al Nightwar said. They will take away all the girls and children. I see. This technology indeed belongs to witchcraft. And their so-called guidance is probably to use various poisons and beauties to make people addicted, and let these plastic surgery women cause trouble among various nobles. There is no doubt that they will get a lot of money and followers from this. If nothing else, those lucky people who get some hidden treasures or power because of their guidance are actually advertisements. Those treasures must have been placed by them themselves in order for people to obtain them because of their guidance. Anyway, sooner or later, they would have to be drained by the 3 prophets again. Those who gain power because of guidance are probably also because the Doombringers can control the nobles they deceive. Obviously, there must be countless noble disputes caused by the 3 prophets and their Doombringers. The guidance of the 3 prophets can gain money and power. The effect of advertising is naturally extremely outstanding. Of course, those careless or greedy nobles would spontaneously search for the 3 prophets, and pay a huge price to make wishes to them, pray for their guidance, and even lead troops to follow and protect them. And those women who long for eternal beauty will also try to learn the abilities of the 3 prophets here, and will worship them like gods. They will probably make a blood oath in exchange for their souls, and will eventually be used by the prophets with drugs and psychological suggestions, gradually turned into a puppet without realizing it. What a good idea. Leon was a little amazed and a little frightened. This is a combination formed by a master of marketing management, a master of psychology and social relations, and a master of anesthesia and plastic surgery. No wonder there are 3 people. They must each be good at one subject. The Lord had a rough understanding of the situation, and a group of people packed the woman into the package originally used to hold the tent, and prepared to take people out of the camp at night. But at this moment, a man in the tent next door suddenly screamed, "Dear! My baby! Where have you been?" It was the skinny Knight Morgan. He probably woke up and found that the Doom Bringer was missing. This clingy guy actually started looking around. The first place he looked for was that Liang's tent was closest to his camp, and the Doom Bringer had talked to the Lord. "Honey, are you here?" This guy broke into Liang's tent quite unreasonably, turned around and looked around, looking like he was trying to catch someone. His mind was obviously a little unclear, with deep bags and dark circles under his eyes, as well as a weak look, which showed that his current state was obviously a long-term addiction to drugs and sex. But he didn't see his baby in the tent. Instead, he saw several murderous burly men. The guy immediately became scared and exited the tent like a frightened mouse. However, this guy seems to be planning to continue looking elsewhere, obviously not wanting to leave his baby for a moment. It was obvious that his behavior would soon attract patrols. In fact, there were already female soldiers with torches who heard the sound and came here. Leon punched him from behind to prevent him from causing more trouble by continuing to yell, "Let's run before their patrol comes." Chapter 117, The Mediocre Knight Who Was Deceived. After looking at the approaching fire, the Lord made a prompt decision and asked Close to pick up the package and run away quickly. Before leaving, he looked at the knight named Morgan who fell on the ground and asked Summer to fight this guy away together. This guy probably knew something about the inside story and could probably provide some information. The Mettenheimers were too big and conspicuous, so Leon asked them to carry 2 of them and run away first. He drew out the black griffin sword and observed it while cutting it off in the woods. The female soldiers arrived very quickly. They seemed to have strict management of the surrounding camps and had already started searching everywhere. Before they noticed their small team, the Lord quickly fled into the woods. If you want to leave the camp, you only need to run about 300 meters. But you can't run too fast in the dark woods. And before running very far, Liang heard a noise behind him. They must have found that Liang's tent was empty. Through the gaps in the tree trunks, you could vaguely see a bright light chasing after them. Liang's small team quickly passed through the woods. But as soon as they left the woods, they saw firelight from the side. Those were a dozen cavalrymen patrolling the outermost part of the entire camping area. And they were all Doombringers. They were holding torches a few hundred meters away, coming towards the direction where the Lord was escaping. Obviously, they probably noticed something unusual in the camp. And they should have seen Close, a native of Mettenheim, running away carrying an extra large package, while Summer was carrying someone. As long as they were seen, everyone can see that there is something wrong with this group of people. Kill them! These misfortune bringers seem to be ruthless characters. They didn't even ask a question. They just rushed over with shouts of death. Of course, the Lord has to run quickly. This is next to the enemy's camp. It is estimated that a large number of enemies will be surrounding him in less than 2 minutes. Although a 2-legged man obviously cannot outrun a 4-legged horse, as long as he runs 2 miles, the situation will be much better. The people of the Knights of Owls met at a rocky beach nearly 1,000 meters away, where the camp of the Prophet Legion could be observed from a distance. And the little mare Alice was also there. Night owls are really good at choosing places. The rocky beach is not far from the Air River, where they can hide and escape easily. They even prepared a small boat by the river. Being able to survive for so many years as an illegal knighthood in the continent of Pendor without becoming a bandit villain. The Night Owl team of oars is indeed a bit level in many aspects. However, when they ran less than 500 meters away from the rocky beach, Lord's small team was still overtaken. The Doombringer's horses are quite fast, and they are all light cavalry. Moreover, arrows have been shot from behind. These women are all mounted archers. You can't run away anymore. This area is full of wasteland, and it's difficult to run away when you're being targeted by mounted archers. Fortunately, There are only a dozen enemies behind him right now. Sammer! You take the others and go first. Let my Alice come over. Close. Follow me. Leon stopped, turned around to face the Doom Inducer who was chasing the nearest one, and cut off an incoming arrow with one sword. Close threw the package towards Summer, turned around and drew his sword, leading the other Mettenheimers to stand in a row behind Leon, with the sword pointed at the chasing enemy. Summer was dragging a person with one hand and still running very fast. That is to say, the Mettenheimer has such a physique. But other people really can't have this ability. Even on the plains, the great swordsmen of Mettenheim can actually fight against a considerable number of cavalry. And their great swords are enough to kill horses. But the problem is that such a head-on confrontation can easily cause heavy casualties. And the Lord is actually unwilling to do so. However, judging from the current situation, if these pursuers cannot be dealt with within a minute or two, they may be surrounded by a large number of enemies. Those who are chasing them are all cavalry. And if they are entangled, it will be difficult to escape. Everything was going smoothly at first. But who made that perverted knight named Morgan so clingy? According to Close's experience, these women's fighting power is probably quite strong, and they may not be able to be solved in a short time. But now, I can only give it a try. When there are other ways, Leon will definitely try his best to use his brain to solve the problem. But when there is no way to retreat, the Lord will not lack the courage to fight to the death. It is because he is afraid of death that he has to fight hard. If he kills the enemy, he will not die. This is what Charles said at the beginning. And the Lord feels that it is right. Leon leaned down and launched a countercharge against the chasing enemy. Close and the others also rushed over in the opposite direction, because those bad luck attractors were shooting arrows. And standing still or continuing to run could only serve as targets. Brothers, cut off their horses! The Lord's steps were quite flexible, and he did not carry a shield. But the snake-like maneuver of lowering his body allowed him to avoid all the arrows. And within 2 or 3 seconds, he was in head-on contact with the fastest pursuing enemy. Leon dodged like a thief and dodged the Doom Inducer's left hand. The woman on the left was holding a shield in her left hand and a wing hammer in her right hand. Then, a sword attached to his lower body directly cut off the legs of the fast-running horse. The horse neighed shrilly and fell to the ground. The bringer of misfortune was thrown away. He obviously fell hard, but he still got up quickly. He seemed to be able to withstand the beating. But as soon as she got up and before she could stand firmly, Close, who rushed after Leon, chopped off her head with a sword. No matter how superb your skills are, on a real battlefield it's just a matter of one sword. Then, more than a dozen cavalrymen and 10 fierce infantry warriors began to charge head-on like needles against wheat. The Mettenheimers charge very wildly. They hold their swords in front of their chests and swing them from side to side to protect their chest, abdomen and head. This way they can block some of the incoming arrows. And they run very fast with long strides. This kind of running method is difficult for ordinary people to learn, because the hands and feet are basically doing their own thing. And it requires strong wrist strength and endurance. But the effect was still good. Most of the oncoming arrows were blocked by the rapidly swinging sword in front of them. And the countercharge of Stride Meteor allowed them to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the rapidly pursuing enemies in the shortest possible time. The second before they were about to make contact, all the Doombringers dropped their bows and replaced them with shields and hammers. Fortunately, they all use one-handed shield hammers instead of lances. Fortunately, they don't seem to have the battle discipline of the regular army. Otherwise, the Mettenheimers would definitely suffer heavy losses in such a fight. The strong man of Mettenheim is not a lightly armed warrior like Leon. Except for Close. Others do not have such flexible steps. If there was a lance charge coming in an array, such as a group of 5 or 10 people charging in a row, it would be difficult for the Mettenheimer's huge body to avoid all the lance thrusts. Even if they use shields and hammers instead of lances and charge cavalry in a row, the Mettenheimers will suffer heavy losses due to the impact of the horses. But these Doombringers seem to like to fight alone. And they are all light cavalry and use one-handed weapons. This makes them drive their horses to pass by the Mettenheimers so that the hammer in their right hand can pass by. Horse speed attack. This is in line with the wishes of the people of Mettenheim. Their two-handed swords are 1.7 meters long, much longer than the one-handed hammer of the Doombringer. Moreover, it is quite easy to slash from the side. They only need to step sideways to get out of the way of the horse, and then use the speed of the opponent's horse to slash past them first. After all, the Lord's order was to kill the horse, and the target was so big. Having a weapon that is longer than your opponent has the advantage of being able to hit your opponent first in hand-to-hand combat, or to prevent your opponent from attacking you. As a result, just after a wave of frontal charges, half of these misfortune inducers were lost. To be precise, they lost half of their horses. 6 or 7 horses were chopped down and fell to the ground. Several Doombringers fell off their horses and rolled on the ground. However, they did not make any sound of pain. They seemed to have no pain and quickly turned over and got up. Fortunately, it was a horse that was being chopped down. If it was a human being, I might not be able to deal with them for a while. Only one of the Mettenheimers was injured. He was not walking fast enough and was knocked down by his horse. Only one of the Doombringers was chopped into 2 pieces, and her upper body fell to the ground with blood. After the horse carried half of the body and ran far away, her lower body slowly slipped off the horse. This was Close's doing. After he had just dealt with the Doombringer who fell from his horse, he faced the enemies coming one after another. He had no time to put away his sword in a hurry, so he simply turned around with his sword, turned around and slashed continuously, taking advantage of the enemy's horse momentum to cut him off in 2. The other 5 or 6 enemies relatively behind were blocked by the fallen horse corpses in front. 2 of them ran away, and 2 lost their speed. Only one doom-inducing person rushed towards Leon. However, the Lord nimbly dodged to her left again, rolled around on the ground, and then slashed at the horse's legs with his sword. This combat method was called sword in China, and it was originally designed to cut legs. The horse fell down in response. It's whine heartbreaking. There is no way. Although this approach is very unfair to the horses, these horses must be killed. However, Leon felt that these women's fighting ability became stronger after losing their horses. But it doesn't matter. The original intention was not to kill them all, and it was unrealistic to kill them all in a minute or 2, as long as they can lose their horses. The few remaining Doombringers, who were still riding horses, turned around and charged again. They still didn't learn their lesson. As a result, this wave of charge directly destroyed their remaining horses. It seems that they don't have much tactical awareness. Maybe they are very good at playing with men's minds, and maybe their individual combat capabilities are remarkable. But they are not a real army after all. The enemy camp a few hundred meters away was lit up with more and more firelights, and it seemed that many people were already coming in this direction. The Doombringers who fell from their horses also surrounded them reluctantly, shouting, "Kill them!" But the enemy had already lost their horses, so there was no need for Leon to continue fighting. He waved his sword and forced back the 2 enemies around him, shouting, "Run!" A group of people started running away again. A dozen or so misfortunes, who lost their horses, immediately chased after them. Although they couldn't catch up with them for a while, they kept falling behind them. However, when they were about 200 meters away from the rocky beach, Alice and the Owl Knights finally came out to meet them. Ors led a dozen knights, each with a crossbow, and fired 2 rounds of arrows behind the stone, blocking the pursuit of the Doombringer 100 meters away. The little mare quickly ran towards the Lord. "Close! Go take the boat! Ors, get on your horse and follow me!" Leon got on his horse and shouted loudly. There was only one boat, which could only carry a dozen or so Mettenheimers on foot, so it was meant to be a backup for emergencies. These 10 Owl Knights all have horses, and they are all lightly equipped with black and gray horses. They like to use black and gray things, and it is indeed difficult to spot them at night. Although Ors was unwilling to fight head-on, he was still very effective in this situation. He led the Owl Knights to guard the rocky beach, and fired 2 rounds of crossbows again to ensure that the Doombringers could not get close. It wasn't until he was sure that everyone in Mettenheim was safely on the boat that he led the team and started running after Leon. Soon, the Lord and the Night Owls disappeared from the sight of the doom-inducing leader. The main camp of the Union Army is actually only 30 miles away from the camp of the Prophet Legion, and the Prophet Legion will probably find out about the arrival of the Union Army soon. Therefore, the Lord returned to the coalition camp as quickly as possible, intending to quickly determine the next plan. Close and the others took the boat down the river quite quickly, and they both returned to the camp at about the same time. Seeing Leon return, several leaders also came out to greet them, and then watched Leon throw the 2 hostages into Godric's military tent. Baron Godric curled his lips. "You really can kidnap someone every time." Leon shook his head. "I only captured a small person this time. I have to get some information to ask for more information to see if I can learn more about the enemy." After speaking, he picked up a bucket of water from the door of the camp and splashed the thin knight awake. This guy must have been following the Prophet Legion for a while, And the reason for bringing him back so desperately was to get more useful information out of him. As for the Doombringer, they couldn't even feel pain. So the Lord didn't want to waste time on her. Mr. Morgan. Right. Why did you join the Prophet Legion? Seeing the skinny guy open his eyes, Leon started to interrogate him directly. You? Who are you? Do you know who I am? You will be plagued by bad luck. And the Prophet will punish you. Morgan looked around and screamed in panic. Leofric obviously had a bad temper and slapped him. Just answer whatever I ask you. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise I will punish you now. It has to be said that the Doombringers of the Prophet Legion are probably really good at controlling men. The guy was slapped and sat on the ground. He didn't answer Liang's words. Instead, he saw the doom-inducing person still lying in the open package. Then he shouted and rushed over. No! Baby! What's wrong with you, my dear? The 5 leaders in the military tent all rolled their eyes. Baron Leofric couldn't help but kicked him again, pushing the idiot aside. Leon shook his head and sighed, squatting down and tugging at the doom-inducing person's face. He watched as the pink face became a little weird and could not be restored. The skin on her face was wrinkled, and it did not rebound quickly like a normal person, but stretched slowly and gradually. It was obvious that the skin and her muscles did not grow together. Morgan, I was shocked when I saw the Emperor's plan. No! Don't touch her. Morgan screamed and rushed over, but Ralph grabbed him by the collar from behind. Leon stretched out his hand and pulled twice more, and the Doom-Inducer's originally delicate face became crooked. This was obvious. Anyone could tell that this face was just covered with skin. Morgan stopped struggling. He stared blankly at the crooked face and murmured in a daze. Impossible. No. Wow. After being stunned for a minute or two, the face of the Doombringer still looked the same. Morgan finally started to cry. How could this happen? How could this happen? She lied to me? His baby is obviously a plastic surgery girl. And it looks like this guy is seriously traumatized inside. Baron Leofric slapped him again, leaving 4-finger marks on the guy's face. You're crying? Answer the question quickly. Morgan, who was hit both physically and mentally, quickly recounted his experience. He is a knight from Serenmes. He was approached by this misfortune bringer more than a month ago. The misfortune bringers, beauty and gentleness, easily attracted him. After the two became good friends, the Doombringer told him that the 3 prophets could guide him to quickly gain power and wealth. So he contributed 1,000 dinars and got the opportunity to follow the prophets. His martial arts skills are not very good. His family background is average. And as for his wisdom, cough, it is actually normal for this mediocre knight to desire to stand out in this way. And he is still ambitious. Although he had only seen the 3 prophets from a distance once and attended one of the prophets' tea parties, Morgan still firmly believed that the 3 prophets could bring him blessings despite having a misfortune bringer blowing pillow wind beside him. The doom-inducing person often had trysts with him, and under the dual effects of beauty and certain poisons, Morgan was basically completely addicted. A few days ago, the Doombringer told him that his time had come and his wish would soon come true. So he contributed several thousand pounds of grain, left the territory, and joined the Prophet's army. In fact, this is tantamount to him giving up his territory on his own, because joining a heresy will inevitably lead to exile. But at this time, he could no longer tell whether it was for his own wish or for this beautiful and considerate misfortune bringer. Morgan's experience is not complicated. It is nothing more than the process of a stupid man being seduced by beauty, then brainwashed, and coupled with his own greed, he continued to be deceived. This can probably be considered as cheating on money, sex, and feelings. Fortunately, he was only deceived for more than a month, and he was only a small character, not taken seriously. He was just addicted to beauty and desires, and had not been completely brainwashed into a hardcore heretic. From his experience, the Lord got a key piece of information. The 3 prophets have recently been supplying food to the knights who were tempted by the Doom Attractor. Chapter 118. Since ancient times, famous generals have set fire. In other words, these knights continue to join the army of prophets, and they are paying the threshold fee to the 3 prophets. The tuition fees charged by these 3 life mentors are quite expensive. Just an ordinary knight like Morgan contributed 1,000 dinars and several thousand pounds of food, which may be all his savings. More than 200 knights, all added up. No wonder the camp of the 3 prophets was so luxurious, and no wonder the women's equipment was so gorgeous. It seems that this is also the reason why Mrs. Bella buys a lot of grain. There is also a doom-inducing person beside her. And the tricks are probably similar. But Mrs. Bella has been even more brainwashed. And she seems to be on the verge of becoming some kind of blood-sworn witch. From this doom-inducing person, Leon can easily think of what Mrs. Bella wants. For a middle-aged and elderly woman, what is more important than a young and beautiful appearance? And Lady Bella also wants revenge on Alma's Horton family. Of course, the tuition she offered was higher. She was willing to get Changha Town to the Three Prophets and supply 300,000 pounds of food to the army. Leon could even think of why the Three Prophets responded to Madame Bella's call and came to Changha Town, because Changha Town would no longer belong to Madame Bella in a few months. And if Mrs. Bella is still in Changha Town, then the Three Prophets have probably entered Changha Town by now. After clarifying his thoughts, Leon told several leaders what he had seen and heard in the Prophet Legion camp. Lord Godric, you said before that the Mad King once cooperated with the Three Prophets. That must have been at least 30 years ago. Right? Leon asked. Godric nodded. As far as I know, it was almost exactly 30 years. At that time, there were already many rumors about the Three Prophets. Leon shook his head and sighed, pointing at the face of the doom-inducing person. 30 years ago, the Three Prophets looked like they were in their 20s and 30s, and used their beauty to confuse people. But now, they use this method to still have the beauty of their 20s and 30s, and they have cultivated more doom-inducing people. The Mad King must have wanted to stay young like them. Godric sighed. It seems that he thought the Three Prophets could make him immortal, but he didn't know that this was just a new skin. Several people looked at each other with solemn expressions. Baron Leofric also frowned. So there will be a steady stream of people joining their army, even if they know that they are heretics. Those people will protect them. Everyone has their own wishes. And Chansheng, who doesn't want to age forever, they must be killed as soon as possible. They dare to openly attack Changha Town, and they have obviously penetrated the kingdom deeply. If they cannot be eliminated quickly, there will definitely be more nobles and knights in Changha Town who will be seduced by them. By then, it's even more troublesome, Ralph said worriedly. This old soldier who doesn't like political struggle actually got to the point. Leon nodded. Yes, they will besiege Changha Town and not attack. Maybe for this reason, those misfortunes will probably continue to the surrounding villages and towns looking for noble prey. And Changha Town has not been attacked now. I'm afraid it will not be attacked. Thanks to Father's previous order to guard against heretics. Thanks to you for letting Fawcett take away Lady Bella. However, we have no confidence in attacking them now. But if we wait any longer, their army will become larger and larger, and there will be more and more food and grass. We can't consume them. Godric was also a little anxious and in a dilemma. It's getting bigger and bigger. There's more and more food and grass, Leon murmured, then stood up. I have an idea. The bigger their team is, the more chaotic they will be after they lose food and grass. Several people turned to look at Leon. Those nobles who join the Prophet Legion will provide food and supplies to the Three Prophets. Morgan also said that this is the threshold or condition for asking the Prophet to give guidance. So, can we also give it a try? It just so happens that we have such a more food. The Lord looked at Baron Leofric. Your Excellency Leon, why are you looking at me? Leofric was probably panicked by what he saw. You don't want me to bring food and be an undercover agent, do you? The Lord laughed honestly. Baron Leofric is indeed very smart. That's what I meant. The Countess asked you to send the grain that Lady Bella bought from the Countess to Changha Town. It just fits the bill. The expectations of the Prophet Legion. Leofric took several steps back, his voice trembling a little. No, no, no. I will definitely be exposed. I think it would be more appropriate for you to go undercover. Leon sighed heavily. But I was just discovered by those bad luck attractors. They will definitely recognize me. And no matter from which aspect, the most suitable candidate now is you. This is true. The Lord has just been discovered and has fought against the Doombringer. So he definitely cannot go undercover again. Baron Godric was too famous and inappropriate. And he was expected to command a large army. Ralph is straight-tempered and not very good at talking. So this kind of job is not suitable for him. And Charles will be considered a minor character, and will not be taken seriously if he goes undercover. I am afraid that, like Morgan, he will be regarded as a marginal figure, and will not see the core personnel. Then only Leofric is left. Lady Bella is looking for the Countess to buy food. The 1-meter-9-meter tall Doombringer must know it. And she may be the one who handles it. From Leofric and Ford Brave Shield. Baron Rick sending it here must be completely in line with the original plan of the Prophet Legion. And Leofric is now in his 30s. An age full of ambition. And he should be in line with the tastes of the three prophets and the Doombringers in selecting prey. The identity of a Baron is just right. Not too big but not too small. So that he can be taken seriously without making the Prophet Legion too wary. It's really the perfect choice. Come on, Lord Baron. Give it a try. Anyway, you have more cavalry and horses. So even if something goes wrong, you have a higher chance of escaping. The Lord's bewildering tone was probably not much different from that of a magic stick. Besides, there happens to be a misfortune bringer here who can also act as the so-called guide. Ahem. She's like this. I'm afraid she can't give you any guidance. Right. Leofric Khan came down. If it weren't for the fact that his troops were still in the camp, I'm afraid the Baron would have fled through the door. The Doombringer was still lying in the open package, with a large piece of skin on his face just torn apart by Leon. This is easy to handle. The Lord knelt down and started plastic surgery on the spot. He pulled the two ends of her face and managed to make her face tight and smooth. I don't know how they managed to keep the skin from growing together with the muscles, but still maintain elasticity and activity. This is probably really caused by witchcraft. Lord Leon, I mean this misfortune bringer. She will not cooperate with us. I think the Prophet army will probably kill me first and then steal the food. Leofric pointed to the unconscious woman in the package. Isn't there another Morgan knight? It's reasonable for a knight who has proven himself with money and food to introduce a superior lord to him. Right. The Lord lifted Morgan up and made him stand in front of the Doombringer. Mr. Morgan, do you mind helping Baron Leofric sneak in? You see, the three prophets asked this woman to use a fake face to defraud you of all your savings. This is a scam of money and sex. Don't you want to retaliate? Repeat? Morgan was still mumbling something, but with tears in his eyes. He didn't answer, but the Lord soon made his eyes become firm. You want the three prophets to guide you to quickly increase your power and wealth. But now, there are three barons here who can make you realize this wish. As long as you help us destroy the army of the three prophets, we'll definitely gain power and wealth from this. But if you are not willing, then you are a knight who follows the heresy, and you should know what the consequences will be. What are the consequences of following heretics? It doesn't matter if you are not caught, but if you are caught, you will be burned at the stake. Morgan shuddered and looked at the Lord. Then, what should I do? Take your baby back. Anyway, this woman doesn't know anything. She only knows that she was knocked unconscious by a few rough men. Just say that you got the help of Baron Leofric and killed those few a rude man who saved your big baby. Then tell her that your friend Baron Leofric brought 300,000 pounds of grain for the Prophet. I believe you will get a warm reception from the Prophet's army. Maybe you can also get up close and personal with the three prophets who are as beautiful as flowers. The Lord doesn't feel pain in his back at all while standing and talking. But Baron Leofric was a little panicked. Is this okay? Baron Leon, don't push me into the fire pit. Leon laughed loudly. Lord Leofric is really smart. I just planned to let you turn the granary of the Prophet Legion into a pit of fire. Leofric was dumbfounded. Oh? What do you mean? Take those carriages of yours and pull tens of thousands of pounds of grain to show off. And then load the other carriages with flammable firewood, taking advantage of the opportunity of delivering grain. Set fire to the Prophet's camp. Our army only needs when you see a fire. Attack with the whole army. We will definitely win the battle. Leon drew famous signs on the map and explained his plan. As long as they can burn their food and grass, the more people they have, the faster they will collapse. And judging from the behavior of those doom-inducing people and the situation in the Prophet camp, my military capabilities are not very good, and my chances of success are very high. Leofric, sweating profusely, shook his head and asked Godric for help. Lord Godric, look at this. I'm not good at setting fires. But Godric was obviously very confident in the Lord's intelligence and waved his hand. That's it. Baron Leofric, we will fully assist you. Leofric looked at Ralph again with a sad face. Ralph performed the knighthood. This is all for our hometown, my lord, Charles added directly to the side. What Uncle Ralph means is that the Horncall Rangers will also strongly support the defense of Brave Shield Castle. Oh! Now Baron Leofric really couldn't refuse. So he had no choice but to agree. Just do what you say. And before the misfortune bringer wakes up, the impromptu undercover arson plan begins to be laid out overnight. Thousands of people went out to search for firewood. And within a few hours more than 200 horse-drawn carriages were vacated. loaded with firewood, and sprinkled with oil. Each carriage has a few dead trees with branches and leaves sprinkled with sulfur near the coachman. This is to quickly light a fire. In fact, dry dead with soaked or sprinkled with sulfur powder is the match of this era. Use flint. A little spark can ignite it quickly. The Lord took Leofric and taught him the experience of killing and setting fire. Ask your soldiers not to wear heavy armor and carry a shield on their back to protect themselves from arrows. Blindfold the draft horse and wait until the fire is lit. The horse's shoulder straps were cut off, causing the soldiers to abandon the carriage and charge on horseback. Keep moving forward and don't look back. Their camp has no walls. It is a curtain made of cloth. Just rush over and run away. Your men will not. There's too much damage. Leofric nodded frequently. After all, he was a brave warrior. Although he felt a little guilty, it was mainly because he had never done undercover work. After all, anyone who dares to guard the border cannot be a coward. Once he is determined to do it, he will no longer hesitate. After listening to Leon's tutorial, Leofric expressed his admiration meaningfully. It seems that Baron Leon has done a lot of big jobs. He is so skilled. I really didn't expect it. Huh? Hey. Don't get me wrong. This is my first time too. The Lord spread his hands to show that he is definitely a good citizen. You kid is not really a habitual offender. Is he? Godric looked at Leon, his eyes full of suspicion. When there is no war, you cheat and kidnap. When there is a war, you kidnap or set fire. Annie will not follow your bad example. The Lord's face was full of innocence, but he really didn't know how to explain it. If you think about it carefully, this seems like a habitual offender. You can't say that you learned it from various crime movies and games. Right? Fortunately, Ralph stood by and spoke uprightly. Fighting is the same as being a gangster. Anyway, it's nothing more than deception, kidnapping, extortion, murder, and arson. Lord Leon is a born general. Right. Although it always sounded wrong. Ralph was right. Since ancient times, famous generals have set fire to deceive and deceive Juga. But the Lord still sighed sadly. He would probably be known as a recidivist gangster in their eyes from now on. And he might not be able to fool these people easily. In fact, since the leaders in the room are all thinking about joking, it shows that they are still very confident in Liang's strategy. By midnight, all preparations were in place, and the army was assembled and ready to go. Baron Leofric carried a huge infantry shield behind his back and looked back at the Lord. Your Excellency Leon, I'm about to set off. If everything goes well, can you let me join your Maixiang company? Of course. In fact, even if this didn't happen, I would still welcome you. But don't worry. Your operation will go smoothly this time. It turns out that Leofric's kindness was for this purpose. But Liang actually hopes that a few more friendly nobles will join him. Maixiang company is not just about making money. I hope it is as you say, brothers. The time has come to make great achievements. Pander will leave your legend behind. Ha! Leofric turned back to encourage his men. And with a unified shout, he drove his horses and set off. His subordinates were obviously well trained. And other than that neat response, they didn't make any more noise. Leon and Godric stood in front of the coalition forces that were ready to go, watching Baron Leofric move forward with a long convoy. Leofric is actually a good man, Godric said suddenly. Oh, what do you say? This was the first time that Leon heard Godric praise a noble. In the past 10 years or so, he has saved at least 5 or 6 villages that suffered from bandits or defeated armies. And those villages have nothing to do with him. And a few years ago, he also saved the people of the Raven Kingdom on the battlefield. A dragon knight from the Crow Kingdom lost his footing and fell off a cliff while withdrawing his troops. There was a truce at that time, and he rescued the man. He is a person who truly cares about honor, and there are not many nobles like him nowadays. Godric looked at Leofric's retreating back and said softly. Leon nodded. He first took over the dangerous task, and then asked me if I could join the Maixiang company. This already shows his character. However, he stayed as the tax official in Qin village. It's really not a good thing. Stop talking nonsense. What I mean is, you have to learn from others. Don't always do these kidnappings, blackmails, murders and arson. Although your father is impulsive and brainless, he is a real hero. Hero! Godric rolled his eyes and whispered. Yeah, I will definitely change my ways and be a new person. I will try to do good every day and be a good lord full of honor. Liang was not going to talk back to an elder who cared about him. So he agreed quickly and changed the subject. Lord Godric, it's time for us to take action. Godric glared at him again, raised his sword, and shouted, Forward! The army began to move forward slowly, following Baron Leofric's motorcade, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 miles. All members of the Owl Knights were sent out to serve as scouts. Each night owl has a whistle, which is their unique equipment. They can use this whistle to make owl hoots to relay messages. Perhaps the Prophet Legion still had some military literacy. They actually sent out a lot of scouts. But the ones they sent were not their own troops. Anyway, the coalition army did not encounter any female soldiers along the way. Only many knights' retinues. This was probably sent by the knights who followed the prophet. Preparing against night attacks and inquiring into military intelligence were originally important tasks for the knights' retinue. At this time, Liang saw what night owls are best at, scouting at night. These guys who have been active at night for a long time can indeed find the enemy's scouts first every time. Then groups of 3 or 5 people use whistles to convey the night owl calls of in coordination with each other, and quietly use the protection of the night. They surrounded them silently, and few of the knight's retinue could escape. Occasionally, those who are more clever and escape quickly will be easily shot and killed by Ralph's rangers when these night owls are chasing and intercepting them. At 3 o'clock in the morning, when the operation was only about 5 miles away from the Prophet Legion camp, the Union army stopped and dispersed into different queues with knights as units, waiting quietly in the darkness before dawn. Chapter 119 Ignition in Advance. Leofric's journey has been pretty smooth. According to Liang's explanation, he stopped when he could see the lights of the Prophet Legion camp with the naked eye. This location was about 3 miles away from the Prophet Legion. Later, he used crossword to wake up the doom-inducing person, and asked Morgan to explain. They rescued her from the enemy, and they must quickly report the situation to the prophet. Then Leofric said that he was entrusted by the Countess to deliver food to Lady Bella. On the way, he met Morgan chasing a group of kidnappers. So he helped. The acting skills of the two are probably not very good, but at least they have a perfect match of caliber. Although the Doombringer felt something was wrong, he did not doubt Leofric after seeing hundreds of carriages carrying grain. The Baron only brought 300 soldiers with him and drove 300 carriages. The soldiers were also lightly dressed and seemed to be here to deliver food. At this time, Morgan had fully realized that not only were these women not normal people, but they were not necessarily human. A few hours ago, his darling was hit hard on the head by Liang, choked unconscious, and his face was completely twisted and twisted. Pulling it back, she seemed to feel nothing. She just remembered that she was knocked unconscious. Normal people will always have some pain left over, right? But the doom-inducing person immediately touched his whole body and found no injuries, and then stopped making any movement. Obviously, this is because their bodies feel no pain. Moreover, the doom-inducing person even claimed that she was attacked while sleeping, and said that the thieves must have been motivated by sex. Obviously, she didn't know what happened after she fainted, and she didn't want to provoke Morgan and Leofric's suspicion. Therefore, with Morgan's active cooperation, Leofric pretended to be interested in the beauty of the Doombringer and the guidance of the 3 prophets. He expressed that he wanted to obtain the power given by the gods so that he could establish greater achievements in Brave Shield Castle was the line given to him by the Lord. Because this is a very common request. There will definitely be many nobles requesting the guidance of the 3 prophets with such a desire. Especially the border lords, who are in their 30s and in their prime. After all, every young and middle-aged man desires to become an invincible hero. So, the Doom-Inducer quickly found another taller woman. If Amy and Close were here, they would definitely recognize that this tall Doom-Inducer was the one next to Mrs. Nayla. She is here to confirm the situation and act as a guide. Lady Bella's purchase of grain was indeed handled by her, because she didn't ask a single question about the grain, but instead took the initiative to give Baron Leofric a chance. She said that Lady Bella was beside the prophet, and asked Leofric to go in with her with the food. She was lying to Leofric, but this was in line with the Lord's plan. Of course, Leofric knew that Mrs. Bella had been taken away by Fawcett a few days ago. He immediately understood why Liang said that his operation would go smoothly. The Prophet Legion was already waiting for the food bought by Mrs. Bella. Arrival. In the early morning, when the sky was slightly dim, Baron Leofric entered the Prophet's camp from the north gate, which was closer to Changha town. There were no knights camping in this direction. It was probably specifically requested by those women. probably to make it easier to observe the situation in Chungha town. And just as the motorcade drove towards the prophet's camp, "Hoo-da-dot-hoo-hoo!" ghostly owl hoots sounded one after another, and the night owls used a relay method to send back the message. The Union Army began to march towards the Prophet Legion and accelerated its pace. The three prophets still did not show up, but they set up tea sets at the entrance of a luxurious tent, seemingly to entertain Leofric. A few dozen meters away, Leofric saw the legendary three prophets with his own eyes. The faces of these three witches are indeed stunningly beautiful, and the armor on their bodies looks gorgeous and strange. The dark red lining does not look like cloth or metal. I don't know what it is made of. As soon as they entered the camp, they smelled a strong aroma, and the soldiers who were driving coughed one after another. Leofric also secretly stuffed a little of the grass foam that Leon gave him into his mouth, resisting the stimulation of the crossword without coughing, and looked around. He smelled a faint smell of blood. Probably that aroma was to cover up the smell of blood. The tall Doombringer walked up to him, and said that the three prophets wanted to invite Baron Leofric to a cup of tea. However, Leofric cleverly said that he was too dirty after a long journey, and it was inconvenient to drink tea while wearing armor. So he decided to unload the food and change clothes before returning. Then he directly followed a few female soldiers to bring the grain truck into the camp near the granary. There was a tall tent set up with waterproof tarpaulin, and there were piles of sacks inside. It was easy to see that these were supplies. Storehouse. But maybe the fragrance in the camp should have had some effect. Maybe it was Leofric's behavior of going straight to the granary that led to the suspicion of the doom-inducing person. With a sweet smile, she flashed beside Leofric. Got the snake heart stone. However, with the Lord's reminder, and Leon also sent people to find a lot of crossword for him, Leofric certainly knew what this meant. Found. Then take action immediately. Of course, the snake heart stone would not be useful. After entering the camp, he and his soldiers had crossword in their mouths, and even the draft horses were chewing it. The coughing sound was not because of the aroma, but because of the irritation of crossword. Fortunately, almost all the grain trucks had entered the camp at this time, so the short-term undercover plan was executed in advance in front of the three prophets. "Get in the car! Start the fire!" Leofric didn't care about the Doombringer around him. He directly picked up his black iron spear and started to drive his horse to speed up. He ran wildly in the camp and shouted to his men to take action immediately. 300 soldiers acting as coachmen lit the firewood pile covered with a tarpaulin behind them. Then everyone took the same action and pulled out a lit firewood and slapped it hard on the draft horses, but the blindfolded draft horse pulled the burning cart in severe pain and began to run wildly, making chaos everywhere in the camp. Collide. Then, just as Leon, a habitual criminal, told them, they jumped on the draft horses and cut off the shoulder straps of the cart with one knife, causing the horses to break away from the cart. Under the leadership of Leofric, these draft horses began to gallop south in the same direction. They came in through the gate to the north of the camp, and now they were surrounded by ignited carriages. Naturally, they had no choice but to flee south. The four-wheeled carriage without the draft horse was still running around quickly due to inertia, and the dry firewood on the carriage also burned quickly with the wind brought by the movement. 300 unmanned carriages that were on fire crashed in all directions, and soon the entire camp was set ablaze. The large coalition forces have all seen the flames rising into the sky. In this early morning, the fire is as eye-catching as the sunrise. At least dozens of carriages were burning in various places in the granary of the Prophet Legion, and all the waterproof sheds made of oilcloth were quickly ignited. The rising flames quickly evaporated the morning dew into white mist, and then spread everywhere at a terrifying speed. The tarpaulin tents where supplies were stored were covered in fire almost instantly, and then gradually turned into volcanoes several meters high. Sparks and thick smoke were flying everywhere, and soon filled the entire camp. At the same time, these soldiers riding draft horses also lit the last fire. They threw the lit firewood in their hands towards the tents and curtains that served as walls that had not been ignited by the carriages. The wall curtain outside the camp was quickly ignited with fire. Blindfolded draft horses rushed out from the burned curtains and stepped directly into the camp of those following the knights in the south of the camp. Most of these knights had been awakened, and they got out of the tent to see what was going on. Some of them were shouting, "Put out the fire!" But early in the morning is when people are most tired, and they don't even have time to put on armor. Knight armor in this era was quite cumbersome to put on. It was very difficult to put it on by yourself. Even if someone helped, it would take at least several days. This is why these knights must send retinues to keep watch and inquire about surrounding intelligence. The consequences of their encounters with night attacks are often disastrous. Moreover, there is no way to save this fire. The main camp of the Prophet Legion is a giant camp 200 meters square, with more than 50 large tents, and at least 200 small and medium-sized tents. 2 huge stables, and a warehouse nearly 10 meters high. Now, almost all of those tents were in flames. The fodder piled up in the stables, and the food in the warehouse had connected the flames together, and the sky was full of flying sparks. In some places, small-scale explosions were even caused, such as when piles of flour bags were burned through by violent flames, and large amounts of dry flour dispersed with the heat. Various cloth remnants, firewood dust, and other things were raised by the fire, burned and floated into the air, and then continued to fall, spreading around the sea of fire, and even ignited the tents of many knights in the surrounding area. The huge camp was filled with splashing tongues of fire. The flames ignited near the warehouses and stables were 7 or 8 meters high. People could feel their faces burning even if they were tens of meters away, and it was impossible to get close to them, unless a modern fire brigade comes across this kind of fire. There is no need to consider putting out the fire. The reaction of the Prophet Legion was quite fast. Seeing that the fire could not be saved, the female soldiers scattered and fled the scene of the fire. Many female soldiers have already chased them south and started firing arrows. But these female warriors on foot could not catch up with Leofric, who fled on horseback. Fortunately, the Lord had reminded them that each of the soldiers who came in to set fire was carrying a shield. The arrows fired from behind occasionally hit them, but they either hit the shield or hit the horse's butt, so the battle damage was very small. Shooting the horses but can also speed up the draft horse. The buttocks of such large animals are very thick, and the arrows in the same direction during the pursuit are relatively weak, so they will not do much damage to the draft horse. Leofric led the soldiers and easily used their war spears to carve out a bloody path, facing the panicked enemies, who had just woken up from their sleep with incomplete armor. He probably experienced the unparalleled feeling of a god of war. Only the Doombringers around the knights were not easy to deal with. But they didn't need to be dealt with. These women, who only held one-handed shield hammers, didn't have time to ride horses. They couldn't stop hundreds of heavy draft horses. After a while, a group of doom-inducing people seemed to be organized together and chased them out on horseback. Their horses are definitely much faster than draft horses, but in an environment full of small tents and small camps, it is not easy for them to catch up with these soldiers on draft horses. Their horses will be very smart to circle around the camp, go around and avoid hitting tents or other wooden structures. This is also the reason why Liang encountered them patrolling the outermost part of the entire camp. There were small campsites everywhere, but draft horses are different. They are all blindfolded. Even though the draft horses pulling the cart are not flexible, they are generally large horses. In the small camp set up by the knights outside, they can just run into them, and it will be over. Those small tents cannot stop these 1,000 or 2,000 horses at all. Pounds big guy. In fact, if they had shock springs or rubber, and no longer used wooden wheels, these draft horses would have been able to pull nearly 2 tons. They were a very strong workforce. It's just that draft horses are strong and powerful, but they are generally timid and not very fast. They are afraid of fire and sound, and are easily frightened on the battlefield. In fact, a small number of these draft horses may have been frightened now, although they did not see the fire. The noise and shouts of death around them were already loud. But even so, there is no problem in running forward blindfolded, because Leofric's mission has been completed. He only needs to run forward. And Leon also told him not to look back. The people who have actually entered the battlefield to fight have arrived. During the time when Leofric entered the Prophet's camp, lit a fire and ran away, the coalition troops had quickly traveled a long distance, and could be clearly seen with the naked eye through the blazing firelight. The Prophet Legion's camp was in chaos. The main force is now less than 2 miles southeast of the Prophet's Legion, visible to the naked eye. In fact, the Prophet Legion also saw that the coalition troops were chasing Baron Leofric. The female soldiers turned around, and some of the knights on the periphery stopped trying to put out the fire, and began to noisily gather to the side. The entire army moves forward. Prepare for battle. Godric raised his sword and shouted, then drove his horse to take the lead and trot forward, keeping the horse's speed down. This is not a charge order. A charge will only be launched when the enemy is 200 to 300 meters closer. Too long a distance will tire both man and horse. In fact, Godric was no longer prepared to let the army charge. This is an order to engage in battle. Control your speed and jog for 2 miles. and hand over all the heavy equipment to the logistics followers. The followers in charge of logistics will not continue moving forward. In fact, if it weren't for the extremely tall Doom Inducer, who suddenly became suspicious, then Leofric would have set a fire when the coalition forces arrived. There would be a strong force raiding outside, and an undercover agent setting the fire inside. Most of them would have been destroyed in one wave. 3 Prophets. Now that they are ignited in advance, the Union army is still 2 miles away, which probably gives the Prophet army about 3 minutes to react. 3 minutes can actually do a lot of things, such as recalling the elite troops under his command, reorganizing some of the chaotic teams, and letting some of the knights who are putting on equipment complete their arming. And some troops can be quickly put into frontline defense to buy more time for the large army. Therefore, there was no need to charge into the melee at this time and burn the food of the Prophet Legion. This in itself had already achieved the intended result. In fact, the Prophet Legion did not waste these 3 minutes. The 3 prophets quickly abandoned the camp that had become a sea of fire, and led the team on fast horses through the messy camp. They were closely surrounded by hundreds of female soldiers, as if they were covering something up. The 3 prophets also immediately recalled all the doom-inducing people. The 3 prophets recalled these doom-bringers in order to give them orders to confuse the knights and their retinues outside the camp to resist the rapidly approaching coalition forces. In fact, they were using those brainwashed knights as cannon fodder to buy time for their female soldiers. Those female soldiers scattered after the camp caught fire and needed to regroup. The roles these doom-bringers play in the ranks of the 3 prophets are generally like the knights under the nobles. But the problem is that the knights and their men don't even wear much equipment at the moment, so they are actually unable to form a fighting force. Moreover, due to the sudden fire, these knights and their retinues were all in chaos. It is actually difficult to control these less conscious guys in this chaotic environment, especially after the doom-inducing ones were recalled by the 3 prophets and left them briefly. These 200 knights didn't know each other. It was like a large group of tourists encountering a natural disaster while camping in a scenic spot. They were all running around doing their own thing. The scene was basically the same as a disaster scene. Some were shouting loudly, probably looking for his baby, just like Morgan before. Some were running for their lives in panic, maybe frightened by the fire, and some were harassing other knight teams, apparently planning to rob them. Arm yourself with equipment. There were even hundreds of beauties who streaked to the team of the 3 prophets, all of whom looked stunning. But these idiots who ran over naked were all killed directly. But 2 minutes later, after most of the Doombringers were ordered to return to the ranks of these knights, some of them quickly settled down. I don't know if they are trying to protect the beauties around them, or for their own dreams. It may also be to prove your choice. Anyway, many men took up arms and gathered in front of these beauties of the Prophet Legion, even though most of them were only wearing their underwear. Of course, there are still many people running around and disobeying orders, especially the miscellaneous weapons brought by the knights. And one of the 3 prophets, a witch holding a strange-shaped saber, led hundreds of chainmail female soldiers holding foreign 2-handed sabers or short-handled spears and axes, and directly started to kill those men who did not obey the command. A dozen of them were everywhere. The running man was instantly cut down to the ground. This is the right approach. The Prophet Legion must control the chaotic situation. Otherwise it will be difficult for their own female soldiers to complete pre-war preparations. Most of the female soldiers were scattered to various surrounding camps because the camp was set on fire. The mess of men rushed away. This group of confident female soldiers began to wander around, and whenever they saw men running around in confusion, they would attack directly, with a very determined attitude. Subsequently, more and more female soldiers gathered behind them. The killings caused by these female soldiers on their own people did calm the chaotic scene, but it also caused many knights to collapse. They were just panicked at first, but after seeing the killings of the female soldiers, they became scared, because a small number of knights died in the hands of the doom-inducing people who had been quarreling with them before. Chapter 120 Justice or Darkness. Many knights began to flee the scene with their men. In fact, there were only a few hundred men still gathered next to the Prophet Legion, and most of them were only wearing underwear. These hundreds of men were probably very successfully brainwashed, but lacking defensive equipment, they probably wouldn't have much fighting power. However, in any case, the Prophet Legion, which had been scattered due to the fire in the camp, finally managed to assemble before engaging the coalition forces. In fact, in this case, being able to control the chaos and complete the assembly within 3 minutes is completely impossible for conventional armies. Only non-humans or fanatical believers can do this. And this also means that the three prophets have considerable adaptability. However, the 2,000 army originally brought by more than 200 knights were now reduced to a few hundred weaklings in underwear. The Prophet Legion's own troops are led by 150 Doombringers, and each of them now has 5 or 6 female soldiers. Among them were 2 female warriors wearing chainmail shirts and holding foreign two-handed sabers. These were probably close associates of the Prophet Legion. They were the same female soldiers who patrolled around the camp before. There are about 300 such female soldiers. In addition, there were 3 to 4 female soldiers wearing leather armor, holding long-handled knives or spears and axes. They looked a little frightened. They were probably recruits who had never been on the battlefield. They might have been recently recruited by the Prophet Legion. There were about 500 of these recruits in total. If these more than 800 people are not afraid of death, like the female soldiers at Lady Bella's place, then their fighting power is actually quite strong. And they all look like young and beautiful girls. And they can easily inspire those knight followers and retinues. Their protectiveness. If there hadn't been this fire and chaos, in a regular head-on confrontation, they would have made those men fight for them to the end. But now, the knights who were willing to protect them didn't have time to put on their equipment. So I'm afraid they can only be used as cannon fodder. There seemed to be some people surrounding these more than 800 female soldiers, but they were tightly covered and invisible. However, including those who were hidden from view, the total number of the Prophet Legion was probably more than 1,000. Adding in the 600 to 700 men in underwear, the direct result of this fire was at least half the combat strength of the Prophet Legion. At this time, the coalition forces had sounded the clarion call for a rapid advance. The distance between the two armies was only 300 meters, which was the standard distance for battle. But the Prophet Legion still couldn't complete preparations. They didn't have time to form an array. They just gathered their manpower. Go forward quickly! Surround them! Baron Godric directly led his troops to charge forward, because the Prophet army seemed to be barely gathered together and had no formation at all. He raised his sword and drove his horse forward first. Behind him, the large army with the knights as a small group, which had already formed a battle formation and was ready to charge, also rushed out. This was an advance in formation, and the coalition forces did not rush forward in a chaotic manner, but kept the battle formation moving forward quickly. The knights will not accelerate their horses to the highest speed. They will keep trotting at the same speed as the infantry. After all, the commander's order is to surround the enemy. Hundreds of horses moved in unison, creating an astonishing momentum, while hoplites and archers also ran forward in formation. These battle-hardened soldiers each followed their own knights or captains, forming more than 100 small teams. The battle line quickly spread out and surrounded them. At this time, the 3 prophets drove their horses to the group of men wearing only underwear. They didn't know what they said, but those men actually launched a charge towards the coalition army. This really surprised everyone in the Union army. Most of the men were not wearing armor, and many were even without shoes. He did have a mess of weapons in his hands, but a charge like this would not be much different from a group of farmers holding dumb forks in front of the rangers summoned by the horn. This is a suicide charge. Leon was at the forefront of the coalition forces. He saw the actions of the 3 prophets and the madness on the faces of the hundreds of men in underwear. These people are basically crazy. Probably similar to Mrs. Bella's state. Whether it is because of being bewitched or out of belief. Once a person becomes a fanatic, it is indeed terrible. Especially stupid people. Such idiots, who have been completely brainwashed by heretics, cannot be saved at all. Shoot them! Leon gave the order directly, and 30 of his archers stood in the front row with bows and arrows ready. The infantry stopped and held shields beside them for protection. Ralph's rangers ran out, divided into 2 columns, and galloped around the sides of the men and shot left and right. Charles also took some sentries to the front and formed a firing line. After 2 rounds of arrows, a large number of these men who charged madly fell down. They don't have armor on their bodies, so arrows can have the greatest effect on them. There is no need to fight them in close combat to avoid additional damage. These are obviously cannon fodder said by the prophets. It seems that their role is just to buy the last bit of time for the 3 prophets' own troops. Because right behind these crazy cannon fodder, the female soldiers of the Prophet Legion were already forming up in groups. But their array and movements are very strange, and they seem to be performing some kind of mysterious ritual. They seem to be standing in some kind of strange pattern, which you could probably tell if you looked down from the air. However, the members of the coalition forces, who were now several hundred meters away, could only see that their movements seemed to be praying. Impromptu prayer in this situation? This is truly cramming. Maybe they can really get the power given by the dark god Eridar. But the problem is, this kind of temporary prayer. Are there gods of darkness so efficient in their work? Could the goddess Erida be called up to work overtime at any time? And why don't you see those faceless monsters with no skin on their heads? The Lord suddenly felt uneasy. I am Astalia. Fight to defend justice. Child. Leon was observing the movements of the Prophet Legion. But suddenly, he heard an ethereal and mysterious voice, which seemed to come from the sky. This time, the sound was clearer, but it only sounded once. Moreover, this sound was different from the previous 2 times. Leon frowned. Every time you encounter this voice falling from the sky, something bad always happens. The first time it was also a female voice, but it was gentler and told me to be careful behind me. So I was assassinated by Lisa Dillon. The second time, a rough male voice said, very good, in the throne room of Lion City. But as soon as he returned to the territory, he encountered a battle and received news of Earl Odin's death. But this time, everyone directly reported their names and asked themselves to fight to defend justice. Obviously, this unknown voice may come from the goddess of justice. But the question is, what kind of moth will appear this time? Half of the 600 to 700 men who were charging in their underwear had already fallen. The strange thing is that after they rushed a few dozen meters in front of the coalition army, their pace actually slowed down, and none of them were defensive, but looked at the sky with crazy faces and raised their hands. However, it doesn't look like surrender. On the contrary, praying? This is too strange. If you take a few more steps, you can rush into the Union Army formation, although they certainly won't pose any threat. But just standing under the rain of arrows. Are you begging for death? Stop and form a formation. Capture them. Godric ordered the army to stop. After being blocked by these strange men, the Prophet army had already formed a strange formation. It was not appropriate to rush into the formation rashly. It was safer to observe first. And his sense of honor also prevented him from slaughtering men who seemed to be bent on death. Lord Godric, I feel that we must kill them. These idiots are obviously abnormal. It is best to advance quickly to disperse those women. I am afraid that the Prophet Legion is performing some evil ritual. Leon didn't understand what those men were doing, but it was definitely not a good thing. In addition, he received the reminder from the goddess, so he quickly asked Godric to order the attack to continue. Leon, these people don't even have armor. There's no need to massacre them anymore. Just tie them up and maybe redeem them? Just like you redeemed Morgan. Moreover, the Prophet Legion doesn't seem to be planning to retreat. Since they don't withdrawing, that means they have the confidence to deal with us. So it's better not to be impulsive. Besides, they have no food and will definitely retreat. It might be better for us to advance slowly. After Godric finished speaking to Leon, he gave an order to the coalition forces behind him. Stop advancing! The entire army forms a formation. Indeed, after these men charged, the Prophet Legion did not take the opportunity to retreat, but formed a strange formation, and it seemed that they had no intention of running away. It's right to be cautious in this situation. Godric is a veteran who has experienced many battles and is good at defense. He has always been careful. Moreover, judging from the skills of those misfortune inducers and the complete lack of fear of death of those female soldiers, a direct confrontation may cause high losses, and there is no need for the Union Army to pursue a quick victory now. Now it's best to form a formation and push forward slowly, or even avoid fighting and confronting them, which will take time. Anyway, the Prophet Legion has no food, and they can't afford it. But looking at those men in underwear with crazy faces, Leon always felt uneasy. Even if they were all brainwashed idiots, these men were at least intelligent creatures. Why would they rush over to seek death in this situation? They can advance slowly or form defensive formations to buy time for the Prophet Legion. Why raise your hands to die? Could it be that they were just trying to get closer to the coalition forces? Or are they just here to die? No, this is wrong. Lord Godric, we must kill these idiots quickly. Ralph, shoot them to death. Don't leave any of them alive. Leon naturally understood that it would be more beneficial to waste the time. If the stalemate continued, it would definitely be more cost-effective to chase after the Prophet Legion when they retreated. However, he still ordered to shoot all the men in underwear who charged. Leon, what's going on? Why do you have to kill them? Godric saw Leon's nervousness, but still didn't understand. We have to make it clear that anyone who follows heretics must die. Only in this way can the Prophet Legion be completely cut off from support. Otherwise nobles will come to provide them with food. Besides, This kind of suicidal charge is too strange. It's more like a kind of oath or proof. They seem to be completely irredeemable. I always feel very uneasy, the Lord explained to Godric seriously. Godric looked at the crazy faces of those men, hesitated for a few seconds, and nodded. You have a point. Archers come out and shoot them to death. A large number of archers from White Deer Castle also joined the lineup to surround and kill the men in underwear. Under siege by more than 500 shooters, all the men who charged towards the Union army soon fell to the ground. But no one dodges, and no one surrenders. Even the men in underwear who clearly carried shields in their hands did not use their shields to block the arrows. These heretics are indeed strange. Godric also frowned. The new recruits go over and hit them. Don't leave anyone alive. Check them for any abnormalities. Leon waved his hand and signaled his new recruit Danzy, who had never killed anyone, to do some work and get used to the battlefield atmosphere. But just when dozens of new recruits came out and went all the way to finish their shots, something abnormal happened immediately without any inspection. Two men with several arrows stuck in their bodies stood up staggeringly from the pile of corpses. The two men looked like they were seriously injured. They were covered in blood and were dangling at their feet, as if they might fall down again at any time. But they completely ignored the recruits, who were nearby to finish off the wounds. Instead, they pulled out the arrows on their bodies, and then covered the wounds on their bodies with both hands. Then, they started tearing hard, tear off their own skin. The recruits around the two men were obviously shocked by this act of self-mutilation, and for a while, they didn't even dare to approach. Sir, that Madame Bella also planned to do this. Their power will become very powerful, even bigger than me, Close said to Leon in surprise. Amy also hurriedly led Godric's personal guards to Leon. Mrs. Bella seemed to have done this too, but Close and the others stopped her. Don't stand there. Cut off their heads. Leon immediately greeted the recruits loudly. He felt that this was probably what Mrs. Bella said about gaining strength by swearing in blood. Several recruits swarmed forward and successfully chopped the two men to the ground. The legion of prophets still stood there praying, but their voices became louder and louder, and they could be heard singing in unison from hundreds of meters away. The kiss of the goddess will drive away death and give her warriors the hope of life. She watches all injustice and evil. If the warrior swears by blood to honor justice, strength and courage will be added to him. Behind Leon, Sarah and Anson's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Anson shouted, trembling all over. Sir, this is the prayer of Astalia, the goddess of justice. But the heretics worship Erida, the god of darkness. So they actually use such prayers? As a good student who dropped out of the seminary, Anson knew a lot about the gods of Pindar. Although his whole family is a believer in the patron goddess Demaya, Anson, who wants to become an upright knight, also respects the goddess of justice. Sarah seemed to have the same idea as Anson, but she was even more frightened. I once heard a bard say that the heretics were originally priests of the goddess of justice. But after the goddess of justice left the mainland, these priests were affected by I fell into the temptation of the goddess of darkness. These three prophets were probably once priests of the goddess Astalia. The Lord frowned. The goddess of justice Astalia left the mainland? But just now I heard that mysterious voice, calling herself Astalia. Anson turned around and said, the information in the academy also said so. It is said that only when justice and fairness redominate the earth, the goddess of justice will come back. But why do these heretics? The heretics use the prayer of Lady Justice. It looks like it will be difficult for the goddess of justice to come back. The Lord feels that the god of darkness, Erida, may have completely replaced her. So, was the voice just now that of Astalia, the goddess of justice? After just saying these few words, the voice of the prophet army became louder and louder, and the huge prayer sound even enveloped the battlefield. Liang's feeling of uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Amy, get back, and don't join the fight. I feel very dangerous. The Lord feels that something terrible will definitely happen, and the prophet legion cannot treat it with common sense. As soon as he drove Amy away, Liang saw an incredible scene. The corpses that had fallen on the ground and were being touched up by the recruits actually stood up again. Moreover, more and more people are standing up. More and more. However, everyone's first reaction after standing up was to let out a crazy howl. A completely inhuman howl. And then tear at their wounds desperately. The recruits raised their swords in panic, but it didn't seem to have much effect. These heretical lunatics were still tearing their skin apart, under their violent tearing movements. The swords of some recruits were touched by their arms. And then, the swords were easily knocked away. Some recruits were even brought to the ground because they were holding the sword hilt just because they stabbed into the chest of a madman. And the madman was scratching the skin on his chest. Then, the madman stretched out his hands and tore apart a large piece of skin, tearing it directly onto his face. Then, like taking off a tights, he tore off all the skin from top to bottom of his body. He just took off a complete human skin. How much terrible strength is required to do this? Leon immediately remembered the cicada-like human skin he saw in Lion City. Get them all back! This is a fallen person! Leon shouted loudly, and led the team to rush over to pick up the new recruits. He finally knew why these idiots, who had been brainwashed into fanatical believers, committed suicide charges. These people are literally begging for death. And the prayers of the Prophet Legion seem to be able to bring them back to life. In other words, this is not a resurrection from the dead, but a transformation into something else. These people are no longer human. And their crazy screams are more like some kind of wild beasts. Or the devil.